The exceptionally talented Gu Yuan was destined to become a shining star in the martial arts world, but fate played a cruel joke on him. Despite being reborn and traveling through time, his frail and sickly constitution remained unchanged. Just a few steps would leave him breathless, and a slight chill would bring on a high fever that wouldn't subside. With such a body, how could he ever hope to practice martial arts? Gu Yuan gazed up at the golden clouds in the sky and sighed despondently. Once again, he had placed last in the school's physical fitness test. Revive my muscles, he thought, trying to flex his biceps, only to see his ribs starkly outlined. With a deflated sigh, Gu Yuan collapsed onto his bed in despair. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A rift between realms appeared, bringing with it a resurgence of spiritual energy and ushering in a new era of martial arts. Everything now seemed possible, and hope ignited in Gu Yuan's heart. If he could just get into a martial arts class, maybe a miracle would happen. Fortunately, his sister sent him a blood essence pill, specifically designed to enhance physical constitution and refine one's vitality. It cost a hefty 500,000 yuan per pill, but money could be earned again, while the opportunity for the martial arts class came only once. Clenching his teeth, Gu Yuan swallowed the pill, hoping for an improvement in his condition. Little did he know, the pill's effects were too intense. His internal organs felt like they were burning, and he was paralyzed, unable to move. In his despair, Gu Yuan thought, if I die, let me be reborn in an entirely new game world. Darkness, silence, cold. It felt like he was falling into a freezing abyss, with weightlessness and suffocation overwhelming him. His brain became heavy and muddled from lack of oxygen. No breath, no heartbeat. Wasn't this what happened when someone descended into the underworld after death? Lying in the darkness, waves of despair washed over Gu Yuan. Reflecting on his life of walking on thin ice, he never expected to end up like this. Gu Yuan wanted to cry but held back his tears, thinking, a real man doesn't cry easily. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly spoke. Xiao Yuan, did you take the medicine your sister sent? In a daze, Gu Yuan heard his mother's voice. Instinctively, he replied, I did. As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze. His consciousness snapped into focus. Who am I? Where am I? Why can I hear my mom? Suddenly, the scene before him changed, and Gu Yuan found himself back in his familiar room. His rapid breathing and heartbeat returned to his body. His throat felt dry, and he swallowed hard. He heard his mother's footsteps approaching from outside the room and took a deep breath to calm himself. Mom, I took the medicine. I want to rest early, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. All right, early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. If you feel unwell, let us know, his mother said gently, her footsteps receding. Lying on his bed, Gu Yuan stared blankly at the ceiling. He realized he seemed to have two perspectives simultaneously, as if he had a unique avatar in another world. Though unsure why he suddenly had an avatar, he decided to first understand what advantages this avatar could bring and whether there were any dangers in that world. Focusing his mind, another scene appeared before his eyes. In the dim and desolate ruins, a 2-meter-tall humanoid steel mech slowly stood up, shaking off the debris and dust. With a hum, the mech's eyes lit up with a silver glow, piercing the darkness. The mech had a sleek, black metallic texture, adorned with mysterious dark gold patterns. Its arms and knees were covered with scale-like armor. Despite its streamlined design and powerful visual impact, the surface was marred with damage and web-like cracks. Gu Yuan was amazed to discover that this mech body moved as naturally as his own. It felt like his second body. He realized that part of his soul had merged with the mech, explaining why his original body felt so weak. However, he was relieved that he hadn't turned into an idiot. Curiously, Gu Yuan patted his chest, feeling the metallic sensation. As he walked, the mech moved smoothly without any mechanical stiffness, like a living metal body. As Gu Yuan was getting accustomed to his new body, a data interface suddenly appeared in his vision. Generating attribute page. Generation complete. Mech, Blade 0. Level, Soldier, low rank. Strength, 12 defense, 10 agility, 11 spirit, 12. Energy, 1010 auto-replenishing, can also be manually refilled. Armor value, 610 when depleted. Mech enters damaged state and cannot continue fighting. Can auto-repair or be manually repaired. Core module, Indomitable Blade gains 3 sharpness points when using blade weapons, with weapon adaptability. Auxiliary modules, none. Evolution points, 0.5 when full. Mech can evolve based on materials and module abilities. Gu Yuan carefully analyzed the attribute page. The mech stats were well-balanced but lacked any standout strengths. Since real-world martial artists didn't have such precise data, he couldn't make an accurate comparison. Nonetheless, clenching his fists, he felt a surge of power and guessed that this mech was quite formidable. Focusing on the core module, he understood that the indomitable blade ability only activated with blade weapons. Seeing his empty hands, Gu Yuan temporarily set aside the idea of testing it. Finally, he turned his attention to the mech's crucial evolution system. It needed only 5 evolution points to evolve, but how to obtain these points was a new puzzle. Surveying his surroundings, the shifting mist and eerie silence reminded him of a scene from the movie Silent Hill. Despite his newfound steel body, Gu Yuan decided to arm himself just in case. Easily pulling a steel rod from the concrete, something an ordinary person couldn't do, he found it effortless. 12 strength points are really powerful, Gu Yuan thought, swinging the rod and realizing this strength surpassed ordinary human limits, reaching the level of a first-rank martial artist. Suddenly, his vision scanned the steel rod, and a piece of information appeared. Consumable resource, suitable for replenishing armor value. Noticing his armor value was only at 6, equivalent to having lost nearly half of the mech's health, Gu Yuan tapped his chest, revealing a high-temperature core furnace. Inserting the steel rod, it melted into the mech within seconds, turning into a special liquid that repaired the damaged parts. After several rods, the armor value restored to 8. Just then, he heard footsteps crunching on gravel behind the ruins. A dark figure lunged at him, and Gu Yuan instinctively raised his guard. Swinging the steel rod, he heard a thud, like hitting a leather bag filled with sand, followed by a wretched howl. Gu Yuan then saw that his attacker was a zombie-like dog with sharp teeth. He thought that if it had bitten his flesh and blood body, the injury would be severe. But now, with his steel body, it might even break its teeth. With 12 points of strength, one strike disemboweled the creature. In comparison, 10 points of defense were also impressive. The creature convulsed and bled black, foul-smelling blood. Gu Yuan frowned and struck it twice more, ensuring it was dead. What kind of place is this? Gu Yuan wondered if he had entered a Resident Evil world. As he sighed in relief, a message suddenly appeared. Killed a mutated beast. Evolution points increased by 0.1. Killing monsters increases evolution points? Gu Yuan thought excitedly, looking at the corpse. One monster is 0.1 points, so killing 50 will allow an evolution. He felt no remorse about targeting these creatures, thinking that stronger ones might yield faster evolution. With silver light flashing in his mechanical eyes and the dark gold patterns on the mech's surface pulsing, Gu Yuan clenched his fist, savoring the thrill of not being human. This feels amazing, he exclaimed, striding into the depths of the ruins, ready to hunt more prey. Crunch, crunch. Heavy footsteps on the gravel gradually awakened the post-apocalyptic ruins of the city. Deep growls echoed through the air, and cold, bloodthirsty eyes in shadowy corners fixed on the metallic figure. Blades, the mech with a steel body, walked slowly through the devastated ruins. He knew that no matter how careful he was, he couldn't move silently like a cat. The high-density, high-hardness metal construction granted him immense power, but made every step heavy. Suddenly, Blades stopped. This is the spot, he thought, bending down to pick up a stone. With a swift motion of his right hand, the stone flew through the air, striking a hidden mutant beast in the head. The head burst like a squashed tomato, sending blood and flesh flying. The infrared vision in Blade's eyes allowed him to easily spot the mutant beasts lurking in the darkness. According to the virtual environmental map in his mind, he realized he was at the center of a circle, surrounded by at least 10 mutant beasts. These mutant beasts were not mindless brutes. They understood group hunting and displayed a certain level of intelligence. Blade speculated that, like wolves, there might be a wolf king leading these creatures. Just as he finished his analysis, a powerful growl echoed. Blades turned to see a large, black, hairless dog-like mutant beast staring intently at him from atop a ruin. Its skin had a faint metallic sheen, clearly marking it as a leader. With the leader's growl, a dozen mutant beasts closed in from all directions. Their eyes burned like hellfire, fierce and scorching. Great, a party, Blades thought with excitement. Sorry, the more the merrier. Not humans? Even better. He gripped the steel rod in his hand and chose to go on the offensive. Come on, let's see who's is tougher, Blades muttered, his legs powering up. As he launched forward, gravel exploded underfoot. In the blink of an eye, Blades was in front of a mutant beast, thrusting the steel rod through its body like a spear. He then swung the rod, sending the corpse flying into another mutant beast. While it dodged, Blades struck again, killing it instantly. In mere moments, 2 mutant beasts lay dead. Blades felt a faint but distinct surge of power flow into him. His evolution value increased by 0.2. This mysterious force was subtly transforming his mech body, and once it accumulated to a certain level, he would undergo a qualitative leap. The remaining mutant beasts, undeterred by their comrades' deaths, grew even more ferocious. They lunged at Blades like arrows, their bodies turning into black streaks. Blades knew these canine creatures had incredible bursts of speed. If one pounced on him, even his steel exterior might not hold up. He swung the steel rod in a perfect arc, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The lunging beasts were sent flying, their foul black blood spraying through the air. This is the advantage of having a weapon, Blades thought. Too bad it's not a blade, or I could test the power of an indomitable edge. In just a few minutes, the ordinary mutant beasts were decimated. Despite their savagery, they were no match for Blade's mech, unable to mount an effective counterattack even with superior numbers. Seeing its subordinates fall, the leader atop the ruins could no longer hold back. It leaped down, its tiger-sized body slamming into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Blades glanced at it and ignored it. His priority was to quickly deal with the remaining small fry to prevent them from scattering once the leader was dead, wasting his evolution value. In total, there were 13 ordinary monsters, with the weaker ones contributing 0.1 evolution value and the stronger ones ranging from 0.2 to 0.4. After killing 8, Blade's evolution value had accumulated to 2.3. With the increase in evolution value, his attributes had clearly improved. Strength, 12-14. Defense, 10-11. Agility, 11-12. Spirit, 12-13. Though each attribute had only increased by 1 or 2 points, every point represented a substantial enhancement. The mutant beast leader, enraged by Blade's disregard, let out a deafening roar. It crouched, muscles tensed, and charged like a runaway truck. Blade sidestepped effortlessly, his arm coiling around the beast's massive head. He bent his body and unleashed a burst of strength, slamming it to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Blades crushed another nearby mutant beast underfoot, its body bursting like an overripe watermelon. He then launched a fierce assault, swiftly dispatching the remaining small fry. With the battle over, the blood-soaked battlefield was left with only Blades and the mutant beast leader. Unlike flesh and blood, Blade's mech showed no signs of fatigue after such an intense fight. Unless he ran out of energy or suffered severe damage, he could maintain peak condition indefinitely. Blades quickly assessed his status, 6 energy points left, 5 armor points remaining. Though some parts of his exterior were damaged, his overall combat capability was unaffected. These resources were enough to deal with the mutant beast leader. Come on, today you'll be my stepping stone to evolution. Blades discarded the steel rod. While effective in group fights, it was less useful in unknown combat compared to his fists. Blade's eyes locked onto the mutant beast leader. He knew that killing this creature would provide enough evolution value for a qualitative leap. A fierce battle was about to unfold. Whoosh! A fierce wind roared as the mutated beast bent its legs and launched its massive body into the sky. The air currents it generated surged towards Blade like a tsunami. Faced with this powerful attack, Blade didn't dodge. Instead, he charged straight into it. Clenching his fist, he unleashed 14 points of strength in an instant. Blade swung his iron fist, tearing through the air with a sound like firecrackers exploding. Bam! The punch, accompanied by surging airwaves, hit the mutated beast's jaw with precision. The collision of 2 immense forces sent shockwaves rippling outwards. The impact pushed Blade back several steps, crushing the stones beneath his feet with each step. The mutated beast fared worse. Its gigantic body flew backward like a broken kite and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blade looked down at his fist, then glanced at the fallen beast, utterly astonished. He had expected a mutually destructive clash, but his arm was only slightly numb. Clearly, the power and defense of the Blade mecha far exceeded his expectations. The beast on the ground struggled to get up, its jaw shattered, revealing a gruesome, bloody hole. Although severely injured, it was not yet fatal. Its crimson eyes burned with wild fury, and it let out a deafening roar. Boom! The mutated beast charged again, kicking up a storm of dust. Blade chose to confront it head-on once more, believing that his steel body was the best weapon. The 2 behemoths collided like high-speed trains. Midway, Blade suddenly leaped up and delivered a sharp side kick, slicing through the air like a blade. The wind howled around his foot, as if the entire space was being torn apart. Stop your whining. Having a big mouth doesn't make you tough. Blade shouted angrily. Crack! The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed. The mutated beast's head was completely obliterated by the terrifying kick, and its headless body flew backward like a broken kite. Amidst the ruins, a blood-stained mecha stood tall and proud, like a god of war. The system notification chimed, awarding 2 evolution points for killing the mutant beast. Blade glanced at the evolution prompt, but held back the urge to evolve immediately. He approached the beast's corpse and rummaged through the flesh for a moment, pulling out a fist-sized crystal. The crystal was like a piece of crystal with a blood-red vein flowing inside it, clearly a level 1 life core. Blade recalled the legends about life cores. These rare items could not only aid warriors in their cultivation, but also be used to forge weapons. He couldn't help but marvel at his luck. Obtaining a life core from a level 1 monster felt like a newbie's bonus. Just as Blade was about to leave, a strong desire to devour suddenly surged from deep within his brain. He realized that this craving came from his real-world self. Blade pondered. If he could bring items from this world back to reality, could the Blade mecha also cross over? This would undoubtedly be a powerful trump card for his real-world self, who had yet to start cultivating. Blade decided to find a safe place to evolve first, and then try to connect with the real world. However, after taking a few steps, he sensed something unusual. Normally, the energy fluctuations should drop to a minimum after the mutant beast horde was wiped out. But the energy detection system of the Blade mecha indicated a still significant energy fluctuation nearby. Curious, Blade followed the energy fluctuations to a partially collapsed building. Using the mecha's biological detection function, he confirmed there were no life signs inside and then boldly walked in. In the darkness, the mecha's pupils automatically activated night vision. The ground was covered with wolf-like footprints, indicating this was the den of the mutant dogs. Wiping out entire families, I'm really ruthless, Blade muttered to himself, then again, I'm not even human right now. Deep within the building, Blade finally found the source of the energy fluctuations, a basketball-sized irregular metal embedded in the wall. This blood-red metal was extremely sinister, radiating an aura that turned the surrounding gray-white walls a dark red, as if being assimilated. When Blade's fingers touched the metal, the mecha's interface immediately displayed information. Bloodsteel. Quality. Level 1. Effect. Used to enhance mechas, it can increase mecha strength and has a weak, bleeding effect, preventing enemy wounds from healing quickly. Description. The rhythm of blood, the flow of life. Mecha enhancement material. Blade was ecstatic. No wonder the mutant beasts had made this place their lair. They must have wanted to gain the abilities of bloodsteel through radiation. Now, this unexpected boon had fallen into his lap. Blade looked around, confirming that no other mutant beasts would attack in the short term. He decided to enhance and evolve on the spot. Opening the core furnace in his chest, he gradually fused the bloodsteel into it. As the fusion process continued, a faint red glow enveloped the mecha's surface. After completing the enhancement, Blade immediately initiated the evolution process. It was akin to forging iron, purging impurities until the steel was refined. Half an hour later, the evolution was complete, and the system interface updated the mecha's information. Mecha. Blade Blood Fury. Level. Soldier Midear. Strength. 1521. Defense. 1217. Agility. 1319. Spirit. 1420. Energy. 2020. Armor value. 1515. Core module. Unyielding edge gains 5 sharpness points when using bladed weapons. With adaptive weapon traits, Blood Fury attacks cause bleeding, draining enemy energy and life over time. Auxiliary module. None. Evolution points. 020. The evolved blade mech looked completely renewed, with all damages repaired. The dark golden patterns on its surface had turned dark red, and a downward-pointing conical dark red pattern now adorned its chest. Its shoulders and joints were covered with feathered scales, and wing-shaped armor plates extended from both sides of its head, resembling a pair of feathered horns. The overall design was more imposing and exuded an extraordinary sense of might. Blade suddenly punched the wall, and the hard surface shattered like tofu, with his fist sinking in up to the wrist. Gu Yuan withdrew his unharmed hand, clenched his fist, and felt a surge of joy. With a 1/3 increase in all 4 attributes, considering the greater impact of higher attribute values, he estimated his combat power had at least doubled. Excited, Gu Yuan turned his attention to the second core module Bloodthirst. This module could inflict continuous bleeding effects with its attacks, steadily draining the enemy's energy and life force, even causing energy loss in non-living targets. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. This was the perfect skill for taking down high-difficulty bosses. A thought of challenging stronger enemies crossed his mind since stronger mutated beasts would yield more evolution points. However, he quickly suppressed this idea. Given his limited understanding of this world, caution was paramount, and he decided to explore steadily first. As his consciousness gradually shifted, Gu Yuan found himself back in his bedroom in the real world. He could clearly feel the experiences of the blade mech in the other world, as if he had just finished a fully immersive virtual game. But this was no game. It was a real experience. To his delight, Gu Yuan discovered that not only could he sense the blade mech situation, but he also had his own attribute panel. His base attributes showed Strength 5, Constitution 6, Agility 5, Mental Power 8, far exceeding his previous levels of around 3 points. He realized that the growth of the mech avatar would feed back into his own body, allowing both to grow stronger simultaneously. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan felt a mix of excitement and complexity. With the avatar capable of limitless growth and his own body also growing stronger in sync, the future was full of infinite possibilities. On Friday morning, the sunlight was warm. Gu Yuan yawned as he got out of bed, having slept only 2 or 3 hours due to his excitement. He smiled wryly, thinking about his 247 schedule of attending school by day and fighting monsters by night. After some research, he found that the avatar could operate on autopilot, requiring manual intervention only in special situations. With both souls sharing the same origin, the main consciousness could switch control at any time. Under the sunlight, Gu Yuan opened his right hand, revealing a simple mech symbol etched in his palm, the connection link between him and the blade mech. Recalling the embarrassing moment when he woke up the whole family during his first summon last night, Gu Yuan clenched his hand in resignation. Given his current weakness, he had to keep the existence of the avatar a secret, avoiding any exposure until he was strong enough to face all scrutiny. Sitting on the bus, Gu Yuan gazed out the window, contemplating his plans. The blade mech needed weapons to fully utilize its unyielding blade ability, while he himself needed to join the martial arts class. Only when his vitality was sufficient could he use life crystals to aid his training. At that moment, a girl with a bun hairstyle boarded the visit was his class monitor, Lin Xiaoyu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Xiaoyu excitedly shared with him about a live outdoor adventure stream she was following, featuring a female fighter from the Western continent. She took out her phone, showing Gu Yuan the related information. Challenge the impossible. Death Forest Beauty and the Beast's passionate encounter. Genius fighter Diana's extreme challenge. Solo crossing of Death Forest. The Dead Forest, reminiscent of the ancient Amazon, has become a no-go zone for humans after centuries of spiritual resurgence and biological mutations. This haven for colossal beasts and magical creatures is now facing a new challenge, a bold declaration to traverse the Dead Forest. This announcement exploded like a bombshell on the internet, sparking widespread uproar. Gu Yuan, intrigued, clicked the follow button, planning to delve deeper later. Lin Xiaoyu explained that the challenger, named Diana, was a senior student from the Western continent's Combat Academy, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary skills. The Combat Academy in the Western continent is akin to the Martial Arts Academy in Xia country, producing formidable warriors who have stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Seeing that she had successfully captured Gu Yuan's attention, Lin Xiaoyu smugly patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Yuanzi, if anyone dares to bully you, just let me know. I'll give them a couple of good punches. She spoke with confidence, even though the martial arts class hadn't started yet. Everyone knew who had exceptional talent from the preliminary tests, and Lin Xiaoyu was undoubtedly one of the top students. Gu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he responded calmly, "It doesn't matter. I'll handle it myself." Lin Xiaoyu burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, trying to act like a master, Xiao." Gu Yuan sighed helplessly. "Watch your image. You're supposed to be one of the attractive ones alongside me." Apart from lacking the grace of a beauty, Lin Xiaoyu was excellent in many aspects. However, Gu Yuan felt somewhat resigned about his position on the attractiveness scale. Despite his good looks, his frail physique, due to a particular condition, made him an anomaly in this martial arts-driven world, attracting a lot of attention from girls. "But I don't want this." Gu Yuan roared internally. "I want to be a tough guy. I want to join the muscle cult." Just then, the broadcast announced, "Yunhai Martial High School. Please disembark in an orderly manner." Gu Yuan and Lin Xiaoyu followed the crowd into the school gates. Yunhai Martial High School, the only martial arts high school in Yunhai City, was vast, with 12 gates alone. They headed to the classroom of grade 11, class 1, where they found their classmates buzzing with excitement about the upcoming martial arts class. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom and, after ensuring everyone was quiet, began to speak. "I know you're all excited about the martial arts class, but martial arts training is not as glamorous as you think. It requires perseverance and talent. While there are no limits on the number of students, only an average of 10, and at most 20, pass the selection each year. Those who fail will have to return to the general studies class in grade 12, wasting time and possibly facing life-threatening risks. Consider carefully before you decide to sign up." As soon as the teacher finished, most students, except those who knew they weren't suited for martial arts, raised their hands. The teacher was used to this annual scenario. However, when he saw Gu Yuan raising his hand, his brow furrowed. In his teaching career, Gu Yuan's physical condition was one of the worst, and signing up for the martial arts class was akin to gambling with his life. It wasn't just the teacher. Many classmates were also surprised by Gu Yuan's decision, not out of contempt but admiration for his courage. It was like an ant challenging an elephant, a highly uneven contest that earned respect for the ant's bravery. Lin Xiaoyu was even more anxious, constantly giving Gu Yuan significant looks, remembering how he had coughed up blood during the last physical test. Joining the martial arts class with his condition seemed like a death wish. Gu Yuan remained composed, giving Lin Xiaoyu a reassuring look. The teacher eventually said nothing more. "Since you've decided to sign up, I'll submit the list, and we'll start the reorganization this afternoon." In the afternoon, Gu Yuan was assigned to martial arts class 3, where everyone except Lin Xiaoyu were new faces. Gu Yuan's seat was in the back by the window, with Lin Xiaoyu sitting right in front of him. Lin Xiaoyu unhappily patted Gu Yuan's desk. Are you kidding me? You were coughing up blood yesterday, and now you claim to have the potential of a great emperor. Are you joking? Gu Yuan smiled and gently turned her head back. The past is the past. Don't compare the old me with the new me. Look forward, not backward. Lin Xiaoyu wanted to say more but stopped when she saw a stern-faced female teacher enter the classroom. Everyone quiet. The teacher's sharp gaze swept over the students before writing 2 words on the blackboard: Elon. From today, I am your homeroom teacher. No unnecessary words. I'll now explain the path of martial arts. The students' excitement was palpable. Elon began. What is martial arts? Martial arts is the strengthening of the body and mind. 500 years ago, humans discovered ancient martial arts in ancient ruins, revealing the secrets of enhancing the human body, allowing us to survive in the face of calamities. But that was not enough. She paused, then continued, ancient humans are called ancient for a reason. Their thoughts and knowledge vastly differ from ours. While ancient martial arts were powerful, they ultimately became history. During the Great Cataclysm, we developed something even stronger based on ancient martial arts, super martial arts. As she spoke, Elon opened her palm. To the students' astonishment, a ball of lightning formed in her hand, the electric glow revealing the blue-silver bones and veins within. This is the Thunder Force martial art I practice. My bones and flesh are integrated with thunder steel to aid in cultivation. Ancient martial arts preserved all human physical characteristics, but super martial arts involve modifications from bones to flesh, veins, and neurons. The students below had mixed expressions, realizing that super martial arts was different from what they had imagined. It seemed more like becoming a cyborg. Elon, seeing through their thoughts, retracted her hand and smiled. You might think this is technological modification, but it's not. This is the natural evolution of the human body. Why is an alloy superior to other metals? Because an alloy combines the strengths of different metals. Super martial arts is about using our bodies as a forge, with martial arts as the fire, merging everything useful into ourselves, achieving super evolution. Listening to Elon's lecture, Gu Yuan gradually gained a deeper understanding of super martial arts. The core principle of super martial arts involves utilizing the power of vital energy and blood to integrate extraordinary materials like energy metals and crystals into the body. This transformation happens during the training process, modifying the body to better align with the practiced martial arts. This transformation is not mechanical but akin to enchantment in games, enhancing the body with additional abilities while retaining its flesh and blood characteristics, resulting in some changes in appearance. Elon gave an example, explaining that after she practiced Thunder Force martial arts, her palms were integrated with thunder steel. This not only made her more attuned to lightning, significantly improving her training efficiency, but also allowed her palms to instantly harden and increase in density when she exerted force, becoming as tough as blades. This advantage has led to the decline of traditional martial arts, as the potential of super martial arts is evidently higher. After comparing the two, Gu Yuan found himself more inclined towards super martial arts. He felt that it was like turning himself into a human Gundam, both cool and powerful. Besides, his avatar was already a mech, so he naturally wouldn't reject such modifications. Elon continued, next, I'll teach you the body furnace method and a visualization technique. Once you can make your vital energy and blood surge throughout your body and your mental power radiate outwards, you'll have stepped into the first realm of martial arts, officially passing the selection for the martial arts class. If you can't reach this realm within a semester, it means you lack martial arts talent and will be transferred back to the general education class. These words made all the students tense. Failing to reach the first realm of martial arts within 3 months meant being expelled from the martial arts class, which was a huge blow to anyone. In this era, strength is the ultimate truth, and martial arts prowess directly impacts one's future prospects. The wall behind the podium slowly split open to reveal a martial arts visualization chart. The chart depicted a single red flame that seemed to come alive and burn continuously when observed. This chart, imbued with martial arts will, helps students quickly focus and gather their mental power to ignite their inner body furnace, achieving harmony between mind and body, and breaking through human limits to enter the first realm of martial arts. Under Elon's guidance, everyone began to focus on visualizing the flame chart. Gu Yuan clearly sensed his mental power, like seeing a faint flame in a dark space. This was his mental flame, also known as the martial flame. Once this flame grew strong enough, he could attempt to ignite his body furnace. Elon silently observed the student's performance. The visualization technique was essentially a test of mental talent. The better the talent, the longer one could persist, and the faster the mental flame would condense. The differences between individuals were starkly evident at this moment. After half an hour, some students began to wake up, most looking pale and exhausted, clearly having overexerted their mental energy. Only 3 students, including Lin Xiaoyu and Gu Yuan, were still persisting. After another 10 minutes, Elon clapped her hands to wake the remaining 3, announcing the end of the visualization practice. Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Even with his 8 points of mental power, he had almost reached his limit. However, lasting this long had already surpassed most of the others. Lin Xiaoyu turned to Gu Yuan with curiosity. I didn't expect your mental talent to be so good. Gu Yuan cleared his throat and modestly replied. It's actually just average. In reality, if not for his avatar, his mental power might still be around 4 to 5 points. Even now, with 8 points, he seemed to lag behind Lin Xiaoyu. Judging from her expression, her visualization had far from reached her limit. How much has your martial flame condensed? Gu Yuan asked curiously. Typically, after the first visualization, the martial flame would be the size of a soybean. His own was only the size of a thumb. Lin Xiaoyu blinked and made a mysterious gesture with her hand. She gave Gu Yuan a meaningful look. Gu Yuan's mouth twitched, and he felt the urge for a vape to calm his nerves. A martial flame the size of a small bun that condensing speed was terrifying. At this rate, she could condense a complete martial flame in just 2 or 3 days. Such talent was truly humbling. Elon glanced at the time and pressed a button, causing the ceiling to reveal a fist-sized red crystal. The crystal emitted a faint red glow like a lamp, and under its light, Gu Yuan felt his blood boil, as if he had just run a kilometer, with his blood circulating rapidly throughout his body. This is vital energy and blood, Elon explained. Now, I'll teach you the body furnace method. Follow my movements to train, using your mental power to guide your vital energy and blood. Completing one cycle is considered one turn. The body furnace method, as its name suggests, involves training the body to become an indestructible furnace, using robust vital energy and blood to forge a furnace within. Only by completing this process can one begin super martial arts training. Even during the first practice cycle, Gu Yuan felt the limitations of his body. Despite his constitution being enhanced to 6 points due to his avatar, putting him at a normal level, his lack of training made his body feel rusty. His muscles and joints moved awkwardly, and the fascia brought waves of tearing pain, making him break out in a sweat. Fortunately, the cooling sensation generated by the circulation of vital energy and blood alleviated the discomfort. Otherwise, he might have collapsed on the spot. Looking around, except for Lin Xiaoyu and a few others, most of the students were not faring much better. Gu Yuan felt a sense of relief, almost thinking he would be the last in the class. Just then, Elon's gaze swept over him. Gu Yuan was one of the students she was particularly concerned about, mainly fearing he might have an accident. She had a general understanding of the student's conditions. Gu Yuan had a very poor constitution, even coughing up blood during the physical test. Not everyone is suited for martial arts training. Forcing it would only ruin one's body. Taking the wrong path would make any effort futile. Elon admired Gu Yuan's courage to enroll in the martial arts class, but didn't hold much hope for his perseverance. However, now it seemed that Gu Yuan wasn't as bad as rumored, even performing quite well. His mental talent was particularly outstanding, and although his physical condition was slightly inferior, it was still within the normal range. It seems the general education teacher's judgment isn't as professional as the martial arts teachers. They actually gave Gu Yuan a poor rating, Elon thought. Shaking her head slightly, her impression of Gu Yuan significantly improved. Yunhai Military School let out at 4 in the afternoon. The campus presented a bizarre scene. Students stumbled out of their classrooms, supporting each other, their limbs shaking as if they had Parkinson's disease. Lin Xiaoyu held up her phone, excitedly starting her first live stream. Hey everyone, it's my first day streaming. Give Xiaoyu a like, and if we hit 100 likes, I'll show you a handsome guy. Her voice was full of energy, showing no signs of nervousness. The camera panned over her exhausted classmates, with the stream titled, A Day in the Life of Energetic Martial Arts Students. Gu Yuan stood nearby, his face showing a mix of confusion and amusement as he stared at the phone screen. The live stream had only 8 viewers, including himself. Lin Xiaoyu had insisted on his help to boost the stream's popularity, and he had reluctantly agreed. The chat quickly became lively. Streamer, are you kidding us? These martial arts students look like weaklings. Streamer, what do you do for a living? Streamer, I didn't come here to see guys. Show us some pretty girls instead. Report. Found a beautiful streamer. Follow sent. Whether it was Lin Xiaoyu's good looks or the keywords, martial arts students that drew people in, the stream soon had dozens of viewers. Gu Yuan rubbed his chin, secretly amazed at how naturally Lin Xiaoyu seemed to take to streaming as if she had a natural streaming talent. Gu Yuan massaged his sore shoulders, feeling he needed more rest, lest he join the Parkinson's army himself. His attention turned to an attribute screen only he could see. Entity, Gu Yuan. Strength, 5. Constitution, 6.1. Agility, 5. Spirit, 8.1. Techniques. Flame Visualization Technique Progress 1100. Body Furnace Technique Progress 1100. Both his constitution and spirit had increased by 0.1. undoubtedly the result of the day's training. Below these attributes were the newly learned techniques, along with their progress bars. Hard work pays off, and progress is eternal. These words suddenly flashed in Gu Yuan's mind. He realized that his greatest asset wasn't his physical prowess but this attribute screen. As long as he worked hard, he could see his progress, each step permanently recorded. This continuous improvement filled him with confidence for the future. As long as I live, I will one day stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. The highest mountains, the longest rivers, the strongest Yuan. Gu Yuan's heart swelled with ambition, feeling as if he had undergone a spiritual cleansing, becoming more confident. Lin Xiaoyu, noticing Gu Yuan's change, blinked and addressed her viewers, "Thanks for the likes, everyone. Now, here's the handsome guy I promised." She gestured for Gu Yuan to look at the camera. Gu Yuan shot her an exasperated look, but faced the camera gracefully. Having lived 2 lives, he naturally wasn't camera shy, and his current youthful and handsome appearance only added to his charm. "How about that, everyone? Didn't I tell you he's handsome?" Lin Xiaoyu gave Gu Yuan a thumbs up before turning the camera back. The chat exploded. Cough, cough. "He's alright, but I just took a bath and used facial cleanser. Yeah. He's half as good looking as I was in my youth. Great, in just a few seconds, I've fallen for another guy. Sisters, what should I do? Streamer, my roommate has a crush and only that handsome guy can save her. Can we see him again?" Exhausted. "I'm heading home to rest," Gu Yuan said, stretching and leaving the classroom without looking back. The live stream chat went wild. "Streamer, did you exhaust the handsome guy? Why is he so tired? What's your relationship with him? Tell us the truth." Lin Xiaoyu widened her eyes and looked at the chat, explaining, "Help, we're just classmates, nothing more. He's tired because today was our first day of martial arts training, which is naturally exhausting. So, Xiaoyu, does this mean you're really talented in martial arts since you seem so energetic?" One viewer pointed out. "Wow, you all caught that, huh?" Lin Xiaoyu pretended to be shocked then sighed. "Alright, since you figured it out, I must confess. In my past life, I was the Empress of Xia." "Yeah, right, keep dreaming," Gu Yuan muttered, exiting the stream and pocketing his phone. He knew Lin Xiaoyu's real background wasn't that mysterious. Her family ran a pastry shop, and he would occasionally buy some cakes there. They were pretty good. Back home, it was still early. His parents were in the shop, watching a popular drama about the Dragon King while snacking on sunflower seeds. "Bow down. The Dragon King has arrived." The TV blared with exaggerated lines. Seeing Gu Yuan return, his mother, Li Mei, quickly stood up and checked him over. "How are you feeling? Any discomfort? Did anyone bully you in the new class?" Although his father, Gu Tongsheng, remained silent, his eyes were full of concern. Gu Yuan replied helplessly, "The martial arts class has strict rules. No one would dare bully a classmate." Pausing, he added, "I think the medicine my sister sent me worked. I feel much better and have no problems training." In a way, it was indeed Gu Zhiyin's medicine that had given him a new lease on life. Hearing this, his parents were overjoyed. Gu Yuan had been frail and sickly since birth, and they had lived in constant fear of something happening to him. After so many years, they finally saw hope. "That's great news. I'll let your sister know," Li Mei said excitedly, sending several voice messages to Gu Zhiyin. Her messages started with the good news and gradually shifted to family gossip and reminders to be careful, her voice filling the small shop. Seeing his parents finally at ease, Gu Yuan returned to his room. The summer heat was intense, but as soon as he turned on the air conditioning, the cool air was refreshing. He closed his eyes comfortably and, after confirming that everything was normal with his blade mech, focused on the flame visualization technique he had learned today. Once the flame was kindled, visualization no longer required a martial arts diagram. In a meditative state, Gu Yuan's perception seemed to expand infinitely, making him feel as if he controlled the entire world. In reality, his perception was confined to his bedroom. The sense of perception granted by his spiritual power was far more mysterious than what the naked eye could see, as if entering another world. The martial arts training system surpassed technology because it involved the human soul. Martial arts masters could perform seemingly impossible feats like dodging bullets by using their spiritual sense to capture their opponent's movements, muscle tension, and other subtle details, combined with an almost mystical sixth sense. This allowed them to predict their opponent's actions, achieving a state of near omniscience. In simple terms, they didn't need to be faster than a bullet, they just needed to be faster than their opponent. Whoosh! As Gu Yuan continued his cultivation, the fire of his spirit grew stronger. After about half an hour, he opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. The attribute page showed that his visualization progress had increased to 3100, and his mental strength had risen by 0.1 to reach 8.2. Although the increase was small, this tangible progress brought Gu Yuan a game-like satisfaction, and the growth in numbers fueled his desire to push himself harder. Visualization techniques consume mental energy, and prolonged practice can lead to fatigue. Gu Yuan knew that during the intervals needed to recover his mental energy, he could practice the body furnace technique, alternating between the two methods being the most efficient approach. Without the bloodstone from the classroom to aid him, the progress of the body furnace technique would be slower, but he was undeterred. After completing 8 cycles of the body furnace technique, Gu Yuan's energy was completely drained, leaving him collapsed on the ground, lips pale and eyes vacant, as if all his strength had been exhausted. This breakthrough made his physique stronger, increasing his body furnace progress by 3 points to 4,100 and his physical strength by 0.2 to reach 6.3. After a short rest, Gu Yuan felt a faint but vibrant surge of energy growing from deep within him. He got up, took a shower, and went downstairs to replenish his nutrition. Although his family's financial situation was modest, their meals during this stage of his training were rich enough to support his cultivation. After a hearty meal, Gu Yuan patted his full stomach with satisfaction. He deeply realized that only with a healthy body could one truly enjoy the pleasure of eating. The next day, Gu Yuan arrived at school and noticed that a few students were missing from the class. He knew that most of them had likely dropped out of the martial arts class due to their inability to adapt to the discomforts of cultivation. The remaining students didn't react much, as they were all still strangers to each other. Lin Xiaoyu came running over excitedly, trying to appear calm as she asked, "Gu Yuan, the new martial arts student rankings are out. Guess what rank I got?" Seeing through her desire to boast, Gu Yuan deliberately replied, "I guess you are." "Hey, you guessed it, I'm first." Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but interrupt, her face beaming with joy. Gu Yuan was secretly amazed by Lin Xiaoyu's talent. Ranking first among tens of thousands of new students meant she was likely the earliest to reach the first realm. However, he also understood that the current rankings were still somewhat preliminary, and once everyone reached the first realm, there would be a major reshuffling. Rankings were not just a matter of honor. They were tied to tangible rewards. The higher the rank, the more credits one earned, which could be exchanged for various cultivation resources. Gu Yuan realized he needed to accelerate his progress, feeling a sense of urgency rise within him. As dusk fell, the blood-red sky cast a doomsday-like aura over the desolate ruins. Blade walked among the debris, feeling an unprecedented comfort, as if this place was his true home. In this world of survival of the fittest, only the most primal laws of survival governed everything. In the distance, a giant skyscraper entwined with thick vines stood tall, resembling a towering tree. That was Blade's ultimate destination, but it wasn't the right time to head there yet. He was currently in the outskirts of the ruins, and the deeper he ventured, the stronger the energy fluctuations, and the more numerous and powerful the mutated beasts became. Blade understood that blindly charging ahead would only lead to his demise. He decided to adopt a steady and methodical approach, gradually advancing towards the core area. As he pondered his strategy, a powerful energy wave suddenly struck. Blade swiftly dodged, and a beam of blue light whizzed past him, leaving a fist-sized smooth hole in the wall. Tracing the source of the attack, he saw a massive black scorpion perched on the wall, its tail stinger glowing with a blue luminescence. In the next moment, another blue beam shot towards him, but Blade, now prepared, easily evaded it. Seizing the opportunity, Blade propelled himself forward with explosive force, charging at the mutated scorpion like a raging elephant. The scorpion's pincers snapped like scissors, producing a metallic clang with each movement. Faced with an attack that could sever a person in half, Blade did not retreat. Instead, he accelerated. His fist launched like a cannonball, colliding directly with the scorpion's pincer. A cracking sound echoed as the hard shell of the pincer was instantly covered in fissures, with the point of impact deeply embedded in the flesh, rendering one pincer useless. The excruciating pain triggered the scorpion's ferocity, and it let out a piercing screech, fully unleashing its beastly nature. "Don't panic." Blade advanced aggressively, seizing the opportunity to strike. At this critical moment, the mutated scorpion's tail barb lashed out like lightning, slicing through the air with a chilling gleam and a piercing whistle. Clang! Sparks flew as the sharp barb scraped against the mech's exterior, leaving a deep gash. Though he felt no pain, Blade's heart skipped a beat. Something was off. The mutated scorpion's combat prowess was on par with that of the mutated canine leader he had faced before. How could it possibly harm his evolved self? Having landed a hit, the mutated scorpion pressed its attack. Its uship tail barb aimed directly at the mech's weak spot. But Blade was not one to make the same mistake twice. He reacted swiftly, his steel hand accurately grasping the thick, black tail. The tail stinger quivered, trying to break free, but it was destined for a far grimmer fate. Bang! Blade exerted his strength, hurling the scorpion high into the air. As it spun like a windmill, the massive creature repeatedly slammed into the ground. Within seconds, the once formidable beast was reduced to an unrecognizable heap of flesh. With the battle over, Blade finally took a closer look at the scorpion's tail in his hand. A system prompt appeared. Steel-tailed iron scorpion killed, Acquired auxiliary module, active scarlet steel. Rarity, common. Type, cold weapon module. Mounting position, upper limb. Effect 1 form shaping. Can reshape the weapon upon first installation. Effect 2 scarlet heat. Weapon inflicts high temperature burns of 100 C. Description. Blood is boiling. Blade was taken aback. Was this some kind of mech module? How could a mutated beast use it? He could clearly sense the vibrant life force within the beast, confirming it wasn't a mechanical creation. Could it be that mech modules were the materialization of innate abilities, capable of being integrated not only into mechs but also into living organisms? This thought made Blade draw parallels to the super weapon systems in reality, finding them strikingly similar. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing these irrelevant musings. As long as it benefited him, the principles behind it didn't matter. He inserted the active scarlet steel, now in chip form, into the slot on his right hand. The mech had 7 slots in total located on the head, spine, heart, both hands, and both legs, each capable of mounting an auxiliary module. The rarer the module, the stronger its ability. Once installed, his right hand showed no visible change. Even the slot disappeared. With a thought, a virtual screen appeared before him. He quickly browsed through various cold weapon designs and finally selected a battle blade. A flash of light revealed a dark red, tumter-long blade in his hand. The blade radiated intense heat, distorting the surrounding air. A gentle sweep across the ground left a deep scar on the hard surface. Gripping the scarlet battle blade, Blade felt as if he had instantly gained 20 years of blade-wielding experience. His entire being exuded an aura of sharpness, as if nothing could stand in his way. 20 years of skill in one blade. Who can stop me? Blade murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he resumed his journey with determined steps. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the bed. Gu Yuan clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. The sensation of waking up stronger was addictively exhilarating. He yanked the curtains open and took a deep breath of fresh air. Last night's slaughter by Blade had increased his evolution points, though not enough to evolve his mech. His physical attributes had improved. Strength, 5.5. Constitution, 6.5. Agility, 5.1. Spirit, 8.3. These numbers indicated that Gu Yuan's physical fitness had surpassed that of an average person, comparable to a fitness enthusiast. Yet, the mirror still reflected a lean figure with no obvious muscles. A mere 2 days of protein intake wasn't enough to visibly bulk up. My body is like a small bucket becoming a medium bucket. The bucket got bigger, but the water inside didn't change. Gu Yuan struck a bodybuilding pose in the mirror and frowned. Ugh, my head doesn't match my body. Looks terrible. After criticizing himself, Gu Yuan got dressed for school. The solution to his problem was simply eat a lot and eat well. A new day started with a hearty breakfast. In history class, the teacher was lecturing about ancient civilizations. The ultra-ancient civilization predates the ancient martial era. Archaeological discoveries show that people of that time revered giant beasts, with many totems being simplified symbols of these creatures. Hence, this era is also known as the era of giant beasts. Gu Yuan listened attentively. History is the record of human civilization's progress, containing the essence of wisdom. Learning from history helps understand the rise and fall of civilizations. Human history is divided into 3 eras: the era of giant beasts, the ancient martial era, and the super martial era. The era of giant beasts was the peak of spiritual energy, where giant beasts roamed and humans were weak. In the ancient martial era, humans used their intelligence to create martial arts by imitating nature, gradually becoming the dominant force. At the end of the ancient martial era, spiritual energy waned, and extraordinary abilities faded. It wasn't until 500 years ago, when dimensional rifts appeared and spiritual energy resurged. Modern humans unearthed ancient martial arts from ruins, innovated upon them, and heralded the decline of ancient martial arts and the birth of super martial arts. This marked the beginning of the current super martial era. Although humanity was weak during the age of behemoths, it was due to our own frailty. The darkest era, however, was at the end of the ancient martial age. The teacher's voice was low and solemn, making the atmosphere in the classroom heavy. He continued, "Powerful martial artists fell from grace, and the demons they left behind still haunt us today." Gu Yuan listened quietly, unsurprised. In this era, everyone was familiar with tales of evil gods. These mythical demons had been dormant for ages, but their followers were widespread. Many horrifying massacres were attributed to these fanatics. For instance, 30 years ago, a small nation was annihilated overnight by a group of evil god worshippers. These zealots used extreme and brutal methods to try to revive their deity. However, since that annihilation event, the United Federation had been relentlessly hunting down cultists. In recent years, news of these evil god cults had become rare. That's all for today's lesson. Class dismissed. As the bell rang, The classroom buzzed with activity. Some students drank water, others headed to the restroom, each taking a break in their own way. Lin Xiaoyu turned around excitedly and asked, Xiao Yuanzi, did you see your sister's post yesterday? It was epic. Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned. He had been busy all night and hadn't checked his phone. What post? Are you really Jian's brother? How can you be less concerned about her than I am? Lin Xiaoyu sighed. True disappointment isn't loud arguments. All right, just zip it. Gu Yuan grumbled as he pulled out his phone and checked Gu Jian's latest post. Hey everyone, cough, cough. Check out my long legs. The caption was accompanied by a photo. Gu Jian stood heroically with one foot on the corpse of a mutated beast, striking a sign with her fingers. The comments section was buzzing. Goddess, please step on me. While there's still time, let me quietly say, Goo Goo. I want to be your dog. A million. I want to buy the mutated beast Goo Goo stepped on, slice it up, and eat it. It must be delicious. Gu Yuan noticed that Gu Jian had liked the comment offering a million and replied, Is this for real? It was clearly a joke. The mutated beast under Gu Jian's foot was a level 2 snow bear, equivalent to a second-tier human martial artist. Typically, mutated beasts were stronger than humans of the same level due to their physical advantages in strength and defense. The process of cultivation was about bridging the gap between humans and these creatures. But Gu Jian was already a 4th-tier martial artist, so dealing with this beast was a piece of cake. After liking the post, Gu Yuan put away his phone. Why are you so concerned about my sister? Do you want to be her loyal dog too? Gu Yuan teased. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and said coyly, What nonsense? I want to be her little darling. Ha. Gu Yuan let out a perfectly timed cold laugh. When Gu Jian first started as a travel blogger, he had mentioned it to Lin Xiaoyu to help her gain followers. Somehow, the two had ended up adding each other on social media. Gu Jian knew more about his school life than their parents did. By the way, Jian said she'll be visiting soon, Lin Xiaoyu added. I know. Gu Yuan nodded. His sister was coming back to help with his martial arts training, but with the assistance he was getting from another source, her guidance was no longer necessary. He just couldn't explain that to her right now. Soon, the bell rang again. This period was taught by their homeroom teacher, Elan. Despite being a teacher, she didn't look a day over 30. With a stern demeanor and efficient manner, her sharp gaze hinted at a military background. You should all be aware of the ranking system. Elan began straightforwardly. The current rankings are just a reference. The real rankings will start anew when you become first-tier martial artists. The first to reach the first tier will be ranked first, the second will be second, and so on. Her eyes swept across the classroom, focusing on Lin Xiaoyu and a few other students. The higher your rank, the more credits you earn each month. I don't need to explain the importance of credits. But remember, your cultivation must be solid and grounded. If your ranking is inflated and you get challenged, your true level will be exposed, and you'll just embarrass yourself. Elan concluded. If you don't become a first-tier martial artist by the end of this semester, you'll have to transfer to the liberal arts class. You have 3 months. Use your time wisely. 3 months was neither long nor short. Those with talent could become true martial artists in a few days. Those without might never make the leap, even with 3 more months. In the martial arts class, they had access to resources like visualization charts and bloodstones. If they still couldn't succeed, the martial path wasn't for them. At 4 p.m., the bell signaling the end of the school day rang. The large campus was filled with the vibrant energy of youth. This mainly applied to the liberal arts students, who had minimal academic pressure and could fully enjoy their school life before entering the real world. For the martial arts students, it was a different story. Most were deeply immersed in their training, seizing every moment. Gu Yuan and Lin Xiaoyu walked home together. Watching Lin Xiaoyu livestream on her phone, Gu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Hey, don't get too relaxed. You might lose your top rank. It was like having a friend who played games all day, but still topped the class with minimal effort. It was suffocating. Was this the arrogance of a genius? Hey guys, I'll continue the live stream when I get home. See you later. Lin Xiaoyu ended her stream and turned to Gu Yuan. Xiao Yuanzi, I've realized that the sense of achievement from being number 1 in the rankings doesn't compare to seeing my follower count grow. Watching my followers increase is so fulfilling. Look, I already have 50 followers. She beamed at her phone, radiating joy. With all due respect, your live streams have no real content. It's just your face keeping it afloat, attracting only some superficial fans. Gu Yuan didn't hold back his criticism. Lin Xiaoyu huffed, it doesn't matter what they like about me, as long as they like me. Besides, I've planned future content. I'll share some cultivation insights when I have time. It might help a lot of people. After all, I'm a martial arts genius. Alright then, we'll call you the genius mentor Lin Xiaoyu da. Gu Yuan stroked his chin, his tone tinged with mockery. Extraordinary materials like Jinggang rock and Jingshuo stone play a crucial role in martial artist training. Gu Yuan browsed through the online information, lost in thought. Super martial arts training involves integrating various exotic substances into the body, ranging from metallic ores to the bones of extraordinary creatures. This method far surpasses the ancient martial arts' reliance on pills, avoiding side effects and perfectly absorbing the material's properties. Gu Yuan's thoughts drifted to the metal ores he had acquired in the blade mech world. Although the plug-in modules might be unusable, the raw materials could still be worth a try. However, the extraordinary materials available to him were limited and might not suit his body. Super martial arts training emphasizes the compatibility between martial arts and materials. Shaking his head, Gu Yuan decided to set these thoughts aside and focus on his current training. While the blade mech could enhance his attributes, truly becoming a martial artist required igniting the fire of martial arts. On the third day of the martial arts class, Lin Xiaoyu became the first student in the grade to reach the first realm. This news served as a wake-up call, sparking a sense of urgency among the students and creating an even more intense training atmosphere. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoyu casually mentioned the upcoming selection of super martial arts techniques, but Gu Yuan listened with an impassive expression, feeling no emotional stir. He knew that only after becoming a martial artist could one choose techniques from the martial arts repository and establish a clear training direction. This was the true starting point of the martial path. Daily training commenced. The classroom was silent, with only the faint sounds of breathing. Most students were progressing slowly, but some, like Lin Xiaoyu, were advancing rapidly. Gu Yuan could clearly sense the intense aura emanating from Lin Xiaoyu in the front row, a sign of the unification of essence, energy, and spirit. After tomorrow, Lin Xiaoyu would leave this class and move to a specialized training facility. This separation signified that non-martial artists and martial artists would eventually part ways, embarking on different life paths. Gu Yuan took a deep breath and focused his mind. In his mental space, a maple leaf-shaped flame was burning, causing his blood and energy to surge. This process would burn away impurities, strengthen his physique, and refine his spirit. At his current training pace, Gu Yuan estimated it would take half a month to become a first-realm martial artist. However, if he could gain more evolution points from the blade mech and even complete a second evolution, this process might be halved. With this thought, Gu Yuan slowed his training pace and shifted his consciousness to the blade mech. Although this would slow his physical body's training speed, it allowed him to fully concentrate on controlling the mech. On the podium, the class teacher Elon frowned. As a martial arts expert, she keenly noticed Gu Yuan's sudden drop in training intensity. This usually occurred in students with insufficient blood energy or weak mental strength. Elon paid close attention to Gu Yuan. Despite his average physical constitution, his mental strength was quite good, making his overall qualities among the best in the class. However, the current situation puzzled her. Could Gu Yuan truly have poor martial arts talent as his file suggested? This didn't match her observations. Meanwhile, in another world, the blade mech was exploring the ruins. There were no signs of human activity, only the brutal ecosystem of mutant beasts hunting each other. After 2 days of reconnaissance, the blade mech had a preliminary understanding of the area. There were 2 main mutant beast gathering points, a group of armored mantises and a herd of steel-helmeted boars. The armored mantises had tough exoskeletons and sharp blades, making them formidable but scarce. The steel-helmeted boars were large with sharp tusks, and their numbers were twice that of the mantises, destroying everything in their path. Even the fierce armored mantises dared not provoke them easily. Through analysis, the blade mech discovered that these mutant beasts were not naturally evolved, but were affected by some kind of radiation. Their bodies exhibited varying degrees of metallization, reminding the blade mech of the mutant dogs and blood-patterned steel encountered earlier. Blood-patterned steel, as an extraordinary material, was likely the source of these mutations. The mutant beasts gathered around extraordinary materials, seeking further evolution opportunities. This meant that the habitats of the armored mantises and steel-helmeted boars might also contain similar extraordinary materials. Weighing his options, the blade mech decided to target the steel-helmeted boars. The mech's evolution depended on extraordinary materials, and these mutant beasts were key to obtaining them. The 2 sides were destined to be adversaries. Compared to the mutated mantis, the pros and cons of the armored wild boar are quite apparent. These creatures have thick, tough hides and excellent defense, but their attack method is rather simple. They charge headlong like out-of-control trucks. For blade mech, with his superior mental and agility attributes, there's plenty of time to react and dodge such seemingly terrifying attacks. On the other hand, the mutated mantis is agile and unpredictable, like a martial arts master. Although its individual strikes may not be as forceful as the boar's charge, it is much harder to deal with. It's decided. You're my target, big boar. Blade mech emerged from the ruins where he had been hiding. Over the past 2 days, he hadn't engaged in much combat, but had instead spent his time exploring and gathering information. In this world full of unknowns, there were too many secrets, and acting rashly could lead to irreversible consequences. After all, this wasn't a game where you could reload from a saved point. If his avatar met an untimely end, the consequences would be dire. In the virtual module, a crimson battle blade hovered in midair. Blade Mech reached out and grasped it, and in an instant, the ethereal blade became solid. His pupils glowed with a silver light as he determined his direction and headed toward the area where the armored wild boars roamed. Though he wasn't sure of the exact boundaries of this area, Blade knew that armored wild boars mostly operated here. This world had a unique ecosystem and food chain, and generally, packs of mutated beasts wouldn't stray far from their territory. As Blade Mech brazenly intruded into the boar's domain, a large boar that was tearing into its prey lifted its head. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with an unmistakable bloodthirsty desire. This mutated boar had no bristles. Its skin was as black as iron and even reflected light. Are you kidding me? Even something this tough needs to be bitten? Blade Mech muttered to himself. The monsters in this world sure have a knack for biting through anything. Suddenly, a violent gust accompanied by thunderous stomping sounds filled the air. The wild boar's savage charge stirred up a massive airflow, sending sand and stones flying. Its menacing, sharp tusks thrust forward like a pair of spears. Blade Mech effortlessly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the boar's charge. In that split second, Blade Mech bent his knees and lowered his body, his tunterlong battle blade sweeping through the air like an autumn breeze cutting through leaves. The blade precisely struck the boar's lower limbs. As the edge touched the boar's hind legs, a black light flashed, causing a slight resistance that lasted only 0.01 seconds. In the next moment, the boar's thick hind legs were severed with a single stroke. This move is called the physical emergency brake, Blade Mech thought to himself. The armored wild boar let out a harrowing scream. Without its hind legs, it lost its balance, and its front legs couldn't support its massive body. Its hindquarters dragged on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. Faced with this gruesome sight, Blade Mech didn't hesitate and swiftly ended the boar's suffering with another strike. System notification. Evolution points gained. 1. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and dust and debris started to shake. Without a second thought, Blade Mech turned and executed a tactical retreat. With astonishing speed, he kicked up a cloud of dust and vanished in the blink of an eye. Behind him, a dozen massive armored wild boars panted heavily as they gave chase, their crimson eyes full of wild rage. Realizing they couldn't catch the black figure, they roared in frustration, flattening the surrounding ruins before returning to devour their fallen comrade. From the shadows, Blade Mech observed the scene. He knew these mutated beasts had no concept of kinship. They would cannibalize each other, dead or alive. Only a more powerful mutated beast leader could control them. Blade Mech recorded the information on the armored wild boar in his database. Name: Armored Wild Boar. Level: 1. Ability: Triggered Defense Barrier. He analyzed. Their savage charge is just their attack method. The defense barrier that automatically triggers upon impact is the extraordinary ability the armored wild boars have evolved. If it weren't for that metallic black light on the boar's skin, the blade wouldn't have faced any resistance. Not to mention the additional 5 sharpness points from the unyielding blade. The Scarlet Training Blade's module effect alone could easily cut through metal. Watching the chaotic party in the distance, Blade Mech turned and quietly left. A dozen big guys ganging up on a young mech like me is just not fair. This party isn't for me. Too many of them. I can't handle it. 1v1 or 1v2 is more my style. At that moment, Gu Yuan was awakened by a voice in the real world. Wake up, Xiao Yuan. Wake up. Class is over. Gu Yuan opened his eyes to see Lin Xiaoyu looking at him with an odd expression. Around them, their classmates had already headed off to eat after the cultivation class ended. What's up? Did I get even more handsome? Gu Yuan joked as he touched his face. Lin Xiaoyu glanced at the podium and lowered her voice. Gu Yuan, were you sleeping just now? It didn't look like you were cultivating. I know cultivation can be really boring and tedious. Sometimes I feel like sleeping would be better too. But you can't actually sleep during class. Hold on. Gu Yuan interrupted her. I wasn't sleeping. I was just resting my eyes because I was mentally exhausted from cultivating. When I'm controlling my avatar, I can't maintain my cultivation state for long periods. It's hard to explain, so let's just leave it at that. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Lin Xiaoyu apologized sincerely, her hands pressed together. Her exceptional cultivation talent meant she had never experienced the struggles that ordinary people faced, and she had momentarily forgotten that Gu Yuan was not like her. By the way, when Sister Jian returns, she should bring you some resources to help replenish your energy and enhance your physique. That way, your cultivation progress can improve. Gu Yuan shook his head slightly. Energy and physique weren't urgent for him. With his avatar, he could improve those over time. During the recent cultivation class, Blade Mech had killed 3 armored wild boars, earning over 3 evolution points, which had slightly boosted his main body's attributes. He had already advised Gu Jian not to spend money on cultivation resources for him. given his current rapid progress, who knew if he would still need them by the time she returned. To prove he was a cultivation prodigy who didn't need those resources, Gu Yuan had assured Gu Jian last night that he would definitely reach the first realm and become a true martial artist within half a month. His sister had spent a lot of money over the years to improve his physique, and if it weren't for him, she might have made even more progress in her own cultivation. Damn it, if only my avatar had awakened sooner, I wouldn't have been such a burden to my sister, Gu Yuan thought, clenching his fist and vowing to quickly enhance his strength so he wouldn't be a burden to her any longer. Returning home, Gu Yuan turned on his phone and was immediately drawn to a trending news story. Rare avalanche in the Tibetan plateau reveals ancient temple ruins. Authorities have dispatched personnel to secure the site. Curious, he clicked on the details. The article briefly described the responsibilities of the Bureau of Martial Affairs. As an official organization of the Xia Kingdom, it not only eradicates mutant beasts but also handles various emergencies, including the discovery of ancient relics. The Tibetan region is renowned for its rich religious culture and numerous temple ruins, but extreme cold and the presence of mutant beasts hinder many adventurers' explorations. Frowning in thought, Gu Yuan quickly messaged his sister, Gu Jian. Sis, I saw the news about an avalanche in the Tibetan plateau. Are you okay? Although the news didn't mention any casualties, he couldn't help but worry. A few minutes later, Gu Jian replied, I'm perfectly fine. Let me tell you, I saw the avalanche with my own eyes. The scene was beyond spectacular, and I even recorded it. I'll send it to you. Soon, a video appeared on Gu Yuan's screen. In the footage, the avalanche roared like an enraged ice beast, with snow cascading down the mountain, obliterating everything in its path. Even though the filming location was far from the avalanche's center, the rumbling noise was still clearly audible. The avalanche lasted for over 10 minutes, and once the dust settled, an ancient temple emerged, glistening in the sunlight and snow, exuding a sacred aura. You actually captured the newly unearthed ancient ruins? Gu Yuan asked in surprise, amazed at his sister's luck in documenting the entire event. Surprised? Huh? Gu Jian replied smugly. Gu Yuan tried to zoom in on the video to see more details, but the blurry pixels made it impossible. Just as he was about to ask for more information, Gu Jian sent another message. By the way, I might join the official team to explore the ruins, so I'll be home later than expected. Remember, you promised me you'd become a martial artist within half a month. It turned out that after discovering the ruins, Gu Jian had immediately reported them to the Bureau of Martial Affairs. Thanks to her connection with her former mentor, Professor Zhu Ruozi, she secured a spot in the exploration team. Gu Yuan recalled how his sister had politely declined the professor's offer to become her last disciple, despite the professor being at least a 6th-rank martial artist, and couldn't help but shake his head. After their chat, Gu Yuan felt somewhat relieved, but his curiosity about the mysterious ruins only grew stronger. On Wednesday, Gu Yuan walked into the classroom and saw Lin Xiaoyu packing her things, preparing to move to another training facility. The class was in a somber mood, with everyone seeming absent-minded. Xiao Yuanzi, I'm leaving. We won't be training together anymore, so make sure you work hard while I'm gone, Lin Xiaoyu said emotionally. Gu Yuan's mouth twitched. You're leaving, not dying. Don't make it sound so dramatic. I'm just trying to give you a sense of urgency. You don't appreciate my good intentions, Lin Xiaoyu sighed deeply. Just go, don't disturb my training. Gu Yuan shook his head, not wanting to engage further. All right, I'm leaving. Lin Xiaoyu patted Gu Yuan's shoulder and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Watching Lin Xiaoyu's solitary figure disappear, Gu Yuan let out a long sigh. Achieving the first rank within 5 days was considered top talent, and Lin Xiaoyu had done it in 3 days, making her a genius among geniuses. In the following days, more and more students reached the first rank and left the classroom. First, a low-key wealthy boy, then a girl. As time passed, the number of students dwindled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. By the 12th day of the martial arts class, half the students were gone. Some had reached the first rank and moved to advanced training facilities, while others, feeling hopeless, had voluntarily dropped out. The remaining students worked even harder, hoping to quickly escape the classroom that felt like a sieve. After lunch that day, Gu Yuan and Lin Xiaoyu strolled around the campus, chatting about their training experiences. Lin Xiaoyu talked more, while Gu Yuan listened. By the way, how's your training going, Xiao Yuanzi? I can see some noticeable muscle definition, Lin Xiaoyu said, squeezing Gu Yuan's arm. Not bad. I should reach the first rank in a couple of days. Gu Yuan smiled. I think surpassing you is just a matter of time. Oh, getting cocky, are we? Lin Xiaoyu raised her fair fist. Do you know, someone challenged me yesterday thinking I was just a pretty face. I slapped him down so hard he couldn't get up. Someone finally challenged you? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Xiaoyu was the first in their grade to become a martial artist and had maintained her top position without challenge. Given their age, he didn't believe others feared her. They were likely waiting for someone to test her strength first. Once there's a first challenger, there'll be a second, a third. Until everyone acknowledges my strength, Lin Xiaoyu said. That's the real martial arts high school life. Right now, it's just child's play. Listening to her, Gu Yuan glanced at his attribute panel, thinking he was about ready to reach the first rank. Everything was in place, just waiting for the right moment. Tonight, it's time to make my move. Lin Xiaoyu and Gu Yuan were chatting leisurely when a girl with a baby face walked towards them. Gu Yuan's eyes instinctively narrowed as he thought to himself, this girl has a nice figure, but her face looks like a middle schooler's. Quite a contrast. Is she your friend? Gu Yuan asked in a low voice. Yes, Lin Xiaoyu replied curtly. The baby-faced girl's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, your friend is so handsome, she exclaimed. Gu Yuan cleared his throat and said modestly, ahem, I'm just okay, nothing special. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, thinking, there he goes, acting all modest again. It turned out the baby-faced girl with the impressive figure was Qi Xinyue, a friend Lin Xiaoyu had met at their new training grounds. Qi Xinyue was lively and talkative. After chatting for a while, Gu Yuan returned to the classroom to continue his training. Gu Yuan checked his status panel. Strength, 9.3. Constitution, 8.9. Agility, 8.5. Spirit, 12.2. Techniques, Flame Visualization Progress 89100. Body Forge Method Progress 78100. 12 days of diligent training, along with some help from his doppelganger, had brought Gu Yuan's attributes close to the limits of an ordinary person. One more step, and he would enter the extraordinary realm, the first stage of martial arts. Gu Yuan felt a surge of joy. The doppelganger's feedback has significantly boosted my training speed. If the blade mecha evolves smoothly tonight, I might break through. Tomorrow, I can apply to go to another training ground to learn new techniques. As he pondered, Gu Yuan entered a deep state of training. Night fell, and the city lights flickered on. After dinner, Gu Yuan returned to his room and shifted his consciousness into another body. He felt the immense strength that far surpassed his main body and flexed his wrist, moving his body slightly. These past few days, Gu Yuan, in his assassin form, had been relentlessly hunting down isolated steel-helmed boars. He had accumulated 17 evolution points, just 2 short of the second evolution. The steel-helmed boar herd was now reduced to 2 ordinary mutated boars and 1 steel-helmed boar king. The boar population in this area was nearly wiped out. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from a distance. Thud, thud, thud. A flicker of surprise crossed Blade Mecha's eyes. Damn, is someone trying to steal my prey? He thought. Without delay, the black figure darted towards the source of the sound. As he got closer, a massive roar echoed through the area. Roar. Recognizing the familiar sound, Blade Mecha quickened his pace, shouting internally, hang in there, brother boar. I'm coming to help. The steel-helmed boar king was once a dominant force in this region, but constant hunting had severely weakened its strength. In the world of mutated beasts, the weak become prey. Boom. Blade Mecha's heavy body landed with a thud, his streamlined steel frame exuding a murderous aura. In the battlefield, a giant striped mantis had its forelimbs pressed against the boar king's head. The boar king, covered in wounds, was bleeding profusely from gashes so deep they exposed bone. It was on the brink of death. The 2 remaining ordinary steel-helmed boars had long been dead. Mantises are natural predators among insects. Their robust forelimbs, like large blades, are lined with hard serrations. They move swiftly, and their prey appears in slow motion through their developed compound eyes. Among similarly sized creatures, a mutated mantis could easily overpower a mutated boar. Seeing that the boars no longer had a numerical advantage, the mantis king had come directly to enjoy the long-coveted feast. In the world of mutated creatures, the fastest way to evolve, aside from extraordinary resources, is to hunt and consume powerful beings. Realizing he was a step too late and that the prey had fallen into the mantis king's clutches, Blade Mecha gripped his battle knife tightly. With a fierce aura burning the air, he roared internally, brother boar, I'll avenge you. Initially, Blade Mecha had planned to avoid provoking the mutated mantises until after his evolution, considering their formidable combat abilities. But now, with his evolutionary material gone, he had no choice but to substitute with the mantises. Swish! The serrated forelimbs flashed with a golden light, slicing through the air. Clang! Sparks flew. What speed! Blade Mecha glanced at the deep groove on his arm. I couldn't block that strike in time and had to take it with my arm. But with a steel body, I can repair any damage by consuming some metal. A mecha isn't so easily damaged. However, he noted, the force of that attack wasn't as strong as I expected. Blade Mecha had assumed the Mantis King's forelimbs were extremely lethal, but the first clash revealed its true strength lay in its speed. It seems this creature evolved for speed, with sharpness as a secondary trait. Hiss! The air tore with a sound like a snake's hiss as the Mantis King slashed down with its serrated forelimbs. Blade Mecha set his battle knife aside, thinking, a tumper-long battle knife is great for large mutated beasts, but for a speed-focused creature like this mantis, fists might be better. Boom. A punch as fast as lightning struck, distorting the air. The steel fist crashed into the serrated forelimb with unstoppable force. Crack. A crisp breaking sound echoed as the Mantis King's right forelimb was shattered by the punch. Blood gushed from the break. The forelimbs were the Mantis King's weapons and the hardest part of its body. With one limb broken, instinct told it to flee. In the next moment, a large hand grabbed the Mantis King's neck. Blade Mecha thought, I overestimated my opponent and underestimated myself. The so-called Mantis King is nothing special. Maybe I've just grown too strong, too fast. What seemed threatening a few days ago is now insignificant. The accumulation of evolution points had continuously enhanced Blade Mecha's attributes. When they reached a peak, it would be time for evolution. With a sudden exertion, Blade Mecha ripped the Mantis King's head and body apart. He thought, in terms of threat, this Mantis King is less dangerous than the steel-helmed boar. A heat-in collision with the boar could have left a hole in my mecha body. After all, many people have been sent to other worlds by trucks. Evolution points gained. 3. Evolution points. 2020 ready for evolution. How embarrassing. Blade Mecha thought, looking at the meager 3 points. Even with such a disparity in combat power, it only gave a little more evolution value. The mutated dog leader was much weaker, but still gave 2 points, and this Mantis King only gave 3. Although both were first-level mutated beasts, Blade Mecha realized evolution points were tied to life energy, not combat power. Life energy might influence combat power, but wasn't the sole factor. The Mantis King's unique physique and agile limbs naturally gave it an edge over other mutated creatures. So, the steel-helmed boar has more life energy than the Mantis King? Blade Mecha suddenly realized the Boar King's larger, stronger body might yield more evolution points. What a loss. Damn creature, he thought, glancing at the Mantis King's corpse. He sighed, realizing he was a step too late. But now, with enough evolution points to evolve, his next task was to gather evolution materials. The Mantis King and steel-helmed boar's nests likely held extraordinary materials. Blaze opened the mech's core furnace, integrating some steel materials into it. As the materials melted, the scars on the mech's surface slowly vanished, restoring it to its original state. After completing the repairs, he immediately activated the energy detection system. Although he didn't know the exact location of the steel-helmed boar, Blaze believed that extraordinary materials would surely emit energy waves. He decided to follow the direction where the energy fluctuations were strongest. This energy detection system was incredibly handy, almost like a high-tech treasure hunter. The only downside was that it couldn't distinguish in advance whether the energy source was a mutant beast or an extraordinary item. He had to get close to confirm it. Traversing the landscape of ruins intertwined with greenery, Blaze journeyed through this desolate land. After pushing through a patch of low shrubs, he finally discovered the steel-helmed boar's lyra-cleared area strewn with hoof prints. In the center of the clearing stood a half-man-high iron chunk, its lower part deeply embedded in the ground. This gray iron piece resembled a tombstone, exuding an unusual aura. Blaze approached cautiously, feeling the air grow thick, as if he were underwater. The abnormal gravity field slowed his movements, making every swing of his arm feel uncomfortable. Touching the iron block, a string of information surfaced. Starfall iron quality, level 1, type, material, effect, enhances mech, increases body density and hardness, automatically triggers a defense shield when attacked. Description: a super alloy containing celestial fragments. This defensive material was just what Blaze needed. In his vision, the blade mech should evolve into a hexagonal warrior, balanced and comprehensive. Although some say that balance means mediocrity, at a certain level, balance signifies no weaknesses and absolute strength. Of course, this was an ideal state that would take a long time to achieve. Blaze struggled to pull the Starfall iron from the ground, revealing its full form: a tumper-long, half-meter-wide, irregular rectangular iron block. According to the description, the core of the Starfall iron was celestial fragments, likely a component of some massive mech. Hoisting the heavy Starfall iron, Blaze's steps became exceptionally slow. Despite this material being enough to initiate evolution, he decided to check out the mutant mantis nest first. There might be better evolution materials there. Laboriously reaching the base of a towering tree, Blaze discovered it was the gathering place of the mutant mantises. 7 or 8 green mutant mantises hung from the tree. He understood that it was the radiation from the extraordinary material that attracted these wild creatures. Blaze slammed the Starfall iron onto the ground, emanating an aura of excitement, his silver pupils gleaming with anticipation. However, the awakened mutant mantises were evidently hostile. Their wings vibrated violently, producing a piercing buzz, and their compound eyes rotated incessantly, filled with aggression. A faint golden blur shot towards Blaze but slowed down abruptly within 10 meters, revealing its clear form. Clearly, the gravitational suppression of the Starfall Iron severely affected the speed-dependent mutant mantises. Blaze swung his blade, and the blazing blade light sliced through several arm blades like a hot knife through butter. With the core module and blood fury in play, seemingly small wounds sprayed copious amounts of blood, creating a rain of blood. In no time, all the mutant mantises were eradicated. After dealing with the pesky mutants, Blaze turned his attention to the giant tree before him. Embedded deep into the tree trunk was a wrist-thick steel rod, seemingly fused with the tree over the years. Pulling out the nearly 3-meter-long steel rod, the tree immediately wilted, shedding countless dry leaves. Blaze realized that this nutrient rod was the reason the tree grew so tall in the steel wasteland. If not for today's extraction, it might have evolved into an intelligent mutant plant in the future. Examining the extracted steel rod, the information displayed. Life essence quality, level 2. Effect: induces optimal evolution for life forms. Description: an essence formed by the natural condensation of life factors, possessing incredible power. Blaze was ecstatic. This was a boon for anyone with decision paralysis. Although the evolution was random, he wasn't worried. After all, his ultimate goal was an all-around mech, so it didn't matter which aspect evolved first. Surveying the surroundings, Blaze dug a hole in the high part of the giant tree and crawled inside. He initiated the evolution program, selecting the life essence as the evolution material. The essence melted into a viscous green liquid, coating the mech surface. Over time, countless green threads spread like vines inside the mech, connecting its entire body. The rich life energy contrasted sharply with the angular steel frame. After an unknown period, all the life energy dissipated. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a futuristic, streamlined mech leaped from the tree, kicking up a cloud of dust. This was Blaze after his second evolution, completely transformed. Clenching his fist, feeling the surging power within, Blaze's silver eyes gleamed with excitement. He couldn't wait to open the attribute panel and check the specifics of this evolution. Mecha Blade Force of Nature, Advanced Rank. The attribute panel clearly displays Strength 38, Defense 35, Agility 36, Spirit 41. Energy is at full capacity, 50-50, and armor value stands at 30-30. The core module Unyielding Edge gleams with a cold light, granting Blade increased sharpness and adaptive weapon traits when using bladed weapons. The Blood Vengeance attack causes enemies to continuously lose energy and life, while Life Mechanism absorbs life energy from the void to replenish energy or repair the mecha. The Crimson Saber on its right arm is ready to strike. Evolution value: 0-100. The second evolution brought the suffix, Force of Nature, in the new Life Mechanism core module to Blade. Curiously, Blade slashed its arm with the Crimson Saber. The blade hissed, leaving a glowing, red-hot mark. The Blood Vengeance effect triggered, causing the mecha's energy to drain. At that moment, the Life Mechanism activated, summoning energy from the void to quickly gather at the wound. The steel arm healed at a visible rate, restoring to its original state and refilling the lost energy. This process is far more powerful than photosynthesis. The Life Mechanism can convert various forms of energy from the environment into usable energy for the mecha, making it a formidable combat and survival module. Blade was slightly surprised, realizing that among the 3 core modules, the Life Mechanism might be the strongest. Gazing at the towering skyscraper entwined with vines in the distance, Blade set a new goal for itself. Meanwhile, the evolution of the avatar brought significant benefits to Gu Yuan. As his attributes steadily increased, he felt his internal energy surge like molten lava, and his mental acuity sharpened. He faintly sensed the presence of extraordinary energy in the air. Spiritual energy. Gu Yuan's expression turned serious. It was the existence of spiritual energy that allowed martial arts to transcend the ordinary and enabled infinite evolution of life. The first step to becoming a martial artist is to draw spiritual energy into the body, purifying and strengthening it, transcending human limits. But before this can happen, the spirit must ignite the body's furnace, achieving a resonance between spirit and body. In that moment of unity, the body naturally draws in spiritual energy. With his physical and mental attributes continuously improving, Gu Yuan took a deep breath and entered a meditative state. He simultaneously activated the visualization method and the furnace method, causing his spiritual fire to burn more intensely, and his physical energy to surge like a furnace. The proficiency of both methods naturally reached 100. At that moment, Gu Yuan's mind buzzed, and he heard the roar of rivers in his ears. The extraordinary energy from the outside world poured into his body, igniting it like gasoline. A strong burning sensation swept through him. Under the tempering of extraordinary energy, his fascia, muscles, bones, and internal organs all started to burn. Gu Yuan's entire body turned red, emitting steam, as his internal energy circulated wildly, and his heart pounded like a drum. This was a transformation beyond limits, a fierce evolution of life. With each passing second, Gu Yuan's body grew stronger. As time passed, his internal energy gradually calmed, and the heat dissipated. He suddenly opened his eyes, his spirit highly concentrated, with a spark of electricity flashing in his gaze, perfectly matching the Taoist description of void room generating electricity. The first realm of martial arts, transcending the ordinary. Gu Yuan felt the fundamental difference between his body and the mecha. Both were powerful, but the human body could perceive the mysteries of the universe, the root of all living things. Mechas, on the other hand, followed the most primitive material evolution, drawing their strength from materials and substances. Martial arts could achieve enlightenment and reach the pinnacle in a moment, but without evolution materials, a mecha could never progress. This was the greatest difference between humans and mechas. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Gu Yuan opened his attribute page. His physical attributes had undergone a significant transformation. Strength 21, Constitution 18, Agility 18, Spirit 23. Both the visualization method and the furnace method reached 100,100. The most noticeable change was his physique. His previously well-fitting clothes had become a size too small, or rather, he had become more muscular. His tight clothes outlined his muscles clearly, resembling a Greek sculpture full of power. The price of this potential activation was hunger gnawing, ravenous hunger, with every cell in his body signaling his brain to eat. Gu Yuan licked his lips hungrily, tugged at his tight collar, and with a rip, his clothes tore open, revealing his muscular body. Looking at the torn fabric in his hands, he paused for a moment, then decided to rip off the rest of his clothes and threw them into the trash. He walked into the kitchen shirtless. At this point, filling his stomach was the priority. The next morning, Li Mei got up and went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. When she opened the fridge, her jaw dropped. "Honey, did a rat get into the kitchen last night?" Hearing the commotion, Gu Tongsheng put on his glasses and hurried over to check. The couple exchanged a silent glance, both wondering, what kind of rat could empty a fridge? Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was devouring breakfast at a local eatery. He occupied an entire table by himself, which was covered with empty bowls and plates. While others would progress gradually in their cultivation, even needing supplementary nutrition after a breakthrough, Gu Yuan's attribute boost was so intense that he advanced 10 steps in one. This rapid progress demanded an equally extraordinary amount of energy. Clearing out the fridge last night hadn't been enough, so he had to step out early for a hearty breakfast. Gu Yuan walked into the classroom and looked around, but the homeroom teacher, Elan, was nowhere to be seen. He frowned slightly, realizing that the teacher might still be in the office. As a newly advanced cultivator, he needed to find Elan to register his breakthrough so he could access the new cultivation area and choose his techniques. Gu Yuan's departure from the classroom caught the attention of his classmates. A girl speculated enviously, "Do you think Gu Yuan has made a breakthrough and is going to register with the teacher?" A boy next to her shook his head in disbelief. "No way, Gu Yuan's physique is so weak. How could he have made a breakthrough so quickly? It's only been a few days, and there's still a long way to go before the 3-month mark." Although the incident of Gu Yuan vomiting blood during a physical test had spread across Yunhai Martial High School, his classmates treated it as a joke rather than openly mocking him. After all, only about 20 of students could break through to the first level of cultivation, while the remaining 80 had no chance of pursuing martial arts. Those who couldn't cultivate would switch to the liberal arts class and become ordinary people. "Maybe Gu Yuan is going to the teacher to quit the martial arts class," one student guessed. "I've noticed his performance in cultivation classes has been declining recently. You've noticed too? I heard that teacher Elan seems disappointed with Gu Yuan's progress as well." "That's not quite right," another student corrected. "Teacher E is disappointed with all of us who are left. Those with talent have already started to shine, while those without are just biding their time. In this batch, only a few will break through within 3 months." These words made everyone sigh. Some even expressed that if it weren't for their family's support, they would have quit the martial arts class as well. The students encouraged each other, but the atmosphere remained somewhat gloomy. Meanwhile, in Elan's office, a boy with a crew cut was processing his withdrawal from the class. Elan didn't ask many questions, simply instructing him to pack his things and leave. Gu Yuan brushed past this student, suddenly realizing he didn't even know his name. He walked into the office, and Elan frowned slightly. "What do you need?" "Teacher, I have broken through to the first level of martial arts," Gu Yuan said calmly. Elan looked up sharply, scrutinizing him. "You said you've broken through to the first level?" After confirming that Gu Yuan did show signs of a breakthrough, Elan had him fill out a form and then took him to the testing area. In the testing area, other teachers were discussing the outstanding performance of this year's students. Gu Yuan realized he was the only familiar face among the 15 students taking the test. A tall boy named Tuoba Hao approached Gu Yuan and complimented his looks. Gu Yuan could only respond politely, feeling a bit helpless. The test began, and the students took turns demonstrating their punching and kicking power. Tuoba outperformed exceptionally well, with his punch force reaching 410 kilograms, impressing everyone. When it was Gu Yuan's turn, he stood before the punching machine and took a deep breath. With a powerful punch, the number jumped to 428 kilograms, surpassing Tuoba Hao's record. His kick force test result was even more astonishing, reaching 836 kilograms. This result shocked everyone, including Elan, who had maintained a stoic expression. She speculated that Gu Yuan might be an awakened talent, which would explain his sudden surge in strength. Tuoba Hao exclaimed in surprise, "Gu Yuan, you weren't kidding after all." Gu Yuan humbly replied, "You're impressive too, just a bit behind me." After the testing phase, it was time to choose a cultivation method. Elan suddenly turned to Gu Yuan, her eyes flashing with curiosity. "Gu Yuan, have you noticed any changes in your body recently?" Gu Yuan's heart tightened, but he maintained a calm exterior and replied steadily, "I seem to have developed a bigger appetite." Elan nodded, her expression unchanged. "That's normal. You might be an acquired awakener, and your body could develop some special abilities. If you feel any discomfort, make sure to inform the teacher." An acquired awakener. Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned, quickly processing the term's implications. He thought to himself, if he truly were an awakener, it should have been innate. However, his splitting ability seemed to surpass the scope of ordinary awakeners. "Understood, teacher." Gu Yuan decided to play along, using the awakener identity as a cover to pave the way for his genius persona. Elan continued to advise, "Be cautious when selecting your cultivation method. Consider your strengths and future training path. The best choice isn't necessarily the highest grade, but the one most suitable for you." With that, she swiped her ID card to open a metal door. "All right, you can go in now." Curious, Gu Yuan walked in, only to find himself not in a library filled with books, but in a high-tech lab. After verifying his identity, he put on a helmet and was instantly transported into a starry expanse. Mental scan complete. Welcome to the Super Martial database. Your current access level is beginner. An automated voice greeted him. Amidst the dazzling river of stars, countless cultivation methods streaked by like meteors. Though it seemed vast and boundless, Gu Yuan's actual options were only a few dozen, the rest being the nation's heritage, available for a mere glimpse. The beginner-level methods were designed for newcomers and covered various aspects. The Vajra body focused on strength and defense, the illusion god technique on mental perception, and the scarlet flame skill on vitality and true force. Gu Yuan carefully read through each method's description and finally chose the 7 Secrets of True Martial. This comprehensive cultivation method included 7 secret techniques, each targeting different powers. Despite its difficulty, mastering it would make him nearly invincible at the same level. After selecting his method, the starry expanse vanished, replaced by an ancient martial arts training ground. A shadowy figure began demonstrating the training moves, with the flow of vitality clearly visible, accompanied by synchronized explanations and annotations. When Gu Yuan emerged, it was already lunchtime. He was supposed to head to the dedicated cafeteria for martial arts freshmen, but he remembered that he still didn't have a warrior badge. Reluctantly, he returned to his usual spot for a quick meal. Just as he was about to leave, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Elan. "After lunch, pack your things and come to my office." After replying, Gu Yuan hurriedly finished his meal and returned to the classroom to gather his belongings. Most of his classmates were busy with their own training and paid little attention to his departure. "Gu Yuan, are you going back to the liberal arts class?" His seatmate, Zhong Shuegue, suddenly asked. "No, I've just broken through to the first level of martial arts, so I need to train elsewhere," Gu Yuan explained. "You've broken through to the first level?" Zhong Shuegue exclaimed, drawing the attention of other classmates. "Yes, I broke through last night," Gu Yuan said calmly. "Congratulations." Zhong Shuegue forced a smile, feeling a pang of envy. "All right, I'm off. See you." Gu Yuan bid a simple farewell and left the classroom amidst envious glances. As soon as he left, the room buzzed with whispers. Some marveled at Gu Yuan's talent, while others lamented their own lack of progress. Watching his classmates' reactions, Zhong Shuegue suddenly thought that perhaps being an ordinary high school student wasn't so bad after all. Ding! A message popped up on his phone. Gu Yuan thought it was from his homeroom teacher, Elan, urging him about something, but it turned out to be from his sister, Gu Jiyan. "Hey little brother, this afternoon I'm going to visit the ancient temple ruins with Professor Zhu and her team. We might even see the relics of some high monks, maybe even some Saraira. I'll try to take a few pictures for you." Attached to the message were several distant photos of the ruins, with the words Ganbu Temple faintly visible. Gu Jiyan reminded him again, "Be careful and don't wander off alone." Don't worry, Gu Yuan replied. "This ancient site has some extraordinary elements from the ancient martial era, but it's not particularly dangerous. If it weren't so deep in the Tibetan region, it could have been a tourist spot after being handled properly. What a pity, Gu Jian teased. I mean, don't be clumsy and break any of those antiques. You wouldn't be able to pay for them even if you sold everything you own. Gu Yuan chuckled, thinking about how the news described the ruins as cultural heritage rather than a perilous place. Besides, with the Bureau of Martial Affairs and Professor Zhu's team, safety wasn't a concern. After a bit more chatting, Gu Jian had to prepare for departure, and Gu Yuan put away his phone and walked into Elan's office. Elan placed a badge in front of Gu Yuan and said, "This is your badge, and also your pass to the new training grounds. Remember to wear it at all times." She paused and then asked, "What's your elective martial art?" "Jinwu 7 Secrets," Gu Yuan replied. Elan nodded thoughtfully and said, "Jinwu 7 Secrets is one of the top choices among beginner martial arts. Choosing it makes sense. However, only 1 in 10 students who start it manage to see it through, with many switching to other techniques halfway. As a teacher, she didn't want her students to waste time and effort on Jinwu 7 Secrets, but she understood the youthful ambition and determination to try. Therefore, she felt it was more important to encourage rather than discourage. You know the difficulty of Jinwu 7 Secrets, Elan said with a confident smile. Although I've never practiced it myself, the fierce form is similar to the martial arts I specialize in, and I can guide you through it. Thank you, teacher, Gu Yuan said, glancing at Elan's right hand. Understanding that she practiced Thunder Force martial arts, which involved refining her right hand with thunder steel, making it similar to the fierce and dominant fierce form. Elan then took out some documents from her drawer, detailing various precautions, management regulations, and benefits for martial arts students. One of the benefits included receiving training resources from the logistics department after making an official breakthrough, helping students get a quick start on their martial arts journey. There were also other hidden perks. In reality, major martial arts schools in Xia country were essentially martial training camps and reserve troops. The goal of training martial arts students was to combat mutant beasts and evil god followers, alleviating the pressure from dimensional rifts. Martial arts students were considered semi-military, with some dying during school trials every year. This was made clear from the moment they joined the martial arts class. With great power comes great responsibility. The silver badge bore the image of a cloud with a soaring rock, symbolizing the journey of martial arts, like a rock rising with the wind, soaring 9,000 miles high. Gu Yuan pinned the badge to his chest and left the office, heading to the logistics department to collect his training resources. A set of training resources included 10 credits, which could be used to exchange for materials, weapons, martial arts techniques, etc., serving as the currency in martial arts high schools. Besides credits, he could also receive a piece of super martial material. Super martial materials were used specifically for refining martial arts techniques. The main difference between super martial and ancient martial arts was the ability to refine materials to enhance the body, making training more effective. Jinwu's 7 secrets required refining the body with 7 types of super martial materials. Thus, Gu Yuan had to make a choice when receiving his super martial material. Each form had its own strengths. Steel form enhanced attack, solid form improved defense, fierce form was fierce and dominant, flow form used leverage, chi form refined true strength, heart form trained willpower, and shock form tempered the body. While pondering, Gu Yuan arrived at the logistics department's building. The hall was bustling with students, all wearing their martial arts badges. Occasionally, powerful third-year students passed by. Only here could one see so many third-year students. Unlike the second-year martial arts newcomers, third-year students spent most of their time off campus, rarely seen unless on important occasions. "Hello, what do you need?" the staff at the counter asked. The badge contained high-tech features that automatically read the identity information, confirming it before the staff inquired. "I'm a new student who just made a breakthrough today. I'd like to collect a heart source crystal," Gu Yuan replied. The free super martial materials were limited to levels 13, and the heart source crystal was a level 3 material with rare mental attributes, perfect for training the heart form. As for the other 6 secret materials, he could obtain them from his avatar. After recent battles, the blade mech had collected 4 types of materials, though not of high levels. Adding the heart source crystal made 5, which was enough for his current training. The remaining flow form and steel form could wait. After becoming an official martial artist, the schedule was quite flexible, with only 2 hours of public classes in the morning. The rest of the time was self-arranged. Returning to the training area, Gu Yuan spent 1 credit to book a training room. The room was small, about 30 square meters, equipped with some training posts, and had a higher concentration of energy particles compared to outside. This cost me a tenth of my savings, Gu Yuan thought. 1 credit for 3 hours wasn't a bad deal, but it still pained him a bit, considering 1 credit was worth 2 to 3,000 on the black market, while the heart source crystal cost 30 credits. I need to aim for the top 30 on the leaderboard, Gu Yuan resolved. He remembered that the top 30 could book training rooms for free and received an increase in monthly credits from 3 to 5. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan held the blue crystal in his hand. The heart form trained willpower. Willpower was closely linked to the spirit. Humans were powerful not only because of their limitless physical potential, but also because of their boundless mental willpower. When these two collided, great miracles were born, such as the original martial arts. In the dark, void-like realm of consciousness, a dazzling flame burned brightly. Above this flame hovered a sapphire-like droplet of water. As the spiritual fire blazed, the surface of the droplet emitted faint glimmers of light, barely visible to the naked eye. In Gu Yuan's mental perception, these glimmers darted into the flame like moths to a flame, transforming into fuel that made the fire burn even brighter. 2 hours later, Gu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a subtle but intense pressure emanating from them. The cultivation of the heart form not only tempered his will, but also heightened his five senses, making his perception even sharper. He even began to sense a faint sixth sense, a premonition of danger. Gu Yuan understood well the close connection between the mind and the body. Just as emotions affect hormone secretion, martial meditation techniques stimulate hormones in a way that guides the body toward beneficial evolution. At this moment, his blood and energy flowed like molten lava, putting him in an optimal state for cultivation. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan put away the heart source crystal, now slightly depleted, and a simple line flashed across his palm. Instantly, a red crystal appeared in his hand, a first-grade material known as cloudburst stone, marked with a unique cloud pattern on its surface. Cloudburst stone is a volatile crystal often used to forge extraordinary firearms or assist in the cultivation of forceful techniques like flame fist and explosive palm. This marble-sized cloudburst stone had the explosive power of a rocket. Holding it, Gu Yuan felt a tinge of nervousness. Such a close-range explosion could obliterate him. Despite the resilience of cultivators, even a first-level martial artist's body couldn't withstand a missile blast. In this era of super martial arts, martial cultivation was mainstream, but modern military technology also advanced rapidly, even developing space-based weapons. Satellites filled the outer space, monitoring every anomaly on land. Apart from the oceans, humans remained the dominant force on land. If not for the threat of dimensional rifts, humanity would have already conquered the entire planet. Gu Yuan began to circulate the fire form. Instantly, a tremendous roar echoed in his ears, his body shaking violently, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Guided by his mental power, the violent energy of the cloudburst stone merged into his body, making his already boiling blood surge even more. This uncontrollable energy required time to adapt. Seeing that the cultivation of the fire form was not as smooth as the heart form, Gu Yuan initiated his backup plan: attribute point conversion. 3 life crystals instantly turned to powder, adding 12 attribute points to his attribute panel. Gu Yuan's attributes were immediately updated. Strength 21, Constitution 18, Agility 18, Spirit 25. As for techniques, the heart form of the true martial 7 secrets had reached the beginner level 1100, while the fire form was still at the novice stage. Available attribute points, 12. Facing the difficulties of cultivating the fire form, Gu Yuan decisively chose to allocate points. After consuming 2 attribute points, a fierce and domineering energy surged through his body, locking in the cloudburst stone's energy and channeling it along the fire form's pathway, etching shallow cloud patterns into his meridians. In just 10 minutes, bolstered by the attribute points, the fire form had successfully reached the beginner level. Gu Yuan exhaled a hot breath and resumed circulating the fire form. Instantly, his blood surged, boiling as if his entire body had turned into a furnace, brimming with explosive power. Boom! His heavy punch struck the practice post, unleashing a terrifying force that echoed continuously. After venting for a while, Gu Yuan's chest heaved as he calmed the boiling energy within. Although the internal furnace gradually cooled, a faint aura of pressure still surrounded him, a sign of a breakthrough in his technique, which would naturally dissipate once he fully mastered the power. With the fire form activated, Gu Yuan's strength had at least doubled, his aura fierce and explosive, full of aggression. However, this state couldn't be maintained for long, as it consumed too much energy. The solution lay in cultivating the shock form, which would temper his body and refine his energy. If successful, the fire form could become his default state. Glancing at the time, Gu Yuan saw that 3 hours had passed, and his rented time in the training room was almost up. He decided to postpone the cultivation of the shock form until tomorrow. Martial cultivation required a balance of effort and rest. Haste would only backfire. Although attribute points had quickly advanced his fire form, the domineering power had inevitably caused minor damage to his muscle tissues, something Gu Yuan had not noticed while immersed in his newfound strength. Ancient martial artists generally had shorter lifespans due to accumulated hidden injuries. Fortunately, with the revival of spiritual energy, the extraordinary energy permeating the world could naturally heal these hidden injuries, given some time. As he stepped out of the training room, the school bell rang, and the campus suddenly buzzed with activity. However, this commotion was limited to the liberal arts students. The martial arts side remained undisturbed. With time still on his side, Gu Yuan decided it was better to stay at school, where the environment was more conducive to cultivation, and compete to see who was more diligent. Straightening his collar and noting his sweat-drenched state, Gu Yuan decided to head home for a shower and some rest. As for cultivation, he had his own plans. A refreshed Gu Yuan emerged from the bathroom, lazily sat on the bed, and turned on his phone. A newly pushed trending video popped up on the screen, Surviving the Deadly Forest, which Diana's Extreme Survival Challenge. The title jogged his memory. Lin Xiaoyu had mentioned this popular vlogger, Diana, and he had casually followed her back then. But with his busy training schedule, he had forgotten about it. Gu Yuan adjusted himself into a comfortable position and started watching the compilation video. Seeing Diana's clips from across the ocean, it was clear she had gained international fame. The video mostly used a first-person perspective, occasionally switching to third-person views. Although Diana had been in the deadly forest for over half a month, this edit focused on her first day entering the forest. She seemed relaxed, interacting with the live chat and bursting into laughter, probably because she was still in the outer regions. The live stream didn't show any intense combat scenes. After all, the deadly forest is one of humanity's forbidden zones, where even a 9th realm master would struggle. Some comments revealed that Diana was a 6th realm practitioner. Gu Yuan stroked his chin, thinking, reaching that level in her early 20s is indeed impressive. The camera occasionally shifted to Diana herself, showcasing her alluring figure. Gu Yuan couldn't help but admire. With her looks, the thrill of the challenge, and her genius aura, it's no wonder she's so popular. He watched a few more related videos, noting that even the least liked ones had over 100,000 likes. Just as he was about to check if she was live, he found out she wasn't streaming. It turned out that due to the unstable satellite network in the deadly forest, her live streams were irregular. Diana recorded everything and uploaded videos whenever she had a signal. If she went a long time without a live stream or new upload, it meant the challenge might have failed. It was a sunny Wednesday. The new training class no longer split into small groups, but gathered all martial arts students in a large lecture hall that could hold hundreds. The main topics were combat basics, training challenges, and martial arts theory. Suddenly, a hand slapped Gu Yuan's shoulder heavily. Hey, Gu Yuan, you broke through without telling me. Lin Xiaoyu's voice came from behind. Gu Yuan turned around to see Lin Xiaoyu and Qi Xinyue standing arm in arm. Qi Xinyue greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Gu Yuan. Her eyes widened as soon as she finished speaking. Gu Yuan calmly took the breakfast from Lin Xiaoyu's hand and said, Good morning, you too. Lin Xiaoyu, I'll take your breakfast first. Could you please get me an iced soy milk from the left? And don't forget to congratulate me on my breakthrough. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. What? Why? Gu Yuan, eating, replied. Your good friend has just taken a significant step in his life. Isn't that worth celebrating? Treating me to breakfast isn't too much to ask. Lin Xiaoyu thought for a moment and agreed. All right, since you've given me a pleasant surprise, I'll cover your breakfast and lunch today. She decided generously. You're the best. Gu Yuan gave her a thumbs up. After Lin Xiaoyu left the classroom, Qi Xinyue curiously asked, Gu Yuan, how long have you known Xiaoyu? Gu Yuan thought for a moment and replied, Since we were kids. So, your childhood friends, Qi Xinyue realized. Pretty much, Gu Yuan nodded. He and Lin Xiaoyu had known each other since elementary school, practically growing up together. Qi Xinyue pondered. No wonder you two speak so casually. She thought to herself that while Lin Xiaoyu was easygoing, as the top student at Yunhai Martial Arts High, few boys dared to approach her, let alone order her around like Gu Yuan did. After the 2-hour lecture, it was free training time. As the teacher left, the students began preparing for their own training. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd said, Lin Xiaoyu, I challenge you. A short boy, just over 1.7 meters, stepped forward. In this era of enhanced cultivation, the average height exceeded 1.8 meters, so he was hard to notice until the crowd parted. The students immediately got excited. Finally, someone is challenging Lin Xiaoyu. Isn't that Sun Ruejiang? He's ranked 18th, and he's challenging the top-ranked Lin Xiaoyu. Rankings don't mean everything. If you remove a digit from 18, it's still number 1, right? Wow, are you a genius? Lin Xiaoyu didn't disappoint her classmates. She calmly responded, All right, I accept your challenge. She took out her phone, attached it to a selfie stick, and started a live stream. The title boldly read, Martial High Ranking Challenge, Xiaoyu Undefeated. Gu Yuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking that Lin Xiaoyu had probably been waiting for someone to challenge her. Sun Ruejiang was surprised. You're going to live stream this? Lin Xiaoyu retorted, Yes, are you scared? Sun Ruejiang scoffed, Stream away. Who's afraid? With so many people here, a few more in the live stream won't matter. The challenge took place in the large training field. This was Lin Xiaoyu's first challenge, and almost all the martial arts students came to watch, eager to witness the top-ranked student's prowess. Though short, Sun Ruijiang was lean and muscular, clearly a nimble and explosive fighter. He said seriously, "Let's go. Everyone's been too scared to be the first. Today, I'll test the waters for them." Lin Xiaoyu handed the selfie stick to Gu Yuan and said to the camera, "All right, everyone, I'm going in. Watch the top student in action." Gu Yuan took the selfie stick, acting as her assistant, and pointed the camera at Lin Xiaoyu and Sun Ruijiang. He thought, although he knew Lin Xiaoyu was talented, he had never seen her fight. This was a perfect opportunity to witness her skills firsthand. The live stream had just started, with only 20 or 30 viewers. Sparse comments floated across the screen. Gu Yuan stood aside, observing the situation in the live room. Suddenly, one comment caught his attention. "Wow, there are so many people here. This is a big event." Shortly after, another comment appeared. "Just a passerby here, can someone reliable tell me what's going on?" Gu Yuan noticed a familiar school emblem and understood immediately. Then another comment popped up. "Looks like that's from Yunhai Martial Arts High School." Clearing his throat, Gu Yuan decided to explain to the viewers, "We're live streaming the Yunhai Martial High Ranking Challenge. Our streamer, Lin Xiaoyu, is currently ranked first, and her opponent is ranked 18th. Impressive. The streamer is really skilled." The viewers quickly reacted. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the live room changed as a striking comment flashed across the screen. "Demon Hunter 007 just sent a sports car. Thank you, Demon Hunter, for the gift," Gu Yuan instinctively said, then checked the price of the gift. A 99 yuan gift, with a substantial portion going to them, and it had only been 5 minutes since they started streaming. This money comes in fast, Gu Yuan thought to himself, turning his gaze to the ring. On the stage, Sun Ruijiang was preparing for the match. Wearing steel gloves, he lightly bounced on his toes, assuming a boxing stance for a warm-up. Weapons were allowed in this match, and teachers and medical teams were on standby to handle any serious injuries promptly. Lin Xiaoyu also picked up a standard steel longsword, showing respect to her opponent. "Begin the fight." With the teacher's announcement, the match officially started. Sun Ruijiang charged at Lin Xiaoyu like a tiger descending the mountain. His strategy was clear. Using his gloves as weapons, he excelled in close combat. Once he closed the distance, he could leverage his strengths. "As long as I get close, her longsword will be ineffective, and my advantage will be maximized. This is my chance to win." Sun Ruijiang thought to himself, "If I beat her, I'll be the top at Yunhai Martial High." Just as Sun Ruijiang was brimming with confidence, Lin Xiaoyu made her move. Shing. A flash of cold light, and the icy blade was already at Sun Ruijiang's throat. The entire arena fell silent, everyone stunned by the speed of her strike. "Such a fast sword." Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xiaoyu spoke calmly, "You lost." Sun Ruijiang relaxed and admitted, "You're too strong." Then he jumped off the stage without hesitation. Standing on the stage, Lin Xiaoyu scanned the crowd and coldly asked, "Anyone else want a challenge?" At this moment, her aura was fully unleashed, starkly different from her usual self. Though the crowd below heckled, no one dared to step forward. After all, if Sun Ruijiang, ranked 18th, was defeated in one stroke, who would dare to challenge her recklessly? Seeing no one respond, Lin Xiaoyu leisurely walked off the stage. Qi Xinyue immediately approached, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, you're amazing." Lin Xiaoyu cleared her throat and said into the live camera, "Folks, I just made a slight move." As soon as she finished speaking, a rocket suddenly launched in the live room, with full-screen effects dazzling. "Someone sent you a gift," Gu Yuan reminded, handing the selfie stick back to Lin Xiaoyu. "Thank you, Demon Hunter, for the rocket one." Lin Xiaoyu beamed. She noticed her followers had increased significantly, just over 100 short of the 1,000 mark. As time passed, the number of viewers continued to grow. Lin Xiaoyu changed the live room title to Martial High Challenge, Top Expert Lin Xiaoyu Live Commentary. Seeing this, Gu Yuan decided to check out other stages to find a suitable opponent to challenge and try to get on the leaderboard. Just then, a comment floated by, "Streamer, the handsome guy next to you left." "No worries, I'll take you to see other handsome guys," Lin Xiaoyu replied with a smile, holding the selfie stick as she walked to the nearest stage. Suddenly, a figure fell heavily from the sky, startling the surrounding students. "Challenging me? You're overestimating yourself." On the stage, a flat-topped giant over 2 meters tall crossed his arms and sneered at the disheveled Tua Bahao below. Tua Bahao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth. "Laugh all you want. In half a month, no, 10 days, I'll beat you to a pulp." Just as he was about to get up, Tua Bahao spotted Gu Yuan in the crowd, his face turning slightly awkward. "Gu Yuan, what a coincidence." "Quite the coincidence, seeing you get knocked down as soon as I arrived," Gu Yuan remarked, sizing up Tua Bahao. "You just broke through yesterday and already challenging a ranked player today. You're really brave." "This is called fearless courage. True strength comes from standing up after failure." Tua Bahao rubbed his nose. Having taken a punch there earlier, now probably only having 9/10 of Gu Yuan's looks. Ignoring him, Gu Yuan turned his attention to the giant on the stage. If any of you are as weak as the last guy, don't bother challenging me. The flat-topped giant flexed his fingers, scanning the crowd. Leave the challenge for those who are truly strong. The crowd buzzed with comments. This guy is as arrogant as ever. Yeah, ranked 25th, but talks bigger than the top rank. No wonder, he's specialized in defense. His body is so tough, with no real weaknesses except for speed. Otherwise, he could be ranked much higher. Hearing the discussions, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. No wonder he likes to taunt. With such a strong defense, he can take the hardest hits. I've made up my mind, it's you. Gu Yuan decided. Anyone else want to challenge me? If not, I'm leaving. Yuan Shan scanned the crowd impatiently. I'll challenge you. A clear voice rang out, and the crowd saw Gu Yuan stepping onto the stage. Gu Yuan, you? Tua Bahao was momentarily stunned, watching Gu Yuan step onto the stage. Is he crazy? Didn't he see me get knocked down just now? And he called me brave. He's the bravest. Tua Bahao couldn't understand Gu Yuan's actions. Like him, Gu Yuan had just broken through yesterday. Challenging Yuan Shan now was asking for a beating. I challenged Yuan Shan because of my special physique. You challenge him with just hot-bloodedness? Tua Bahao recalled their earlier conversation, wondering if Gu Yuan had been brainwashed by his fearless courage speech. I'm doomed. Tua Bahao thought regretfully. Wow, that guy is really handsome. A voice of admiration emerged from the crowd. That's Gu Yuan. Haven't you heard of him? Another voice responded. I think I've heard the name somewhere, but I can't quite remember. As the crowd buzzed with discussions, Lin Xiaoyu's voice suddenly cut through. Holding a selfie stick, she walked towards the platform where Gu Yuan stood and said, Folks, why are you all fawning over the handsome guy? Am I not pretty enough to catch your attention? The live stream chat exploded. Xiaoyu, you need to think about us female fans too. We need some handsome martial artists to heal our souls. That handsome guy's opponent looks terrifying. Can he really win? With the stream gaining traction, the number of online viewers quickly surpassed 3,000. The camera panned to the platform where Gu Yuan and Yuan Shan stood 10 meters apart. Lin Xiaoyu frowned. She hadn't expected Gu Yuan to challenge Yuan Shan. Although Yuan Shan had only advanced a few days before Gu Yuan, the early advantage could mean his skills had significantly improved. In contrast, Gu Yuan had just advanced yesterday and likely hadn't even started practicing his new techniques. On the platform, Yuan Shan taunted. Are you here to avenge that guy from earlier? I saw you two whispering. Do you think you can even scratch me, Gu Yuan? Before he finished speaking, dark energy surged around Yuan Shan, wrapping around his arms like chains. His muscles bulged explosively, resembling a primordial beast. Gu Yuan calmly stretched his arms, exuding an inexplicable sense of danger. Is trash talk a specialty of those who focus on defense? Yuan Shan's eyes narrowed. This guy seemed tougher than he appeared. He wasn't unfamiliar with Gu Yuan. He'd seen Gu Yuan cough up blood during a physical test before. But now, begin the challenge. The referee's voice signaled the start of the match. Yuan Shan stood his ground, immovable like a mountain. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, activating his technique. Blood and energy surged, igniting a virtual flame around him, his aura becoming violently intense. Boom. In the next instant, Gu Yuan shot forward like an arrow, leaving a fiery trail. His right fist struck with explosive force, amplified by his momentum. Yuan Shan's face changed. He raised his thick arms to block, forming a black shield with flowing dark energy chains. His technique, Jinyu Gong, was a family legacy, boasting a formidable name but comparable to basic school techniques. Boom. Gu Yuan's fiery punch tore through the air, shattering Yuan Shan's defense like a lone boat capsizing in a storm. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Yuan Shan's arm couldn't withstand the impact, breaking instantly. He was sent flying off the platform, even more miserably than Tua Bahao. Sorry, I couldn't hold back, Gu Yuan said, relaxing his fingers as the flames around him dissipated, reverting from a superhuman state to normal. The ferocity of his technique made it difficult to control without additional skills. Cough. It's fine, just a minor injury, Yuan Shan said, struggling to stand, his arms trembling but trying to appear nonchalant. Good to hear. Your defense was quite strong, Gu Yuan sighed, relieved. They were classmates, after all, and he didn't want to seriously injure anyone. Gu Yuan defeats Yuan Shan and takes the 25th rank. The teacher announced the result. The crowd erupted. No way. Yuan Shan was beaten with one punch. Unbelievable. This kid is terrifying. Has Gu Yuan been possessed? How did he become so powerful overnight? You're missing the point. He mastered the Jinwu Qimi, the most challenging beginner technique. He actually succeeded. Tua Bahao slapped his face, questioning his reality. Gu Yuan had passed the test with him yesterday and received the same technique. How did he master it and defeat Yuan Shan so quickly? Damn, I haven't even started, and I'm already facing a monster. Tuaba Hao was in disbelief, while Lin Xiaoyu's livestream was buzzing with excitement. Wow, host, what gift do I need to send to get that handsome guy's contact? 100 carnivals? They may not be real, but they're guaranteed to impress. Love the contrast. A softie who turns into a beast when needed. Move aside. I'm here for the prince. Lin Xiaoyu forced a smile. Let's keep the chat civil. He's still a minor. She responded to the comments while feeling calm inside. She had always known Gu Yuan was extraordinary. To her, he was not just a friend but also the only one who made her feel competitive, both academically and in martial arts. In the school corridor, two pairs of eyes watched the platforms below. Elon smiled. It looks like Gu Yuan's awakening is not just physical but mental too. Mastering the Lai Jixing in a day is impressive. His potential rivals that of natural-born talents. Indeed, but we need more time to confirm. Post-awakening potential can spike briefly but is hard to maintain. The middle-aged man, the grade director, said thoughtfully. Still, Gu Yuan is a promising talent. He should be nurtured as a key candidate. Let's see if there are other exceptional students. The situation grows more challenging each year. If we can find a few prodigies from the masses, humanity's foundation will only strengthen. Elon nodded. Analyzing these words might seem harsh, but reality was unforgiving. The great Xia spent immense resources annually to cultivate talent, aiming to discover top-tier prodigies. These rare geniuses, once grown, could single-handedly turn the tide of battle, making their discovery crucial. On the first day of making it onto the leaderboard, there's a protection period during which others cannot challenge him. Gu Yuan stepped down from the arena, taking a deep breath to calm his boiling blood. His eyes scanned the surroundings as he recalled the moment he defeated Yuan Shan with a single punch. Despite how effortless it seemed, Gu Yuan knew well that their strengths were nearly matched. If not for the special rules of the arena match, Yuan Shan might have continued fighting, making the outcome uncertain. This victory only strengthened Gu Yuan's resolve to train harder. He thought to himself, I must quickly master the other secret techniques and make the fiery form a constant part of my combat prowess. Gu Yuan was acutely aware of his weakness, his lack of endurance. Though he appeared formidable, he could only maintain it for 3 minutes. As he pondered a solution, Tuoba Hao approached with a complicated expression. Brother, were you always pretending to be weak just to surprise everyone? Tuoba Hao looked at Gu Yuan with a mix of resentment and admiration. Gu Yuan patted Tuoba Hao on the shoulder and smiled. Little brother, I avenged you. There's no pretending here. I've just worked hard enough. Tuoba Hao opened his mouth as if to say something but held back. He thought to himself, just working hard? You mastered the 7 secrets of true martial in a day and knocked Yuan Shan off the stage? Are you sure you didn't cheat? But he swallowed his words. Geniuses walk among the clouds, while the ordinary can't even follow their footsteps. Forget it. Better to stick with the strong. Tuoba Hao muttered to himself, then clenched his fist and said loudly, Well said, Gu Yuan. Success comes from 99 perspiration. Without hard work, there is no bright future. From now on, you're my role model. Gu Yuan nodded. Good. Your awareness is commendable. As they conversed, Lin Xiaoyu's voice suddenly interrupted. Hello, Gu Yuan, can I interview you? Her phone camera was already in his face. Gu Yuan sighed but agreed. Sure. What do you want to ask? Lin Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and began a series of questions. How old are you? 17. Do you have a girlfriend? No. What kind of girlfriend do you like? Gu Yuan thought for a moment and replied. That's a secret, but I can tell you one thing, she has to be female. Tuoba Hao, standing nearby, exclaimed excitedly, Wow, that's crucial information. Both Gu Yuan and Lin Xiaoyu looked at him with strange expressions. Feeling slightly awkward after the interruption, Lin Xiaoyu asked her final question. When will you challenge the top spot, as everyone in the live stream wants to know? Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and then answered firmly, I won't be challenging it. It's not worth much. Lin Xiaoyu sneered. Well, aren't you confident? Gu Yuan shrugged and turned to leave. I'm off. I love training. It makes me happy. Upon reaching the training room, Gu Yuan rented a room from the supervising teacher. The teacher scanned his badge and exclaimed, Hey, you made it to the top 25 on the leaderboard? Gu Yuan smiled. Just got lucky. I'll be going in now. He then walked straight to training room 3. From now on, he wouldn't need to spend credits to use the training facilities. As the door to the training room closed, all external sounds disappeared. In this quiet environment, Gu Yuan could hear his own breathing and heartbeat clearly. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. A flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing a black iron chunk the size of a palm but weighing over 100 pounds. This was a piece cut from starfall iron, which he would use to train the shock form. Feeling the cold and weight in his hand, Gu Yuan unhesitatingly activated the shock form and consumed 2 attribute points on the panel. Instantly, A sound like firecrackers exploding came from within his body. It was the noise of muscle cells undergoing rapid metabolism. Gu Yuan felt as if a planet was pressing down on him, the immense gravity causing every cell to swell and then burst. This painful process repeated itself, but new cells continually emerged, and the heat flowing through him made him grit his teeth and persist. New muscles were formed, bones grew and rubbed against each other, and waste tissue was expelled from his pores as foul-smelling sludge. The entire training room was filled with a suffocating stench. The starfall iron in his hand gradually disappeared, as if melting into his body. Training the shock form was supposed to be a gradual process, but with the added points, it was completed in one go, resulting in such intense pain. This is no easy task, Gu Yuan muttered to himself as he stood up, shaking off the layer of grime that had formed on his skin. He laughed at himself, thinking, luckily, I have extraordinary talent and a unique physique. I don't need to spend as much time training as others. Checking his status panel, he noticed new changes. Technique: Shock Form Beginner, 1100. Unlike the fiery form, the shock form increased his strength, constitution, and agility. Strength, 2125. Constitution, 1822. Agility, 1819. The increase in agility was minimal, mainly a passive boost from the growth in strength and constitution, rather than a direct result of mastering the shock form. Another reason was the inherent weight of the starfall iron, which affected his agility. Gu Yuan moved his body and felt the noticeable increase in weight, though his appearance hadn't changed much. Comparing himself to the training room door, he realized he had grown a few centimeters taller, nearing 1.9 meters. Such a physique was unusual for a 17-year-old high school student. He took the water hose in the training room, washing the floor and his body thoroughly to ensure there was no lingering smell, then used his true energy to dry off. A first-realm martial artist's true energy isn't strong, mainly relying on physical strength in combat. True energy can be used to slightly enhance attacks, but it's far from being able to unleash long-range energy waves like higher-level martial artists. Though that level was still far off, Gu Yuan wasn't without options. He planned to train the chi form next to refine his true energy. Even if he couldn't project it over long distances, he could at least enhance his weapon with it for greater damage. Gu Yuan decided to save up some credits to exchange for a blade technique. In the super martial system, weapons play a crucial role. The materials integrated into the body during training not only enhance physical attributes, but also serve as the foundation for forging weapons. Using the body as a furnace and blood as fire to forge a life-bound weapon, Gu Yuan murmured, his eyes gleaming with determination. The great sun was swallowed by dark clouds, leaving only a vague outline, and the sky turned a blood-red hue. Blade Mech stood atop the ruins, gazing at the rare sight of the sun in this world. It was his first time witnessing the sun's true form, but it wasn't as scorching as he imagined. Instead, it appeared eerily dim, as if shrouded by a special filter. Suddenly, a roar erupted from a street corner. A massive mutated crocodile emerged, its limbs on the ground, and its thick tail sweeping wildly. Blade Mech clenched his right hand, and the crimson blade on the screen materialized instantly. This was his first deep exploration after his second evolution, having previously decimated an area swarming with mutated mantises. The mutated giant crocodile stretched about 8 meters long, its entire body covered in black scales with a metallic sheen. Its gaping maw was filled with sharp teeth, and its cold eyes locked onto Blade Mech. Through observation, Blade Mech understood that these mutated creatures were not purely carbon-based life forms. The stronger they were, the more metallic their structure became. Some might even be entirely composed of steel. These creatures were evolving from carbon-based to mechanical life forms, which Blade Mech termed intelligent mechanical beings, true life forms, not artificial AI, but lacking rationality, driven purely by evolutionary instincts, such as devouring him. An advanced intelligent mechanical being. Blade Mech considered himself an advanced intelligent mechanical being, possessing complete logical thinking, unlike the lower forms that only knew how to eat. He couldn't help but wonder if there were other advanced beings like him in this world. The mutated giant crocodile showed no mercy, its instincts driving it to lunge at Blade Mech. With a twist of his wrist, Blade Mech's crimson blade slashed through the air. Sizzle! The fiery red blade struck the crocodile, producing a harsh metallic screech. The blade pierced through the outer armor into the flesh. Splat! Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all around. This was the terrifying effect of the blood fiend. Even a pinhole-sized wound could spray blood like a high-pressure hose, continuously and uncontrollably. For a massive mutated creature, this wound wasn't severe, but the rapid blood loss nearly took half its life. Blade Mech swung his blade again, and with a swift motion, the giant crocodile's head fell to the ground, a gruesome and bloody scene. Through energy sensing, he discovered a life core hidden within the creature. Lucky, it dropped, Blade Mech's eyes glinted with silver light. For him, the life core wasn't very useful. He needed the life gene chain within the creature to accumulate evolution points. The stronger the creature, the more complex the gene chain, and the more evolution points gained upon killing it. Although he couldn't use it himself, his main body urgently needed such resources. Blade Mech carefully extracted the thumb-sized life core and placed it in a leather pouch at his waist. He knew that transferring materials required opening a soul channel between his main body and his avatar, a process that couldn't be interrupted and needed to be done in a safe place. As he stowed the life core, the energy index in the southeast direction suddenly spiked. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and a hill of scrap metal and debris exploded. Stones flew, and dust filled the sky. A massive mutated creature stomped through the ruins, its blood-red eyes glowing like lanterns in the dust, exuding a terrifying aura. Moo. As the giant beast approached, Blade Mech finally saw its true form, a mutated giant elephant. It stood 6 meters tall and 15 meters long, its skin like impenetrable armor. Sharp black tusks gleamed with a metallic luster. The entire beast looked like an armored giant from a sci-fi story. An endless aura of violence emanated from the giant elephant. Each step it took was like thunder, shaking the ground. The overwhelming presence was suffocating. However, facing the giant elephant, the humanoid mech stood motionless. The blood-red patterns on its steel body pulsed like flowing blood, exuding a cold and fierce aura. Blade Mech looked up at the giant beast, his battle blade trembling slightly. This wasn't fear but extreme excitement. This was the most powerful opponent he had encountered since his second evolution. Like the previous mutated giant crocodile, he instinctively craved evolution through combat. Moo! The giant elephant roared again, its sound waves sweeping everything like a storm. It then lifted its massive foot, like a collapsing building, and stomped down. Facing such a colossal beast, Blade Mech wasn't confident enough to confront it head-on. He flashed aside, narrowly avoiding the stomp. In that instant, Blade Mech seized the opportunity, and his crimson blade swept across like a blood-red crescent moon. Clang! The blade struck the elephant's alloy-like skin, sparking. Despite the skin's toughness, the blade's terrifying sharpness cut through, deeply slashing into the elephant's flesh. Splat! Blood gushed out, and the small wound caused immense pain to the mutated elephant. Simultaneously, its energy rapidly drained with the blood loss. However, the giant elephant's dense flesh effectively controlled the blood flow. Compared to the mutated giant crocodile, its blood loss was slower. Coupled with its size advantage, it could temporarily ignore the blood fiend's effects. Moo! In agony, the mutated giant elephant became even more violent. Its trunk swept out, unleashing terrifying power. The compressed air exploded, creating a fearsome shockwave. The piercing wind swept towards Blade Mech, who was too close to dodge and could only block with his blade. Boom! The air burst, and the thick trunk struck Blade Mech like a solid steel pillar. In an instant, the violent force sent the ton-heavy mech flying dozens of meters, crashing into a dilapidated building. The walls collapsed, bricks flew, and dust filled the air. The giant elephant didn't pause, stepping towards Blade Mech. Its massive body was like a moving mountain of flesh, each step causing the ground to quake. Its blood-red eyes were filled with endless slaughter and destruction. Creak! The twisted mech arm was covered in green lines, emitting a grating sound. The core module from his second evolution, the life body, was activating, drawing life energy from the void to quickly repair the damaged mech. Blade Mech stomped the ground, creating a small crater with the powerful force. He shot out like an arrow, narrowly dodging another attack from the giant elephant. Boom! Behind him, the half-collapsed building shattered completely, turning into rubble and sending billowing dust into the air. 3, 2, 1. Countdown complete. The Blade Mech's arm regenerated at a visibly rapid pace. The entire process took only 18 seconds, consuming 5 points of energy, but the life energy it continuously absorbed created a self-sustaining cycle. Unless it's instantly killed, the Blade Mech is practically indestructible. Suddenly, a thunderous bellow echoed. The giant elephant's trunk swept across, raising a howling wind. Bricks and stones scattered like toy blocks, and countless debris rained down. The massive beast charged forward like a heavy tank, each step causing the ground to crack and tremble. The Blade Mech stood its ground, raising its blade to meet the charge. Its heavy frame surged forward, covering dozens of meters in an instant. The giant elephant roared ferociously, its front legs stomping down with tremendous force. Boom! The ground instantly shattered and sank, dirt flying everywhere. The elephant's upper body reared high, its thick front limbs crashing down like pillars. The air compressed violently, sending a shockwave of debris outward, resembling a natural disaster. At the critical moment, the Blade Mech bent its knees and leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the colossal limbs. Boom! The ground continued to crumble under the immense force, with rocks and dust thrown into the air by the shockwave. The elephant's legs were deeply embedded in the earth. Opportunity arose. In midair, the blade mech's crimson blade sliced through the air with a deafening roar, like thunder striking the elephant's trunk as thick as a utility pole. Slash. The red blade cut through the tough elephant skin effortlessly, severing the trunk completely. The elephant let out a piercing scream, blood gushing out like a high-pressure hose. Seizing the moment while the elephant's legs were stuck, the blade mech swung its blade again. The crimson arc left a trail in the air, slicing towards the knee joint. The tough, steel-like muscles tore apart layer by layer. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out as the blade hit the thick leg bone. At that moment, the blade mech sensed a strong danger. Its blade was trapped by the muscle, and the elephant's other massive rear leg swung towards its back like a hammer. Silver light flashed in the blade mech's eyes. It released the blade with its right hand, twisted its waist, and threw a punch, creating a thunderous boom in the air. The powerful punch struck the elephant's leg, shattering the tough armor and deeply denting the muscle. The terrifying force spread from the fist, turning the muscle and tendons into mush, forming a blood hole the size of a millstone. Blood splattered, staining the blade mech red. The elephant's kick lost its momentum and weight, staggering under the full-force punch from the blade mech. The battle was nearing its end. The blade mech retrieved its blade and slashed at the elephant's knee tendons. The massive body, now unsupported, crashed to the ground. The once ferocious beast was now a lamb to the slaughter, letting out its final cries under the blade mech's blade, soon falling silent. Sitting atop the mountain of flesh, the blade mech inserted its blade into the body, beginning to absorb life energy to repair itself and restore its energy. The surrounding area fell silent, all creatures having fled. After a moment, the blade mech stood up and started collecting its spoils. This mutated giant elephant was the most powerful creature it had encountered, its unparalleled strength and impenetrable defense capable of overwhelming anything. Unfortunately, it hadn't evolved extraordinary powers. Otherwise, the blade mech would have had to retreat. Carefully cutting off 2 black gold tusks, the blade mech realized why the elephant lacked extraordinary power. It was still refining its tusks. The elephant had somehow fused with a mech module, using its power to evolve. If it had succeeded, it could have become a Tier 3 mutant beast. A creature with immense potential had fallen, proving that potential alone isn't enough. Luck is also needed. The blade mech picked up the module chip, and its database quickly retrieved the related information. Defeated saber-toothed elephant. Acquired auxiliary module. Titan's might. Rarity. Excellent. Type. Special power module. Installation area. Lower limbs. Effect 1 whale elephant king leg. 5 strength. 1 agility. Effect 2 earthquake. Creates a shockwave centered on the mech, causing enemies to stagger. Description. Rules are meant to be trampled. Wow, such a fitting mech module. And it used it to evolve its tusks, the blade mech remarked, patting the elephant's corpse. If it had used it to evolve its limbs, I'd have been in big trouble. It's all about luck. As it spoke, the slot on its right leg opened, and the module was inserted. Instantly, a powerful surge emanated from its feet, creating a ring of dust. Feeling the increase in power, the blade mech picked up the tusks and the life crystal core from the beast, quickly leaving the area. Gu Yuan, my cultivation technique will be complete by tomorrow. How about a sparring session then? Tuoba Hao said excitedly. Gu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a trace of ominous energy inadvertently leaking out. Whoa, never mind. With that reaction, are you trying to kill me? Tuoba Hao tensed up, eyes wide. Gu Yuan coughed lightly, reigning in his aura. The slaughter from his avatar had affected his spirit. Your cultivation technique is almost complete? That fast? At these words, Tuoba Hao's face lit up with pride. Not that fast, just 3 days. Once I train for a few more days, I'll go beat up Yuan Shan. I heard he's back to rank 31 on the leaderboard, just in time for me to take over. 2 days had passed since Gu Yuan entered the leaderboard. In those 2 days, he had mastered the solid and chi forms, leaving only the steel and flow forms of the 7 secrets of true martial to complete. The tusks could serve as materials for the steel form. Now he only needed materials for the flow form. Gu Yuan glanced at his credits. He had 9 points left. With 9 credits in hand, Gu Yuan initially planned to exchange them for a martial arts technique specializing in swordsmanship. However, he ultimately decided to save them for other uses. He quickly made up his mind. The credits would be used for martial techniques, while the flowing form materials would be bartered on the black market. The credit exchange system at Wu Gao was supplied by resources allocated by the Daxia government. It offered a wide range of items, including rare commodities seldom seen in the market. Consequently, some students resold these rare resources at high prices to make a profit, giving rise to a thriving black market. Despite Wu Gao's repeated prohibitions, the black market persisted. It had become an unofficial underground trading hub, not just for Wu Gao resources but for various dealings from all over the world, including illegal activities like murder and fencing stolen goods. As night fell and the clock struck 9, Gu Yuan donned a black tracksuit and bought a bullhead mask from a roadside vendor. To ordinary people, the black market was shrouded in mystery, but to martial artists, it was commonplace. With a bit of spending, Gu Yuan learned the black market's location from a coach at a local fighting club. Kid, you're a Wu Gao student, right? Remember, the black market is no school. Keep a low profile, the coach warned. Don't worry, uncle. I always keep a low profile, Gu Yuan replied in a raspy voice, masked and ready. Neon lights flickered as Gu Yuan squinted, suddenly realizing that even with a mask and voice alteration through true energy, he was still identifiable as a Wu Gao student. Glancing around at the passers-by, he had an epiphany. Could it be his aura? With this thought, Gu Yuan unleashed his presence, instantly exuding an intimidating aura. In a split second, his usual gentle demeanor turned into a menacing, unapproachable one. Mommy, hold me! A little girl cried out, searching for her mother. Don't cry, sweetie. Mommy will buy you a cake, a young mother said, hurriedly picking up her daughter and glancing cautiously at Gu Yuan. The surrounding pedestrians also became noticeably wary. Dressed in black, wearing a mask, and exuding a fierce aura, Gu Yuan looked like a wanted criminal. He couldn't help but twitch his lips at the irony of the situation, feeling as if he had crossed from hero to villain in an instant. Quickening his pace, Gu Yuan soon arrived at a building. The Kaid Min Grand Hotel, with its luxurious entrance flanked by white lion statues, saw guests in formal attire coming and going. Gu Yuan eyed his outfit and understood why the coach had suggested entering through the side door. In his current getup, he would likely be apprehended by security on the spot. The side entrance was on the other side, dimly lit and away from the hustle and bustle. Only those wearing masks were allowed entry at night. Adjusting his bullhead mask, Gu Yuan walked in confidently. The burly doorman glanced at him but said nothing. Inside, the black market was nothing like Gu Yuan had imagined. It was brightly lit and bustling, more like a carnival than an illicit trading ground. The only oddity was that everyone wore masks. Clearance sale. Last 3 days. Everything must go. Bro, I saw you shouting the same thing a month ago. Boss, I'm just a student. Can you give me a discount? Since we have a connection, I'll give it to you at 98 of the price. How about a 50 discount? Scram, or I'll break your bones for real. As Gu Yuan wandered through the market, he quickly understood why it was called the black market. The prices were exorbitant, 30 to 50 higher than normal. However, some rare resources unavailable elsewhere were indeed present. Boss, how much for this Wukan silk? Gu Yuan asked a vendor wearing a spider mask. 200,000. 200,000? Gu Yuan's eyelid twitched. Charging 200,000 for a second-tier material was daylight robbery. Usually, that amount could buy all the materials and the complete corpse of a Wu can. Brother, you have to understand. I risk my life hunting mutated beasts, then dissecting and transporting the materials here, plus the stall fee. If I don't charge a bit extra, I'd be left starving, the vendor explained. I don't have money, Gu Yuan said, shaking his head. The vendor was about to get angry when Gu Yuan continued. I don't have money, but I can trade this second-tier Wujin elephant tusk for your Wukan silk. He unwrapped a cloth to reveal a section of the tusk. Though not fully evolved into a sword tooth, it was still a genuine second-tier material. He had divided the 2 tusks into 6 sections, and one section was more than enough to trade for a bundle of Wukan silk. Deal, no problem. The vendor agreed quickly, recognizing the value. The tusk was a core material from a strength-type mutated elephant, ideal for practicing strength-based martial arts. It had a much broader market than Wukan silk and could be sold for twice the price, a sure profit. Wait, just the silk isn't enough for my tusk. How about adding these 2 first-tier materials? Gu Yuan picked up a fist-sized stone bead and a white crystal. Brother, you're a tough negotiator. The vendor's mouth twitched under his mask. What was initially a lucrative deal was now only a small profit. However, seeing Gu Yuan's readiness to retract the tusk, he had no choice but to agree, or the deal would fall through entirely. Fine, let's be friends. With the transaction complete, Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had all the materials, he could soon master the true martial 7 secrets. Despite its high difficulty, the technique was immensely powerful and comprehensive. After the trade, Gu Yuan didn't rush to leave. Since he was there, he decided to explore other aspects of the black market. Besides trading, the black market had another major attraction: the Combat Arena Challenge. The challenge was essentially a series of consecutive wins, with rewards for every 10 victories, up to a maximum of 100. Participants could not exceed the 3rd martial realm. Glancing at the challenge rules, Gu Yuan decided to enter the arena. Hello, the entry fee is 500. 2 burly men at the entrance stopped him. Gu Yuan twitched his lips, took out his phone, and scanned the QR code. After the payment, he stepped into the arena. A wave of noise and heat hit him as he entered. The arena was brightly lit and roaring with cheers, reminiscent of a grand stadium. In the center was a massive fighting ring, with 4 large screens hanging above, displaying the action. Gu Yuan was captivated by the sight. In the center of the ring, a mech gleamed with cold metallic light. The mechs on the field weren't the colossal type. They resembled Iron Man's suit but were slightly larger. Next to the mech, a middle-aged man in a suit holding a microphone stood firm, his voice resonating throughout the combat arena. Welcome, everyone, to the Combat Arena Challenge. Today's challenger is the ogre. Let's see what he's got. As the host's enthusiastic voice faded, the entire arena erupted in applause and cheers. The audience's faces were filled with excitement and fervor, their eyes locked on the entrance to the arena. A burly man wearing an ogre mask slowly emerged from the passage. His upper body was bare, revealing muscles as defined as granite, exuding an aura of immense power. As the ogre made his entrance, his information was immediately displayed on the big screen. Challenger, the ogre. Realm, second realm warrior. Profile, a powerhouse with punches that can crush everything. Ogre, ogre, ogre. The crowd roared in unison. Next to Gu Yuan, a skinny man with trembling fingers confirmed his bet on his phone. Go, ogre. I've bet on you to win 5 in a row, he shouted excitedly. 5 consecutive wins, odds 3.5, bet 20,000. Gu Yuan glanced over, but didn't pay much attention. He thought to himself that the betting here was obviously legal. With mechs as opponents, the combat arena must have official backing. In this imperial nation, the royal forces were intricate and complex. The combat arena was likely an experimental ground to test the strength of mechs through challengers. Mechs weren't a novelty. In the Western Asia Empire, mech development was more advanced, with even super mechs emerging. However, like gene-enhanced warriors, these were just minor branches. The mainstream still focused on super warriors. But innovation never stops, and who can say that these minor branches won't become mainstream someday? Hey, bullhead, why not place a couple of bets for fun? The skinny man chuckled, lighting a cigarette with trembling hands. With your shaky hands, why don't you spend that money on treatment? Gu Yuan asked directly. The man was taken aback, then took a deep drag on his cigarette. What's the use of an extra 20,000? It's just a drop in the ocean. We should enjoy life to the fullest. Spending a fortune is no big deal. He shook his head with pride, clearly satisfied with his poetic response. Gu Yuan didn't say more and instead asked, what's the deal with this mech? It looks pretty fierce. How dare you bet on the ogre winning 5 in a row? Ha, you must be new here, the man sneered. The Gale Type 3 mech is just a scout on the battlefield, gathering intel. Besides being fast, it's no better than cannon fodder. The ogre is a second realm power type warrior, likely having forged his lifebound weapon. Beating that thing is like smashing a toy. Watch and see. Gu Yuan followed his gaze. The ogre's massive fists were sprouting chunks of metal from his flesh, forming a black gauntlet covered in sharp, gleaming spikes. The lifebound weapon is the key difference between a second realm warrior and a first realm warrior. When the super weapon materials integrated into the body forge into a weapon, it signifies that the warrior's physical vitality is brimming, and their essence, energy, and spirit are in perfect harmony, maintaining peak condition at all times. As the ogre donned his gauntlets, the eyes of the Gale mech lit up with a green glow. Power on. With a hiss, a plasma blade formed, encased by a magnetic field. The dark green energy sword tore through the air as the Gale mech charged at the ogre with swift steps. Scrap metal. The ogre sneered disdainfully. True energy surged through his body, making his already muscular frame appear leaner, every muscle fiber tightly adhering to his bones, like a streamlined, exquisite suit of armor. Although he seemed to shrink, he became even more powerful. With his muscles contracting in an instant, the ogre threw a lightning-fast punch. The wind howled like a cannonball, showcasing his immense explosive power. Steel form? Gu Yuan's pupils contracted. The ogre's current state was reminiscent of the steel form, where biological muscles suddenly contract from a relaxed state, generating tremendous explosive force. This phenomenon is similar to how some people reflexively strike back beyond their limits when startled, sometimes causing spasms, cramps, and post-event weakness. This biological instinctive explosive force is incredibly powerful and generally uncontrollable. The steel form turns this passive skill into an active one, unleashing terrifying power in an instant. As Gu Yuan watched the ogre's fight, he discreetly grasped a small piece of black gold elephant tusk in his palm, beginning to cultivate the steel form. His ability to multitask was honed through his avatar training. He trained while observing the battle. The cultivation of the steel form wasn't stringent, primarily requiring precise muscle control. With his powerful mental strength and body tempered through the shock form, Gu Yuan didn't need any additional points and found the steel form training to be smooth. So smooth that it was imperceptible he was even training. Yeah, The ogre is awesome. As the ogre's punch shattered the mech, many spectators stood up excitedly, waving their arms and cheering. See? I told you, the ogre is strong. The skinny man laughed heartily, patting Gu Yuan on the shoulder. Suddenly, he withdrew his hand in shock. Whoa, bullhead. Are you running a fever? Your body is burning hot. It's nothing, just a bit warm. Gu Yuan calmly adjusted his collar, not realizing his breathing was becoming heavier. The skinny man looked worried and whispered, Bullhead, did you just get back from the front lines? Your symptoms resemble combat stress syndrome. Seeing blood or fighting makes you agitated and unable to control your urge to kill. What did you say? Gu Yuan turned to him, his eyes bloodshot, his breathing heavy, like a bloodthirsty bull. As he released his mental control, the killing intent from his avatar began to leak, confirming the skinny man's suspicion. He spoke seriously, Bullhead, I'm a veteran who retired from the front lines. I'm familiar with your symptoms. It's better to vent than to suppress. I suggest you go to the arena and let it out. Over time, you'll naturally recover. He left unspoken the part about how, without venting, Gu Yuan might go berserk and get beaten up and thrown out by the arena staff. Gu Yuan remained silent. The killing intent from his avatar had been affecting him. Perhaps he did need to vent. At school, he couldn't fight recklessly. But, Gu Yuan looked at the arena. Here, he could unleash himself fully. Brother, where do I sign up for the challenge? Gu Yuan finally asked. Don't call me brother. We're all comrades here. My surname is He, just call me Big He. The skinny man patted his chest with a trembling hand. The registration is on the other side. I'll take you there. Bro, I'm not lying to you. I'm a retired soldier, He sighed, his eyes showing the weariness of past experiences. He began to recount his story in a low, raspy voice. Back then, my body gave out, and I nearly died. I was lucky to survive, though I have no idea how many people my ancestors must have begged for help. He extended his trembling arm, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. Look, I survived, but the damage to my body is permanent. I can't afford the treatment, he said with a bitter smile. It's caused by neurotoxins. Right now, it's just hand tremors, but once it reaches my brain, I'll be close to death. So, I live life to the fullest while I can. Gu Yuan frowned, puzzled. Didn't the military district help you? He shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. How could they? There are thousands of soldiers like me. I'm still alive today because the military treated me in time. Now that I'm retired, I get a monthly stipend, enough to live on. I'm already content and don't ask for much more. Gu Yuan remained silent, unsure of how to respond. He patted him on the shoulder and pointed to the registration area. Sign up here. If the people ahead lose quickly, it should be your turn soon. Good luck, bro. Watching Dahi's thin figure fade into the distance, Gu Yuan took a deep breath. The fiery determination in his body seemed to cool like solidifying lava, a calmness that inspired fear. He whispered, if you trust me, bet on me to win. He paused but said nothing. Internally, he thought, it's not that I don't trust you, bro, but you're only at the first stage. Although his strength was no longer what it used to be, his judgment remained sharp. Recalling the battles of the past, he sighed, realizing that the once spirited young man was gone, and now he could only wait for death alone. Gu Yuan quickly completed the registration process and entered the waiting room through the contestant passage. The atmosphere inside was tense yet vibrant, with contestants displaying various demeanors. Some were whispering, others meditating, and the occasional aura they emitted was imposing. Contestants ranged from the first to the third stage, each with different goals within the arena's rules. Some aimed for 10 consecutive victories, while others set their sights on 20. The more victories, the richer the rewards. The host's voice echoed from the large screen in the waiting room. Unfortunately, the ogre has fallen in the 5th match. His winning streak ends at 5. Let's see if the next contestant can bring us more exciting battles. Please welcome our next contestant, Savage Tiger. As the host's words ended, dry ice sublimated, and fog enveloped the passage entrance. A burly man wearing a tiger mask strode into the passage. At that moment, another man in the waiting room, also wearing a tiger mask, scoffed with his legs crossed. Look at this trash. You dare call yourself Savage Tiger? You'll be a sick kitten soon. Gu Yuan watched coldly, but others in the waiting room seemed eager to stir things up. A man in a monkey mask mimicked the host's tone and shouted, who is the real Savage Tiger? Let's wait and see. Savage Tiger's first opponent was a swift mech, known for its speed and tricky swordplay, with basic moves like spinning, thrusting, and slicing. It was highly maneuverable, but relatively weak in strength. Of course, weak here was relative to powerhouses like the ogre. Even so, a punch from the steel mech could deliver hundreds of pounds of force. The arena used a gauntlet format with no breaks unless a contestant won 10 consecutive matches. Human strength had its limits, while mech opponents continuously rotated and upgraded. Savage Tiger fell in the third round. Someone sighed. This is too tough. A second stage warrior can only last until the third round. Even a third stage warrior can barely achieve 10 consecutive wins. I can't imagine what kind of monsters those who achieve 100 wins are. This resonated with many. One person shook their head and said, the 100-win champions are the giants of their time. Each one is a legendary figure. How can we ordinary warriors compare? I remember there are only 5 statues in the Hall of Fame. In the arena's history, only 5 people have achieved 100 wins, another added. The most recent was True Martial King, 30 years ago. Hearing True Martial King, Gu Yuan's ears perked up. He practiced the True Martial 7 secrets, created by the True Martial King. He became a king at the 9th stage, setting a record by reaching this level within a year. His deeds were legendary, celebrated even while he was still alive. The host's voice rang out again. Please welcome our next challenger, Bull Demon King. Unnoticed, it was Gu Yuan's turn. All eyes in the waiting room turned to him as he slowly opened his eyes and walked into the passage. How many rounds do you think he'll last? Someone asked. The audience was betting, and so were the contestants backstage. 3 rounds. 5 rounds. Be bold. I say 10 rounds. Shut up. You always say 10 rounds. Believe it or not. The closer he got to the exit, the louder the cheers became. When Gu Yuan finally stepped into the spotlight, the cheers reached a crescendo. Bull Demon King. Bull Demon King. Bull Demon King. The waves of heat and excitement were overwhelming. Whether they knew him or not, countless people were cheering for him. Gu Yuan exhaled deeply, his emotions ignited by the crowd's roar. With thousands cheering for you, who wouldn't feel their blood boil? No wonder so many signed up for the challenge. Beyond the rewards, it was an unforgettable experience. Watching the screen showing the bull-headed mask, Dahi's fingers trembled uncontrollably. Though he had claimed not to believe, in that moment, under the crowd's fervor, he wavered. What if, just what if, Gu Yuan really had the potential of a king? A first-stage warrior defeating a second-stage one wasn't unheard of. Fate brought us together. Bro, don't let me down. Dahi muttered to himself. As the betting window closed, Dahi recalled Gu Yuan's last words and made a bold decision. Going all in takes wisdom. With my immense wisdom, I'm betting. He trembled as he placed his bet. 8 consecutive wins. Odds 8.8. Betting 180,000. Dahi was shaking from head to toe. The high odds indicated even the bookies didn't believe the Bull Demon King could reach the 8th round. Bro, whether I end up on the rooftop or with a model tonight depends on you, Dahi thought. His eyes fixed on the figure in the arena, hands trembling. The camera zoomed in on Gu Yuan once more. Black tracksuit, sneakers, bull-headed mask, everything seemed ordinary except for those eyes, burning like fire. Challenge begin. The host's enthusiastic voice rang out as the eyes of the storm mecha gleamed with light. Gu Yuan, like a streak of red lightning, dashed towards the mecha in an instant. His blood surged through his veins, and he formed his 5 fingers into a blade, piercing through the mecha's chest with a single strike. His blade hand emerged from the back, with energy flickering at his fingertips like flames. With a casual flick, the steel giant crashed to the ground, sparks flying from its chest as its core shattered. Bull Demon King. Bull Demon King. The audience erupted in cheers at the sight of this one-hit kill. The host remained composed, waving his hand to announce, Round 2. A red tiger-type mecha emerged from the passage, standing 2.5 meters tall and towering over the arena. It charged at Gu Yuan like a tiger unleashed. The two of them streaked across the 100-meter arena, leaving trails of red energy in their wake. The tiger mecha grabbed the wreckage of the fallen mecha and hurled it at Gu Yuan. The wreckage, weighing over a ton, tumbled through the air like a falling steamroller. Gu Yuan's eyes flashed like lightning, his waist bent slightly, and he launched his right fist. The air compressed violently, producing a thunderous boom. This punch was unstoppable. The mecha wreckage was instantly blasted away, fragments and sparks flying. Gu Yuan paused for a moment, then appeared in front of the tiger mecha in the blink of an eye. His hands, like lightning, plunged deep into the mecha's chest. The screech of twisting metal filled the air as the tiger mecha was torn in half. Gu Yuan tore off his tattered sportswear, revealing a lean, muscular physique that gleamed like steel in the light. The entire battle took less than 20 seconds. The audience gasped in amazement. Another instant kill. Incredible. Bull Demon King is only at the first stage. How is he this strong? Whose subordinate is this guy? He's a beast. The host maintained professional composure and announced, Round 3, begin. A massive black tiger-type beast mecha crashed onto the arena floor, nearly 3 meters tall and over 6 meters long. Its menacing jaws could swallow a person whole, and its steel tail glinted with a deadly sheen, resembling an indestructible monster. Gu Yuan stretched out his arms, a thunderous roar erupting from within him. The black tiger mech is back, jets spewed streams of gas as it charged at Gu Yuan, a shadowy blur. I've lost count of how many like you I've killed, Gu Yuan muttered, his eyes bloodshot. He dodged the mecha's claws, channeling all his strength into his fists, unleashing a barrage of punches like a storm. The air rippled with white waves, the deafening booms like a barrage of heavy artillery. The host broke into a cold sweat, thinking this is a monster. The black tiger mecha's abdomen exploded, and Gu Yuan stood firm, the ground trembling beneath him. Bull Demon King! Bull Demon King! The crowd roared, cheering for the warrior who had demonstrated overwhelming power. He, too excited to hold his cigarette steady, thought to himself that even in the military, such a fierce fighter was rare. Round 4, begin. The host's voice rang out again, signaling the start of a new battle. On the elevated platform of the combat arena, two figures stood silently, gazing down at the boiling scene below. Suddenly, a cold voice broke the silence. These battles have fully exposed the weaknesses of the mechs. Iron bodies, yet they were torn apart by a mere warrior of the first realm. What's the point of creating such junk? The other tall figure turned, his tone steady. Doctor, the test mechs weren't equipped with weapons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been defeated so easily. The arena tests the mechs' data, not their firepower. Understand? I understand, Doctor. The man nodded slightly, then added, record the battle data of Nyomoang. Analyze his stats, and adjust the experimental mechs accordingly. The aim of mech research is not to replace high-level warriors, but to reduce unnecessary casualties among countless Xia soldiers and prepare for war. That is the goal of Long Xia technology. The tall man turned back to the combat arena, the lights illuminating his face. A hideous scar ran across half of it, distorting his features. Yet, his straight back and determined gaze remained unchanged. He murmured, Doctor, bloodshed and sacrifice are a warrior's fate. There will always be casualties in war. Take good care of yourself. That's what matters most. His eyes fell on Gu Yuan, and he muttered to himself, let's see where your limits lie. He keenly sensed a shortcoming in Gu Yuan, his lack of flexibility. Too rigid and you'll break. He can last at most 5 more minutes. How many rounds he can fight depends on these last 5 minutes. In the arena, Gu Yuan's skin began to flush, steam rising from his pores like white smoke, his body seemingly in overdrive. He gasped for air, his muscles trembling, pushing his limits. The 7 secrets of true martial arts interlock, complementing each other. Gu Yuan had mastered 6, lacking only the final secret of flow to complete the set. Without this last piece, the 6 secrets couldn't circulate fully. He had managed to hold on so far thanks to his extraordinary physical attributes, far surpassing an average first-realm warrior. But I refused to fall in this round. Gu Yuan's body swayed. Then he suddenly launched himself into the air. Boom! The ground shattered as the towering mech, nearly 4 meters tall, struck the earth with a terrifying punch, sending debris flying in all directions. In midair, Gu Yuan's hands gripped the mech's head, his knees bent, delivering a ferocious knee strike that shattered the mech's eyes. The impact sent the mech's head reeling back, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yuan soared again, his fists glowing with blood energy, resembling fiery meteors streaking through the air. Boom! The ground trembled violently, the deafening sound echoing. At the center of the impact, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the darkened ground within a 10-meter radius. The mech's chest appeared as if struck by a giant hammer, a gruesome sight. The screen displayed a close-up of the mech, and the crowd erupted in cheers and screams. He, almost in tears from excitement, shouted, 8.8 times. 180,000 turned into 8.8 times. Damn, He rubbed his moist eyes, stood up, and waved his arms, yelling, Nyomoang, I freaking love you. Gu Yuan's breath was heavy, his ears filled with the sound of his own breathing, blood dripping from his fists. The host couldn't help but urge him to surrender, and the audience swallowed nervously, wondering if the reward was worth such risk. Gu Yuan shook his head, saying, no need, continue. I've fought so many rounds. If I give up now, wouldn't all my previous efforts be in vain? Round 9, begin, the host announced. The 9th round mech was beast-shaped, resembling an ancient giant ape, wielding a steel pillar as thick as a lamppost and 5 meters long. Gu Yuan eyed the giant ape mech and its massive weapon, his eyelid twitching, asking, can I have a weapon? The larger the mech, the denser the material, making its defense more formidable. In his current state, breaking through its defense without a weapon would be nearly impossible. Yes. The host pressed a button, revealing a row of various weapons along the arena's edge. Gu Yuan quickly grabbed a heavy steel saber over 2 meters long and returned to the field. The 9th round officially began, and with a weapon in hand, he secured the victory. The 10th and final round arrived. A 3-meter turtle mech, wielding a golden lightsaber, emerged. Its white body shimmered with golden rings, looking almost like a cyber angel. In fact, this mech series was named after angels. Facing this elegant mech, Gu Yuan took a deep breath. One strike. If he couldn't end the fight with one strike, he would have to give up. Whoosh! The massive mech stirred up a fierce wind, its lightsaber dazzling, splitting countless air currents into visible white ripples spreading wildly. Gu Yuan didn't dodge. Instead, he slashed out with his saber. His true energy, condensed like blood, coated the blade, then burst into flames, surging upward with his resolve to kill. With this one strike, die. Everyone could feel Gu Yuan's determination. He couldn't help but clench his fists in prayer. The burning saber drew upon the surrounding forces of nature, and with extraordinary energy, it transformed into a 5-meter-long blade beam upon release. The blade beam, unstoppable, cut through everything in its path. Without much sound, the angel mech's lightsaber split, followed by its head, then its body, cleaved in half from top to bottom. Boom! A violent explosion thundered. Gu Yuan didn't look back. After delivering the final strike, he turned to face the audience, spreading his arms, declaring his victory. The screen zoomed in on his arms, each pore oozing blood, forming a faint red mist from the intense body heat, swirling around his arms. As he spread his arms, his muscular, streamlined body seemed ready to take flight. This unique charm, paired with the fiery explosion behind him, was etched into everyone's memory. The eternal burning wings, lift me from the depths of the mortal realm. The host raised one hand and shouted excitedly into the microphone, "Congratulations to our challenger, Mo Wang, for achieving 10 consecutive victories." The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Gu Yuan felt his vision blur and his consciousness fade. When he opened his eyes again, his entire body felt as if it had been flayed, burning with pain. The air was thick with the pungent smell of disinfectant. He forced himself to sit up slowly from the bed. Looking around, he found himself in a simple hospital room, with his phone and personal belongings neatly arranged on the bedside table. He glanced at his phone. It was already past midnight. He saw a message from his mom sent half an hour ago, reminding him to go to bed early and not to stay up all night just because it was the weekend. He was relieved he had told his mom he might stay over at a friend's place, sparing him the trouble of explaining his current disheveled state. Just then, a tall figure entered the room. In the dim light, Gu Yuan couldn't make out the person's face. "Awake in just an hour seems like you're recovering quickly," the person said, his voice steady and cold. "Who are you?" Gu Yuan asked, putting down his phone, puzzled. "I'm sort of the person in charge here at the fighting arena," the tall man explained. "You've brought a lot of attention to our arena, so I came to check on you." Gu Yuan instinctively touched the mask on his face. With the mask, he was the domineering Mo Wang. Without it, he was the sunny boy next door. This stark contrast made him uncomfortable, but in this world of the strong preying on the weak, Mo Wang's persona was undoubtedly more intimidating. "You can rest here," the man continued. "I've scheduled your next challenge for next weekend. I'll have your 10-win reward delivered shortly." He turned to leave, but paused at the door. "Future challenges will be tougher if you remain at your current level." Gu Yuan lay back down, contemplating the man's words. Was he hinting that Gu Yuan should hurry up and improve his martial arts level? After 10 consecutive victories, there were still 20, 30, and up to 100 consecutive victories. Clearly, the man saw that Gu Yuan wouldn't give up on the upcoming challenges. Reflecting on the 10 rounds of challenges tonight, Gu Yuan analyzed his success factors. Firstly, the power of the true martial 7 secrets, which, even though he hadn't fully mastered, gave him a comprehensive boost. And secondly, the enhanced physical attributes from his doppelganger's feedback, far surpassing ordinary first-level martial artists. These combined factors allowed him to break through the limitations of his level. In this world, there are no miracles of the weak overcoming the strong. Only the iron rule of the strong defeating the weak. Winning means you are stronger than your opponent, an undeniable fact. Gu Yuan closed his eyes, relaxing his mind, feeling the extraordinary energy slowly merge into his body, stimulating the medicinal effects and healing his injuries. The arena had evidently provided him with initial treatment, controlling most of his injuries from worsening. He mentally organized his next steps. Complete the final secret of the true martial 7 secrets to fully master it. Practice blade techniques and forge his weapon in preparation for advancing to the second level. Meanwhile, he couldn't neglect his doppelganger, who needed to continue hunting mutated beasts to accumulate evolution points and collect life crystals. Though there was much to do, the focus remained on his doppelganger. The attributes enhanced by the doppelganger's feedback were the true source of his strength, allowing him, a first-level martial artist, to possess a body comparable to the peak of the first level, even without practicing martial arts techniques. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Gu Yuan stretched, shivering slightly from the pain. Although much better than last night, he figured normal activities would be manageable as long as he avoided intense movement. He noticed a silver box on the counter, the reward for his 10 consecutive victories. Eagerly, he opened the box to find bundles of cash totaling 100,000 yuan, a finely crafted golden mech model, and a piece of precious first-level super martial material. Gu Yuan calculated silently. The reward was quite substantial. To know, hunting a low-level mutated beast would yield around 10,000 yuan at most, and that was with significant risk to his life. He decided to use this super martial material for his true martial 7 secrets training. Training super martial arts required materials, much like building a pyramid needed countless stones. Gu Yuan sighed softly. The true martial 7 secrets alone required 7 types of materials, and practicing martial techniques might need even more. Both ancient and super martial arts relied heavily on resources. Solely relying on personal training, even a prodigy would struggle to stand out, let alone those with average talents. Carrying the silver box, Gu Yuan left the arena, deposited the money into his bank account, and headed straight to the school's training room. Despite it being Saturday, the martial arts students were bustling, many diligently training. After all, for most, the school's training environment was far superior to home. In the training room, Gu Yuan took out a bundle of black silkworm threads and began wrapping them around his fingers. This was the training method for the flow secret, softness around the finger, which, unlike the fierce and domineering flame secret, emphasized leveraging strength with finesse. Most importantly, this soft power could be trained even in his current physical state. As time passed, Gu Yuan gradually sensed an invisible yet resilient thread weaving through his body, akin to threading a needle, stitching together weak points that were previously unreachable or unmanageable, connecting his body parts into a tighter, more cohesive whole. Finally, the 7 secrets merged into one. The true martial 7 secrets are finally mastered. It wasn't easy. Gu Yuan exhaled deeply, reflecting. Even with his extraordinary talent, it took him 6 full days to truly grasp it. No wonder so few practice such powerful super martial arts. The moment the flow secret was mastered, a sensation of smooth connectivity spread through his body. He stood up and moved around, pleasantly surprised to find that many of his injuries had significantly healed. The world is round. The thought suddenly crossed his mind. The human body is like a complete circle. Once there's a breach, no matter how strong other parts are, life force will continuously leak. No wonder the world is round. It's a fundamental principle of nature. Sunday was a bright and sunny day. Gu Yuan stepped into the campus with a spring in his step, brimming with the vitality from his recent training in the true martial 7 secrets. His physical attributes had been comprehensively enhanced, his self-healing ability greatly improved, and the injuries from the martial arts arena had mostly healed under the wash of his vigorous blood and energy. He ran a hand through his sun-warmed hair, feeling an overwhelming love for this beautiful world. Gu Yuan. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly called from behind. Gu Yuan turned around to see a short-haired boy catching up to him. What a coincidence, the boy said with a grin. I'm your new desk mate, Zhong Shuigui. Gu Yuan then remembered that Zhong Shuigui used to sit behind his original desk mate, Lin Xiaoyu, who had left, making Zhong Shuigui his direct desk mate. Despite his own breakthrough, Zhong Shuigui had remained in the classroom. But now, it was clear that Zhong Shuigui was emitting the aura of someone who had also made progress. You broke through? Gu Yuan asked in surprise. Zhong Shuigui, hands in his pockets, replied proudly, yeah, when you focus entirely on training, it really pays off. He briefly explained how he had thrown himself into training after a breakup, sounding quite pleased with himself. Gu Yuan was puzzled. You had a breakup? Zhong Shuigui's face stiffened, and he quickly changed the subject. By the way, do you know where Teacher Elan's office is? Funny you should ask. I'm heading there too. It's on the 3rd floor of Building B. The two of them went to Elan's office together. Elan gestured for Zhong Shuigui to wait, and turned to Gu Yuan. You're ranked 25th now. Don't you want to push higher? Gu Yuan shook his head. We'll see. My skills are still pretty average. He briefly explained his views on the ranking rewards. Elan nodded, her gaze falling on Gu Yuan's martial badge. Give me your badge, and I'll upgrade your access. You've become one of the key candidates this year. Curious, Gu Yuan asked about the benefits of being a key candidate. Elan explained concisely about the resource allocations, enhanced access to the knowledge base, and credit rewards. Zhong Shuigui, listening nearby, was stunned. In just a week, it seemed Gu Yuan had transformed completely. After leaving the office, Gu Yuan immediately accessed the advanced martial knowledge base. He browsed through the vast array of techniques, seeking a suitable blade technique. Ultimately, he chose the star-slicing blade technique, a mid-level skill known for its devastating power, one slash to bring down a star. Next, Gu Yuan went to the logistics department to collect a standard alloy blade. The blade, over 2 meters long and weighing 30 kilograms, was designed for combating large mutated beasts. Gu Yuan thought to himself that once he mastered the technique, he would need to start crafting his own personal weapon. Training area. Gu Yuan tightened his grip on the alloy blade, feeling its weight. The blade felt slightly light and not quite to his liking, but as a standard issue weapon, it would have to do. He began practicing the star-cutting sword technique, a style known for its speed, precision, and lethality. Though it sounded simple, mastering it required considerable mental aptitude. Closing his eyes, Gu Yuan focused, sensing the unique gravity brought by the meteorite iron within him. The essence of the star-cutting sword technique lay in utilizing celestial gravity to pull enemies into the blade's edge at the moment of the strike. This use of mental energy, similar to telekinesis, was one of the reasons Gu Yuan chose this technique. As he moved through the forms, the air currents were drawn in, creating swirling wind blades around the sword. Gu Yuan opened his eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent technique. The skill panel indicated that the star-cutting sword technique had been recorded and could now be formally trained. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan spent 5 attribute points to enhance the technique, rapidly increasing its proficiency to 50. The immediate result was excruciating pain, as if his muscles were being peeled away one by one with tweezers. But Gu Yuan gritted his teeth and endured, relying on his formidable willpower. With a casual swing of the sword, the air currents formed a vortex around the alloy blade under the influence of gravity. Gu Yuan then invested the remaining 7 attribute points, advancing the technique to a minor mastery level. My combat power has just stepped up a notch, Gu Yuan thought confidently, pushing open the training room door. Sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, casting dappled light on him. A burly figure rose from a bench in the corridor. I've been waiting for you. How about a spar? It was Tuoba Hao. Gu Yuan chuckled. In such a hurry to get beaten? They moved to the combat zone, standing about 10 meters apart. Tuoba Hao wielded a massive hammer, its handle 2 meters long with conical blunt spikes on both sides of the head. He shouted, "Here comes little flying hammer," and instantly closed the distance, the hammer whistling as it swung toward Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan gripped his sword with both hands, his energy surging. Blazing form. Star-cutting slash. He swung his sword, and numerous air currents formed a massive blade edge under the pull of gravity, clashing with the hammer. Clang. Sparks flew as Tuoba Hao was forced to retreat, his arm numb. No more, no more. You're not playing fair, going all out right from the start. Gu Yuan sheathed his weapon, spreading his hands. If I don't go all out, should I let you build up momentum slowly? Tuoba Hao rubbed his shoulder and asked quietly, you should be in the key seed list by now, right? Gu Yuan nodded in confirmation, and Tuoba Hao proudly mentioned that he had become a key seed after defeating Yuan Shan. As they walked and chatted, Tuoba Hao teased, are you busy wooing girls all the time? I never see you interacting with others. Gu Yuan rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm a social butterfly like you? I'm always busy training. I don't have time for socializing. As for wooing girls, do you think I need to make an effort? Tuoba counted on his fingers, his brows furrowing slightly. We should have around 10 key seeds in our batch. You, me, Lin Xiaoyu, plus 2 others I know, that's already 5. He glanced around. The combat zones of Yunhai Martial High were vast and varied, with energy waves surging and forceful auras clashing. Before long, the 2 of them arrived at another combat zone. The atmosphere here was more tense, with 2 figures locked in fierce combat, their punches and kicks creating gusts of wind. Tuoba Hao shook his head helplessly. It's those 2 again. They've been sparring every day to prepare for the martial arena. Martial arena? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his expression. Tuoba Hao, known for his extensive connections, explained, yes, the martial arena. It's backed by Longsha Technology, the largest and only military-industrial group in the country. They mainly research mechs, genetic serums, and advanced weaponry. The arena is used to test mech data and the potential of genetic warriors. Gu Yuan nodded in understanding. Longsha Technology was the country's largest base for genetic warriors, where almost everyone followed the path of genetic martial arts. This involved extracting the blood essence of mutated beasts to create various genetic serums. Even ordinary people with no martial talent could achieve the power of a first-level warrior after injecting a basic genetic serum. However, this power came at a cost. The price was a shortened lifespan, the appearance of beast-like features on the body, and the possibility of transforming into a half-beast or even a full beast during combat. More importantly, injecting genetic serums essentially cut off the path to becoming a super warrior, forcing individuals to rely on increasingly advanced serums to grow stronger, each injection a perilous trial. Despite its drawbacks, genetic martial arts allowed for rapid power gains, requiring no training or martial talent. As long as one's willpower was strong enough to withstand the beastification process, they could survive. Failure meant the collapse of the genetic chain, bodily dissolution, and a painful death. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes, calculating. It looks like in the upcoming challenges, I'll not only face mechs but also genetic warriors. Suddenly, a sharp scratching sound interrupted his thoughts. A boy with an average appearance but strikingly heroic eyebrows walked over barefoot, cursing under his breath. Damn, my shoes are ruined again, he complained, frustrated. When I reach the 3rd level and get my body armor, the first thing I'll reinforce is my feet. Another boy, handsome and robust, laughed from behind. With all the leg training you do, even iron shoes wouldn't hold up. Tuoba how enthusiastically introduced them. Come on, let me introduce you. This barefoot guy is Li Long, and the one behind is Fu Zifan. Li Long, while putting on new shoes from his backpack, glanced at Tuoba Hao and Gu Yuan. Haozi, what brings you here? Tuoba Hao, exasperated, retorted. Longzi, are you deaf? I told you not to call me Haozi. Given his handsome and imposing appearance, he couldn't stand being called Haozi, which sounded like mouse. Li Long countered. Then why do you call me Longzi? Because you're deaf, Tuoba Hao shot back confidently. Fu Zifan stepped in to smooth things over. All right, stop arguing. Haozi, aren't you going to introduce your friend? Before Tuoba Hao could respond, Gu Yuan smiled slightly and introduced himself. I'm Gu Yuan. Fu Zifan's eyes lit up. So you're Gu Yuan. No wonder you look so impressive, handsome. By the way, what skincare routine do you follow? Any tips for maintaining such great skin? Gu Yuan shook his head helplessly. Sorry, I just wash my face with water. I don't have a skincare routine. This handsomeness was natural. Ah, so you were born with it. Fu Zifan sighed wistfully. After exchanging a few pleasantries, it was mealtime, and they headed to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Fu Zifan generously booked a private room and treated them to a meal. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Fu Zifan, sipping on soda and hiccuping, said, We plan to go to the Martial Tower to hone our skills. I heard the Academy is organizing a trial soon, which might be dangerous. A trial? What kind of trial? Tuoba Hao's eyes widened. He prided himself on being the little informant of Yunhai Martial High but hadn't heard this news. Fu Zifan's expression grew serious. My family hinted at it. You know, the military periodically clears out mutated creatures around the city. It's only been a month since the last cleanup, but for some reason, there are already a lot of mutated beasts around the forests again. Most are low level, but if they gather in numbers, they pose a threat. Apparently, we breakthrough martial students will be involved in this cleanup, possibly in a month or even half a month. The higher-ups want us to get some real combat experience. The group exchanged glances, momentarily silent. Tuoba Hao suddenly burst into laughter. Is that all? Haha, I thought it was something serious. It's just clearing out mutated beasts. Even if we don't do it this semester, we'll face them next semester in our 3rd year. It's just a few months early. We're the key seeds of Yunhai Martial High. Are you scared? The other 3 continued eating without responding. Scared? No way. Li Long and Fu Zifan thought to themselves. As key seeds of the martial high school, they were geniuses among their peers. If they couldn't face mutated beasts under the protection of the military and the school, they might as well give up martial arts and live as ordinary people. Gu Yuan, however, pondered more deeply. If their batch was to face mutated beasts in the 2nd semester of their 2nd year, would subsequent batches also face the same? This early exposure to danger would likely cause casualties. Did this indicate that the situation beyond the dimensional rift was worsening, requiring more manpower at the front lines? After all, martial students were essentially soldiers in training. Still, overthinking wouldn't help. The sky might fall, but taller people would hold it up. His task was to train diligently and become stronger. Under a dark red sky, dust swept across the desolate land. Heavy metallic footsteps echoed through the rubble-strewn streets, leaving deep imprints. Despite the city's layout resembling a modern metropolis, the remnants suggested that it was once far more advanced and prosperous. The Blade Mech didn't care why this world had turned into a post-apocalyptic wasteland. His goal in exploring the city was to gather resources. Hidden corners and encounters with mutated beasts often brought unexpected surprises, provided he was strong enough. Otherwise, he would just become fodder for other creatures' evolution. Surveying the barren landscape, the Blade Mech felt something was off. There seemed to be fewer ordinary mutated beasts in the area, and the ones he encountered were usually stronger, like the 2 fierce saber-toothed elephants he'd faced. Unfortunately, they hadn't yielded anything valuable. Crunch! A sharp sound of something being stepped on came from the other side of an old wall. The Blade Mech's steps halted abruptly. If he had a normal flesh and blood body, his pupils would have constricted sharply. The sound wasn't the heavy thud of a mutated beast, but the distinct footsteps of a humanoid creature. The instant Blade Mech detected the anomaly, the footsteps on the other side of the wall abruptly ceased. The air seemed to freeze, with 2 pairs of eyes locking onto each other through the barrier. The battle blade in Blade Mech's hand materialized from a phantom state, its metallic surface gleaming coldly. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded. The ground shook violently as if a colossal object had fallen. The shockwave reached Blade Mech's feet, causing his metal armor to hum deeply. The wall then collapsed with a roar, sending debris flying like bullets. A towering humanoid figure emerged from the dust. Its armor was a pure bronze color, with sharp spikes adorning its shoulders, elbows, and joints. Blue mechanical lights flickered from its eyes, and a glowing blue gemstone was embedded in its chest. Blade Mech was startled to recognize another mech. He attempted to communicate through mental waves. "Hey, brother, can you hear me?" The response was a beam of light slicing through the air. Blade Mech dodged sideways, and the light sword barely missed him, distorting the air in its wake. He tried to communicate again, only to be met with even fiercer attacks. "You're asking for it," Blade Mech shouted angrily, moving with lightning speed. His hand clamped onto the bronze mech's wrist like a vice, flipping it over and slamming it heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This strike seemed to activate some kind of program. Two beams of light shot from the bronze mech's blue eyes, instantly carving half-meter-long gashes into Blade Mech's surface, sparks flying. Blade Mech was startled and hastily rolled to avoid further attacks. The beams swept across the building behind him, slicing it in half. The massive section slid down like tofu, crashing into pieces. As the bronze mech turned its head, Blade Mech's colossal foot came down like a pillar. Boom! The airwaves scattered, and the bronze mech's head shattered into fragments, embedding into the ground like iron discs. Blade Mech coldly remarked, "If you won't speak when asked, then stay silent forever." He slashed open the bronze mech's body, emerging from the ensuing flames with a white crystal in one hand and his blade in the other. Ordinary flames had no effect on his sturdy armor. The crystal was identified as an energy focus chip, a common yet special weapon module that could be installed in the head to enhance mental and sensory abilities. Blade Mech hadn't expected to obtain a module by defeating the mech. He quickly inserted the module into the groove on his forehead. Instantly, the silver light in his eyes turned blue, and blade-like fins extended from his temples. Testing the energy flow, a blue beam shot from his eyes, tracing a meteor-like path across the sky. Blade Mech shook his head, not quite accustomed to the recoil of this attack. He named it Death Ray, requiring head movement to control the range. Before leaving, Blade Mech glanced back at the fiery ruins. It was his first encounter with another mech, and although the opponent lacked consciousness, he looked forward to finding more comrades in this city to complete his set of modules. As night fell, Gu Yuan woke from his dream. He got up, closed the window, and turned on the desk lamp, sketching an exploration map on his tablet. His avatar was still operating in the outer regions, and he decided to scavenge those resources first before venturing deeper, as it became more dangerous the further in he went. A new week began, and Gu Yuan learned about forging life-bound weapons in his martial arts class. After class, he asked Lin Xiaoyu about her progress. Lin Xiaoyu mysteriously revealed that her weapon was a sword, but offered no further details. Gu Yuan continued to experiment with weapon embryos in the training room. He had smelted 7 types of super materials inside his body, which increased the difficulty but also meant his future weapon would be more powerful. He channeled his vital energy, his body glowing like a great sun, with crimson patterns flowing across his skin. As the vital energy washed over him, various marks gradually faded, forming a viscous liquid that gathered in his dantian. This was the first step in weapon forging, melting materials with vital energy and then shaping them with mental power. Gu Yuan understood that choosing high-grade materials meant his breakthrough would be slower than others, but the final result would be far stronger. Wednesday, in the cultivation room, Gu Yuan was fully focused, his mental energy meticulously controlling 7 different colored liquids. These liquids floated in the air, slowly rotating without mixing. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his eyes revealing intense concentration and tension. Thanks to his powerful physique and abundant qi and blood, the materials inside his body quickly melted into liquid. However, the challenge followed. Each liquid contained different powers, and any slight mistake during the fusion process could cause an explosion, much like handling explosives. If he were only refining a single material, this wouldn't be an issue. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, reminding himself to stay calm. Even if it did explode, it would only waste materials, and he could always remelt the superweapon materials. The 7 colored liquids began to merge, each representing a secret technique. The steel form condensed into a sharp blade tip, the fire form turned into a razor-sharp edge, and the earth form formed a solid spine of the blade. Under Gu Yuan's control, a crude, clay-like blade embryo slowly took shape. Finally, the blade embryo was complete. Gu Yuan let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite the danger, the forging process went relatively smoothly. He knew that his success was largely due to his powerful body and mental strength. His robust physique and abundant qi and blood sped up the melting process, while his strong mental energy allowed him to precisely control the entire forging process. Next came the continuous tempering until the blade embryo was fully formed. Gu Yuan stood up and left the cultivation room, planning to take a break. 2 days later, on Friday, 48 hours had passed since the blade embryo took shape, and the tempering process was still ongoing. However, today, Gu Yuan temporarily set aside the blade embryo's tempering work. Among the 7 secrets of true martial, he was most proficient in the fire form. At this moment, his progress bar showed that he was only 2 away from mastering it. Gu Yuan decided to complete this last 2 today. Tomorrow was the challenge day at the martial arena, and he hoped that mastering the fire form would give him an edge. Since the blade embryo couldn't be fully tempered in such a short time, meaning he couldn't break through to the second realm before the challenge, he decided to focus on mastering the fire form first. As the Yunbao stone in his hand disappeared, cloud patterns gradually imprinted into his flesh, transforming into a violent force coursing through his body. After several cycles, the progress bar for the fire form blurred, replaced by new data. Fire form, minor achievement 1100, secret skill activated, rending force. Rending force. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. This was the fire form secret skill. Rending force wasn't a specific martial technique, but a way to harness power. Under the influence of the fire form, his body naturally mastered this technique, much like a bird instinctively knows how to fly. Therefore, this skill had no progress bar and didn't require upgrades. Gu Yuan tried to activate rending force and instantly felt a strange power erupting from his body in a unique trajectory. Without thinking, he chopped with his hand. Whoosh! His hand blade tore through the air, emitting a sharp, eagle-like cry. A red streak shot from his hand, striking a nearby iron post and leaving a mark as if it had been cut by a knife. A faint red aura lingered at his fingertips, and Gu Yuan pondered. Rending force concentrated the fierce power of the fire form into a single point and then unleashed it, creating devastating damage. It was essentially the ultimate version of the fire form. He flicked his finger, and with a whoosh, a red energy shot out and struck the iron post, producing a dull thud. This seemingly casual flick had the destructive power of a small-caliber bullet. However, each strike consumed some of Gu Yuan's qi and blood. "I'm getting stronger," Gu Yuan whispered to himself, a gleam in his eye. With the secret skill rending force, he felt more confident about tomorrow's challenge. Gu Yuan picked up his phone and sent a message to his sister, Gu Jiyan. "Sis, how's the exploration of the ruins going?" After nearly 10 minutes, there was no reply. The message seemed to have disappeared into the void. Still no signal? Gu Yuan frowned as he scrolled through their previous chat. Ever since Gu Jiyan entered that ancient temple ruin, her replies had become less frequent and slower. She had explained that it was due to an avalanche in the remote location with a chaotic magnetic field, causing poor signal and delayed responses. Although he knew that Gu Jiyan was with Professor Zhu Ruozi and staff from the Martial Bureau, making it unlikely for anything to go wrong, Gu Yuan couldn't help but worry. "I must be overthinking," Gu Yuan reassured himself. Professor Zhu Ruozi is a 6th realm expert, and the news said it's an ancient cultural relic with low danger. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a video call from Gu Jiyan. Gu Yuan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly answered. "Sis, you finally remembered you have a brother, huh? I was starting to think you got locked up," Gu Yuan joked. "What do you mean locked up? I told you, the signal is bad. You see?" Gu Jiyan's video was choppy, and her words were intermittent, but Gu Yuan could still understand her. "Sis, isn't this supposed to be like a sightseeing tour? Why do you look so rough?" Gu Yuan teased. The day was longer in the Tibetan region, so while it was already dark on his side, it was still bright where Gu Jiyan was. He could see dust and sand on her clothes, no makeup on her face, and her hair was messy. "Do you know how many days I haven't showered? The wind here is strong, and we're crammed in tents every day. Of course, I look rough," Gu Jiyan complained. "Professor Zhu's work isn't done yet, so we have to stay a bit longer." The signal seemed to improve, and the video and audio became clearer. Gu Yuan could hear the wind howling on her side. Behind Gu Jiyan, he could see some tired staff moving around and the faint shadow of ancient artifacts in the distance. "Sis, what's inside the ruins? Did you take any photos?" Gu Yuan asked curiously. "I did, but Professor Zhu said it's not the right time to make them public, so we can't share them yet." "All right then," Gu Yuan said, a bit disappointed but understanding. "Actually, as long as we don't post them online, it's fine. I'll send you one later." Gu Jiyan's voice suddenly cut off, and the screen went black. Video call disconnected. Gu Yuan rubbed his head. Signal cut off again? He wasn't too concerned. The video call had reassured him that Gu Jiyan was fine, and his worries were unfounded. Gu Yuan checked the time. It was almost 8 p.m. He changed into a new black tracksuit, grabbed his bullhead mask, and left home after informing his parents. He headed towards the Kide Gate Hotel. The black market was bustling as usual, and the martial arena was packed. He sat in the audience, his hands wrapped in bandages but no longer shaking. He stared excitedly at the schedule. 8:30 p.m. Bull Demon King challenges for 30 consecutive wins. At 8:25 p.m., Gu Yuan placed his belongings in a locker. His challenge was about to begin. Just as Gu Yuan left the storage room, His phone in the locker vibrated. The dark locker space lit up faintly as Gu Jian sent a photo. Now, let's welcome our new contestant, the Bull Demon King. The host's voice echoed through the entire arena, filled with excitement. The giant screen instantly displayed the Bull Demon King's profile. Contestant, Bull Demon King. Level, First Realm. Achievements, 10 consecutive victories. Introduction. With 10 rounds completed in just 6 minutes and 29 seconds, he's turned challenges into speed runs, becoming a sensational new star. Bull Demon King. Bull Demon King. Bull Demon King. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Clearly, many had come tonight just to witness the Bull Demon King's challenge. His stunning performance last week was still fresh in their minds. However, gamblers hesitated when they saw that the Bull Demon King was still at the first realm. After 10 consecutive victories, each new challenge would consist of 20 rounds. While the opponent's strength might not increase significantly, the doubling of rounds meant the difficulty would rise exponentially. The most daunting aspect of these continuous challenges was the sheer exhaustion they caused. No matter how strong a contestant was, enduring round after round was a grueling test. Last time, the Bull Demon King barely managed 10 rounds. Could he handle 20 this time? His prowess at the first realm was indeed remarkable, but his failure to advance to the second realm cast a shadow over his prospects. This betting pool is ridiculous. We can only bet on him winning 20 rounds. What if the Bull Demon King doesn't make it this time? The gamblers murmured amongst themselves. Listening to the discussions around him, he smirked disdainfully. A bunch of cowards, dreaming of getting rich without the guts to go all in, he thought. If I hadn't spent all my money on treatment, I'd definitely bet everything. Bull Demon King, I'll silently support you this time. Meanwhile, Tuoba Hao, Li Long, and Fu Zifan were seated in a row. Wow, who is this Bull Demon King? He's only at the first realm and already this powerful? Tuoba Hao had originally come to watch Li Long and Fu Zifan's challenges, but both had been defeated in the 6th round. Seeing the Bull Demon King's record, he couldn't help but tease his friends. Look at this. This is the difference. Why can the Bull Demon King achieve 10 consecutive victories while you can't? The challenge standards at the arena haven't changed for years. Reflect on whether you've been putting in enough effort and training properly. Li Long and Fu Zifan exchanged a glance, a mix of helplessness and frustration in their eyes. Damn it. If effort alone was enough, why would we need talent? If you're so good at talking, why don't you get up there? Enraged, the two started punching Tuoba Hao, who quickly begged for mercy. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan emerged from the tunnel, the spotlight immediately focusing on him. His eyes narrowed slightly behind his mask, contemplating his dual objectives, to test his strength and to release the accumulated killing intent of his clone. Ready, set, fight. The host announced loudly. In the first round, a magnificent angelic mech appeared, its golden sword gleaming under the lights. This was the final opponent from last week, now serving as the warm-up for today, clearly indicating the increasing difficulty. Gu Yuan didn't rush to attack. With his 7 secrets fully mastered, his aura was smooth and controlled. Compared to last week, his strength had vastly improved. Boom. As the mech started up, Gu Yuan's figure appeared before it like a phantom. A sharp cry echoed through the arena as his blood surged within him. His hand, shaped like a crescent moon, sliced through the mech, splitting it in half. 11 consecutive victories. The crowd went wild. The subsequent battles flowed seamlessly. Gu Yuan advanced effortlessly, defeating opponent after opponent. In the 20th round, he delivered a powerful punch to the mech's chest. The terrifying force radiated from his fist, shattering the mech's surface inch by inch. The energy core exploded, sending shockwaves through the arena. Gu Yuan shielded his mask with one hand, his exposed muscles like forged steel, exuding strength. The big screen magnified his image, inciting even more fervent cheers from the audience. On a high platform, a man with arms crossed watched the Bull Demon King with sharp eyes. He was surprised, not expecting the Bull Demon King to achieve 20 consecutive victories at the first realm. The splitting sky technique and the 7 secrets of true martial arts, mastered? The man's eyes flashed with understanding. Although he followed the path of genetic martial arts, he had heard of this supreme technique. The 7 secrets of true martial arts was one of the most difficult beginner techniques to master. Without matching combat power, one couldn't claim mastery. I wonder which student from Yunhai Martial Arts Academy he is, he mused. The 7 secrets can only be chosen for training in the Academy's database, so the Bull Demon King must be a student there. With my status, finding out his real identity would be easy, but there's no need. A rising dragon will eventually soar. Such a talent will reveal his true self sooner or later. Meanwhile, Li Long, munching on popcorn, remarked, "It's a pity Gu Yuan isn't here. This challenge is so exciting tonight." Tuoba Hao shrugged. "I invited him, but he said he needed to train and had no time." Fu Zifan, watching the ongoing battle, shook his head. "Training is important, but it's not everything. You need to relax and take breaks too. As they chatted, the Bull Demon King's challenge reached its final round. The 30th round, begin. As the host's voice rang out, everyone perked up, their eyes fixed on the arena. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, his chest heaving. The 7 secrets of true martial arts adjusted his state, squeezing out every last bit of strength. After 30 consecutive rounds, even he felt immense pressure. At this moment, he was like a sponge being wrung dry, straining to release his final reserves of energy. Dry ice sublimated in the passage, shrouding it in a thick mist. An invisible gaze fell upon Gu Yuan. The look was cold and ruthless, reminiscent of a prehistoric beast's death stare, sending chills down his spine. The camera on the big screen focused on the passage entrance. Through the fog, a massive figure gradually approached. The audience felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, the host's excited voice echoed throughout the venue. The Bull Demon King's final opponent is Demon Elephant. The camera revealed a terrifyingly muscular giant. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, his arms and legs were as thick as an elephant's, covered in explosive muscles and brown veins. His shoulder muscles fused with his head, forming a powerful triangular muscle group on his hunched back. From a distance, this man didn't look human at all. Gu Yuan squinted, thinking to himself, this must be a genetic warrior from Longxia technology, a product of trading life for immense strength. Normally, genetic warriors look like ordinary people until they fully unleash their power. But Demon Elephant has already completely mutated. Could he be an experimental subject? Sure enough, the big screen soon displayed information about Demon Elephant. Demon Elephant, Level 2 experimental subject of the Demon Elephant Serum. Formerly a cultist of the evil god, responsible for multiple massacres. Captured and turned into a genetic experimental subject. The audience erupted in outrage, cursing Demon Elephant. Tuoba Hao was not surprised but still snorted coldly. A cultist of the evil god, serves him right to be an experimental subject. He knew that Longxia technology used worthless war criminals and cultists as experimental subjects, letting them die in agony. Though it sounded inhumane, no one sympathized with these heinous criminals. The audience's enthusiasm soared, with cheers filling the air. Go, Bull Demon King. Take down Demon Elephant. Go, go. Bull Demon King, if you win, I'll marry you. Demon Elephant scanned the surroundings, a sinister smile slowly spreading across his face. He laughed maniacally, putting your hopes on a little chick. How laughable you humans are. Weak and cowardly, you only rely on stronger beings. You weaklings should offer your souls and blood to the great Atovas. Gu Yuan stepped forward, expressionless, and said coldly, are you referring to me as the little chick? Demon Elephant's gaze shifted to Gu Yuan, his smile freezing. The next moment, he licked his lips with a thick tongue and taunted, yes, the little chick is you. And you look quite appealing, I must say. Before he could finish his sentence, an unimaginable force struck Demon Elephant, sending him flying 20 or 30 meters away. He dug his diamond-hard fingers into the ground to stop himself, his sturdy body showing no signs of injury despite the dizzying tumble. Demon Elephant laughed wildly. Grab a weapon, or your little chick's strength is just good for scratching my itch. His laughter abruptly stopped. Gu Yuan's feet crushed the ground, and with a massive counterforce, his body vanished, leaving a red afterimage. In the next instant, a fist like an arrow shot straight at Demon Elephant's chest. Boom. The moment the fist met muscle, the air compressed and exploded, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The immense force rippled through Demon Elephant's body, making his chest muscles undulate like waves. Spurt. Demon Elephant's body folded into a grotesque shape, spewing blood as he flew back even faster than before. He crashed into the cement wall, creating a 3-meter-wide crater filled with cracks. Embedded in the center, surrounded by a web of fissures, he looked like prey caught in a trap, unable to move. A normal Second Realm warrior would have died instantly from Gu Yuan's punch. But Demon Elephant Serum, containing the genes of a mutated giant elephant, greatly enhanced his physical defense and strength. Unfortunately, he didn't get to use his strength before being half-killed. He struggled to break free, blood gushing from his mouth, staring intently at Gu Yuan's masked eyes, trying to see the Bull Demon King's true face. He said with difficulty, the great Lord Atovas won't spare you. I will follow him to the end of my life. Gu Yuan's eyes were cold as he sneered. You said humans only rely on stronger beings, but you're no different. They put their hope in me because I can do what they can't, while your so-called lord is nothing but a rat in a gutter. Losers eat dust. That's your fate. With those words, Gu Yuan twisted his waist and unleashed a sweeping kick. The leg's speed and force created a tearing sound in the air. Bang! The kick smashed Demon Elephant's head into the cement wall. Debris flew, and his head exploded, leaving the wall covered in cracks. This gruesome scene was magnified and frozen in everyone's eyes. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted in deafening cheers. The host, snapping out of his daze, excitedly announced over the microphone, "The 30th round is over. Congratulations to the Bull Demon King for completing the 30-win challenge." At that moment, Gu Yuan became the center of attention, with countless people cheering for him. Li Long swallowed hard and exclaimed, "That's terrifying. The Bull Demon King can't be from our school, right?" For some reason, Tuoba Hao thought of Gu Yuan's face but quickly dismissed the idea. No way. With such power, he would have already dethroned Lin Xiaoyu. Fu Zifan chimed in, "You never know. Lin Xiaoyu is incredibly powerful. I heard from the teachers that if we're geniuses, Lin Xiaoyu is a prodigy among prodigies." Li Long was skeptical. Really? The school rates her that highly? Fu Zifan shrugged. "I don't know. Lin Xiaoyu doesn't show her skills often. She's always busy with her streams." Tuoba Hao looked at the screen, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Maybe she finds school too boring and keeps a low profile because she rarely meets her match. Look, even the Bull Demon King didn't reveal his strength before. It just shows that masters could be hiding among us. At the Kide Gate Hotel, room 1201, Gu Yuan took a cold shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city under the night sky. The elevated highway was bustling with traffic, and countless headlights formed an unbroken ribbon of light. He pulled out his phone and opened a message from Gu Jiyan. The screen displayed a picture of a stone carving. Despite its age, the image of the ram's head was vivid and lifelike, even hinting at a subtle smile. Gu Yuan rubbed his eyes and confirmed that the smile was indeed there. Though not intricately detailed, the carving's essence made it a priceless piece of art. Gu Yuan sent a thank you message to Gu Jiyan, but received no reply. He guessed it might be a signal issue. Putting away his phone, Gu Yuan sat on the soft bed and opened 2 silver cases, the rewards for his 20 and 30 consecutive victories. Opening the case for 20 victories first, he found no cash inside. As per his request, the fighting arena had transferred the prize money in 2 installments to his bank account, 300,000 and 500,000. The case contained truly valuable items. An irregularly shaped stone glowing with an earthy yellow light amber stone, a level 1 super martial material used for cultivating the solid form, and a nearly transparent crystal sphere floating smoke crystal, another level 1 super martial material, which when observed closely, showed air currents bursting like fireworks. Gu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that the floating smoke crystal was the rare material he needed for his chi form cultivation. With anticipation, Gu Yuan opened the case for 30 victories. A burst of cold air greeted him, and inside was only a syringe and a card with instructions. It was refining fluid, capable of significantly accelerating weapon refinement. Gu Yuan was taken aback, realizing this might be an investment from the fighting arena in him. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan injected the refining fluid into his arm. A cool sensation quickly spread throughout his body, and he immediately activated the true martial 7 secrets, guiding the energy to his dantian. The sky blue liquid dripped onto the blade embryo, and a mystical aura began to rise, indicating that the embryo was undergoing some transformation. This process lasted until the early hours. When Gu Yuan opened his eyes again, an invisible sharpness emanated from him, like an unsheathed blade. Although he was 1 step away from completion, he knew it would only take a few days of nurturing to break through. At dawn, Gu Yuan's consciousness entered the ruined city. Under the perpetually dim red sky, the blade mech stood at the edge of a rooftop. It had been nearly half a month since its last evolution, and the evolution points needed for the 3rd evolution were almost fully accumulated. The blade mech clenched its fist. Lately, it had been active in this area, searching for spots with strong energy fluctuations. These places either housed powerful mutated beasts or contained high-energy substances. To prepare for the upcoming evolution, it decided to take the risk of exploring this dangerous resource point. The mech leaped down, landing heavily and kicking up a cloud of dust. This was the last unexplored resource point, and also the most dangerous. However, with the recent acquisition of the new mech module, the energy focusing plate, the blade mech's combat power had increased once again. Today, it decided to open this resource point's mystery box. Resource points are like mystery boxes. You never know what's inside until you open them. In this post-apocalyptic world, skyscrapers hundreds of meters tall stand like giants, their shattered windows resembling countless hollow eyes silently watching over the ruins. A cold, metallic mech known as blade mech crunches through the debris of shattered glass, emitting a piercing screech as it slowly approaches a once magnificent building. It scans the surroundings, noting that such high-rises are not uncommon in this ruined city, though now they are all mere skeletons. At the top of this building lies the last resource point in the area. Despite the seemingly calm surroundings, as Blade Mech steps into the building, a chilling aura envelopes it, as if countless malicious eyes are watching from the shadows. The mech immediately summons its crimson blade, the high-temperature edge slightly dispelling the surrounding cold. Taking in the decayed environment, the air reeks of rot. Cobwebs cover the walls and ceiling, indicating the city has long ceased to function. With no power supply, even if the elevators were operational, using them would be suicidal. Just as Blade Mech prepares to find the stairs, a white thread silently descends from the ceiling, at the end of which dangles a black spider the size of a calf. 8 spiked legs spread out, forming a web nearly 4 meters in diameter, which suddenly contracts towards the mech. Blade Mech, already on guard, swings its blade in a swift arc. After 2 slashes, the spider is dismembered. The mech stomps on the severed legs, the sound of twisting metal highlighting the mutated creature's toughness. Utilizing its biological sensing capabilities, Blade Mech detects that the entire building is a nest for mutated spiders. The sound of scuttling legs grows louder, and the mech's eyes flash blue, unleashing death rays that sweep through the area like lasers. In less than a minute, the hall is littered with spider corpses, emitting a nauseating stench. Stepping over the bodies, Blade Mech begins to climb the stairs. As the distance shortens, it can more clearly sense the energy fluctuations from above. However, this aura likely emanates from a mutated spider queen rather than the anticipated extraordinary materials. Yet, considering that the evolution of mutant beasts relies on the radiation of extraordinary materials, the possibility of both coexisting remains. The decaying stairs crumble under the mech's massive weight, and webs along with sporadic mutant spiders are cleared one by one. Finally, on the 86th floor, Blade Mech halts. The source of the energy fluctuations is here. A sickening squelch comes from underfoot as a white spider egg bursts. Ahead lies a spacious exhibition hall, now a nest for the spider queen. The floor is covered with spider eggs, and deeper inside, a truck-sized, multicolored female spider is laying more. It is wrapping a male spider in silk for mating, surrounded by a heap of devoured male carcasses. Sensing the intruder, the spider queen's 6 massive eyes turn towards Blade Mech, filled with cruelty and bloodlust. The mech attacks without hesitation, its death rays targeting the queen's eyes. Under the relentless high-energy assault, 2 of the queen's eyes explode, eliciting a piercing scream. The massive body rears up, nearly touching the ceiling. Only now does Blade Mech fully perceive the terrifying form of this third-level mutant beast. Its 8 legs are entirely mechanized, capable of easily piercing marble floors. The back shell is layered like heavy armor. The spider queen launches its attack, shooting web strands as thick as arms like arrows. Blade Mech narrowly dodges, the webs hitting the wall and corroding it instantly. Realizing these webs are infused with extraordinary toxins, Blade Mech becomes even more cautious. Facing the overwhelming web assault, Blade Mech decisively breaks through the ceiling, reaching the 87th floor. The Spider Queen momentarily loses its target, and just as it hesitates, a violent tremor comes from above. Blade Mech descends from the sky, its crimson blade slicing through the air. With a crack, the Queen's armored shell splits open, and foul-smelling blood gushes out. In this single strike, Blade Mech pierces through the Queen's body, emerging from its abdomen. Looking at the easily defeated behemoth, Blade Mech thinks, well, it wasn't as tough as I thought. The foul-smelling liquid clung to the entire surface of the mech, but Blade felt no discomfort. After all, mechs don't have sensations or pain. The Spider Queen, on the other hand, was nearly driven mad by the searing pain inside its body, its piercing screams deafening. With a hiss, the Spider Queen's sharp leg struck down, determined to tear apart the enemy causing it such agony. Blade's mech, agile as ever, leaped to narrowly avoid the lethal blow. The massive leg slammed into the marble floor like a pile driver, leaving a gaping hole. 8 legs, thick as tree trunks, crisscrossed the battlefield. Blade's mech danced on the edge of a knife, each move a delicate balance between life and death. Seizing a momentary opening, Blade raised its right foot, activating the Whale King leg module. The air exploded beneath it, creating a ripple-like shockwave. Boom! The marble floor shattered instantly, cracks snaking across like serpents. The invisible shockwave radiated from Blade's mech, freezing the Spider Queen in place. Blade seized the opportunity, slashing out with its blade. The air itself seemed to tear apart, a white arc of compressed air trailing the blade. Clang! In a series of crisp snaps, 4 of the Spider Queen's massive legs were severed. As it regained mobility, it collapsed like a truck, unable to maintain its balance. The floor of the 86th floor exhibition hall crumbled under the impact, unable to withstand the fierce battle any longer. Both Blade and the Spider Queen plummeted to the 85th floor. With half its legs gone, the Spider Queen couldn't stand, resorting to spraying toxic webs. Blade's mech eyes flashed, cutting through the webs with laser-like precision. Then, in a blur, it charged at the Spider Queen. The Tumterlong battle blade radiated intense heat. With a swift slash, It cut through the Spider Queen's abdomen like a hot knife through butter, spilling viscous fluid and innards. Driven to a frenzy by the pain, the Spider Queen's remaining legs thrashed wildly, smashing walls to pieces and sending debris flying in a chaotic scene. Blade's mech, eyes glinting coldly, leaped onto the Spider Queen's back. Just as it thought it had found a safe spot, the Spider Queen's legs twisted in an impossible manner, aiming straight for the mech like giant crossbow bolts. Splat! The foul liquid sprayed as the Spider Queen's legs embedded deeply into its own back. Blade's mech hesitated for a moment, stunned that the deadliest blow had come from the Spider Queen's self-inflicted wound. Blade stepped forward, raising its blade and decisively ending the Spider Queen's life. Immediately, the evolution meter on the panel filled up, updating to ready for evolution. Blade's mech gazed intently at the Spider Queen's still-warm corpse. It sensed a unique energy pulse within, indicating a hidden treasure. With a swift cut, it opened the abdomen, revealing white spider eggs from which a golden glow emanated. Reaching in, Blade retrieved a golden badge inscribed with the character Kill. Whatever it meant, to Blade, it was the final piece needed for evolution. The system identified it as a level 3 annihilation crystal, capable of significantly boosting the mech's power. Blade felt a surge of joy. This was exactly what it needed. Finding a relatively safe spot, Blade's mech opened its chest core furnace. A powerful energy wave spread out, like a miniature sun. Placing the annihilation badge into the furnace, the evolution process began. Destructive energy enveloped the area as the mech's black metal body gradually transformed into a glowing gold, emitting a faint luminescence. As the evolution progressed, the mech's form changed, growing taller and more imposing. Finally, a nearly 3-meter golden mech stood, resembling a finely sculpted piece of amber, exuding a warm, jade-like luster, a perfect work of art. Time slipped by, and in the dim space, a ray of light suddenly blossomed. Blade's mech eyes flashed blue, feeling the formidable power within. It couldn't help but clench its fists. Boom! The air exploded in its grasp. Blade looked at its mech panel, which now read, Evolution Complete Blade the Destroyer. Mecha Blade, Destroyer, Soldier Class Beginner. Strength, 142, Defense, 116, Agility, 113, Spirit, 121. Energy levels are at full capacity, and the armor is intact. The core module Unyielding Blade grants sharpness and adaptive features to blade weapons. Blood Fury Attack inflicts continuous bleeding. Life Form absorbs void energy, and Destroyer Mode can instantly boost combat power by 1000. Secondary modules include the Crimson Battle Blade right arm, Titan Strength right leg, and Energy Convergence headpiece. After the third evolution, the Blade Mecha saw a comprehensive enhancement in all 4 attributes, with strength leading the way by a significant margin. The gold and red lines of the mecha's body were sleek and fluid, exuding both power and elegance, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. However, what truly thrilled Blade was the new Destroyer Core Module, an explosive module that could amplify combat power tenfold in an instant, making it the ultimate trump card. Just as Blade was reveling in the newfound power from the evolution, a thunderous crash echoed from above. The ceiling crumbled, and large chunks of debris began to fall. Following this, the entire building started to shake violently, with cracks spreading like spider webs across the walls. Blade instantly realized that the building was on the brink of collapse. The venom from the Spider Mother had already corroded the walls, and the support columns in the exhibition hall were entirely compromised. It was a miracle the building had held up until now. In a split second, Blade stomped on the ground. With a resounding crash, the floor shattered, and the gold and red mecha shot up like an arrow released from a bow. Without wings, Blade plummeted rapidly from a height of 200 meters, the wind howling around. Activate Destroyer Mode. With a low growl, the core reactor in Blade's chest went into overdrive, the intense heat distorting the surrounding space, resembling a radiant red gem. With combat power surging tenfold, Blade felt an inexhaustible force within. He punched the air below, creating an explosive shockwave that looked like an irregular white cloud from afar. The massive recoil slowed his descent, and Blade continued punching to further reduce his fall speed. Meanwhile, the skyscraper crashed down with a thunderous roar, the upper part toppling like a giant pillar, fortunately in the opposite direction of Blade. Finally, Blade landed heavily. The tremendous impact caused the ground to collapse instantly, forming a massive crater 20 meters in diameter, with dense cracks spreading over tens of meters. The shockwave rippled out like a storm, kicking up a whirlwind of dust and debris. As the dust settled, a golden-hued mecha emerged from the crater and walked away. In the real world, Gu Yuan squinted slightly, feeling the power surge from his avatar's evolution. His physical attributes also improved, with strength surpassing even his spirit attribute. Strength brings miracles, and brute force can overpower all. Is this my future path? Gu Yuan thought wryly. Although he initially hoped to be an all-rounder, his muscles now dominated, which wasn't far from his pre-awakening desire for a strong physique. Gu Yuan fiddled with a level 3 life crystal, a trophy from the spider mother, along with a few spider legs and a bundle of web. These materials, though tainted with extraordinary venom, posed no threat to Gu Yuan, who had developed an extraordinary physique. Now, I have the strength to spar with a third realm warrior. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with confidence. He knew that before tapping into higher level forces, progress in cultivation was mainly reflected in physical strength. His body, bolstered by the blade mecha, far exceeded that of a first realm warrior and was on par with a third realm warrior. Despite this, Gu Yuan did not relax. In the next few days, I'll focus entirely on breaking through to the second realm. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and entered a meditative state. Recently, there has been an unusual increase in mutant beast activity around Yunhai City. All residents are urged to stay safe and, in case of danger, immediately move away and contact the Bureau of Martial Management. The news broadcast echoed in the small shop owned by Gu Tongxing and Li Mei. The couple watched the screen with serious expressions. Suddenly, their son, Gu Yuan, came downstairs. Dad, Mom, I'm heading out for a bit, Gu Yuan said, glancing at the TV. He was deep in thought. The disturbances caused by the mutant beasts were growing. If Fu Zifen's information was correct, the school's trials might be moved up sooner than expected. Li Mei frowned at his words. It's late, don't go out to train. The news says it's not safe lately. Gu Yuan didn't hide anything and explained. I think I'm close to a breakthrough. I need to stabilize my realm in the training room. It had been 3 days since his clone evolution, and tonight he finally felt a hint of breakthrough. Since the school's training room was closed, he had to rent a paid training facility. Yuan, take this card with you, Gu Tongxing called out as Gu Yuan was about to leave, handing him a bank card. Gu Yuan looked puzzled. Dad, what's this for? Gu Tongxing's voice was heavy, filled with hope. Son, I don't have the talent for cultivation, but I know that no matter how talented someone is, without resources and support, that talent can be wasted over time. Your talent surpasses even your sister's. You might become a powerful warrior in the future. There's some savings in this card. Buy whatever you need. Don't be frugal. Gu Yuan opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He didn't really need financial support from his family. His clone could gather super martial resources, and he still had tens of thousands from the martial arena. What he lacked was time. Given enough time, no one could keep up with him. But these were secrets he couldn't share with his parents. After weighing his options, Gu Yuan accepted the card and patted his chest. Dad, those so-called fallen geniuses you read about online are just not genius enough. A true super genius like me gets stronger just by breathing. Money isn't an issue. You think we know nothing, huh? Li Mei waved her hand dismissively. If you're going, then go quickly and come back early. See, you don't believe me. Gu Yuan shook his head and walked out. He headed straight to the nearby Longxing Martial Hall. Aside from membership fees, the training rooms were a major source of income for the hall. Basic rooms cost 500 per hour, while better ones could go up to over 1,000. Despite the high prices, they were often fully booked. Gu Yuan had pre-booked a room online for 1,200 per hour, similar to the school's setup. As he left the martial hall, he looked up at the overcast sky, with clouds thick and lightning flickering. Looks like it might rain tonight, he muttered. Heavenly gods, grant me a smooth breakthrough tonight. 2 hours later, Gu Yuan walked out of the training room with a sullen face. The coach at the hall saw him and teased. Gu Yuan, why the long face? Don't ask, I'm just frustrated, Gu Yuan sighed. When you're frustrated, you drink. Too bad the weather's bad tonight, or I'd take you out for some barbecue, the coach joked. I'll hold you to that. Next time the weather's good, you're treating me to barbecue. Gu Yuan forced a smile. It was almost midnight, and the streets were nearly deserted. Gu Yuan quickened his pace, eager to get home. Suddenly, a raindrop the size of a soybean hit the ground, followed by a torrential downpour. Of all nights to forget my umbrella, Gu Yuan grumbled. He turned into an unfamiliar alley, hoping to take a shortcut home, but the sudden rain drenched him within seconds. Already soaked, Gu Yuan slowed his pace, letting the rain wash over him. Surprisingly, the downpour washed away his frustration, leaving him feeling much lighter. As he neared the end of the alley, he noticed a figure standing at the entrance. Under the dim streetlight, he saw a burly man in a black hooded raincoat. Gu Yuan halted and instantly became alert. He could sense a faint but dangerous aura emanating from the man. Various scenarios flashed through his mind. A kidnapper? A mugger? A rain-soaked murderer? Who are you? Gu Yuan demanded, slowly advancing, giving the man no chance to make a move. Suddenly, a suffocating killing intent surged, so intense that even the heavy rain couldn't mask it. A car sped past the alley entrance, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Countless raindrops refracted the light, creating a shimmering curtain that Gu Yuan's strong figure seemed to tear through step by step. At that moment, he appeared to be the predator emerging from the shadows. The man in the raincoat, backlit by the dim light, didn't answer Gu Yuan's question. Instead, he unexpectedly lifted his drooping eyelids. His throat moved as he swallowed, and in a deep voice that cut through the rain, he said, "Youth is a wonderful thing, strong and full of vigor. Even a downpour can't dampen it." Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and walked forward at a steady pace. Suddenly, water splashed up as the man in the raincoat lunged forward like a cannonball, shattering countless raindrops. "What I mean is, I'm going to eat you." His hood was blown back by the wind, revealing a crazed and twisted face. His mouth stretched nearly to his ears, and his sharp teeth gleamed like saw blades. Gu Yuan chuckled. "Quite a peculiar look you've got there." Before he finished speaking, his arm muscles tensed, channeling his internal energy. The rainwater on his body evaporated into a thin mist, which, infused with his life force, seemed to burn like a fierce flame. At that moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared across the sky. In the brief illumination, a path of vacuum formed through the rain and air, like the trail of a shooting star. It was a breathtaking sight from afar, but up close, it was a deadly threat. Fist met fist, and the clash was deafening. The rain turned into mist, and the man in the raincoat staggered back 3 steps, each step leaving deep imprints on the waterlogged concrete. Gu Yuan caught the faint sound of cracking bones and smirked. "You really think you can eat me with that pitiful strength? You'll break your teeth. You set me up." The man in the raincoat felt a sharp pain in his arm and was horrified. He suspected Gu Yuan had been pretending to be weak, and immediately considered fleeing. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, now you want to run?" Despite his advantage, he remained cautious. The fact that his opponent could pose a threat meant he wasn't as weak as he appeared. Moreover, that punch had the power of a third-tier martial artist. "Run? Where do you think you're going?" As soon as the man in the raincoat moved, Gu Yuan appeared behind him, his hands slicing through the rain. With a swift motion, a strong arm pierced through his chest. The man in the raincoat looked down in disbelief, his life force draining quickly as the arm was pulled out. He collapsed into the water, his dark red blood mixing with the rain and flowing into the sewer. Gu Yuan took out his phone and called the Martial Arts Bureau. "Hello, I'm a student from Undying Martial Arts School. I was attacked on my way home." "Yes, that's right. I ended up killing him in self-defense." "Stay where you are. We'll send someone over immediately." "Okay, Gu Yuan's voice suddenly dropped. "Hello? Are you still there? Hang on. We're almost there." The operator sensed something was wrong. "I'm not moving, but he is," Gu Yuan said before hanging up. He stared ahead with a serious expression. A monstrous figure, its muscles and tendons exposed and its skin blood-red, stood up. 2 twisted, spiraling horns grew from its forehead, resembling those of a ram. A ram in human skin? A ram-head man? The thought flashed through Gu Yuan's mind. The ram-head man let out a hoarse, hateful voice. "Why do you force me? Why do you force me? You martial arts students are all doomed." A scythe wrapped in black mist appeared in its hand, its demonic weapon. Gu Yuan realized it was a follower of an evil god. No wonder it wanted to eat him. Ever since the Great Purge 30 years ago, all information about evil gods had been sealed off. He didn't know which evil god this one worshipped, but he knew that followers of evil gods devoured their victims alive and offered blood sacrifices. The ground beneath the ram-head man cracked and exploded as it turned into a blur of blood red, the smell of blood overwhelming. The speed of this sudden burst shocked Gu Yuan. His opponent's strength had more than doubled. The scythe tore through the air, the resulting shockwave slicing Gu Yuan's clothes and revealing his steely muscles. Gu Yuan expressionlessly ripped off his torn shirt, the wet fabric snapping in the air like a whip. "It seems you really are a first-tier martial artist. At this point, why not bring out your own weapon?" The ramhead man snarled. As a third-tier martial artist, it had been driven to use a forbidden demonic sacrifice against a mere first-tier. The thunderstorm had come and gone quickly, leaving only the sound of dripping water in the dark alley. Gu Yuan remained silent, his 7 secret techniques coursing through his body, his boiling energy and blood burning like flames. Today, only one person would walk out of this alley alive. And that person was him. Hiss! A massive, razor-sharp scythe sliced through the air, a flash of black light accompanied by the sound of fabric being torn. Gu Yuan reacted instantly, bending his knees and arching his upper body backward at a 90-degree angle, like a human bridge made of iron. The terrifying blade grazed the tip of his nose, the sensation of the air being torn sending shivers down his spine. Springing back upright, Gu Yuan flicked his wet staff with precision, wrapping it around the long handle of the scythe. Taken by surprise, the goat-head man stumbled forward as a tremendous force tugged at his weapon. "Let go!" Gu Yuan shouted, gripping the handle tightly with both hands. Taking advantage of his opponent's unsteady footing, He drove his right knee into the goat-head man's chest with the force of a hammer. The compressed air exploded with a sharp screech. Boom! The violent impact caved in the goat-head man's chest, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes bulging from their sockets. He was slammed against the wall, leaving spiderweb cracks in the surface. With a casual flick, Gu Yuan embedded the black scythe deep into the ground behind him. He sneered, "Idiot." To him, these cultists of evil gods were nothing but pitiful wretches. The goat-head man laughed maniacally, claiming he would never die, that his soul would return to the embrace of Lord Baphomet. Gu Yuan scoffed, launching himself at his opponent like a cannonball. Die! The goat-head man roared in madness, his eyes bloodshot, his fists flailing wildly. The air was compressed into razor-sharp currents, deadly enough to kill an ordinary person with their mere aftermath. You think you're something special? Gu Yuan snarled, his own killing intent surging. He unleashed a flurry of punches, their impacts clashing with thunderous booms. The walls around them were riddled with cracks, nearby residents trembling in fear. In mere seconds, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. The concrete beneath them shattered, debris flying like bullets. With one final clash, they both staggered back several meters, their chests heaving. The redness in Gu Yuan's eyes gradually faded as he regained his composure. He realized he had lost his sanity just like his opponent, but he couldn't deny the thrill of such a raw power struggle. The goat-head man was in a wretched state, muttering about not wanting to die. Red lines of energy lit up on Gu Yuan's body, the mark of his ultimate technique. He became a red blur, his fists crashing down with unstoppable force. Facing this lethal onslaught, the goat-head man knew he was doomed. All his resentment turned into a desperate killing intent as he fought back with all he had. He regretted not having known earlier that Gu Yuan was a prodigious talent among the younger generation of Xia. If he had, he would have coordinated an ambush with his otherworldly hunters to eliminate him. If I'm not mistaken, you're finished, Gu Yuan said coldly, his attacks becoming even more ferocious. He was faster, stronger, and more enduring, only growing fiercer as the fight continued. This ends now. With a roar, Gu Yuan's fists moved so fast they became a blur to the goat-head man. He didn't notice the battle knife above his dantian humming violently, its edge eager to be unleashed. Blazing form, star-slicing blade. The edge of Gu Yuan's hand glowed red, the terrifying gravitational pull drawing the goat-head man toward the fatal strike. Swish! A blade of light flashed, splitting the goat-head man from forehead to crotch. His body fell apart, blood spraying like rain. A 5-meter-long, 10-centimeter deep gash in the ground marked the terrifying power of the strike. In the distance, police sirens wailed as the Martial Arts Bureau personnel arrived on the scene. When their lights illuminated the alley, everyone was shocked by the bloody carnage before them. Gu Yuan, have some water, Lin Qingmu said, handing him a cup as she sat across from him. She looked at the seemingly dazed young man and spoke gently. I know it's hard to take a life for the first time. Every practitioner goes through it. Don't worry too much. Besides, you did a great service this time. Recalling the bloody scene in the alley, Lin Qingmu still felt a chill. She couldn't imagine how numb and desperate Gu Yuan must have felt. Investigations revealed that Gu Yuan was a top student at Yunhai Martial Arts High School, exceptionally gifted but with less than a month of training. What shocked her even more was that he had killed a cultist of a dark god who was at the 3rd level of martial arts and had used a forbidden technique. It was nothing short of a miracle. I'm fine, Gu Yuan said, downing the water in one gulp. Can you tell me more about that cultist? His days wasn't what Lin Qingmu thought. Gu Yuan was simply astonished that he had broken through to the 2nd level at the last moment of slaying the goat-head man. He had sharpened his edge with blood and ascended to a new level. Information about the malevolent gods has long been suppressed, but that's only true for ordinary people. As one of the largest enforcement agencies in the Great Xia Empire, the Bureau of Martial Control has a vast archive of secrets. Lin Qingmu, a captain of one of the 6 squads in the Yunhai City branch of the Bureau, is no stranger to followers of these dark deities. She looked at Gu Yuan and slowly spoke. Goat horns, demonic sacrifices. The cultist you killed worshipped the dark god Baphomet. Baphomet? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his expression. Lin Qingmu nodded, sorting through the information in her mind. Baphomet is a title given to the dark god by its followers. In mythology, it's translated as the Grand Duke of Hell, the Navigator of Souls, the Progenitor of Demons, and so on. However, from what we understand, Baphomet was actually a powerful beast from the era of giants, surviving to this day through faith. Gu Yuan was taken aback, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. The era of giants was over 100,000 years ago. Just how powerful is Baphomet to have lived for so long? Lin Qingmu explained, martial artists evolve with each breakthrough, extending their lifespan with each advancement. No one knows the exact lifespan of the strongest warriors, but the first generation of kings from the Great Cataclysm 500 years ago are still at their peak, showing no signs of aging. It's estimated that a king of the Ninth Realm can live for over 1,000 years. Gu Yuan pondered, but 1,000 years is nothing compared to Baphomet's lifespan. No wonder it's called a god. He then asked, is the source of Baphomet's faith those goathead followers? Lin Qingmu cleared her throat and continued revealing secrets. At the end of the ancient martial era, when spiritual energy dissipated and the supernatural was no longer evident, Baphomet couldn't have survived the age of decline on its own. It must have tried many methods before choosing faith. In fact, all malevolent gods rely on faith to survive. Baphomet is just one of them. She went on to explain, during the age of decline, top-tier warriors tore through space to lead their people to other worlds to survive. Those who couldn't do that but didn't want to die created the so-called power of faith. Essentially, they preserved their souls, fell into a slumber, and gave their power to their followers. This power gradually absorbs the followers' souls and flesh to sustain the malevolent gods, waiting for the day they can awaken again. Lin Qingmu's expression grew heavy. So, followers of malevolent gods generally don't live long. To extend their lives, they choose to kill and devour the energy and blood of other martial artists, trying to live a few more years. She paused, her expression tinged with emotion. I've been with the Bureau of Martial Control for almost 10 years and have seen many followers of malevolent gods. Most of them know they won't live long after pledging allegiance to these gods, but they are still addicted to the power they gain and can't give it up. The desire for power is like a rolling stone down a mountain. Once it starts, it can't be stopped. Gu Yuan calmly replied, the pursuit of strength is a natural instinct. Power itself isn't right or wrong. They just chose the wrong path. In his heart, he silently added, or rather, they weren't strong enough. In Gu Yuan's view, absolute power renders all schemes, rules, and constraints meaningless. Everything dissipates with a wave of the hand. What he seeks is this kind of power. Lin Qingmu smiled. Gu Yuan, you're young, but you speak like an old soul. It seems tonight's events haven't affected you much psychologically. Talent alone isn't enough. Your mindset and willpower need to keep up. Gu Yuan scratched his head, a worried look on his face. Sister Qingmu, if there's nothing else, I'll head home. I don't want my family to worry. All right, it's late. You should go rest. Lin Qingmu nodded. We'll contact your school to reward you for killing the cultist, and you'll receive credits for it. Thank you, Sister Qingmu, Gu Yuan said as he left. Tonight's incident was handled by Lin Qingmu, who had helped him a lot. Of course, part of the reason was his status as a top martial arts student at Yunhai Martial High. Otherwise, it might not have been resolved so quickly, and he might have had to deal with it until dawn. The Bureau of Martial Control also covered the damages from the battle. When Gu Yuan got home, it was almost 2 a.m. His parents were still waiting for him, but fortunately, the Bureau had informed them in advance, so they thought he was delayed because he had apprehended a criminal. Li Mei grabbed her son's hand, checking for injuries. Are you all right? I told you it's not safe to go out at night, but you insisted. Gu Tongxing interjected. What are you saying? If Gu Yuan hadn't gone out tonight and caught that criminal, wouldn't the bad guy have gotten away? This is the meaning of practicing martial arts to face challenges without fear. Li Mei glared at her husband and turned to her son. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Your safety is the most important. You're my only son. If something happened to you, how would I live? Gu Tongxing quickly explained. I mean, do good deeds while ensuring your safety? Li Mei retorted. You just want our son to be a hero to make up for your lack of talent in martial arts. As his parents were about to argue, Gu Yuan, finding it both funny and exasperating, assured them he was fine and that he needed to rest for school tomorrow. After the rain, the sky was clear. The bright moonlight bathed the bedroom in silver. Gu Yuan lay in bed, unable to sleep. So he leaned against the window, his mind racing. A phantom blade pierced through his palm, hovering above. As the complete blade emerged in the moonlight, it became real. The sword was over 2 meters long, similar in style to the school's standard alloy battle blades, but different in design and details. It had a dark gold spiral-patterned hilt, a black blade with a special texture that resembled blood veins, exuding a faintly bloody aura. This was his lifebound weapon, named Rift Sky, the Rift Sky Blade. Don't ask why it's called Rift Sky. It's a result of his lack of creativity, so he borrowed the name from the Rift Sky technique. Holding the hilt, a surge of power welled up. Gu Yuan felt he could split his house in two with a single slash. The lifebound weapon, nurtured from within a martial artist's body, was connected to its owner's mind and could inherit some of the martial artist's traits. Among the true martial 7 secrets he practiced, the flame form progressed the fastest, and the Rift Sky Blade inherited its sharpness and heft, weighing over 100 pounds and capable of cutting through anything. When wielding the Rift Sky Blade, it could amplify the flame form, further enhancing its damage. However, the Rift Sky Blade was just born and could be further enhanced with materials as he continued to train. gaining more traits. Gu Yuan thought of the black scythe and felt a bit regretful. It's a pity the goat-head man's weapon lost its spirit and turned into scrap metal. Otherwise, it could have been another gain. When the goat-head man died, his life-bound weapon's spirit dissipated, turning it into scrap metal unless sealed with special methods beforehand. But this factor also made it a truly unique weapon for each martial artist. Gu Yuan. Strength, 68. Constitution, 49. Agility, 45. Spirit, 55. Techniques, True Martial 7 Secrets, Star-Slaying Blade Technique. Exclusive Weapon, Sky-Splitting Battle Blade. Traits, Sharpness 2, Heaviness 1. Attribute Points, 6. Gu Yuan stared at his attribute panel, which had improved again after his breakthrough. His life-bound weapon, the Sky-Splitting Battle Blade, was now listed, complete with its traits. Though it was late at night, he felt wide awake. He decided to take out the level 3 life crystal core from the Spider Mother, converting it into 9 attribute points. Combined with his original 6 points, his total attribute points reached 15. He recalled Lin Qingmu's words. The cult worshipping the evil god Baphomet is called the Hell Sect, with the goat-head demon as their totem. Followers of the evil god rarely act alone, usually hiding within human society as organized groups. Since one had appeared in Yunhai City, there were bound to be more. Although the Martial Arts Bureau had sealed off the information about his killing of the goat-head man, there was no guarantee it wouldn't leak. To be prepared, Gu Yuan decided to quickly enhance his strength. He preferred to take the initiative, wiping out the Hell Sect's followers and eliminating the threat at its source. Unfortunately, he knew little about the Hell Sect's presence in Yunhai City, making it impossible to pinpoint their locations and strength. Otherwise, he could have sent the blade mechs to handle the situation covertly. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan focused on the technique section of his panel. Among the true martial 7 secrets, only the fiery form had reached a minor level of mastery, unlocking the secret technique Sky-Splitting Force. The other 6 forms were not yet unlocked due to insufficient practice time and attribute points. After some thought, Gu Yuan decided to prioritize unlocking the secret techniques of the Quake form and the Steel form. The Quake form tempered the body and its secret technique enhanced physical strength, while the Steel form focused on attack power. Unlocking these 2 techniques would significantly boost his combat capabilities. Grasping the super material of the Quake form, he activated the technique. With a thought, 8 attribute points were deducted, and the proficiency of the Quake form soared. Gu Yuan clenched his fists tightly. Despite being mentally prepared, the pain exceeded his expectations. It was more of an excruciating itch, as if countless ants were crawling inside his body. If not for his strong willpower, he would have wanted to tear his skin open and scratch furiously. Fortunately, the process was short. Soon, the secret technique of the Quake form was unlocked on his panel. Gu Yuan panted heavily, his body drenched in sweat, but the itchiness was replaced by a warm, comfortable sensation. Once his breathing steadied, he checked the newly unlocked secret technique. Secret technique, Flesh Mastery. It grants ultimate control over one's body, including the internal organs and connective tissues, continuously unlocking physical potential and evolving into legendary forms like the Divine Body. Just like with Sky-Splitting Force, the moment he saw the name, Gu Yuan instinctively understood its essence. Divine Body. Sounds too far-fetched, Gu Yuan muttered, his mouth twitching at the description. This was merely a theoretical projection by the creator of the technique, the true martial king. Even if it didn't reach such heights, this secret technique was already extraordinarily powerful. It was a passive skill, unlike Sky-Splitting Force which required active activation. Normally, humans can control about 30 of their muscle strength. Professional athletes like boxers can reach 40-50, and ordinary martial artists can achieve around 80. But Flesh Mastery allowed for 100 control, maintained at all times. This meant he could exert force without any delay, akin to a sports car instantly reaching top speed, defying common sense. Another astonishing aspect was his body's ability to self-heal. Even without treatment, the unlocked physical potential would rapidly repair wounds. Human potential is vast but difficult to fully develop. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, any injury could heal over time, even regrowing lost limbs. To test it, Gu Yuan cut his arm with a knife. Blood immediately gushed out. He envisioned a blood-red sun hanging in the sky, pulsating like a flame, emitting a mysterious power. That was his heart. After counting to 10, he wiped away the blood. The skin was intact, with no sign of injury. Is it that my base physical attributes are so strong that they amplify the technique's effects? Or is the true martial 7 secrets inherently this powerful? Gu Yuan wondered. Though it was a technique created by the true martial king, it was still considered a beginner-level technique. Its effects seemed too extraordinary. He even considered discussing it with a fellow student practicing the same technique. Regardless, it was a good thing. Since Flesh Mastery was a passive skill, Gu Yuan set it aside and continued adding points to the Steel form. This time, it only required 3 attribute points, as the steel form's progress was second only to the fiery form. The improvement in the steel form brought pain, not an itch. It felt like someone was hammering his bones, as if forging iron. Gu Yuan gritted his teeth and endured, suspecting that his willpower had been honed by these painful upgrades, each as agonizing as torture. 10 minutes later, a new secret technique appeared on his panel. Secret technique, Dragon Pursuit Force. The true martial king's description was succinct. Seek celestial nectar for drink, pursue divine dragons for food. Practical experience is the best teacher. Gu Yuan tried activating Dragon Pursuit Force. Instantly, his blood surged, and his arms swelled, muscles knotting like red-hot steel wires. The seething blood energy enveloped him, creating a visually striking effect. He extended a hand, and the air exploded with a thunderous roar. Under the night sky, a loud bang echoed. Crack, crack. The window glass shattered into a web of cracks before falling to the floor in pieces. Gu Yuan, what are you doing in there? Setting off fireworks? His mother's angry voice came from outside the door. Gu Yuan quickly retracted his force, his arms returning to normal, and scratched his head awkwardly. Mom, let me explain. There was a mouse in my room. After a sleepless night, Gu Yuan walked into the school on Monday morning, looking energized. Just as he entered the classroom, Tuoba Hao eagerly approached, his face brimming with excitement. Gu Yuan, you missed out big time by not going to the combat arena the other day. He exaggeratedly waved his hands. You almost got to see what true invincibility at the same level looks like. It was epic. Gu Yuan smiled slightly and asked, it sounds so amazing. Did you record a video for me to see? Tuoba Hao's expression froze, and he scratched his head awkwardly. Well, actually, it wasn't that easy to capture. I'll definitely get you something better next time. He explained that although the combat arena didn't prohibit taking photos or videos, it wasn't encouraged to spread them widely. He had been too absorbed in watching to think about recording. As they spoke, the fresh scent of a girl wafted over. Lin Xiaoyu's bright eyes widened as she looked back and forth between the two. What video are you talking about? You two aren't? She didn't finish her sentence, but a knowing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Qi Xinyue, always by her side, crossed her arms and glanced at Tuoba Hao before giving Gu Yuan a meaningful look. Gu Yuan, I didn't expect you to watch those kinds of videos in private. Gu Yuan's mouth twitched, but before he could explain, Tuoba Hao jumped in. What are you two talking about? That's too dirty. Gu Yuan and I were discussing the beauty of male strength and learning from the strong. Qi Xinyue covered her mouth, her eyes wide. You mean you were watching Gaiangui stuff and sharing it? That's quite a niche interest. All three of them turned to look at her. Tuoba Hao grinned and winked. Qi Xinyue, I didn't expect you to be a fujoshi. You must have quite a bit of experience with this stuff. They bantered back and forth until the school bell rang. The class was about practical combat techniques, which might have been useful to others but was second nature to Gu Yuan. Soon, his attention started to drift, his mind wandering to his mecha avatar. The 2-hour class flew by. Gu Yuan's expression remained calm, but a fleeting hint of violent killing intent flashed in his eyes. Lin Xiaoyu gave him a suspicious glance, but quickly refocused on the teacher's voice. Everyone, please wait a moment. The stern middle-aged man standing at the podium scanned the room with sharp eyes. The classroom fell silent instantly, everyone holding their breath. This was Wei Zheng, the grade director known for his strictness and unapproachable demeanor. Wei Zheng surveyed the room and said in a deep voice, recently, there have been numerous low-level mutant beasts appearing around Yunhai City. Due to military redeployments, there is a shortage of personnel. So, in a week, we will organize you to go and clear out these mutant beasts. The room erupted in chatter. We're not even in our final year yet, and we're already being sent to fight mutant beasts. Wow, finally, a chance to really show what we've got. I'm so tired of just training. We're only at the first level. Isn't this dangerous? The students' reactions were mixed. Some were excited, some were worried, but most were eager to take on the challenge. In Daxia, there were strict regulations for martial artists to prevent unnecessary destruction. These students had extraordinary powers, but rarely got to use them to their full potential. Now, they finally had a chance to let loose. Wei Zhang continued. This trial does carry some risk, and participation is voluntary. The school won't force you. However, those who choose to go will earn credits for each mutant beast they kill, which can be exchanged for resources. The mention of credits made everyone's eyes light up. The greatest advantage of their school was the credit system, which could be used to exchange for resources unavailable outside, helping students grow stronger faster. With the school's support, training was safer compared to independent martial artists. Normally, monthly credits were limited, but trials offered a chance to earn more, allowing students to gain an edge over others. Gu Yuan was also looking forward to it. The more credits, the better. The school's exchange list was full of valuable items, but without enough credits, they were out of reach. If he could earn enough, he could exchange for life crystals, convert them into attribute points, and enhance his training. Wei Zheng's stern face softened slightly as he looked at the eager young faces. As for your concerns, the school and the military have made arrangements. You will mainly operate in the peripheral areas, and each of you will be equipped with the latest combat wristbands. In case of danger, you can call for help, and a teacher will come immediately. These young people were the future hope of Daxia. If given a choice, he wouldn't want them to undergo trials so early. But the path of martial arts was harsh. Sheltered flowers couldn't survive in this environment. Survival of the fittest was the rule. To become strong, one must first learn to kill. After class, Gu Yuan went to teacher Elan's office. As soon as he entered, Elan's eyes locked onto him, making him feel uneasy. Teacher, is there something you need? Gu Yuan asked tentatively. Elan smiled slightly. About last night, the Martial Administration Bureau has contacted the school. You've been awarded 20 credits for killing a cultist. 20 credits. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. Becoming a key candidate had only earned him 10 credits. Killing a cultist was worth 20. If he could kill more, he could become rich overnight. But that was easier said than done, especially finding them. Elan continued, a third-level cultist, and you managed to kill him alone? It seems I underestimated you. When she first heard about it, she found it hard to believe, but the Martial Administration Bureau wouldn't lie. Gu Yuan must have been hiding his true strength. What level are you at now? Second level, Gu Yuan answered honestly. Have you mastered the 7 secrets of true martial arts? Yes, Gu Yuan nodded, though he didn't mention that he had mastered 3 secret techniques as well. Elan's eyelids twitched. Gu Yuan had advanced to the second level in just about a month. She recalled the initial assessment that labeled him as having low aptitude due to vomiting blood during physical test and couldn't help but curse the incompetence of the academic teachers. If this was low aptitude, what did that make everyone else? A second-level practitioner, having mastered the 7 secrets, and with your awakened physical talent, you can defeat a third-level cultist. It seems you'll gain a lot from this trial, Elan said earnestly. But remember to stay humble and not become overconfident. She knew that most fallen geniuses succumb to arrogance. The world was full of talent, but not every talent could grow to its full potential. Got it, teacher. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, not correcting Elan's misunderstanding. In fact, he could slay a cultist of an evil god even with his current level, and he would only become stronger after breaking through. By the way, don't tell anyone about this incident, Elan said seriously. The school and the Martial Arts Bureau will keep it under wraps to prevent the demon hunters from finding out. Demon hunters? Gu Yuan frowned. The name alone sounded ominous. Elan didn't answer directly. Instead, she pulled out a stack of documents from her drawer and placed them in front of Gu Yuan. The documents detailed the achievements of over a dozen talented students, all of whom had ultimately fallen to the hunters. Gu Yuan's eyes grew heavy. He hadn't realized so many geniuses had been hunted down over the years. Elan explained calmly, the demons are our archenemies on the interdimensional battlefield and invaders of our blue star. They invest heavily to infiltrate with hunters, aiming to destabilize our foundation by targeting top talents. These hunters are few but deeply hidden, and they will trade their lives to kill top talents. Gu Yuan was silent for a moment before speaking. Can't the Xia Kingdom protect these talents until they mature? Elan sighed. No defense is perfect. The hunters succeed only 10 of the time, and the Xia Kingdom has done its best. That 10, well, it's up to you. She added, don't feel pressured. The more extraordinary your talent, the more the higher-ups value you. Even a king's protection isn't out of the question. Gu Yuan smiled. Why should he feel pressured? At his current growth rate, by the time the hunters react, it'll be uncertain who's the prey and who's the hunter. And if worst comes to worst, he could always deploy his ultimate weapon and fight in his mecha form. After leaving Elan's office, Gu Yuan went to the logistics department to spend his newly earned credits. Hi, I'd like to exchange for 2 second-level life crystals. The most basic third-level life crystal cost 30 credits, which he couldn't afford, so he opted for the second-level ones. In the training room, Gu Yuan focused his mind, converting the 2 life crystals into 5 and 7 attribute points respectively. With his existing points, he now had a total of 16 attribute points. This time, he decided to invest them in his star-slaying blade technique. Without further hesitation, Gu Yuan used up all 16 attribute points, leaving only 1. The proficiency of his star-slaying blade technique skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 50. Suddenly, he felt a booming sound, and his whole body seemed to float in midair, surrounded by a storm of extraordinary energy. As time passed, his blade movements became faster, with sharp blade energy tearing through the air, intertwining with black flashes. When his proficiency reached mastery, Gu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes and swung his blade, unleashing a terrifying black flash. The surrounding light seemed to be devoured by the blade, plunging the training room into darkness. Clang! The screech of metal echoed as the special metal post was cleaved with a deep gash, and the residual blade energy left clear marks on the walls. Annihilating phantom blade, Gu Yuan muttered. This strike not only deprived the enemy of their perception of light, but also induced a terrifying illusion of being swallowed by a black hole, rendering them immobile and awaiting death in despair. Reflecting on the sensation, Guyuan noticed his mental strength had diminished somewhat. This meant the annihilating phantom blade consumed not only true energy and physical strength, but also mental power. At his peak, he could probably execute 6 to 8 strikes. If the goat-head man were in front of him now, one strike would end the fight. Phew. Guyuan exhaled and left the training room. After the school announced the trial, the atmosphere grew tense. Most students were seizing the last few days to boost their strength, hoping to earn more credits during the trial. In the afternoon rest area, sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the wooden floor. Guyuan was flipping through a mutated beast atlas, Lin Xiaoyu was editing her live stream updates on the sofa, and Tuoba Hao was chatting with someone, occasionally laughing. Hey, you guys look so relaxed. Li Long walked over and squeezed next to Tuoba Hao. Let me see which girl you're chatting with, laughing so wickedly. Aren't you 3 big shots going to join the trial? Shouldn't you be training hard instead of sipping tea, reading, and flirting? Fu Zifen panted as he slumped to the ground, complaining. Of course we are. Tuoba Hao switched seats, distancing himself from the gossiping Li Long. This trial is a great opportunity to earn resources and assess our training progress. Only a fool would miss it. Training should be balanced with relaxation. If you push yourself too hard, you'll end up exhausted, Guyuan said, closing his atlas and stretching, a flicker of blood red flashing deep in his eyes. Hey, are you guys interested in joining the team with me and Fu Zifen for this trial? Or do you plan to form your own team or go solo? Li Long glanced around at the familiar faces in the room. The 5 of them, along with Qi Xinyue who hadn't arrived yet, were the top contenders of this year's batch. The 6 of them had always been a tight-knit group with strong bonds of friendship. After some thought, Li Long spoke up. If possible, teaming up would be a good choice. The mutated beasts on the outskirts are generally around level 1 to 2. Level 1 beasts are manageable, but encountering a level 2 beast might require us to join forces. Without hesitation, Tuoba Hao immediately said, I'll join your team. He remembered his grandfather's advice that it's safest in numbers, and he was ready to protect everyone when needed. His choice was undoubtedly the prudent one. Just then, Qi Xinyue arrived. Hearing the discussion about forming a team, she quickly chimed in, Count me in too. I'll join your team. Even though they were all top talents of their generation, the first trial with mutated beasts made them a bit apprehensive. Teaming up was undoubtedly the wisest choice in unfamiliar territory. Li Long looked at Guyuan and Lin Xiaoyu, feeling a bit conflicted. The team limit is 5 people. We're already 4. Maybe you two can form a team? Tuoba Hao gave a teasing smile and said, Yeah, you two are so strong. A duo team would be unstoppable. The 4 of them turned their attention to Guyuan and Lin Xiaoyu. Guyuan instinctively looked at Lin Xiaoyu, and she happened to look back. They both spoke almost simultaneously. I'll go solo. I won't join a team. Though their words were different, their meanings were the same. Qi Xinyue teased from the side. Wow, you two are really in sync. Then she advised, the school suggested we team up because soloing is more dangerous. It's safer with more people to watch each other's backs and avoid ambushes. However, both of them remained firm in their decisions and shook their heads. Guyuan chose to go solo because his strength surpassed Tuoba Hao and the others, making solo action more convenient. He couldn't help but wonder about Lin Xiaoyu's reason, glancing at her out of curiosity. The evening sunlight cast a warm glow on Lin Xiaoyu's flawless face, adding a gentle filter to her appearance. Guyuan found himself momentarily entranced. What are you looking at? Lin Xiaoyu's clear voice brought him back to reality. I thought your face had some dirt on it. Guyuan stammered, cursing himself for coming up with a lame excuse. Fortunately, Tuoba Hao stepped in. Hey, shouldn't we start planning our team strategy? He stood up, raising his eyebrows exaggeratedly. Li Long immediately agreed. Right, we need to build some team synergy. Qi Xinyue laughed at the 2 jokers' expressions. Fu Zifen waved his hand grandly. Let's go. The Eagle team is officially formed today. Let's celebrate, and it's all on me. The 4 of them left the training area, chatting and laughing, leaving Guyuan and Lin Xiaoyu behind. Lin Xiaoyu chuckled and took out her phone to snap a picture of the 4 leaving. Once Guyuan's embarrassment faded, she leaned closer and asked, Are you sure there's dirt on my face? The close proximity allowed Guyuan to catch a whiff of her fresh, floral scent, making his throat dry. He quickly took a big gulp of water to calm down. No dirt, just that the flowers were in full bloom, and it would be a shame not to appreciate them, Guyuan replied, trying to stay composed. Stop making excuses. If you want to admire my beauty, just say so. I won't stop you, Lin Xiaoyu said playfully, giving him a light kick before lounging on the sofa, bathed in the warm sunset glow. Guyuan, how long have we known each other? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly asked. Gu Yuan's mind flashed through scenes of their time together, especially when she protected him like an older sister during his frail childhood. About 10 years, I think. Time flies, doesn't it? 10 years already, Lin Xiaoyu said, looking at Gu Yuan with an indescribable emotion in her eyes. Do you think we'll still be able to sit and chat like this in another 10 years? Gu Yuan paused. 10 years seemed a long way off to him, especially considering his current cultivation progress. His future strength was unimaginable. Suddenly, he noticed the strange look in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes and realized she might be worried that their gap would grow too large to even converse. Are you too confident in yourself, or too doubtful of me? Gu Yuan wondered silently, but also became curious about her current strength. Lin Xiaoyu had always been the top ranker, defeating all challengers with a single sword strike. She was the undisputed #1 talent of their generation. But Gu Yuan knew she wasn't particularly diligent in her training, yet her strength was formidable, even giving him a sense of impending danger. Such was the enviable gift of talent. Good thing I also have exceptional talent. Otherwise, how could I compete? Gu Yuan reassured himself. With various thoughts running through his mind, he stood up and said earnestly, "Don't worry. In 10 years, we'll definitely still be able to sit and chat like this." A towering skyscraper, entwined with endless vines, stood in the desolate wasteland, resembling a giant tree trunk left after being cut down. The ancient saying, "A mountain's distance can tire a horse," seemed particularly fitting at this moment. The blade mech looked up at the vine-covered building, realizing the long journey ahead. The distance was not just in terms of miles, but also the countless dangers lurking along the way. In this endless post-apocalyptic wasteland, countless mutated beasts roamed. Every nightfall brought terrifying presences accompanied by earth-shattering roars. However, the blade mech could never see the source of these sounds, as if they were echoes from another dimension. In this world, night was a relative concept. It wasn't true darkness, but rather the sun dimming at certain times. The blade mech referred to this period as night. Such nights occurred roughly every 7 days, and each time, he would find a safe hiding spot in advance. During these times, the mutated beasts became extremely violent, and powerful beasts would emerge from the depths. The blade mech didn't know the reason for this phenomenon, but wisely chose not to take risks. In a dark room of an abandoned high-rise, a towering mech stood silently, emitting a faint golden glow. The red patterns on its armor plates pulsed rhythmically, like breathing, giving it a mysterious aura. The blade mech remained motionless, waiting for this dangerous period to pass. Suddenly, a sharp, vicious screech pierced the sky, followed by a fierce wind blowing through the sealed window cracks like knife cuts. The blade mech didn't move, but internally, he was more tense than ever. He dared not let curiosity lead him to check outside. However, from the energy sensor display, he saw a terrifying bird of prey flying across the sky. The enormous energy fluctuations formed a clear image in the dynamic capture of his database. It was a gigantic steel bird, hundreds of meters long with a wingspan over a kilometer. The wind generated by its flight alone could overturn cars and burst eardrums, causing catastrophic destruction. The blade mech couldn't determine the class of the creature before it, but the menacing bird was undoubtedly a fully evolved intelligent machine. Its body no longer bore any organic features. From each feather on its wings to every intricate detail, it gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. This was a true steel behemoth. As its presence emanated, an invisible force seemed to suppress the surrounding beasts, causing them to cower and fall silent. Time appeared to stand still until the gusts of wind gradually subsided. Suddenly, a faint crack shattered the silence. A small crack appeared on the wall, quickly spreading. In the next moment, the entire wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, plummeting from the rooftop dozens of meters high and hitting the ground with a deafening roar. What a shoddy construction, Blade Mech muttered to himself. A gust of wind and the wall comes down. With the wall's collapse, it was as if the world had suddenly awakened. Shadows of various mutated beasts emerged from the darkness, their ferocious roars echoing through the ruins. From beneath the rubble, a centipede over 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel slowly crawled out. Its body was covered in dark metallic armor, each segment appearing as if forged from steel, exuding a menacing presence. As it moved, it clanged and sparked. Suddenly, the centipede seemed to sense something and raised its head towards the tall building ahead. Its cold eyes revealed ferocity, cruelty, and an unmistakable intent to kill. Damn it, the night phase isn't over yet. Blade Mech realized the centipede had locked onto him. Mutated beasts were extremely aggressive during this time, and any misstep could trigger a conflict. Sounds of crumbling stone echoed from below. Blade Mech peered over the edge and saw the centipede rapidly climbing up the building. Its sharp, numerous legs left a trail of corrosion wherever they touched. Though he preferred to avoid combat during the night phase, the centipede's provocation left him no choice. "You insignificant centipede, You've chosen your doom, he thought to himself. As the centipede neared the top, Blade Mech struck decisively. A blue beam shot out like a sword, hitting the target precisely. With a sizzling sound, the highly concentrated beam pierced through the centipede's metallic shell, emitting a burnt odor. Blade Mech rotated his head, and a death ray swept across, slicing the centipede in half. To his surprise, as the centipede's body split open, a mech module was revealed. The appearance of such a module was rarer than a life core, and it was the reason Blade Mech hadn't yet fully equipped all 7 of his auxiliary modules. He quickly used the death ray to slice through the centipede's head, causing a burst of fluid like fireworks. Blade Mech descended to the ground and carefully extracted the mech module from the centipede's body. This extraordinary material, once in his hands, would transform into a magical chip capable of materializing a specific ability and integrating it into his mech. He examined the module information. Life's Anthem. Rarity. Excellent. Type. Energy Weapon Module. Slot. Upper Limb. Effect 1 Baptism. Fires dense energy bullets, suppressing the enemy with overwhelming firepower. Effect 2 Blessing. Gathers a powerful energy cannon, piercing through all obstacles. Description. The Anthem of Life, played just for you. Excitement surged within Blade Mech as he opened the slot in his left hand and inserted the mech module. Anthem. Activate. In an instant, his mech's left hand began to transform, morphing into a terrifying weapon, an M134 minigun. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat. Countless energy bullets streaked through the air, tearing it apart with dense explosive sounds, like the most melodious anthem. A stream of light swept across, shredding distant mutated beasts into pieces and riddling buildings with bullet holes, causing them to collapse. At this moment, Blade Mech resembled a moving engine of destruction, unstoppable. Wherever his mechanical arm pointed, everything was leveled. The intense attack depleted his energy reserves rapidly, but the core module, Life's Core, continuously drew energy from the void, replenishing his reserves. This attack could last for an hour, as long as the energy was sufficient. Now this is more like it. Blade Mech stood amidst the smoke, feeling exhilarated. A mech needs firepower and long-range attacks. One word. Awesome. However, this type of attack was better suited for clearing out minor enemies. It lacked the power to deal with formidable opponents. But Life's Anthem had another form specifically designed to handle single strong foes. Click-click, the mech's arm transformed again, turning into a massive hand cannon. As energy gathered, the dark barrel glowed red, and the intense energy waves distorted the air, as if compressing a sun within. When the energy reached a critical point, boom, all darkness was dispelled, leaving only a blinding red beam. A terrifying beam, a meter in diameter and 100 meters long, melted everything in its path, leaving a deep scorched trench on the ground. The residual energy surge created a storm, with rippling waves distorting the air. The powerful recoil pushed Blade Mech back 10 meters, leaving clear footprints on the ground. The hand cannon slowly reverted to its original arm form. Blade Mech gazed in shock at the scorched earth before him, marked by the holy light blessing. On one hand, he was awed by the devastating power. On the other, he realized the enormous energy consumption of the holy light blessing. That single shot had nearly drained all his mech's energy. This meant he could only fire once in a short period. Moreover, it had a clear drawback. It required a 3-second charge time during which he couldn't move, making him vulnerable to enemy interruption. Despite this, the skill's advantages were evident. It was a decisive move that could turn the tide of battle, a door-die strike. Surveying the wreckage around him, Blade Mech swiftly retreated. He knew that such a commotion would soon attract nearby mutated beasts, and he needed to replenish his energy reserves quickly. Sure enough, within 10 minutes of Blade Mech's departure, a horde of frenzied mutated beasts, like sharks scenting blood, arrived. The beasts gathered, and a primal, bloody battle was about to unfold. However, just then, all the frenzied beasts suddenly fell silent. A glimmer of clarity flashed in their blood-red eyes as they turned towards the southeast. The ground trembled as a cold steel mech, wielding a mechanical spear, approached slowly. Its eyes glowed with silver light, and its heavy footsteps left deep imprints on the scorched marks left by the energy cannon. A towering dark golden mech, over 3 meters tall, stood imposingly on the battlefield, its size rivaling that of the mutated beasts. In its hand was a 10-meter-long black mechanical spear, with a razor-sharp tip that gleamed menacingly under the moonlight. At the sight of the mech, the mutated beasts were instinctively gripped by fear, but the red glow in their eyes only intensified. Under the influence of the night, their animalistic nature ultimately overcame their fear. With a thunderous roar, the mutated beasts launched a frenzied charge. The ground trembled under their stampede, and violent gusts of wind kicked up clouds of dust. As the savage, bloodthirsty monsters drew closer, The dark golden mech's spear suddenly quivered, and a flash of gold glinted along the edge of its prismatic tip. In an instant, with a sickening squelch, the head of a massive mutated beast exploded like a watermelon, sending blood splattering everywhere. This marked the beginning of a brutal massacre. Blood quickly soaked the ground, and the enormous carcasses of the beasts lay scattered like trash. Amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, the blood-stained mech slowly emerged, heading in the direction where the blade mech had departed. Gu Yuan exhaled deeply, the image of the terrifying, sky-darkening bird of prey flashing through his mind. He couldn't help but marvel. How terrifying! I never expected such a powerful creature to appear in the outskirts. This experience made him realize that he could no longer afford to be blindly confident. He had to proceed with caution. Although his doppelganger had completed its third round of evolution, the blade mech still couldn't act rashly, as there were too many unknown dangers in that world. I need to get stronger, much stronger. Gu Yuan's face took on a solemn expression. The encounter today made him acutely aware of his own insignificance and powerlessness. Just the residual force from that creature's passage had left him gasping for breath. His current strength was nothing in the face of true powerhouses. As night fell, the fluorescent light in Gu Yuan's bedroom flickered. He entered a deep state of cultivation. On the same night, in an old neighborhood in Yunhai City, the stairwell lights flickered. A man in a suit, looking exhausted and carrying a briefcase, climbed the stairs step by step. He unlocked the door and forced a cheerful greeting. "Honey, I'm back." However, the smile froze on his face the moment he saw the scene inside. The living room, though small, was warmly decorated. A pale woman sat there like a puppet, her vacant eyes staring at the doorway. The man hurriedly closed the door and rushed to his wife's side. "Honey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The next second, with a muffled sound, he looked down in disbelief at the blood-red tentacle that had pierced his chest, and then up at his wife. A blood-red tentacle protruded from her chest, skewering both their bodies together. Her empty eyes reflected only his face. The man finally understood what had happened. Suddenly, an ugly dwarf emerged from behind the woman, cursing, "Damn it! Your blood-sucking boss made you work this late, damn him." Seeing the tears on the man's face, the dwarf's anger faded. He licked his lips and smiled. "I've heard that the more loving a couple is, the better their flesh tastes. You must have had a great relationship since you're so sad." The man's mind grew hazy, his ears buzzing. It wasn't just his life that had been pierced, but all his dreams for the future. He had imagined living in a big house, where his wife would wait for him with their child when he came home, and they would live happily ever after. A virtuous wife helps a man achieve greatness, and I would repay her with wealth. In his final moments, he tightly embraced the now cold body. The dwarf spat out a mouthful of flesh and blood, disdainfully muttering, "Ugh, this tastes awful. Is it because one is cold and the other is hot? Damn it, if only this couple were cultivators." He stood by the window, looking at the city's lights, hoping that Lord Baphomet would awaken soon. In just a week of awakening his divine power, his strength had already rivaled that of a third-tier warrior. Those so-called martial arts students were nothing but trash to him. Maybe I should try a schoolgirl next. The dwarf's ugly face showed a hint of desire, but he quickly suppressed it. The apostle had strictly forbidden them from harming the martial arts students, with violators facing death. "Forget it. I'll have a midnight snack and then look for the holy fetus," he muttered to himself. Although they couldn't touch the martial arts students, Yunhai City's millions of ordinary people wouldn't notice if one or two went missing. Besides, the apostle was too busy with the prophecy of the holy fetus to pay attention to them. On the morning of July 2nd, the sun was shining brightly. Gu Yuan, dressed in sportswear and carrying a backpack with a few sets of clothes and daily necessities, was ready to set off. "Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. Don't miss me too much over the next half-month." He bid farewell to his parents. Gu Tongsheng, while organizing the shop's goods, reminded him, "Be careful during the trial, don't be reckless. Treat it like a trip to gain some experience." Li Mei, full of worry, added, "For once, your dad is right. Listen to him, and don't be reckless. Those mutated beasts are not to be trifled with. You've only been cultivating for a short time, so don't act impulsively." All right, don't worry about me. You should worry about my sister instead. She said she'd come home ages ago, but now we can't even reach her." Gu Yuan waved goodbye and headed to school. The trial would last for half a month, with over 600 martial arts students participating. At the military district's dedicated station, a magnetic levitation train slowly approached, and the students boarded in an orderly manner. These carriages were usually used to transport supplies and had no seats. Gu Yuan stood by the window, calmly watching the scenery whiz by. Lin Xiaoyu, wearing a sun hat, looked at Gu Yuan with curious eyes and asked, "Aren't you nervous?" Gu Yuan smiled and replied, "We're not kids anymore. What's there to be nervous about? Do you think this is our first field trip?" I remember you weren't nervous during our first field trip as kids either. Lin Xiaoyu recalled their childhood field trip when the teacher took them to see mutated beast specimens. While the other kids were scared to tears, Gu Yuan had remained calm. It was then that she realized he was different from the others. Feigning fear, Gu Yuan said, "Who said that? I was just pretending to be calm. I was actually scared to death inside." Tuoba Hao flexed his biceps and said, "No worries, my shoulders are broad. If you're scared, you can hide here. Get lost." Gu Yuan's expression immediately returned to normal. Li Long, in a high-pitched voice, pretended to lean on Tuoba Hao and said coquettishly, "If Gu Yuan doesn't want it, I do." This scared Tuoba Hao, who quickly dodged away. Their relaxed demeanor drew envious looks from other students in the carriage. From the beginning of the martial arts class, everyone had started on the same footing, but now they had divided into different levels. Some had gained fame, while others remained unnoticed. Therefore, this trial was a rare opportunity for everyone. The train slowly departed from the city, passed through the suburbs, and finally stopped at a small town. This was not the final destination, but the closest supply station to the military zone. Hundreds of students transferred from the train to troop transport vehicles, heading in a grand procession toward the military base. The convoy moved along the winding mountain road, startling the wild animals in the nearby forests into fleeing. With his keen senses, Gu Yuan detected unusual eyes watching them from the dense woods, likely belonging to hidden mutant creatures. The mountain road gradually descended, eventually reaching a vast plain. What used to be towns and villages had now been completely transformed into a military base. The massive base, like a steel beast sprawled on the horizon, was surrounded by various defensive facilities, ready for fire coverage at any moment. The troop transport vehicles filed into the base, dropping the students off at the training ground. Elon, one of the leading teachers, was conversing with several officers. Soon, a squad of soldiers emerged from the rising smart iron gate, carrying large boxes. Elon loudly announced the distribution of combat gear. The boxes contained standard basic equipment, a set of battle uniforms and combat wristbands. Weapons had to be collected separately. Elon emphasized that, except for sleep time, the battle uniforms and wristbands must be worn at all times. Afterward, a burly officer began arranging accommodations. On the other side of the training ground, Wei Zheng stood with a scar-faced man, both looking equally stern. Wei Zheng instructed, "This trial is in your hands. I'll be deploying in the shadows. Make sure to root out the hell cult rats." The scar-faced man calmly responded, "Don't worry, I've got this." Wei Zhang gave one last glance at the students before turning to leave. Yunhai Martial High, Martial Arena, and Martial Administration Bureau, the three official powers of Yunhai City, had long been tracking the hell cultists in secret. This trial was not just to train the students, but also to lure out and protect against the cultists. Although the exact plans of the hell cult were unknown, their actions typically led to bloody chaos. After the Great Purge 30 years ago, many evil god followers had hidden in small foreign countries. Their large-scale infiltration into Xia country this time undoubtedly had sinister motives. However, Xia country was well prepared. Xia Minggu, touching the scar on his face, calmly surveyed the hundreds of students before him. He knew that the hell cult favored blood sacrifices, and these students were prime targets for them. But this time, even if a cultist as powerful as a Ninth Realm King made a move, they were destined not to return. In the crowd, Gu Yuan suddenly sensed a gaze and instinctively looked over. He saw a middle-aged man with a scarred face and black, standing at the edge of the training ground. He felt a strange familiarity, but was sure they had never met. Just as he was puzzled, Tuoba Hao urged, "Gu Yuan, stop daydreaming, let's get changed." The two picked up their gearboxes and headed to the dormitory to change into their battle uniforms. The black-dominated uniforms covered the entire body, made primarily of special alloy plates with flexible metal weave at the joints. They were not only lightweight and breathable, but also waterproof, fireproof, and offered decent defense. Wearing the helmet, they looked like futuristic warriors. Eager to strike a pose and take selfies, Tuoba Hao couldn't contain his excitement. Gu Yuan helplessly smirked, predicting that their social media would soon be flooded with flashy selfies. Once fully equipped, everyone returned to the training ground for basic training. The official trial would begin the next day. The trial location was on the outskirts of the perpetually misty floating cloud mountains. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, Gu Yuan arrived at the mission hall. The huge electronic screen displayed a high-definition map of the outskirts of the floating cloud mountains, with various colored dots representing the positions of different levels of mutant beasts. After careful observation, Gu Yuan accepted a level 2 mission and a level 3 mission, targeting a silver-scaled tiger and a golden-armored ape, respectively. At that moment, a burly bald man named Yuan Shan approached him, politely inviting him to join his team. Gu Yuan declined and left the mission hall. Yuan Shan's teammates were surprised to find that Gu Yuan had taken on a level 3 mission and a level 2 mission, intending to act alone. They found it hard to believe, thinking it was too risky. Initially, Yuan Shan didn't believe it either, but his teammates' insistence made him start to doubt. After all, a level 3 mutant beast was equivalent to a third realm warrior. Even if Gu Yuan was exceptionally strong, going solo was too dangerous. However, one of Yuan Shan's short-haired teammates eventually began to doubt his own judgment. Reluctant to admit the vast gap between himself and Gu Yuan, he insisted that he must have been mistaken. Boom. One by one, military trucks roared out of the base, their engines deafening. Students climbed aboard, ready to head to the outskirts of the mountains for their mission to hunt mutated beasts. Everyone knew that the reward credits for the task depended on the completeness of the mutated beast carcasses they brought back to the base. Gu Yuan drove a truck alone, speeding to the edge of the mountains. He quickly checked the virtual screen on his wristband, and after confirming the target's location, he dashed into the forest without hesitation. His combat wristband maintained a signal connection with the drones in the sky, displaying the real-time distance between him and his target. The silver-scaled tiger, his primary target, was over 50 kilometers away in a straight line. This meant a challenging journey, climbing over mountains, wading through rivers, and constantly being on guard against mutant beast attacks. Bang! Gu Yuan darted through the forest like a sharp blade, each landing creating small craters on the ground. He reveled in showcasing his extraordinary strength, enjoying the thrill. This was a stark contrast to his daily life at school and in the city, where he had to suppress his abilities. Gu Yuan sprinted forward, quickly closing the distance to the silver-scaled tiger. Suddenly, a giant wolf leaped out from behind a tree to his left, roaring thunderously. This first-level mutated beast stood 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, its fierce eyes locked onto Gu Yuan. However, Gu Yuan's speed only increased. As he brushed past the giant wolf, a black flash cut through the air, splitting the beast's massive body in half instantly. Without looking back, Gu Yuan continued his charge. Half an hour later, Gu Yuan finally located the silver-scaled tiger. This mutated beast was even larger than the giant wolf, its body covered in silver scales, sharp as blades. Its roar shook the forest, stirring up a fierce wind. Gu Yuan remained unfazed, his true energy surging, the blood-red patterns on his black blade faintly glowing. In the next moment, the two figures clashed like arrows. Gu Yuan appeared above the silver-scaled tiger's head in a flash, driving his blade into its skull, shattering it and turning its brain into a mush. After dealing with the silver-scaled tiger, Gu Yuan weighed whether to transport the carcass immediately. Considering the time cost, he decided to leave the body, marking it, and continued to search for his next target, the golden armored ape. 20 minutes later, Gu Yuan arrived at the golden armored ape's habitat. The trees here were tall, vines hanging down, and the area was eerily silent. Gu Yuan released a potent killing intent, his aura so intense it stirred up a gust of wind. Deep within, an 8-meter-tall bronze golden giant ape opened its eyes. It stood, its massive, muscular body radiating a powerful aura. A deep roar reverberated through the forest, instantly triggering alarms at the base. "Report, sir. There's a suspected peak level 3 mutant creature in this area," the detection personnel urgently reported. "And there's a student named Gu Yuan approaching the danger zone." Just as the base commander frowned, preparing to take action, a deep voice rang out, "No need to worry, I'll handle this." All eyes turned sharply towards the source of the sound. A tall man with a menacing scar on his face was calmly watching the monitoring map. His presence was like a shot of adrenaline, causing everyone to involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. "Master Xia, we need your assistance," the officer said with a wry smile. "This student is too reckless, with no sense of danger at all." "No problem," Xia Mingwu replied nonchalantly, stepping towards the door. In an instant, mysterious runes lit up on Xia Mingwu's body. Countless energies gathered like fireflies, forming intricate patterns on his skin. Then, a magnificent suit of purple-gold armor emerged from his flesh, seamlessly covering his entire body. The shoulder plates, sharp as blades, radiated a chilling killing intent. A heavy aura of oppression spread from Xia Mingwu, enveloping the surroundings. Everyone watched in awe as the purple-gold figure disappeared into the sky. This was the power of an 8-realm powerhouse, someone who had refined their body into an ultimate battle armor, possessing the strength to destroy worlds. "All right, back to work," the officer coughed, signaling everyone to resume their tasks. Meanwhile, a terrifying roar echoed from deep within the forest. The ground trembled, and birds scattered in fear, signaling the awakening of a dreadful beast. Gu Yuan's face grew serious as he adjusted his breathing and ventured deeper. Ignoring the alarms from his wristband, his energy and focus continued to rise. At this moment, Gu Yuan was fully concentrated on the upcoming battle. He was certain this was no ordinary third-level mutant beast. But since he was here, retreat was not an option. Boom! A bronze gold figure crashed down from a giant tree with a thunderous impact, causing the ground to crack and sink. The shockwave swept in all directions like a storm, making it hard to breathe under the oppressive aura. Gu Yuan frowned. He realized he was facing a tough opponent. If all the third-level mutant beasts marked on the map were this powerful, taking on these missions would be suicidal, and the school was being too harsh. The golden-armored ape let out an earth-shaking roar, pounding its chest with drum-like thuds. Its terrifying strength erupted, turning stone pillars into golden giant clubs. The weapon descended from the sky with overwhelming force, splitting the air like an unstoppable tidal wave. Gu Yuan's deep breath exploded into action. His true energy and vitality surged like a volcanic eruption, turning him blood-red. He seemed to be on fire, exuding a fierce and domineering aura. Clang! The clash of gold and iron reverberated through the forest. The black blade of the rift sky battle knife tore through the air, colliding with the golden pillar. Waves of terrifying force rippled outwards. The armor on Gu Yuan's arm was instantly torn apart, revealing muscles as tough as red-hot steel. His body, pushed to the limit, was engaged in a fierce contest of strength. You think you can match my strength? Gu Yuan roared, his body expanding with the force of the dragon-driving technique. His upper body armor shattered, exposing steel-like muscles. As he pushed upward with both arms, the ground exploded beneath him. Within a 10-meter radius, the earth sank, and dust filled the air. The golden-armored ape was forced back over 10 meters by this unparalleled power, each step leaving deep imprints in the ground. Its ferocious face showed a human-like shock, unable to believe it was pushed back by what seemed like a toothpick. A furious roar turned into a rolling shockwave, sweeping through the forest once more. 10 kilometers away, a team watched with solemn expressions. Tuaba Hao's face showed apprehension. Such terrifying momentum, could it be a 4th-level mutant beast? No wonder it's marked as a super dangerous area. Not sure, Qi Xinyue replied calmly, opening the map. In any case, let's stay away from that area. We need to abandon the pursuit of the purple electric python. It's too close to the super dangerous zone. We'll wait for the base to send a team to clear it before we proceed. Though no one dared approach the super dangerous zone, Gu Yuan's battle with the golden-armored ape did not go unnoticed. Xia Mingwu stood on a hill hundreds of meters away, quietly observing the fierce fight. With his keen eyes, Xia Mingwu quickly identified why the golden-armored ape's strength far exceeded that of a typical 3rd-level mutant beast. It had awakened the king's blood within it. This trace of royal blood had purified its lineage, greatly enhancing its combat power. A beast with royal blood was known as a king mutant beast, with innate abilities far surpassing ordinary mutants, akin to a genius among humans. But even geniuses vary in levels. At this moment, Gu Yuan, with his 2nd realm cultivation, was evenly matched with a 3rd-level king mutant beast, showcasing astonishing strength. Gu Yuan, Niu Moang, Xia Mingwu murmured these 2 names. He saw in Gu Yuan the same fighting style as Niu Moang, equally ferocious and unyielding, engaging in direct confrontations. He was now certain that Niu Moang was indeed Gu Yuan. Xia Mingwu did not intend to intervene in the battle, unless Gu Yuan truly could not hold on. But for now, Gu Yuan's combat power was terrifyingly strong, completely exceeding the limits of the 2nd realm. He might actually be able to defeat this king mutant beast. This year's cohort from Yunhai Martial Arts High had produced 2 monstrous talents, and Wei Zheng wasn't even aware of it. Xia Mingwu recalled Wei Zheng mentioning a super genius among the students, whom he had assumed to be Niu Moang. But Wei Zheng had said it was a girl, which had led Xia Mingwu to regretfully think Niu Moang wasn't from Yunhai Martial Arts High. Now it was clear, Wei Zheng had no idea about Gu Yuan's existence. Careless and irresponsible, unworthy of leadership, Xia Mingwu thought, shaking his head. Boom! A loud explosion drew Xia Mingwu's attention. The golden-armored ape was covered in knife wounds, blood gushing out, but its aura remained strong. Its body shimmered with golden energy, like a living golden statue. Gu Yuan's breath was heavy as fire, his body like a pulsating volcano. Yet, his face showed no trace of fiery agitation, only a cold, blade-like sharpness. The more intense the battle, the calmer he became. Whoosh! Terrifying currents of air tore through the sky once more. The golden giant club, like a pillar of heaven, descended with world-ending force. At this moment, all the golden energy on the golden-armored ape's body extinguished, its eyes dimming as if all its remaining strength was channeled into this final strike. The golden club shone brilliantly, the only one of its kind in the world. Bathed in golden light, Gu Yuan gripped the rift sky battle knife with both hands, without any flashy moves. Killing move star-splitting phantom blade. One slash. The world lost its color, and the sun and moon dimmed. The golden-armored ape desperately widened its eyes, but all it saw was a black, razor-sharp line compressing, becoming increasingly blurry. With a soft sound, the battle was over. Boom! The enormous body of the golden-armored ape crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gasping for breath, Gu Yuan thrust his battle knife into the ground, using the hilt to support his exhausted body. He hadn't expected to face such a formidable opponent on the very first day of the trial. The difficulty of the tasks set by the school and the military far exceeded his expectations. Without the combat strength of the Third Realm, taking on such a mission was essentially a death wish. Several hundred meters away, on a hilltop, Xia Mingwu's figure flashed briefly. After confirming Gu Yuan's safety, he quietly departed, preparing to search for any lurking cultists of the evil god. Unaware of this, Gu Yuan took a short rest and then pulled out his battle knife. He extracted a third-level life crystal core from the golden armored ape's body. The core emitted powerful energy waves, far superior in quality to any he had obtained before. Gu Yuan silently chanted a conversion spell, transforming the core into 20 attribute points. He decided to keep the core and exchange the golden armored ape's body for academic credits. Gu Yuan cut several thick vines and used them to bind the massive corpse. Taking a deep breath, his muscles swelled, and true energy surged through him as he heaved the bundled golden armored ape onto his shoulders. The scene was akin to an ant carrying food many times its size, utterly astounding. With each step, Gu Yuan left deep imprints on the ground, accompanied by thunderous sounds. His physical strength and endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people. For anyone else, it would take several individuals working together to move such a load. This was why the school recommended team efforts. Killing a mutant beast required different kinds of strength than transporting it. Along the way, Gu Yuan crashed through countless trees. When he returned to the spot where he had killed the silver-scaled tiger, he found the corpse still there, likely because other mutant beasts dared not approach due to the proximity of the golden armored ape. He continued to bundle the silver-scaled tiger's body and then, in one breath, hoisted both massive mutant beast corpses and began to run. As he neared the foot of the mountain, many students witnessed this astonishing scene. They watched in shock as a single person carried two gigantic beasts, murmuring among themselves. Gu Yuan slammed the bodies down next to a truck and wiped the sweat from his brow. The transport process had been more time-consuming and exhausting than the actual kill. After barely managing to load the two enormous bodies onto the truck, the vehicle's wheels visibly sank under the weight, clearly overloaded. Gu Yuan had no choice but to drive slowly towards the base. As the overloaded truck disappeared from view, the other students finally recognized him as Gu Yuan and marveled at his remarkable progress. At the base square, Gu Yuan unloaded the bodies under the astonished gaze of the assessment personnel. The results showed that the second-level silver-scaled tiger was worth 18 academic credits, while the third-level golden armored ape, which had awakened royal blood, was a mutant king beast worth a staggering 80 credits. The assessors were amazed that Gu Yuan had managed to defeat such a powerful opponent on his own. With 98 credits in hand, Gu Yuan headed to the base exchange point. After carefully browsing the exchange list, he decided to trade for 2 third-level life crystal cores and 1 third-level heart source crystal, using up all his credits. Afternoon, training room at the base. After finishing lunch, Gu Yuan didn't take on any more tasks. Instead, he headed to the training room. He had already figured out the truth behind the golden armor ape incident in the morning. It was just a stroke of bad luck. He had encountered an awakened golden armor ape with royal blood that hadn't been detected yet, rather than a twisted trial mission. Although the base promptly marked the ultra-dangerous area, the situation was too urgent at the time for anyone to check their wristband information. However, this turned out to be a stroke of luck for Gu Yuan. The value of a mutated royal beast far exceeded several level 3 missions, making him wealthy overnight. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan silently chanted, "Panel, convert." The 2 level 3 life crystals he exchanged in the morning transformed into 9 and 11 attribute points, respectively. In comparison, a single crystal from a royal beast could convert into 20 points, making the 2 ordinary crystals barely equivalent to 1 royal beast crystal. Gu Yuan's lips curled slightly as he marveled at the vast difference between beasts. But 40 attribute points were the most he had ever had. Today would be enough to train the true martial 7 secrets to mastery. Thinking about how a month of hard work was finally about to pay off, Gu Yuan's heart raced with excitement. Mastering 3 secret techniques marked the small success of the true martial 7 secrets. Mastering all 7 led to the great success. Currently, he had already mastered 3 secret techniques: Rift Force, Dragon Pursuit Force, and Flesh Divine Ability. Each one was incredibly powerful, especially the Flesh Divine Ability, which demonstrated astonishing regenerative capabilities during the battle with the royal beast, allowing him to stay in peak condition and nearly kill the golden armor ape unscathed. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to see how strong he would become after unlocking the last 4 secret techniques. Although he had only been training for a month and his martial arts realm couldn't advance overnight, there was no limit to his combat power's growth. Every breakthrough in techniques and martial arts skills would be amplified tenfold by his powerful physical attributes, allowing each move to unleash terrifying destructive power. Heart form, add points. As the attribute points decreased, the proficiency of heart form began to surge. Accompanying this was an indescribable painful transformation, but Gu Yuan was already accustomed to this process. Heart source crystals and other super martial materials were continuously consumed and integrated into his body. Soon, heart form broke through to small success, unlocking the secret technique. Formless golden core. In the void of his consciousness, the blazing spiritual fire was continuously compressed, much like refining a pill. Under intense stimulation, Gu Yuan's spirit became more focused and pure, and his willpower grew even stronger. True fire tempering. A golden, round pill appeared in his consciousness space. Gu Yuan gazed inwardly at the golden core and had an epiphany. With a single thought, the golden core burned, releasing endless flames like a sun. With another thought, the flames turned into silver light, cold and bone-chilling, the golden core like a moon hanging high. In the next instant, the golden core transformed into various shapes such as swords and spears. The golden core was formless, mystical, and intangible. Gu Yuan gained a deeper understanding of his mental power. He could easily cut off distractions and maximize his body's functions, sensing the activity of his cells at a microscopic level. If he wished, he could instantly unleash terrifying power from his cells. This was a deeper level of control over his physical body. Moreover, the formless golden core had more to offer than just this. But Gu Yuan temporarily set it aside and continued his point allocation and training. Qi form. Add points. Unlock the secret technique. Qi circulation. Accelerate the conversion of heavenly energy and compress the density of true qi. Solid form. Add points. Unlock the secret technique. Glazed golden body. Body like glazed glass, clear inside and out, radiating light from every orifice, with mind and soul in harmony. Flow form. Add points. Unlock the secret technique. Cloud silk field. Threads like flowing clouds cover the body, forming an entangling field that can kill invisibly or neutralize force. The moment the 4 major secret techniques were unlocked, the other 3 seemed to be triggered and began to operate at full power without Gu Yuan's control. The 7 secret techniques represented 7 different powers, and at this moment, they started to merge autonomously. Gu Yuan's aura became calm, and the pain from the point allocation process gradually subsided. His mind was incredibly serene and peaceful, clearly sensing his body undergoing a silent evolution. In a trance, his consciousness entered a wondrous state. Like a mirror reflecting the truth, all distractions vanished, and he stopped thinking, merging his mind and body with the world, naturally welcoming a grand transformation. After an unknown period, Gu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm and his demeanor as gentle as jade. The former sharpness was gone, as if he had returned to simplicity. But this was just a surface appearance. Gu Yuan felt the terrifying power hidden within his body and exhaled softly, his eyes seemingly lighting up. In an instant, a whirlwind arose in the training room, and the air currents surged. The unrestrained aura even caused a disturbance in the extraordinary energy outside the training room. In the plaza, some students looked toward the row of training rooms assigned to their batch of martial arts students. Who's training in there? The training room can't even isolate the fluctuations. That's strong. No idea, but it seems like someone from our school. This trial has really brought out the hidden experts. They're obviously extremely powerful, but have been hiding it all along. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Inside the training room, Gu Yuan's energy flowed around him, and invisible threads entwined continuously. Golden light shone from the apertures in his body, brightening and dimming with his breath, seemingly resonating with his spirit and releasing an undetectable wave. This wave enveloped his body like a layer of glazed glass. So this is the great success of the true martial 7 secrets. It's incredibly powerful. Gu Yuan slowly retracted his aura, returning to a state of calm. The moment all 7 secret techniques were unlocked, their powers merged, pushing the techniques to the great success stage and forming a new battle body, the true martial battle body. At this stage, there were no distinctions between forms like fierce or steel. The true martial battle body was the amalgamation of all powers. The moment he entered combat, all secret techniques would be activated to their fullest, unleashing the most potent force. On the panel, the true martial 7 secrets under the techniques section blurred momentarily, and its status changed. True martial 7 secrets. Great success, 1100, unlock. True martial battle body. With the techniques at great success, Gu Yuan's realm also advanced from the early stage of the second realm to the middle stage, just one step away from the late stage. Additionally, the various attributes on the panel were also increasing. True martial battle body excels in attack, defense, speed, true energy, physical body, and spirit, with no weaknesses. It can be considered a nearly perfect cultivation technique. Gu Yuan marveled at the genius of the true martial king as he opened the panel. Character: Gu Yuan. Strength: 86. Constitution: 75. Agility: 72. Spirit, 78. Exclusive weapon, sky-splitting battle blade. Traits, sharpness 3, heaviness 1. Attribute points, 2. This enhancement increased Gu Yuan's attributes by nearly 30, effectively doubling his overall combat power. He thought to himself that if he encountered the golden armored ape again, he could likely kill it in a matter of moments. Gu Yuan realized that his current strength had reached a bottleneck. To achieve significant improvements, he would have to perfect the true martial 7 secrets, unlock the ultimate move of the star-slaying blade technique, or undergo a 4th evolution of his clone. However, these conditions were not easy to fulfill in the short term. I really hope to encounter more king beasts, Gu Yuan muttered under his breath. If he could kill more mutated king beasts and accumulate enough credits to exchange for life crystal cores to convert to attribute points, his strength would surely reach new heights. Opening the door of the training room, the soft glow of the sunset bathed Gu Yuan. Most students had already finished their trials for the day and returned to the base. It's Gu Yuan. So the commotion in the training room was caused by him. Handsome and strong. No wonder he's the idol of Yunhai Martial High. Do you think Gu Yuan has broken through to the second realm? Do you even need to ask? Of course he has. Otherwise, how could he single-handedly kill a mutated king beast? By the afternoon, the news had spread throughout the entire base. A mutated king beast had appeared at a marked high-risk location in the morning, and Gu Yuan had slain it. The news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. Killing a king beast single-handedly meant that Gu Yuan possessed third-realm combat power. Achieving third-realm combat power within a month was simply unbelievable. Elan stood at the edge of the square, arms crossed, with a calm expression. She wasn't particularly surprised by Gu Yuan killing the king beast. After all, he had previously killed a third-realm cultist from the Hell sect. It was only natural that he had grown stronger. In Elan's eyes, Gu Yuan was already on par with Lin Xiaoyu, both being martial arts prodigies in their own right. Thinking of the sword intent Lin Xiaoyu had unintentionally revealed, Elan's eyes flickered. Whether it was Gu Yuan or Lin Xiaoyu, their martial arts talents were astonishingly strong. This world always had extraordinary geniuses emerging, making other talents of their generation pale in comparison. There was the brilliant true martial king, who broke 9 realms in a year, and the unparalleled 3-crown king, who defied the 8th realm to defeat kings. The tides of the era rolled forward, and who would ultimately ride the crest of this wave? Facing the gazes of the crowd, Gu Yuan remained unfazed. He had never intended to hide his strength. It was just that he lacked opportunities to showcase it at school, so others didn't know how powerful he truly was. Brother Yuan, did you take some kind of drug? How did you suddenly become so strong? Tuoba Hao's eyes widened as he scrutinized Gu Yuan, trying to find anything different. Li Long also gaped. Brother Yuan, do you have any tips on getting stronger? If you're willing to share. Gu Yuan's expression turned serious as he looked around and lowered his voice. Since you're sincerely asking, I'll mercifully tell you. My achievements today are all thanks to my persistence and hard work. That's my secret. Tuoba Hao and the others twitched their lips, but upon reflection, they realized that Gu Yuan was indeed very diligent in his training. He had even declined an invitation to the martial arena to continue his practice. Compared to him, they really hadn't put in as much effort. Fu Zifen sighed. Who cares about the Bull Demon King? The real deal is Brother Yuan. I won't be going to the martial arena anymore. Hearing this, Gu Yuan said softly, actually, the Bull Demon King you saw in the martial arena was me. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuoba Hao and the others, except for the clueless Qi Xinyue, looked at Gu Yuan in silence, their expressions complicated. After a moment, Tuoba Hao grinned. I don't care, Gu Yuan, you have to treat us to a meal today. Yeah, you have to treat us. You could have told us you were the Bull Demon King, instead of letting us brag about him in front of you. That's just mean. Fu Zifen said fiercely. Watching the 4 of them bickering as they headed to the base cafeteria, Qi Xinyue was still a bit confused. But since someone was treating, she wouldn't miss a free meal. As she was about to follow, she caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaoyu out of the corner of her eye. Xiaoyu, you're back, she exclaimed, hugging Lin Xiaoyu's arm excitedly. Lin Xiaoyu felt the soft touch on her arm and pouted slightly. Xinyue, have you been eating something behind my back? Why are you getting bigger? What are you talking about? It's my natural talent. Are you jealous, Xiaoyu? Qi Xinyue teased with a grin. Xiaoyu, let me tell you, Gu Yuan killed a mutated king beast. It's unbelievable how strong he is. Lin Xiaoyu's lips curved slightly, a hint of joy in her eyes. Is that so surprising? That's the Gu Yuan I know. He won't be outdone by anyone. As night fell, the stars dotted the sky. The bonfire blazed in the base square, filling the air with the aroma of barbecue. Having slain a large number of mutated beasts today, everyone saved some prime meat for a grand barbecue feast. Mutated beast meat was rich in energy and blood, making it an excellent nutritional supplement for cultivators. It cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars per pound in the market, and most students, except those from wealthy families rarely had the chance to eat it. Given this opportunity, everyone ate to their heart's content. Brother Yuan, I love you. This is the first time I've ever eaten king beast meat, Li Long said, stuffing half a pound into his mouth at once. Fu Zifan and Tuoba, how were also devouring the food. Although their families were well off, king beast meat was still a luxury for them. Mutated king beasts were incredibly rare, with fewer than 1 in 10,000 mutated beasts awakening the king's blood. Eat as much as you want. There's plenty more, Gu Yuan said with a smile. He had saved several hundred pounds of prime meat, and even asked the cafeteria chef to make some jerky to take home for his parents to try. After this meal, we need to step up our game. We can't let Gu Yuan leave us in the dust, Tuoba Hao said, raising his cup. His voice resonated across the square. Let's all toast to our martial success. Cheers. The crowd's spirits were high as they stood up, raising their drinks in a celebratory toast. Under the starry night sky, laughter and joy filled the square. In the office, Gu Yuan stood there with a hint of confusion on his face. After the barbecue, he had been summoned to this place. The man in front of him, with a scarred face and a calm demeanor, felt strangely familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Niu Moang, the man said plainly. Gu Yuan was startled and blurted out, "It's you." Memories surged back. Wasn't this the person in charge of the martial arena? He had never seen the man's face, only heard his voice, which explained the familiarity. But why was the head of the martial arena here? Sensing Gu Yuan's confusion, the man turned to look out at the night sky and began to explain. My name is Xia Mingwu. I'm actually from the military district, so it's normal for me to be here. What surprises me is the speed of your progress. Gu Yuan could feel the immense pressure emanating from the man, realizing that he was far stronger than he had imagined. He scratched his head modestly and said, it might be because of my exceptional talent. My school teachers say I'm a postnatal awakener with a gift for physical prowess. Plus, I've been diligently training, which is why I've made some progress. Xia Mingwu turned back, a rigid smile forming on his face, making the scar even more menacing under the light. No need to be nervous. I'm not doubting your talent. I just see the shadow of someone else in you. Relieved, Gu Yuan let out a breath. He had been worried the man might suspect him of being a cultist, but it seemed he had overthought it. Xia Mingwu suddenly asked, after this trial, do you think you can achieve 100 consecutive wins in the martial arena? He could tell that Gu Yuan had already developed the true martial battle body. To achieve mastery of the true martial 7 secrets in just a month was a terrifying talent, potentially breaking the 100-win record in the arena's Hall of Fame. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment before giving a somewhat reserved answer. If everything goes well, it should be possible. He was actually quite confident but didn't want to appear arrogant, especially since Xia Mingwu was the head of the martial arena. He didn't want to risk having the difficulty increased. Xia Mingwu nodded slightly and looked back at the night sky. All right, I'll have someone contact you after the trial. Continue to train the true martial 7 secrets, and if you reach perfection within 6 months, I'll grant you an opportunity. An opportunity? Gu Yuan's eyes lit up with curiosity, but he knew it was pointless to ask further unless he could immediately break through to the perfect realm. Back in his dorm, Gu Yuan lay on his bed and glanced at his remaining attribute points. Elevating the true martial 7 secrets to mastery had cost him over 40 points, leaving him with just 2. To reach perfection, he estimated he would need 80 to 100 points, equivalent to the spoils from a mutant king beast. However, he shook his head, knowing he couldn't rely on such luck and would have to accumulate points slowly. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's vision shifted dramatically. The sky turned a dark, oppressive red, and the once warming sun had lost its light and heat, like an old man nearing the end of his life. The howling wind swept through the hollow ruins of buildings. Sand, bricks, and scrap metal piled up into hills under the pressure of the wind and sand. On one such hill stood a 3-meter-tall dark gold mech, gripping a mechanical spear, its eyes glowing silver. The mech's shoulders and joints were lined with sharp blades, stained with blood, exuding an invisible killing intent. The blade mech's sword materialized from thin air, its fierce blade distorting the surrounding air. It tried to communicate with the dark gold mech. Hey, learn to talk yet? Sending out a mental wave. The blade mech had no idea where this mech had come from. It had just sensed something unusual behind it, and turned to find this big guy staring at it. To be honest, it was a bit excited. This was the second mech it had seen in this world, apart from the one it had destroyed. Seeing another of its kind was like meeting an old friend. The wind howled, but the dark gold mech remained silent. I'm talking to you, are you mute? The blade mech raised its sword, pointing it at the dark gold mech. Despite its excitement, it remained cautious. Bzzz. What the heck? The blade mech was puzzled. The other mech's mental waves sounded like a bee's buzz, completely incomprehensible. But the situation took a sharp turn. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the dark gold mech stomped on the ruins, its massive body charging out of the dust like a cannonball, its momentum fierce. I'm trying to talk, and you want to fight? Are you an idiot? The blade mech was furious. It had been so excited to meet another mech, only to find it was a fool. Was there no normal mech in this world? The trident spear tore through the air, its attack not yet landed, but the surrounding dust and rubble were already blasted away. Feeling the imminent threat, the blade mech's legs tensed. With a loud crash, the ground caved in like rolling waves, and the air was filled with a special shockwave. Earthquake. The dark gold mech seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. Its overwhelming momentum abruptly halted, causing it to fall straight down. As it hit the ground, a blazing blade light flashed through the air, slicing down with a fierce whoosh. Clang. The dark gold mech's surface lit up with an energy shield, emitting a piercing metallic screech. The blade didn't break the shield, but the immense force sent it flying dozens of meters, carving a deep trench in the ground. The dark gold mech shook its head and stood up. In the next moment, an even more terrifying blade light tore through the air, descending with unstoppable force. Boom. Centered on the dark gold mech, the ground collapsed, and stones and soil flew up, forming a tangible ripple. The energy shield on the dark gold mech shattered completely, but a more powerful aura erupted from the pit, the swirling air emitting a fierce howl. The blade mech sensed the dark gold mech's energy fluctuation skyrocketing. In an instant, a black figure emerged from the pit, its terrifying aura like a prehistoric beast awakening. An explosive mech module. Huh? The blade mech's eyes glowed blue. The opposing mech also had mech modules, with the earlier energy shield being one of the effects. Now, it had activated an even stronger module. This wasn't the weakling it had encountered before. The blade mech gripped its sword tightly, red patterns pulsing on its steel body, and an intense fighting spirit began to spread. In recognition of our shared status as war machines, I grant you the respect you deserve. Blade mech's psychic energy radiated outward, with crimson lines pulsating like veins across its amber gold steel body, emanating from the core furnace at its chest. A sinister, blood-red lotus bloomed on the golden frame, signaling the activation of the Destroyer Mode core module. The space around warped from the terrifying energy fluctuations, and Blade Mech stood like a walking sun, exuding a suffocating aura of destruction. Simultaneously, the dark gold mech emerged slowly from a dust-filled crater. Its steel body had turned pitch black, reflecting a metallic sheen under the light, with its sharp, cold blades giving it the appearance of a demon lord from the depths of hell. Without wasting words, Blade Mech knew that the duration of Destroyer Mode was limited and couldn't afford to be squandered. With a single swing, a massive crimson arc of energy slashed through the air, tearing through countless air currents and carving a deep trench into the ground. In Destroyer Mode, Blade Mech's combat power was amplified tenfold, and even a casual strike could unleash catastrophic destruction. For the first time, a vague notion of danger formed in the mind of the Black Mech. Though as rudimentary as a child's first words, its combat instincts drove it to react swiftly. It turned into a blurry afterimage, narrowly evading the terrifying slash. The energy blade left a dark scar on the ground, with shattered stones erupting like high-explosive grenades, sending a violent shockwave. The heavy black mech stomped down forcefully, charging towards its opponent like a cannonball. The black mechanical spear in its hand thrust forward, with the trident tip spinning rapidly to form a miniature tornado of black energy crystals, unleashing a horrifying cutting and piercing force. Facing the oncoming storm of death, Blade Mech didn't flinch. Its eyes shot out beams of blue death rays, even more focused in Destroyer Mode. Like two indestructible threads, the black storm was pierced instantly, the rays passing through the black mech's shoulder. Blade Mech intended to sweep the rays horizontally, but the rotating spearhead's cutting force shredded the rays. Nonetheless, the black mech's shoulder began to rapidly lose energy from the punctured spot, like a leaking balloon. This was the Blood Reaper effect of Blade Mech's wound. No matter how small, would cause continuous energy and life loss. Though the black mech immediately sensed the anomaly, the special energy around the puncture made it difficult to clear in a short time. A powerful mental command erupted in its mind. Kill. If it couldn't remove the wound, it needed to eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. The black mech surged forward with astonishing speed, like a black lightning tearing through the storm, its dark spear appearing before Blade Mech almost instantly. However, Blade Mech casually swung its blade. A terrifying flash of the blade sent the massive black figure flying, leaving a gruesome scar on its body. Under the immense force, the black mech crashed through countless ruins and finally slammed into the ground. The impact was akin to several hundred kilograms of high explosives detonating, like a thunderous roar. Amidst the deafening noise, shockwaves spread like a tsunami in all directions. At the center of the spiderweb-like cracks in the ground, a broken dark gold mech lay embedded. In Destroyer Mode, Blade Mech's tenfold combat power easily crushed its opponent, reverting it to its original form. You managed to utter a kill? Blade Mech walked over, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. If the opponent hadn't shouted that last word, he might not have held back some of his strength, and that slash could have cleaved it in two. It seems you have some semblance of consciousness. He watched as the broken mech slowly rose, feeling both surprised and a bit excited. This dark gold mech actually had consciousness, so why hadn't it spoken before? The dark gold mech emitted a buzzing sound, seemingly trying to communicate, but Blade Mech couldn't understand it. The next moment, it suddenly stood up, stepping on the cracked ground and turning to flee, not even grabbing its weapon. Are you mocking me? Blade Mech suppressed his anger, his psychic energy stabbing out like a sword. The dark gold mech immediately sensed a strong death threat. Blade Mech took a step forward, causing the ground to crack. His massive mechanical arm blasted through the air, creating a white shockwave capable of tearing anything apart. In an instant, he grabbed the dark gold mech's neck, turning it around to face his glowing blue eyes. Why are you running? Blade Mech's mental voice was as cold as ice. Facing the blazing, volcanic energy radiating from Blade Mech, the dark gold mech could only emit meaningless buzzing. Blade Mech shook his head in disappointment. I shouldn't have expected much from a simpleton. His grip tightened, the sound of twisting steel grating on the ears. Since communication was impossible, it was time to say goodbye. However, he was quite interested in the mech's internal modules. Just then, a faint thought emerged from the dark gold mech, its eyes flickering intermittently. Live? Wanna live? You. Blade Mech loosened his grip, looking at the broken mech with some frustration. If you can talk, say more. What's your name? Where are you from? And why did you attack me? Enemy. Intruder. Interesting. Blade Mech's excitement grew. What enemy? What intruder? Be more specific, buddy. Energy. Repair. Hearing these words, Blade Mech suddenly realized. This mech was almost scrap metal. Its mind likely wasn't clear. Asking questions was pointless, needed to help it recover first. He dragged the mech to a nearby abandoned building, found some steel, and added a few pieces of low-grade supernatural materials. Sure enough, the dark gold mech, driven by a survival instinct, opened its core furnace, consuming the materials and beginning self-repair. At the break of dawn, Guyuan slowly opened his drowsy eyes and climbed out of bed. His mind immediately drifted to the nearly destroyed dark gold mecha, curiosity churning within him. Unfortunately, the mecha was still under repair, and it was uncertain when it would be ready. Guyuan pondered to himself that if he could extract some information from the mecha, he might gain a deeper understanding of what was happening in the world where his clone resided. Pushing aside these thoughts, Guyuan focused on the upcoming trial. He quickly washed up, ate a hasty breakfast, and headed to the mission hall. It was only 7 in the morning, yet the hall was already bustling with people. The battles from the previous day had clearly changed many of them. Their eyes were sharper, their brows less anxious, replaced by a newfound resolve. Such is the power of real combat. Those who have never been on the battlefield are forever mere paper soldiers. However, not everyone had successfully completed the trial. Some students had nearly lost their lives and were now lying in the infirmary receiving treatment. Confronting ferocious mutated beasts, it was inevitable that some would be caught off guard, especially since not everyone was as experienced as Gu Yuan, let alone possessing his extraordinary combat prowess. Morning, Brother Yuan. Good morning, Brother Yuan. Many classmates greeted Gu Yuan as they saw him. They had their own calculations. Getting on good terms with a powerhouse like him might just save their lives in a dangerous trial. Gu Yuan responded briefly and started browsing the mission list. This time, his eyes were set on level 3 missions. Tasks like the gold-armored ape were exceptions. Not all level 3 missions were that difficult. He chose 2 relatively close level 3 missions, targeting a level 3 dragon crocodile turtle and a level 3 blood coagulation spider. Then, Gu Yuan drove a military truck towards the mountains. In the dense forest, the canopy blocked out the sunlight, creating a dark and humid environment. A rushing river flowed through the woods, and suddenly, the murky water surface churned as a massive creature slowly emerged. This was a giant beast mutated from a snapping turtle, its black scales covering its head, with sharp fangs gleaming menacingly, exuding immense biting power. Boom! Water splashed in all directions, and a huge shadow cast over the area. The sudden commotion startled a panther drinking by the river, which leapt up and fled in a blur. Snap! The beast's massive jaws clamped shut, the stench of blood filling the air, and the ferocious air blast even drowned out the panther's scream. In the terrifying sound of chewing, the panther, larger than a tiger, became a meal for the dragon crocodile turtle. Rumor had it that the dragon crocodile turtle carried a trace of dragon blood, giving it a higher chance of awakening royal blood compared to other mutated beasts. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared by the river. He was dressed in combat gear, resembling a futuristic warrior from a sci-fi film. Roar. Mutated beasts are most ferocious when feeding, and the dragon crocodile turtle was no exception. Just as it roared, Gu Yuan stomped the ground forcefully. The earth shattered, and he shot forward like a black lightning bolt, appearing before the dragon crocodile turtle in an instant. The next second, Gu Yuan's arm, as solid as cast iron, reached out. Even the battle armor couldn't conceal his powerful muscle lines. Boom! An explosive shockwave carried flesh and blood flying. With just one punch, the monstrous head of the level 3 dragon crocodile turtle was obliterated. Against such a typical level 3 mutated beast, Gu Yuan didn't even need to draw his battle niffy. A single punch was enough to kill it instantly. By noon, Gu Yuan drove back to the base, the truck loaded with the corpses of the two giant beasts. The surrounding students were astonished at the sight. That's incredible. Those are two level 3 mutated beasts. Gu Yuan must be the strongest of our cohort. Maybe not. Lin Xiaoyu also brought back a level 3 mutated beast earlier. There wasn't even a drop of blood on it, and the body was perfectly intact. You'd think it was just sleeping. They say it's because of her sword intent cutting the body and slashing the soul. Amidst the amazed gazes of the crowd, Gu Yuan completed the task assessment. 2 level 3 missions, totaling 65 credits. These credits could be exchanged for 2 level 3 life crystals, which could be converted into about 20 attribute points. To elevate the true martial 7 secrets to perfection, about 100 attribute points were needed. This meant he only needed to complete 10 more level 3 missions, making 5 more trips to gather the necessary points. This process would take about 2.5 days. However, reality was not as ideal as he imagined. Gu Yuan glanced at the mission markers on the big screen and noticed only 6 level 3 missions remained. After all, this was the outer perimeter, and the number of level 3 mutated beasts was already limited. Moreover, the military had previously cleared the area, and this was their second wave of cleaning. There were still plenty of level 2 missions, but today was only the second day of the trial, and there were more than 10 days left. With hundreds of students participating in the trial, the competition for missions would be fierce. Even level 2 missions might soon be fought over. Given this calculation, Gu Yuan was uncertain if he could gather enough credits to exchange for life crystals and then convert them into attribute points to enhance the true martial battle body before the trial ended. At that moment, he deeply missed those mutated king beasts that yielded large amounts of credits. Did you really comprehend sword intent? Gu Yuan asked curiously while having lunch, looking at Lin Xiaoyu. Yes, Lin Xiaoyu replied with a mischievous smile. All right, I'm not teasing you. Yes, I did comprehend sword intent. No wonder. Gu Yuan mused. Sword intent and blade intent were essentially manifestations of willpower, touching upon the soul level, more complex than true energy. Most people couldn't reach this realm. Nonetheless, sword intent had a powerful destructive potential, capable of causing both physical and mental harm. However, sword intent came in various attributes, each with different levels of lethality. I comprehended sword intent. What about you? Why is your combat power so strong? Lin Xiaoyu's big eyes were full of curiosity as she looked at Gu Yuan. Not only her, but Qi Xinyue and Tuoba Hao were also very interested. At school, Gu Yuan had always kept a low profile, only revealing his formidable strength during the trial, which had astonished them. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuan answered, "It should be related to my acquired physical abilities. A powerful physique, combined with compatible techniques, naturally boosts combat power. An acquired awakener." Tuoba Hao almost spat out his food in shock. "You're actually an awakener." "Yes, you can ask Teacher Elon if you don't believe me," Gu Yuan replied calmly. "No wonder you're so extraordinary." The others showed envious expressions. Awakeners were born with extraordinary abilities, like some who could control fire or possessed immense strength. Once they took up martial arts, they were almost always prodigies. However, awakeners were very rare, even acquired ones. They never expected to meet one in person today. This also explained why Gu Yuan's combat power was so formidable. After all, awakeners defied common logic, possessing supernatural abilities without any training. Trial Day 7. Under the shroud of night, the base lay silent and imposing, like a colossal beast lurking in the darkness. Inside the training room, Gu Yuan's body was enveloped in a surge of true energy, with an invisible force swirling around him. Under this immense power, his bones, muscles, and veins were clearly visible, displaying an intricate and precise structure that exuded a metallic sheen. If one were to ignore the surface skin, Gu Yuan's form at this moment resembled a highly sophisticated technological creation, like a robot cloaked in human flesh. This abnormal physique was a result of the unique demands of super martial training. Practitioners needed to integrate a substantial amount of metallic and mineral extraordinary materials into their bodies, merging these properties with their flesh to achieve a unique form of enhancement. Over time, The practitioner's body would gradually exhibit metallic and steel-like characteristics due to the accumulation of these materials. Although melting a life weapon during the second stage could consume some of these materials, continued practice would still result in further accumulation. If left unchecked, the body would eventually become entirely metallic, losing all fleshly attributes. The practitioner would transform into a humanoid extraordinary material with self-awareness, but unable to control their body. To prevent this outcome, practitioners needed to proceed to the next stage. Rune inscription. Gu Yuan spread his hands, and 14 mysterious symbols faintly appeared on his palms, emanating an unsettling aura. The 7 runes on his right hand represented the forms of steel, shock, heart, flame, flow, air, and solid, interconnected like a profound star map. His left hand mirrored this pattern. Breaking through to the third stage required inscribing runes on 7 parts of the body. Gu Yuan had completed his hands and still needed to inscribe his brain, heart, spine, and legs. He couldn't help but admire the true martial king's creation of the true martial 7 secrets, which corresponded perfectly to these 7 parts. However, the difficulty of rune inscription increased significantly. Ordinary practitioners only needed to inscribe 1 rune per part, whereas Gu Yuan had to inscribe 7. Despite this, once he broke through, his combat power would far exceed that of other practitioners. After breaking through to the third stage, the runes would evolve into special patterns, inscribed in the flesh, forming organ-like structures similar to blood vessels. The accumulated materials would flow through these rune patterns like blood, eliminating the worry of turning into a chunk of metal. More importantly, activating the rune patterns would cause the flesh to transform into a special armor, significantly boosting combat power. This was the most notable feature of the third stage, the flesh armor transformation. Only upon reaching this stage could one be considered truly initiated in super martial arts. However, this step was like a chasm, blocking countless practitioners' paths. Because of this, some abandoned super martial arts and turned to the cult of the evil gods, seeking powerful strength through their aid. After completing the rune inscription on his hands, Gu Yuan focused on his legs. He closed his eyes and began accelerated training. True martial battle body. Add points. With a thought, the accumulated attribute points from the past few days were rapidly consumed, and the progress bar of the true martial battle body quickly rose to 60. The higher the progress, the faster the rune inscription. When the true martial battle body reached perfection, all 49 runes would be inscribed. A night of training passed quietly. In the morning, Gu Yuan arrived at the training hall, only to find that no third-level tasks had refreshed, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Today was the 8th day of the trial, and the already scarce third-level mutant beasts in the periphery had been cleared. Unless a third-level mutant beast occasionally emerged from the depths of the mountains and was detected, it was difficult to refresh third-level tasks. Now he could only rely on second-level tasks to earn credits. A second-level task only provided a few credits, and a morning's harvest wasn't even enough to exchange for a third-level life crystal. This left Gu Yuan feeling quite helpless. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the depths of the mountains, but he quickly steadied his mind. Stay calm. Don't be reckless, he reminded himself. Although venturing into the depths of the mountains would allow him to hunt more third-level mutant beasts, it also harbored higher-level beasts, significantly increasing the danger. For Gu Yuan, as long as he stayed alive, he could continue to grow stronger, without the need to risk his life to save time. After taking 2 second-level tasks, Gu Yuan left the base. To him, second-level mutant beasts were like helpless lambs. However, finding and hunting these targets in the vast forest was no easy task, especially with creatures like shadow mice, which had exceptional concealment abilities. As long as there were shadows, they could merge with them, minimizing their presence. Gu Yuan's alloy boots made a muffled sound as they stepped on the ground. He walked through the dense forest with a calm expression, his eyes occasionally flashing with sharpness. In the void of his will space, the non-phase golden core burned like a golden sun, its intense flames dispelling the surrounding darkness. At this moment, his perception was infinitely amplified. The ripples of wind stirring the air, the subtle sound of leaves falling to the ground, the rustling of insects crawling, nothing escaped his notice. Suddenly, a smile tugged at Gu Yuan's lips. Found you. His body shot forward like an arrow, exploding with astonishing speed and creating a violent gust. In an instant, a whirlwind arose, sweeping up dust and leaves. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sensing the undisguised killing intent and powerful energy fluctuations, the shadow mouse hidden in the shadows felt its bloodthirsty nature give way to terror. It let out a sharp cry, its massive body, nearly 5 meters long including its tail, flickering as it appeared in the shadows of distant trees as if teleporting. Think you can escape? An icy voice rang out as Gu Yuan's dark battle blade sliced through the viscous air with a sound like tearing fabric, accompanied by a visible white airflow. Squee! The shadow mouse let out a piercing scream. its muscles tensing as special energy flowed through its body. Its gray form blurred for a moment before reappearing in the shadows dozens of meters away. Boom! Just as the shadow mouse revealed itself, the heavy rift blade pierced through the air, embedding itself into its body. The blade's terrifying impact force slammed the shadow mouse into the ground. The earth trembled as if a high-explosive mine had detonated, the enormous force creating a tangible shockwave that wreaked havoc like a tsunami. The shadow mouse never expected its stealthy movements to be seen through, with its landing shadow perfectly predicted by Gu Yuan. Bullseye! Gu Yuan extended his hand, and the rift blade was pulled back by an invisible force, swiftly returning to his grasp. Come out. You think I don't know where you're hiding? Gu Yuan sneered. When he discovered the shadow mouse, he had already sensed someone else lurking, though he couldn't pinpoint their exact location. But just now, at the moment of the shadow mouse's death, the other person revealed a flaw. The spiritual fire condensed into a formless golden pill, sharpening Gu Yuan's senses and mental acuity to an extraordinary degree. If anyone cast a malicious glance his way, he would instantly detect and pinpoint their location. In the forest, Gu Yuan stood beside the corpse of a shadow mouse, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Moments ago, he had felt a surge of intense malice flash by like lightning, emanating from some unknown presence in the shadows. This malice had coincided precisely with the moment of the shadow mouse's death, leaving Gu Yuan puzzled. Could the shadow mouse have been someone's pet? Regardless, a lurking enemy with hostile intent posed a definite threat. As Gu Yuan pondered his next move, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Teacher Elon? Gu Yuan's eyes sharpened as he saw Elon appear beside him in a flash of lightning. Her astonishing speed made him gasp in awe, but his attention was quickly drawn to the disturbance in the sky. Boom! With Elon's arrival, the dense canopy above shook violently, branches and leaves exploding like fireworks. A gray figure shot up from the tree atop it was the one who had been spying. Before Gu Yuan could speak, Elon had already streaked through the air like a blue lightning bolt, catching up to the gray figure in an instant. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and in the next second, Elon held a thin, unconscious man, smoke rising from his body. The entire sequence of events happened in a flash, leaving Gu Yuan speechless and wide-eyed. Teacher, this is an evil god cultist, Elon explained. I intended to observe his actions, but your sharp senses detected him first. Elon briefly explained the situation. Ever since Gu Yuan encountered the Goathead Man, the Martial Bureau had been investigating the evil god cultists. Several recent gruesome incidents in Yunhai City were linked to them. Followers of the three major evil god cults, the Hell Cult, the Shadow Cult, and the Flesh Cult, had infiltrated Yunhai City in search of a prophesied holy fetus. They suspected that the holy fetus was among the students of Wugao, so they were covertly monitoring the trainees. Gu Yuan suddenly understood. So they won't attack us because they suspect one of us might be the holy fetus? Elon nodded in confirmation, adding that the Martial Bureau was fully prepared to apprehend these cultists at any moment. She advised Gu Yuan to pretend not to notice if he encountered any more lurking cultists. With that, Elon disappeared into the forest in a flash of lightning, carrying the charred cultist. Gu Yuan watched her departure with a hint of envy in his eyes. By comparison, his own true power was too wild and uncontrollable, like a bulldozer smashing through everything. Shaking his head, he hoisted the Shadow Mouse's corpse and prepared to return to the base. Although the matter of the cultists worried him, he trusted Elon's assurance and focused on his current trial mission. As night fell, Gu Yuan entered a deep sleep, his consciousness merging with his mecha avatar. Inside a dimly lit building, Blade Mecha looked helplessly at the still-repairing Dark Gold Mecha. The latter emitted strange mental waves, attracting numerous mutant beasts and turning the place into a hotspot for monster activity. Buddy, if you don't wake up soon, I'll have to dismantle you, Blade Mecha said, knocking on Dark Gold Mecha's head with a resounding thud. I'll take out all your mecha modules. Buzz. Buddy, don't hit. Dark Gold Mecha responded haltingly, its voice tinged with a clear, foolish innocence. Blade Mecha was taken aback. Wait, did you just call me buddy? Do you only respond to threats? Or have you evolved and gotten smarter? Buddy, what is talking? What is soft and hard? Silver light flickered in Dark Gold Mecha's eyes, and its massive frame trembled as if about to activate. Wait, don't talk yet. Blade Mecha suddenly turned toward the building's exterior, sensing a powerful energy surge. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook, and dust fell from the ceiling. Buddy, this time you've attracted a big one. Intruders. Intruders. The Dark Gold Mech trembled as it stood up, its towering frame swaying as if it could collapse at any moment. Take it easy, buddy. We've got this. The Blade Mech placed a steady hand on the Dark Gold Mech's shoulder plate, exuding an aura of absolute confidence. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the end of the street. Amidst the swirling dust, A colossal 8-meter-tall figure emerged, a golden armored ape with 8 muscular arms swinging like massive pendulums. Buildings crumbled like tofu in its wake, and its blood-red eyes glowed with a murderous light. Its fangs gleamed menacingly, and the oppressive force it radiated was suffocating. A peak-level Class 4 mutant beast, the blade mech quickly assessed. Gripping his battle blade, his amber-colored mech was instantly covered in crimson patterns, resembling pulsing veins. The core furnace emitted intense heat, warping the surrounding space. Destruction mode. Activate. The blade mech showed no fear. As a low-tier warrior, his energy fluctuations matched those of a peak-level Class 4 mutant beast. However, his actual combat power far exceeded Class 4, reaching Class 5 levels. In destruction mode, he could temporarily rival a later-stage Class 5 mutant beast, effectively boosting his combat level by an entire tier. Roar. At the moment of confrontation, the golden armored ape let out an earth-shattering roar, its sound waves distorting the air. Its muscles swelled further, producing an alarming sound of steel cables tightening. In the next instant, the ape's massive legs propelled it forward with explosive force. The ground shattered under the immense pressure, sending debris flying like a volcanic eruption. It shot forward like a human cannonball, covering 100 meters in an instant, accompanied by a piercing whistle. The blade mech wasn't surprised by the ape's strength. Its size guaranteed immense power. Yet, he felt an unprecedented pressure, as if he were deep underwater, with crushing force pressing from all sides. Gravity. The blade mech quickly realized that the ape's extraordinary ability was gravity manipulation. The air thickened like glue, making even the slightest movement a struggle. But the blade mech didn't retreat. He raised his battle blade, its sharp edge cutting through the air. In a gravity field, larger surface areas faced greater pressure, but a blade, with its small surface area and high destructiveness, was the least affected. Slash. The visible pressure was torn apart, transforming into 2 white high-pressure airwaves that swept outward. The twisted gravity barrier was shredded like paper, and the blazing blade light flashed in midair. Sparks flew as the ape's chest was ripped open, blood gushing from a 5-meter-long gash. The intense pain disrupted its gravity field. The blade mech didn't press the attack, quickly dodging. As expected, the ape's 8 arms rained down like a storm, each punch creating thunderous explosions. Even a heavy armored vehicle would be reduced to scrap under such an onslaught, and the sheer force of the punches would tear an ordinary person to shreds. But the blade mech remained fearless. His body moved like a golden comet, leaving a trail of faint gold in his wake. With no unnecessary movements, his blade slashed downward, the immense arc of the blade light resembling a blood-red crescent moon, tearing through the sky and earth. Slash. A line of blood appeared on the ape's forehead, and the ground was split by a dark gash over 10 meters long. In the next moment, the violent impact tore through like a hurricane, splitting the ape's massive body in two. Blood and viscera sprayed everywhere, creating a hellish scene of gore. After deactivating destruction mode, the blade mech approached to clean up the battlefield. As expected, he found a Class 4 life crystal, but he also discovered an unexpected Surprizia piece of extraordinary material. Tier 3 heavy iron. Looks like a piece of mech debris, the blade mech noted. Comparing it carefully, he realized it resembled a fragment of a mech. He recalled that the starfall iron he initially obtained also looked like fallen mech debris. The golden armored ape likely evolved due to the radiation from this heavy iron, but its level has now dropped to Tier 3, the blade mech pondered. I'll keep it for my main body to train with. Its level is too low for the next evolution of the blade mech, but its properties are similar to starfall iron, useful for practicing advanced martial techniques. Once my main body breaks through to the 3rd tier, it's time to discard those lower-level materials and use only the best. Buddy, you're strong. The dark gold mech, looking exhausted, leaned against a wall, its tone filled with admiration. Shut up. Call me buddy one more time, and I'll dismantle you. The blade mech threatened fiercely. This guy had no sense of propriety, probably had some screws loose. Buzz buzz. Can't fight. The dark gold mech buzzed, seemingly expressing its inability to be dismantled. Having come into contact with the blade mech's mental waves, it had begun learning to convey its own thoughts through mental communication, though it was still clumsy and required constant learning from the blade mech. Buddy was the first term it had picked up. The blade mech looked at the dark gold mech standing there blankly and felt a growing curiosity about this world. The dark gold mech's ability to learn to speak from him indicated a self-awareness, albeit with low intelligence. This was a true intelligent mechanical life form, and it was a native, unlike him, an outsider in a local guise. If there were low intelligence beings, could there be high intelligence ones as well? The blade mech recalled the sky shadow beast that appeared on the outskirts at night. Could it possess intelligence too? If a mere Class 4 intelligent mechanical life form had self-awareness, an 8th tier beast might very well think and reason like a human. This world hasn't truly perished. Instead, it has developed an alternative civilization. The Blade mech mused, falling into deep thought. Blade stared into the mechanical eyes of the dark gold mech and asked coldly, "What's your name?" The dark gold mech hesitated, its electronic voice trembling slightly. I, I am Loudy." Blade was silent for a moment, then looked up and said, "All right, from now on I'll call you Loudy. Remember, you can't call me Loudy. If you need anything, call me Big Brother. My name is Blade." The dark gold mech quickly processed this information and nodded in agreement. "I am Loudy, you are Big Brother." Seeing how easily he was fooled, Blade felt a pang of guilt. After a moment of thought, he decided to give him a proper name. "Only I can call you Loudy. In front of others, you'll be called Dark Gold, the Demon King Dark Gold." After activating his burst module, the dark gold mech turned completely black, exuding a demonic aura. His CPU worked at high speed, finally grasping the meaning of this title. "My name, Dark Gold, Demon King Dark Gold." His mental state revealed excitement, as if he was thrilled to have his own name. Blade continued questioning, "Where are you from? If you can't say, just point the direction." The dark gold mech buzzed for a long time before finally pointing to a towering building wrapped in vines and uttering a few words with difficulty. Star City. Second ring." Blade looked up, deep in thought. "So this ruined city is called Star City. What does second ring mean? Is that vine-covered building in the second ring? Or do you have to go through it to enter the second ring? Or is the building itself called second ring?" "No, it's the entrance to the second ring." The dark gold mech's thoughts seemed to clear up. "Big Brother, that place is the node to enter Star City's second ring." "Node? You mean the second ring is in another space?" Blade was surprised. This ruined city had interdimensional travel capabilities. No wonder the terrifying roars in the night seemed to come from another world. It wasn't an illusion. It was real. "Yes, in another place," the dark gold mech answered concisely. Blade scrutinized him and asked, "Then why did you come out and attack me? I'm your big brother." He wondered if this little mech was a naive young master from the city, but it didn't seem so. The dark gold mech initially couldn't even communicate, indicating that Star City's second ring was no different from here, filled with mutant beasts that attack on sight. "Intruders, there are intruders." The dark gold mech suddenly became agitated. Hearing this keyword, Blade's expression turned serious. "Who are the intruders? Explain clearly." He thought of the massive winged beast that spanned kilometers, likely also an escapee from the spatial node. For such a powerful mutant beast to flee, how strong were the intruders? Faced with this question, the dark gold mech seemed to freeze, the silver light in his eyes dimming. Blade waited patiently. After a long while, the dark gold mech shook his head. "I don't know. I only know they are intruders." As he spoke, his eyes projected a white light, forming a virtual screen. "My database has a record of the intruder's appearance." Blade stared at the screen, which displayed an image. Under a dusky red sky, a burly figure stood atop a high building, looking down coldly and cruelly, like a slave master surveying his estate. He wore a black robe, his body human-like but with red skin, a flame-like birthmark on his forehead, long pointed ears, and a tail swaying behind him. A race invasion? A war of civilizations? What kind of race was this? Blade's mind raced with thoughts as he continued to question. "How strong is this intruder? Can I take him on?" The dark gold mech glanced at his big brother and shook his head. "He could crush you with one foot." "Hey, Loudy, you've got quite the vocabulary now, huh?" Blade slapped the mech's head with a thunk, reprimanding, "When you're out there, don't be so blunt. Be more tactful. You should say, 'Big brother, you're not strong enough yet, but you will surpass him in the future.'" The dark gold mech seemed to freeze again, analyzing the difference between the two statements. He hadn't said anything wrong, so why did his big brother hit him? Blade ignored him, feeling the pressure mounting. He had always considered this world as his personal training ground, a place to level up continuously. But now, a mech had told him that this place didn't belong to him, and that he might become someone else's stepping stone. Why would such a ruined world still face invasion? Clearly, the invaders were after their top-notch materials. Whether mech or advanced intelligent biomachines, they were essentially walking treasures. If their consciousness was erased, they'd become pure super materials. The invaders came here to plunder these materials. Blade couldn't think of any other reason for the invasion. This world, compared to those with complete ecological civilizations, was far inferior, a wasteland unfit for normal living. However, this was all his speculation for now, unless one day he ventured deeper into Star City to find the answers himself. The sun rose, bathing everything in light. The morning air carried the fresh scent of the forest, and Guyuan felt a sense of disorientation as he absorbed the vibrant life around him. This was the world of normal people. The life his mech counterpart lived was pure hardship. Thankfully, his mech counterpart didn't need food, drink, or rest, functioning as a perpetual motion machine as long as it had energy. Ahem. Tuoba Hao suddenly caught up from behind, clearing his throat. Ah Yuan, do you notice anything different about me today? Gu Yuan glanced at him and replied flatly, I feel like punching you. Tuoba Hao was speechless. What do you mean? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Let me tell you, Ah Yuan, I've broken through to the second realm. The past is the past, and now I'm incredibly strong. The trial was nearing its end. Battles were fought, and credits were exchanged for resources. Many student strengths were rapidly increasing, widening the gaps between them. Tuoba Hao had reached the second realm, while some were still struggling in the early stages of the first realm. The more you talk, the more I want to punch you, Gu Yuan sighed. Others growing stronger meant fewer tasks for him. If possible, he'd take on all the tasks himself and hoard all the credits. But it wasn't a big issue. His mech counterpart had just obtained a level 4 life core, which could be converted into many attribute points. This would help accumulate more credits to exchange for new techniques when he returned to school. While the attribute points needed to upgrade the true martial body could be acquired from his mech counterpart, earning a large number of credits relied on this trial. So credits had to be prioritized for techniques first, then for life cores to enhance the true martial body. Otherwise, he'd perfect the true martial body but lack advanced techniques, slowing his progress. Gu Yuan knew how to prioritize. Sir Xia, all the cultists at the outskirts of the mountain range have been eliminated, Elon reported calmly, standing in Xia Mingwu's office. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow on her composed expression. However, they were just ordinary followers, she added, her brow furrowing slightly. Xia Mingwu sat behind his desk, fingers lightly tapping on the surface. His eyes scanned the report Elon handed over, expressionless. Ordinary followers convert less of the dark god's power, mostly ranging between the second and third levels, Elon explained. Elite followers, known as fanatics, range from the third to sixth levels. Above them are apostles, who can reach up to the 8th level in strength. Finally, there's the dark god's emissary, possessing 9th level combat power. She paused. The cultists lurking at the mountain's edge were all ordinary followers, mere cannon fodder. Xia Mingwu nodded slightly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The trial is both a protection for the students and a trap. It's a pity the main forces of the three cults didn't take the bait, he muttered to himself. But then again, the cultists weren't here for a blood sacrifice this time. They were searching for the holy fetus. Different goal, different tactics. They chose to hide and plot instead of outright confrontation. He was in charge of the trial's safety, while Wei Zheng was tracking the three cults. Each had their role, and Xia could only hope Wei Zheng would locate the cult's main forces before the trial ended and capture them all. Holy fetus, Xia Mingwu murmured, his eyes turning icy. In the forest, a four-member team was fully armed. As the leader of the Falcon Squad, Tuoba Hao was directing Li Long and Fu Zifan in battle. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the forest. Roar! A massive mutated black tiger let out a thunderous bellow, the sound waves turning into a gust of foul wind, its imposing presence overwhelming. Tuoba Hao said seriously, felines are usually very gentle. They have cute appearances and will purr affectionately when they encounter humans. At this moment, you should reach out and pet their fluffy heads, and you'll realize. I was just joking. Fu Zifan sneered. Ha, very funny. Li Long snapped. Shut up, no one needs you to talk. Their target was this first-level mutated black tiger. Li Long and Fu Zifan were tasked with taking it down, while Tuoba Hao and Qi Xinyue provided support. Both were top seeds from Wugao, at the peak of the first level, working together against the early-stage first-level mutated black tiger. Just then, a rumbling noise came from the forest. The next moment, a massive figure charged out. Boom! Dropping the corpse of a mutated beast, Gu Yuan exhaled. He looked at Tuoba Hao's group and smiled. Scared you, didn't I? Li Long and Fu Zifan exchanged glances, feeling ashamed. It took both of them to carry a mutated beast's body, taking turns to rest, while Gu Yuan easily carried one alone. It was too monstrous. Suddenly emboldened, Li Long hefted the black tiger's corpse onto his shoulder. We have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. How could we be scared? Hey, are you sure about this? Don't pretend it's easy and hurt yourself, Fu Zifan cautioned. I can carry it with one hand, Li Long bluffed. The others smirked, clearly not believing him. Resuming their march with the mutated beast's body, the five of them left the mountain range under the setting sun, making a grand exit. Today's the last day. Tomorrow we return to school, Qi Xinyue remarked wistfully, her eyes scanning the distant peaks. Half a month seems long, but it flew by. I haven't broken through to the second level yet, but after processing the trial's gains, it won't take long. Yeah, this trial was amazing, Tuoba Hao agreed. Great rewards and low risk. I saw several military personnel patrolling the forest, and even teacher Elon was around. I heard no one had any accidents during this trial. He scratched his head, puzzled. Honestly, it felt like Teacher Elon and the others were looking for something, not just protecting us. Gu Yuan's lips curved up, tempted to say, you guessed right. In the last few days, he hadn't sensed any cultist surveillance, suspecting they had been quietly eliminated. He regretted not hunting a few more cultists. They were easier to deal with than mutated beasts and earned more points. Thud. He adjusted his shoulder, carrying the heavy beast corpse along the mountain path with difficulty. The five returned to the base as night fell. After tallying their points, Gu Yuan entered the training room. Convert. Add points. With a thought, his attribute points quickly decreased, and the true martial body proficiency began to rise. Still not enough, Gu Yuan sighed at the panel. He had 500 points left, reserved for exchanging new techniques at school, not for life crystals. The last 10 progress would rely on his clone's efforts tonight. If he could get a 4th level life crystal, he could push the true martial body to perfection and then return to school to exchange for techniques and break through to the 3rd level seamlessly. Patience is key, he reminded himself, calming his mind and resuming his training. The next morning, Gu Yuan opened his eyes, unsurprised that his clone hadn't obtained a life crystal. The drop rate was too low. Out of 100 mutated beasts, maybe one would have a life crystal, symbolizing a leap in life evolution. Though he felt a bit disappointed, his mood remained steady. A few days' difference wasn't significant. At the training ground, all students gathered, and the base commander shouted, pack your things. We're returning to Hunter's Town to catch the train. Nearby, Xia Mingwu watched the students, contacting Wei Zheng. We're about to head back. If the enemy plans a blood sacrifice, they'll act now. How's your setup? Don't worry, it's foolproof. Wei Zheng replied confidently. They suspected the holy fetus was a decoy, and the real goal of the 3 cults might still be a blood sacrifice. The students of Wugao, with their youth and potential, were perfect offerings. A blood sacrifice would enhance the cultists' power and lifespan, an irresistible temptation. The holy fetus ruse might be to distract them, making them think the students were safe, then striking when they let their guard down. If true, today was the last chance. Once the students returned to Yunhai City, a blood sacrifice would be nearly impossible. This was the cult's last opportunity and the best chance to capture the cultists. Hunter Town, a human settlement nestled at the foot of the mountains, serves as a vital supply point for the Yunhai military district. The town is frequently attacked by mutant beasts, leading to a sparse population where nearly half of the residents are cultivators. These individuals either hunt the mutant beasts, tame high-level pets, or film bizarre videos, making this a place renowned for its fierce and rugged character. On the 3rd floor of an inn, a hideous dwarf peered through a gap in the curtains, his malevolent gaze sweeping over the cultivators on the street. This place is a paradise, so much blood food walking around, he muttered to himself. Brother, the apostle said not to act without orders, a hulking brute with bulging muscles focused intently on the racy scenes on the TV, his heavy breathing reminiscent of a wild beast. I know, you don't need to remind me. The dwarf snapped, gripping the wall until it crumbled like tofu in his hands. The sacred fetus, the sacred fetus. Once the apostle finds it, I'm going on a killing spree. He licked his lips, his long, scarlet tongue flickering like a serpent's. Meanwhile, an armored convoy was en route to Hunter Town. Fully armed soldiers, weapons at the ready, were on high alert. Although the base was only 30 kilometers away in a straight line, the winding roads doubled the travel time. Inside the vehicle, Gu Yuan keenly sensed the unusual tension. The supervising teacher and soldiers were unusually vigilant, but the other students were still basking in the joy of completing their trial. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's phone vibrated. A group chat notification warned of a potential attack by cultists. The 12 elite students in the group were unfazed. They had already sensed something amiss in the mountains, but were instructed by the school and the military to stay out of it for now. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at their destination. Gu Yuan stepped out of the vehicle and stretched. What the heck? I'm feeling pumped right now, he responded to Lin Xiaoyu's teasing. The group walked into the station, chatting and laughing about their summer plans. However, Gu Yuan suddenly felt a strong sense of foreboding, his internal energy rapidly circulating. He exchanged a grave look with Lin Xiaoyu. Both sensed that danger was imminent. At that moment, black patterns spread across the station floor, resembling a network of roots emerging from the ground. Xia Mingwu roared, "You're courting death." His voice brimmed with immense fury. In the sky, a man in black appeared, attempting to defuse the situation. Xia Mingwu, calm down. We haven't set up a blood sacrifice this time. We just want to see if the sacred fetus is here. We mean no harm, let's talk this through. But inwardly, he was anxious, unable to sense the sacred fetus's presence. The ground suddenly split open, and a powerful force shattered the infernal runes. Wei Zheng coldly remarked, "Do you think you can set up a blood sacrifice right under our noses? Today, if you show yourself, you die." Just then, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the direction of Yunhai City, sweeping across the land like an unstoppable will. Xia Mingwu and Wei Zheng were shocked to realize it was the aura of a Ninth Realm envoy. The man in black sneered, "With the envoy here, do you still think you can kill me? For the sacred fetus, even the envoy has come." Summer Country could never have anticipated this. Even if they react now, it's already too late. By the time their kings make a move, we'll have taken the sacred fetus and vanished. Unless an evil god personally descends, you will die today. As Wei Zheng's words fell, the sky suddenly showed an unusual phenomenon. A massive, transparent, twisted hand appeared out of nowhere, grasping fiercely as if plucking stars from the sky. In an instant, the atmosphere shattered, and everything around was annihilated in a flash. The destructive energy spread in rings, creating countless ripples in the sky. This was none other than the renowned technique of the true martial king, true martial palm imprint. The black-robed apostle's face changed dramatically, muttering in disbelief, "How is this possible? Isn't the true martial king supposed to be guarding the frontier battlefield? How could he be here?" Confusion filled the apostle's mind. Why would such a top-tier powerhouse appear in Yunhai City? Could something drastic have happened on Blue Star? But they hadn't done anything particularly outrageous this time. However, he quickly realized that the dead do not need to know too much. Meanwhile, mysterious purple runes lit up on Xia Mingwu's body, and a magnificent and imposing suit of super armor rapidly covered him. The true martial king's arrival signified the end of this incident. All that remained was to clean up the aftermath. The black-robed apostle gritted his teeth and snarled, "You forced me to do this. Demon factor, release." Before his words even finished, his eyes glowed with a crimson light, and his bones emitted a chilling cracking sound. In the blink of an eye, the apostle's body swelled, bone blades jutted out from his joints, his skin was covered in black scales, and twisted ram horns sprouted from his head. He had fully transformed into a terrifying ram-horned demon. Hunter Town descended into chaos, and the students were at a loss. At this moment, Wei Zheng's voice echoed through the area, "Everyone, assist the military in killing the evil god's followers. You will be awarded credits based on your contributions." The streets erupted in fierce combat. Military cultivators and school teachers prioritized attacking elite fanatics to minimize civilian casualties. Ordinary followers of the evil god were left for the students and civilian cultivators to handle. A dwarf cursed angrily, "Damn it, even the commander's a useless piece of trash." He felt frustrated, having expected to initiate a blood sacrifice feast in Hunter Town. Now, not only had they failed to find the sacred embryo, but the Nine-Realm commander was missing, and the apostles were fleeing in panic. Ordinary followers like him were being hunted down. "Run. As long as we have our lives, we can fight another day. While the military's main forces are occupied with the fanatics, let's escape." The dwarf leaped out of a window, attempting to flee. However, a sudden change occurred. Gu Yuan was astonished to see countless star-like points of light appear on the ground, connecting to form mysterious patterns. These stars flowed with the light of memories, depicting the epic struggles of the ancestors against the heavens, the earth, and various races. Xia Mingwu solemnly declared, "Within the Grand Xia, all evils must retreat." As his words fell, those patterns transformed into runes of order, instantly sealing the entire area. All followers of the evil god, including the black-robed apostle, turned pale. The black-robed apostle gritted his teeth and appeared crazed. He knew exactly what this was: the Order Spirit Array. This was a colossal array covering the entire Xia nation, illuminated by the will of ancient ancestors, using the power of order to protect the land of Shenzhou. True Martial King and the Order Spirit Array. Your Xia nation's measures are indeed formidable. Even if I die today, it's worth it, the black-robed apostle sneered. Wei Zheng scoffed in response, "Don't flatter yourself. We're just making an example out of you. Everything today is to deter the lurking monsters within Blue Star, to show them that anyone who dares to rise will be mercilessly killed. Blue Star is the human race's stronghold, and we will not tolerate chaos. If the place where the evil god slumbers wasn't in an alternate dimension, we would have eradicated the root of this trouble long ago." Meanwhile, a muscled giant turned to the dwarf sitting on his shoulder. "Brother, what do we do if we can't get out?" The dwarf laughed maniacally. "Can't get out? Can't get out? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. If we can't escape, then let's go on a killing spree. Kill all these high school students, brother. Don't you love those innocent students? They're all yours." The order light enveloped everyone, like a protective armor of light. However, this was not an offensive power but served to seal and safeguard. In reality, without the support of the true Martial King, activating the Order Spirit Array today would have been impossible. It was only partially activated in a regional capacity. The Order Light did not fully cover the students, but left rune marks on them. These marks would only activate to ensure their safety in life-threatening situations. However, once the protection was activated, they could no longer earn credits. This was the final trial. Another part of the Order light transformed into beacons on the evil god's followers, marking their positions and leaving them nowhere to hide. Boom. A car sped through the chaotic street, its driver staring in terror at the fierce battles around him. As an ordinary man, he just wanted to escape the deadly clashes between the cultivators. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared at the street corner. The man's face turned pale, and in his panic, he accidentally pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. "Oh no, get out of the way, you idiot!" he screamed internally in despair. Boom. The car crashed into what felt like a solid steel pillar, splitting the front into pieces instantly. The towering figure didn't budge, letting out a deep, angry roar. "Are you looking for death?" The muscular giant effortlessly grabbed the wrecked car's front end like it was a toy and hurled it away. Bang! The severely deformed car spun through the air for 20 or 30 meters, smashing into a department store billboard and exploding. The violent impact collapsed the outer walls of the staircase, sending shattered concrete and flames flying in all directions. "Huh. I'm okay. I'm not dead. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead." The man inside the car was thrown to the ground by the explosion's shockwave, only then realizing that the white light around him was protecting him from harm. "Damn it!" A dwarf glared venomously at the man. "These people have protective white light. We can't hurt them. Go after those students. I saw they don't have the white light." He licked his lips, issuing commands from atop the giant's shoulder. In the distance, Yuan Shan's face changed dramatically. He had initially planned to lead his team to deal with the two cultists, but now he was glad he hadn't acted impulsively, otherwise they'd have been wiped out. "Brother Shan, that monster is at least at the peak of the third realm, and the dwarf on his shoulder is probably no weakling either. Let's find other cultists instead," someone suggested. "Pick the low-hanging fruit. Fine, let them go. Otherwise, people will say we're dishonorable for ganging up 5 against 2. Yuan Shan snorted and turned to leave. "Low EQ. We can't beat them even with 5. We're really weak. High EQ. It's not classy to gang up. Let's find another target," someone muttered under their breath. "Where do you think you're going? Was it you calling me a dwarf just now?" A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 had barely taken a few steps when a series of violent explosions erupted behind them. A powerful aura surged like a storm, as if a prehistoric beast was charging at them. What? Only managing a gasp, 3 of them were sent flying, crashing heavily into parked cars. The immense impact flipped the cars, and the 3 spat blood, their protective light flaring up to save their lives and begin healing their injuries. Seeing this, the dwarf nearly went berserk. "Brother, go all out and kill the remaining 2 instantly. Don't give them a chance to activate their white light." He guessed correctly. If they could be killed instantly, the protective light wouldn't have time to activate. Yuan Shan's expression changed drastically, and he unleashed his full power to escape without hesitation. "Trying to run? Do you think we don't exist?" The giant's face contorted with rage. He casually picked up 2 dun cars like toys and flung them, then bent his knees, causing the concrete ground to explode. His massive body shot forward like a cannonball, creating a fierce windstorm in his wake. "Faster, faster, faster!" Yuan Shan screamed internally, regretting ever coming here. Now, he had provoked such terrifying opponents. This guy was clearly a follower of the blood-flesh cult, with an unbelievably strong physique. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of Gu Yuan, a seemingly gentle but monstrous figure. Why do I always attract these people? The powerful commotion drew the attention of many. By now, many people knew the white light could protect them, and they crowded around to watch fearlessly. Some civilian cultivators tried to intervene, but their first and second realm skills were as weak as infants before the giant. With a casual punch, they were sent flying 20 or 30 meters. Without the protective light, they would have been pulverized. Thanks to their interference, Yuan Shan had not yet been caught. Futile efforts, the dwarf sneered, his mouth bulging as if something was about to emerge. Swoosh. The air was pierced as a scarlet tongue, as thick as an arm, extended nearly 20 meters, its tip like an arrow aiming at Yuan Shan. Both men were followers of the blood-flesh cult, their bodies twisted by its powers. The brother excelled in muscle bursts, while the dwarf was proficient in tentacle transformations. Not just his tongue, his fingers could also turn into tentacles. The sharp whistling sound approached from behind, and Yuan Shan felt a chill on his forehead. Just as he was about to despair, a loud, confident voice rang out. "Yuan Shan, my brother, I'm your savior." The voice was arrogant and shameless. It was Tuoba Hao. Yuan Shan felt both relieved and exasperated. Why did it have to be Tuoba Hao who came to his rescue? Gu Yuan would have been better. At least Gu Yuan had defeated him outright, while Tuoba Hao, originally his defeated opponent, had later surpassed him in strength, delivering a humiliating beating he had yet to avenge. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal was deafening, causing many to cover their ears. So strong. Tuobao's arm, holding a giant hammer, was numb from the impact. The dwarf had repelled him with just a tongue. No wonder Yuanshan had been running. Are you okay, Hao? Li Long, Fu Zifan, and Qi Xinyue arrived, immediately noticing Tuobao's discomfort. Tuobao's eyes were serious as he flexed his numb arm. I'm fine, but we'll need to fight together. These two are both at the peak of the third realm. Boom, boom. The heavy footsteps seemed to pound on everyone's hearts, the oppressive, violent aura looming like dark clouds. Ha, ha, more cannon fodder. First realm, first realm. Second realm. The dwarf, sitting on the giant's shoulder, pointed with his tentacle fingers, mocking them. You think you misfits can challenge us? Dream on. Better run back to your mommy's arms. Ha ha ha. The group's expressions didn't change, and Tuobao laughed heartily. Big guy, is that a maggot on your shoulder? It sure talks a lot of crap. Did it miss its mommy's milk and start eating poop? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. When it came to trash talk, Tuobao was a pro. You're dead. The dwarf's face turned dark as if a sore spot had been hit. Swoosh. 5 long tentacles tore through the air, shooting at Tuobao like blood arrows. Knowing the tentacles were extremely powerful, Tuobao dodged instead of meeting them heat. However, the tentacles twisted direction and came at him from 5 different angles. Freeze. A delicate shout rang out, and a flash of icy sword light froze the 5 tentacles, shattering them instantly. Xiaoyu, Qi Xinyue called out. Tuobao scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at Lin Xiaoyu. I was about to use my ultimate move. It's okay, let me handle it. Lin Xiaoyu smiled, her sword trembling slightly, its blade cold and deep like an ancient pond. This was her life weapon, Qinghan. If you're dealing with the dwarf, I'll take on the big guy. Gu Yuan's voice came from behind, full of confidence and a hint of excitement, as if he'd finally found a worthy opponent. One each, sure. Lin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Her sword intent seemed almost tangible, slicing through the air as if she herself were an unsheathed blade. Gu Yuan felt the aura of her late second realm cultivation and couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. In an instant, a powerful presence erupted from him, sweeping outwards with a howling wind as its herald. The surrounding students and civilian cultivators were drawn to the impending clash, their eyes wide with astonishment. They whispered among themselves, amazed by the rapid progress of Lin Xiaoyu and Gu Yuan. Lin Xiaoyu is at the late stage of the second realm, and Gu Yuan is at the peak of the second realm. These two are monsters. It's only been a month and a half since the class started, and their cultivation speed is insane. No way, Gu Yuan was hiding his strength all along. He's almost breaking through to the third realm. That's the talent of Yunhai Martial High School for you. They're in a different league altogether. It took me 3 years to reach the third realm. Faces all around were marked by feelings of inadequacy. Li Long sighed heavily. What are we going to do? Our Falcon squad can't keep up with these two. Tuobao patted his chest and laughed. Seriously? You're aiming for Gu Yuan? The Falcon squad should set me as the goal. I'm already in the second realm, while you guys are still in the first. Don't aim for Gu Yuan. He's my target. Fu Zifan and Li Long retorted disdainfully. Give it a rest, Haozi. You just got lucky and broke through a bit faster than us. Qi Xinyue watched the scene helplessly, wondering how she could demote Tuobao from his leader position. At that moment, a dwarf stood up from the shoulder of a giant, fury burning in his eyes as he glared at those who looked down on him. You two want to fight? Step back, brother. I'll take them both on myself. The dwarf's severed fingers, sliced off by Lin Xiaoyu, quickly regenerated, showcasing his immortality. Though the giant hesitated, he ultimately obeyed his brother's command. Seeing that Gu Yuan had reached the peak of the second realm, Lin Xiaoyu asked in surprise, Gu Yuan, did you cheat? How are you already at the peak of the second realm? Gu Yuan didn't answer, simply reminding her, stop looking at me and get ready to fight. The dwarf charged forward, his crimson tendrils whipping like iron chains. Lin Xiaoyu remained unfazed, flicking her wrist to release her icy sword intent. The tendrils were instantly covered in ice crystals, shattering inch by inch. The dwarf was terrified, feeling time slow down as his body was encased in ice. Lin Xiaoyu's sword flashed like lightning, aiming straight for the dwarf's neck. The giant tried to assist but was a moment too late. Only Gu Yuan remained unaffected, his willpower forming a protective barrier in his mind. He marveled at Lin Xiaoyu's control over her sword intent. Brother! The giant's roar finally broke out, but it was too late. The dwarf's body was sliced into pieces, his immortality frozen and rendered useless. The giant went berserk, his body swelling to 3.5 meters, transforming into a muscle-bound monstrosity. He roared and charged at Lin Xiaoyu, throwing a punch that shattered the air. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu's aura weaken, Gu Yuan immediately stepped forward to intercept. Your opponent is me. He too threw a punch to meet the giants. Boom. Their fists collided with an earth-shattering explosion. The shockwave swept out like a tidal wave, stirring up clouds of dust. For dozens of meters around, the area became a no-go zone, with no one daring to come close. Get lost. The muscular monster roared as he clashed fists with Gu Yuan. In an instant, the collision caused the monster's right arm to be enveloped in a mist of blood. It was the blood from deep within his muscles, forced out by the immense pressure. Gu Yuan's face remained expressionless, yet he exuded a boundless, volcanic aura. His robust body was covered in crimson patterns that flowed like molten lava, intertwining strength and mystery into a unique, otherworldly beauty. Don't worry, I'll send you down to meet him soon, Gu Yuan said calmly. The muscular monster grinned menacingly, his mouth stretching almost to his ears. Then I'll kill you first. At this moment, he had transformed into a complete monstrosity, barely maintaining a human shape. Boom. The concrete ground exploded into a crater, sending debris flying. The muscular monster shot out like a cannonball, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The sky suddenly darkened. Gu Yuan looked up, meeting the monster's vicious, bloodthirsty eyes. Idiot! Gu Yuan spat out coldly. His flesh expanded, and a rift blade materialized in his hand. The black blade seemed to devour all light, its sharpness capable of tearing through the void. Star-cutting phantom blade. With a single slash, the air in front was instantly vacuumed. High-pressure air currents gathered along the blade, forming a white edge. Shing! The monster's vision went black, and a moment later, he felt an overwhelming pain. To his horror, he found his own headless body lying next to him. Blood gushed out, staining the ground and soaking the dwarf's corpse. Strangely, the blood seemed alive, dragging the frozen dwarf's remains into the neck of the headless body. To everyone's shock, the headless body stood up and reattached its head. Gu Yuan paused, surveying the surroundings. He muttered, Teacher Elon, if I kill him again, can I get double the credits? Tuoba Hao and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. So this was why he didn't finish the job? To milk more value out of it than a capitalist? Sure. Elon's figure appeared on a nearby low building, a glint of admiration in her eyes for Gu Yuan's keen senses. The reborn monster's eyes were cold, but his savagery remained undiminished. His body grew to 4 meters tall, his muscles like granite, emanating the ferocity of a primal beast. In the crowd, a little girl hid in her mother's arms, frightened. Mommy, that scary man is attacking others. Can't we all just get along? Her mother gently patted her back and softly said, Sweetie, we will meet all kinds of people in life, and sometimes we will face unprovoked malice. But all of this reminds us not to become like them. I hope you grow up to be like those brave brothers and sisters over there. The little girl glanced back at the handsome man who looked like a superhero and saw him smiling. You really are my lucky star. Gu Yuan smiled as the rift blade shrank and merged back into his body. He could feel the terrifying power within his opponent, which excited him. Gu Yuan believed that this pure contest of strength would bring his true martial body to perfection. Kid, I'll tear your mouth apart. The muscular monster twisted his neck. With a grab of his right hand, he hurled a car through the air toward Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's golden core shone like a blazing sun, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Majestic and radiant, limitless light. He was determined to break through everything with his true martial body. Shriek. True energy surged, and his fist tore through the air with a hawk-like screech. The penetrating force of the rift fist instantly ripped the car in half, sending the shattered vehicle flying apart, glass shards scattering everywhere, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. Gu Yuan's speed didn't diminish. He burst out from behind the car, generating a fierce gust of wind, and launched a powerful punch. Competing in strength with me? You'll die miserably. The muscular monster laughed maniacally, his bulging veins like writhing snakes, unleashing immense power. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists clashed like a torrential downpour, each blow like an exploding cannonball, creating transparent shockwaves that rippled outward. The ground beneath them turned to powder, and violent gusts of wind surged in all directions. This was the most primal form of combat, flesh against flesh, bone against bone, with blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was stunned. How could Gu Yuan fight this peak third-realm monster so evenly, even gaining the upper hand? It's the true martial body, nearly perfected, explained Jiang Chen, a member of the Genius Club and one of this year's key contenders. Bang! In the clash of terrifying power, the two briefly separated. Gu Yuan closed in again, delivering a whip-like kick that shattered the air. The high-pressure air currents from his kick struck the muscular monster's body. Boom! The impact sounded like thunder. Shop windows along the street shattered, and the monster's body bent at a horrifying angle, flying backward and crashing into a department store, leaving a bloody trail. Thank you for helping me take this final step. Gu Yuan's blood boiled, his cells burning like lava, radiating intense heat. His organs operated at full capacity, and his flesh's regenerative abilities visibly healed his wounds. Gu Yuan followed the blood trail into the building. Looking at the grotesque figure embedded in a support pillar, he said calmly, "To thank you. I'll make sure you leave this world without pain." A terrifying flash of a blade cut through the air, signaling the end of the battle. The large crowd watching fell into a deathly silence, as if frozen in a painting, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the department store. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance. A tall figure, holding a battle blade, slowly emerged from the shadows. The sunlight gradually bathed him, like a golden cloak. The crowd instinctively held their breath, their eyes following the figure as if gazing up at the sun, a sense of awe filling their hearts. "Big brother, did you defeat the monster?" a little girl asked, her eyes wide with curiosity as the handsome man walked past her. Gu Yuan paused, and his battle blade melded into his arm. He smiled and gently pinched the little girl's cheek. "Of course, Big brother is very strong." As his words fell, the crowd seemed to awaken from a dream. Shock, astonishment, and disbelief intermingled on their faces. "I'm devastated," Tuabahao muttered to himself. "You're not alone. I think everyone feels the same way," Li Long said, scratching his head, looking like he wanted to start over. Jiang Chen looked at Gu Yuan, his hands clenching and unclenching repeatedly, his lips pressed tightly together. Despite his wealthy background, exceptional talent, and relentless training, he felt utterly inadequate compared to Gu Yuan. Lin Xiaoyu pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Gu Yuan, her expression serious. Gu Yuan felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and rubbed his nose. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "No, I can't stay low-key anymore. Gu Yuan, I'm going to give it my all," Lin Xiaoyu said, crossing her arms, trying to sound as formal as possible. "All right, let's work hard together," Gu Yuan replied, putting on a serious face. "Why do I feel like you're mocking me?" Lin Xiaoyu frowned. "Not at all," Gu Yuan countered, though he silently thought, talent means nothing compared to persistence and hard work. An hour later, the battle was completely over. All the cultists of the evil god in Hunter Town were eradicated, and the protective array was slowly deactivated. The town bore the scars of battle, with severely damaged buildings, overturned ground, and walls stripped bare, fire and smoke rising into the sky. Fortunately, under the protection of the Guardian Light, no townspeople died, though many were seriously injured. Reconstruction and compensation would be handled by the Daxia government. Due to severe damage to the railway tracks, the trial participants were eventually transported back to Yunhai City by armored personnel carriers from the military district. On the rooftop, Xia Mingwu and Wei Zheng looked down at the ravaged town, their expressions calm. For them, as long as there were no mass casualties, it didn't matter if Hunter Town was razed to the ground. "I really underestimated him. Gu Yuan's talent is monstrous," Wei Zheng remarked. He recalled the first time he saw Gu Yuan in the ranking challenge, thinking his talent was decent and worthy of being a key candidate. Gu Yuan's counterattack against the cultists during their assassination attempt had surprised him. Now, with Gu Yuan on the verge of breaking through to the third realm, Wei Zheng's perception of him was once again shattered. Wei Zheng had recognized Lin Xiaoyu's sword talent at their first meeting, but Gu Yuan had gradually stood out, eventually surpassing everyone. If he maintains this pace of training, he might just replicate the miracle of the true martial king, Wei Zheng said, hope gleaming in his eyes. "Who can predict the future?" Xia Mingwu said, looking towards Yunhai City as the convoy slowly departed. "Come on, let's go visit our old classmate." After a journey of over 3 hours, it was nearly 4 p.m. when everyone returned to Yunhai Martial High School amidst a crowd of onlookers. Many students, exhausted from the fierce battle, were eager to go home and rest. The credits for killing the cultists hadn't been calculated yet, so Gu Yuan wasn't in a hurry and headed straight to the training room. The true martial battle body had reached its peak, and the 7 secret techniques had become second nature. He had condensed 45 runes within his body, just 4 short of breaking through to the third realm. In this perfected state, the speed of rune condensation had significantly increased. As time passed, the aura around Gu Yuan grew increasingly intense and violent, like a volcano about to erupt. When the final rune was condensed, a brilliant golden red light filled the training room. The runes formed intricate patterns on Gu Yuan's body, centered on his hands, arms, brow, spine, and chest, spreading out like a network and finally connecting into a whole. These patterns were complex and mysterious, resembling an astronomical chart and containing a hidden power. Activate super martial armor. Gu Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, and the golden red patterns flowed like magma. Golden specks of light swirled around him, creating a dreamlike scene. In the midst of the radiance, a golden armor took shape. The armor's shoulders were like blades, with sharp edges tinged with crimson. Primarily golden, the red patterns wove through it like threads, accentuating the elbows, chest plate, and other parts. It was a magnificent full-body armor, covering every part of his body, with eyes burning like fire. With a thought, Gu Yuan summoned his battle blade, which materialized in his hand. So cool. Gu Yuan admired his armor, thinking of the blade mech. The super martial armor's form was influenced by the wearer's subconscious, and Gu Yuan had incorporated features of the blade mech into it. Unlike a personal weapon, the duration of the third realm's super martial armor depended on the practitioner's inner power. The more abundant the inner power, the longer the armor lasted. During its activation, the wearer's combat strength would be greatly enhanced, displaying different attack effects based on the cultivated techniques. Around 9 o'clock, Gu Yuan pushed open the door to his home and saw his parents sitting in the living room, staring at him with expressionless faces. Feeling guilty, he said, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." His words were like a spark igniting a powder keg. Li Mei snorted and began to scold him. "You still remember to come home? Mrs. Zhou's kid was home by 4, and here you are, almost 10 and just getting back." She turned to her husband. "Your sister is the same, aimless every day. And now you, half a month without a word, and when you do show up, you say nothing. We almost thought you weren't coming back. Do you even know how chaotic things are now?" The sky nearly fell. Gu Yuan kept his head down, his mouth twitching. He thought, it probably was Zhenwu Wang who broke the sky. Everyone at school was saying that today's strange phenomenon was caused by Zhenwu Wang, or at least by some powerful figure. Otherwise, how could such a big commotion happen? Li Mei continued her tirade, and Gu Tongsheng couldn't get a word in. Father and son had no choice but to listen to her nagging for half an hour. Finally released, Gu Yuan rubbed his numb ears and went to his room. He muttered to himself that his mom was venting her frustration about his sister on him. Thinking of Gu Jian, Gu Yuan frowned and glanced at his chat window. The message he sent 7 days ago still had no reply. He sent another message. "Sis, I broke through to the third realm after the trial. Surprised?" Still no response. Gu Yuan shrugged, put down his phone, and went to wash up. The next morning, Gu Yuan went to the school's logistics department. "Hi, I'd like to check my current credits," he asked with some anticipation. The staff member scanned his badge, looked at the screen, and said in surprise, "You have a total of 968 credits." She explained that many students had come to check their credits today, but Gu Yuan's total was the highest. Most others only had a few dozen, and very few even broke 100. Gu Yuan glanced at the resource list and shook his head. No need to redeem anything for now. With that, he turned and left. Calculating in his mind, he realized that killing the cultist yesterday had earned him 468 credits, mainly from that muscle-bound monster stronger than a third-level mutated king beast. Although there weren't many ordinary cultists, earning over 400 credits was already a good haul, much easier than hunting mutated beasts. With a substantial amount of credits, Gu Yuan initially thought of exchanging them for techniques at the Super Martial Arts Library. But he suddenly remembered what Uncle Xia had said. If he could perfect the 7 secrets of Zhenwu within 6 months, he would be given an opportunity. Since he had already achieved perfection, why not try his luck first? If it turned out to be some ultimate technique, it would save him a lot of credits. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place in the principal's office at Yunhai Martial High. The principal, a 9th realm king, was only an honorary figurehead and rarely at the school. Most students didn't even know who the principal was. The school's daily affairs were primarily managed by Wei Zhang and the vice principal, both 8th realm powerhouses responsible for guarding Yunhai City. "I've got things to handle at school, so I'll be going," the vice principal said, leaving the office and the 3 others to continue their conversation. Wei Zhang looked at the person across from him and remarked, "It's been years, and you seem even more inscrutable." Xia Mingwu remained silent, just quietly observing the middle-aged man with white hair and black clothes before him. The man smiled faintly and said, "The higher you stand, the greater the responsibility. I must become stronger to bear the hope people place in the name Zhenwu Wang. Aren't you tired, Yi Qingyao?" Xia Mingwu stared into his deep eyes. "Tired?" Yi Qingyao shook his head with a smile. "I carry the hopes of millions in Daxia. Their pressure is my motivation. Without this pressure, there would be no Zhenwu Wang today. I'm not as pure as you think. I leverage the hopes of Daxia, or rather, the hopes of billions of humanity on Blue Star, to cultivate. This is my path." Xia Mingwu's scarred face twisted into a stiff smile. "I hope to reach the 9th realm within my lifetime and fight alongside you again. Don't you agree, Wei Zhang?" Wei Zhang shrugged helplessly. "Honestly, I don't want to become a king. I have a wife and kids, unlike you 2 bachelors. What if I don't come back from the front lines for years, and my kid ends up taking someone else's surname?" At these words, both Xia Mingwu and Yi Qingyao's faces stiffened. Just then, Xia Mingwu's wristband vibrated. He glanced at it and showed a peculiar expression. "Yi Qingyao, it looks like you have a successor. I suggest you take him as your son. What do you mean? Yi Qingyao raised an eyebrow. A freshman in the martial arts department has perfected your 7 secrets of Jinwu and broken through to the 3rd realm in just a month and a half. I remember it took you 2 months to reach the 3rd realm. He's faster than you. You're talking about Gu Yuan? Wei Zheng immediately caught on, surprised. Gu Yuan has broken through to the 3rd realm. The 3rd realm is a significant milestone. Many people get stuck just a step away. Yesterday, Gu Yuan was at the peak of the 2nd realm, and now, overnight, he's broken through. That's some monstrous talent. Hearing this, Yi Qingyao's eyes flickered. Perfected the 7 secrets of Jinwu in a month and a half? He was more impressed by the student's ability to perfect the technique in such a short time. As the creator of the 7 secrets of Jinwu, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to cultivate. Even the basic part could stump countless self-proclaimed geniuses. Xia Mingwu nodded. Yes, just a month and a half. I initially gave him 6 months. If he could perfect it, I planned to let him meet you to see if he could become your disciple. But it looks like the opportunity has come sooner than expected. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan looked at the message on his phone, surprised. Uncle Xia was in the principal's office, saving him a trip to the martial arts arena. But he couldn't help but wonder. Why was Uncle Xia at the principal's office? Knock, knock. Gu Yuan tapped on the door and walked into the principal's office. 3 people inside turned their heads in unison to look at him. Gu Yuan's eyes quickly scanned the familiar faces of Xia Mingwu and Wei Zheng before finally settling on the white-haired man. This stranger exuded a gentle and refined aura, but the spiritual fire in Gu Yuan's Wuxiang golden core suddenly flared up, sensing an overwhelming destructive power emanating from the white-haired man. Strong, very strong. Even stronger than Uncle Xia and the others. Gu Yuan silently assessed, guessing that this might be the 9-realm king who shattered the sky with a single palm yesterday. Wei Zheng introduced. Let me introduce you. This is the principal of Yunhai Martial High. Principal? Gu Yuan was taken aback. This was the first time he had ever seen his school's principal. Thinking back, not even his sister Gu Zhiyin's cohort had ever seen the principal. Wei Zheng added, you might not be familiar with that title, but you know Zhenwu Wang, right? The principal is Zhenwu Wang. Gu Yuan's pupils dilated sharply. Zhenwu Wang is our school's principal? In Xia, there were many powerful figures, but in terms of fame, Zhenwu Wang was undoubtedly number 1. From the elderly to the young, almost everyone knew of him. He broke through 9 realms in a year, ascended to kingship, and set the fastest record in this era, hailed as a natural-born saint and a genius destined for cultivation. Greetings, Zhenwu Wang, Gu Yuan said solemnly. Yi Qingyao smiled gently. No need to be formal. Just think of me as your teacher. His eyes were piercing, instantly recognizing that Gu Yuan had mastered the 7 secrets of Jinwu to perfection. Xia Mingwu's expression turned serious. Gu Yuan, do you remember the opportunity one mentioned to you? I remember. Gu Yuan nodded. That opportunity is now right in front of you. Gu Yuan suddenly understood and respectfully addressed Zhenwu Wang. Student Gu Yuan greets the teacher. Xia Mingwu and Wei Zheng exchanged glances and then left the office. Zhenwu Wang's eyes were as deep as the starry sky. To perfect the 7 secrets of Jinwu in just over a month, with your talent, even without my guidance, you would eventually master the Jinwu secret codex. Gu Yuan remained silent, but he knew that the super martial database did indeed contain the complete Jinwu secret codex, although it required a vast amount of credits and high-level permissions to gradually unlock. Follow me, Yi Qingyao said. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yuan felt as if he were soaring through the clouds, suddenly finding himself in the sky. Beneath the clear blue sky lay a vast sea of clouds, with golden sunlight spread like sand over the clouds, creating a magnificent sight. Zhenwu Wang waved his hand, revealing a gap in the clouds, through which the winding mountains and endless land below could be seen. Countless shining nodes connected to form flowing patterns, constructing an orderly spiritual array. Some of these patterns dated back to the era of giant beasts tens of thousands of years ago. This is the legacy and belief of humanity. On this land, only the brave and resolute can leave their mark. Zhenwu Wang's voice was filled with fiery pride. Do you see? This is the mark I left behind. He gestured, and a trail as brilliant as a star river appeared before Gu Yuan. The overwhelming, domineering aura of the flowing light imprinted itself on Gu Yuan's mind, as if witnessing the young Zhenwu Wang sweeping through his contemporaries, battling giant beasts, fighting against alien races, and standing atop a mountain of corpses and sea of blood, invincible and arrogant. The trail of light merged into Gu Yuan's body, and Yi Qingyao said calmly, this is my cultivation path and my legacy. Use my path to validate what you have learned and forge your own way. Those who follow me will live, those who imitate me will perish. In what felt like an instant, or perhaps an eternity, Gu Yuan opened his eyes and found himself back in the office, with only Xia Mingwu beside him. Uncle Xia, has the teacher left? Zhenwu Wang needs to oversee the boundary battlefield and won't return to Xia anytime soon. but he has left you his legacy trail, so you don't need to worry about your cultivation. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Xia Mingwu's tone softened. He handed Gu Yuan an ancient bronze ring. This is a spatial ring Jinwu Wang left for you, containing the items he left behind. Gu Yuan couldn't help but blink in surprise. This was a priceless treasure that required 10,000 credits to exchange. Xia Mingwu showed him how to use it. Wear it, and use a drop of blood to bind it spiritually. Unless you die or someone far stronger than you takes it, no one can access the items inside. Also, your permissions have been upgraded to advanced. You can now exchange advanced techniques and resources in the Super Martial database at a 40% discount. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's face lit up with joy, grateful that he hadn't spent all his credits earlier. I've told you everything you need to know. Now, about the consecutive challenges in the martial arena. When do you plan to go? The audience has been eagerly awaiting the Bull Demon King. Gu Yuan remembered the unfinished consecutive challenges in the martial arena. After a moment of thought, he replied, this Saturday evening. Today was Wednesday, giving him 2 days to consolidate and digest his gains. By then, he would face the challenges in peak condition, aiming to achieve 100 consecutive victories in one go. By the way, Uncle Xia, did the cultists find the sacred fetus? Gu Yuan asked curiously, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. This turmoil was entirely caused by the sacred fetus. Even the true martial king had personally intervened, showing how much the 3 major sects valued it. Xia Mingwu slowly shook his head, his expression grave. No, even the Hell Sect's 9-realm envoy couldn't find the sacred fetus. The true martial king also came up empty-handed. He paused and added, the sacred fetus is just a prophecy, and it's not unusual for prophecies to be wrong. Prophecy? Gu Yuan's lips twitched slightly, silently criticizing the unreliable prophecy that led to the annihilation of so many cultists. Night fell, thick and dark as ink. In a distant military base, within a dim and oppressive underground chamber, intricate patterns covered the floor. Dark red blood flowed along these patterns, converging into a central blood pool like rivers into the sea. Under an invisible force, the blood in the pool began to swirl, forming a vortex that seemed like a bottomless abyss. Almighty Baphomet, your devoted follower awaits your guidance. A man in a black robe knelt by the edge of the blood pool, his head bowed so low it almost touched the ground. As he finished speaking, a cold, emotionless eye appeared in the center of the vortex, devoid of any fluctuation. Where is the sacred fetus? The deep voice echoed in the room. The black-robed man's head bowed even lower, his voice trembling slightly. Lord Baphomet, the sacred fetus foretold in the prophecy has not yet been found, and the envoy has fallen to the true martial king of the human race. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood pool churned violently. A dreadful aura coalesced into the head of a black goat, its eerie red eyes seemingly possessing a strange power that forced the black-robed man to look up involuntarily. The prophecy about the sacred fetus cannot be wrong. It will definitely appear at that location at this time. This is your last chance. Fail to find it, and you will be damned to eternal hell. Yes. The black-robed man knelt heavily, his forehead pressed against the floor. The vortex in the blood pool gradually stopped, and 7 blood-red crystals floated up, resembling stars adorning the night sky. Meanwhile, in his bedroom, Gu Yuan lay on his bed, a drink in his hand flickering in and out of existence, various items materializing and vanishing with his thoughts. He had filled the cubic-meter space of his spatial ring with all kinds of food and drinks. Although the space wasn't large, he was determined to fill it to the brim. Thinking about what the true martial king had left in the spatial ring, Gu Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. There was only a set of armor inside. When he first explored it with his consciousness, he thought it was a corpse laid out in a coffin. This armor was crafted by the true martial king using 7 types of ultra-martial materials required for cultivating the true martial combat body. It was one of the auxiliary armors the true martial king used while cultivating the true martial secret technique before reaching the 3rd realm. After breaking through the 3rd realm, as the level of the technique increased, the required ultra-martial materials became more varied and the quantity needed for each cultivation session significantly increased. To avoid lying on a pile of colorful materials each time they cultivated, every practitioner needed to create a set of auxiliary armor corresponding to their technique. This armor acted like a super converter, transforming the required ultra-martial materials into energy stored within the armor. By wearing the armor, one could automatically start cultivating, achieving a seamless cultivation experience without the risk of deviation, always staying in the optimal state for cultivation. The prerequisite was that the armor needed to be fully charged with energy. To traditional ancient martial artists, this seemed to defy the natural order, and such practitioners were not considered human. Consuming materials to evolve the body, using auxiliary armor equipped with intelligence. How are these practitioners any different from mechas? I am a staunch innovator. The ultra-martial system is the best. Gu Yuan excitedly took out the armor, dripping a drop of blood into the indentation on the armor's forehead. A faint connection linked the armor to his spirit. With a thought, the armor shrank and merged into his forehead like a personal weapon. The armor needed to be crafted using the secret techniques of the true martial secret technique, which consumed considerable time and resources. The true martial king had directly saved him from this process. Gu Yuan sensed the armor in his mind, noting that it was 60 charged. With a flicker of thought, runes appeared on his body, and the armor broke into pieces, fitting together like a puzzle along the rune patterns on his body. Once all the pieces were in place, the armor activated. Although his body couldn't move, Gu Yuan's mind was very clear. The automatic cultivation of the armor felt like being recharged, with the energy circulating along the cultivation pathways, naturally drawing in extraordinary elements from the world and compressing the armor's energy into the rune patterns on his body. This not only prevented his body from becoming metallic and losing vitality, but also helped refine his body. The first 3 realms are foundational. The real entry into the ultramartial world begins after the 3rd realm, Gu Yuan thought to himself. When cultivation didn't require conscious effort, it freed up the mind, allowing practitioners more time to comprehend and inscribe various runes. These runes would break down and link into more complex rune patterns as cultivation progressed. These patterns were the core of constructing ultramartial armor, akin to intricate mechanical circuits. The more complex, the more functions, and the stronger the combat power. However, these intricate patterns were inscribed in the practitioner's flesh, bones, and even cells. The path of cultivation is endless. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan began his first cultivation session after breaking through the 3rd realm. Panel. Add points. Before leaving school, Gu Yuan had exchanged nearly 1,000 academic points for life crystals, converting them into 362 attribute points. For the first time, he had accumulated so many attribute points and was ready to add them all at once for a powerful boost. Attribute points transformed into mysterious energy, breaking down the runes from the true martial secret technique's legacy into rune patterns inscribed on Gu Yuan's body. His aura grew stronger, hinting at a breakthrough to the mid-3rd realm. The true martial secret technique was a top-tier cultivation method with 9 levels. The first 3 levels shaped the true martial combat body, while the latter 6 focused on the way of runes. Gu Yuan had completed the first 3 levels, and the 4th level, the deep-sea runes, primarily refined the thickness and concentration of true energy, akin to an upgraded version of the chi form. This was the direction for every 3rd realm martial artist because the true strength of ultra-martial arts lay not in the physical body but in true energy. Rune patterns, ultra-martial armor, and other means of enhancing combat power were essentially ways of utilizing true energy. After all, the human body was inherently inferior to mutated beasts. Even the most ordinary mutated beast, once reaching adulthood, could be several meters tall, weigh tons, and have muscles and bones far denser than a human's. Therefore, after entering the 3rd realm, practitioners focused mainly on refining their true energy. Spending 300 attribute points, Gu Yuan saw his progress on the 4th level reach 30. The deep-sea runes compressed and refined his true energy to the utmost, with his previously vaporized red true energy gradually transforming into a viscous liquid, like dripping magma. When all the vaporized true energy had turned into liquid, he would have broken through to the mid-3rd realm. On Thursday morning, Elon burst into the lecture hall just as the bell rang, her face glowing with excitement. She glanced around at the curious faces of her classmates, took a deep breath, and announced an exhilarating piece of news. The battle yesterday went exceptionally well. The school has decided to reward all participants with an extra 20 credits. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted in cheers. This reward was indeed a pleasant surprise. Normally, a month of free credits would only amount to single digits, while 20 credits were equivalent to almost a semester's accumulation. Those who didn't participate in the trial looked on with envy, but for the participants, it was just the cherry on top. They had already earned quite a few credits during the trial. Elon didn't let everyone bask in their joy for too long. She continued, "There's one more thing. With summer vacation approaching, the school will host a martial arts training camp involving 4 provinces. 16 martial arts schools will participate, and registration starts today and ends on the last day of the semester. Anyone interested can sign up voluntarily." Hearing this, Tuoba Hao's eyes lit up, and he excitedly asked, "Gu Yuan, are you guys going?" For this restless guy, such an event was a godsend. Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment before replying, Not sure yet." He wasn't particularly interested in the training camp, mainly because his level far surpassed that of others, and the camp might be more suitable for his peers. There's still over 10 days left to sign up. If I feel interested by then, I might go to broaden my horizons. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. "I won't be joining the camp this time. I'm planning to start an outdoor adventure livestream during the summer." "Whoa, outdoor adventure. That's intense," Tuoba Hao exclaimed. Lin Xiaoyu nodded and explained, "Yes, I'm planning to explore an abandoned old town near Yunhai City. She briefly described the state of these abandoned cities after the cataclysm and why they had become popular destinations for adventurers. Listening to her, Fu Zifan couldn't help but sigh. I envy you too. If I could, I'd skip the training camp too. He had hoped to spend his summer vacation at the beach, but now had to weigh the pros and cons. If he had Gu Yuan's skills, the camp would be optional, but for him, missing it could mean falling behind. Li Long rolled his eyes and teased. What's with the sighing? This is a 4-province training camp with students from 16 martial arts schools. There will definitely be lots of beautiful girls. Just imagine, girls lining up to chase me from the south gate to the north gate. Right, Howsy? Tuoba Hao shrugged off Li Long's arm disdainfully. Stop it. I'm not interested in fair-skinned, long-legged beauties. I want to see the geniuses from other martial arts schools. He added confidently, with Xiaoyu and Gu Yuan not participating. It's the perfect chance for me, Tuoba Hao, to shine and sweep through the talents of the 16 schools. Gu Yuan, standing nearby, said quietly, Howsy, I never said I wouldn't go. I'm just not sure yet. Are you that eager for me not to join? Tuoba Hao quickly changed his tune, exaggerating, bro. My dear bro, just enjoy your summer vacation. If you come, how are we supposed to showcase our charm? Qi Xinyue, listening to the conversation, couldn't help but click her tongue. Min. As night fell, the moonlight poured in through the window, casting a silvery glow inside the room. Gu Yuan glanced at the moonlit scene outside, activated his secret armor, and entered automatic cultivation mode. His consciousness then drifted into another world. In that world, the sky was dark and filled with the roars of terrifying beasts, creating an oppressive atmosphere like a looming giant stone. Another night had descended. Bladed mecha and dark gold mecha were hidden within high-rise buildings, ignoring the carnage outside. At this time, the mutant beasts were at their most ferocious and reckless, making them even harder to deal with and likely to incite a swarm. Every night, Bladed mecha chose to hide. When the night passed, many mutant beasts would be injured and weakened, making it the best time to strike. Since learning to speak, Dark Gold Mecha had become quite the chatterbox. Big bro, why is my name Dark Gold? Bladed Mecha replied curtly, because your skin is dark gold. If I change color in the future, will I need a new name? No. Your skin is gold and red. Why aren't you called Gold Red? Because I don't like it. Big bro. Shut up. Bladed Mecha impatiently pressed a hand on his head. After tonight, you're on your own. Don't contact me unless necessary. They had already exchanged communication frequencies. By recording each other's mental wave frequencies, they could read messages when receiving those specific waves. However, the signal needed to be stable, which could be disrupted during battles. Bladed Mecha had taken Dark Gold Mecha under his wing, planning to send him out to collect life crystals. Big bro, what does on your own mean? Dark Gold Mecha continued to ask. Bladed Mecha's tone was icy. If you keep talking, I'll go solo right now. This night didn't bring any terrifying mutant beasts like the sky-shading fiend bird, and Bladed Mecha breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the night passed, the roars and fighting subsided, and the dark sky brightened a bit. Bladed Mecha stepped out of the high-rise, finding the street in ruins, as if it had been bombarded. Limbs and blood were scattered everywhere. He carefully sensed the chaotic energy waves around him and finally locked onto a direction, his eyes gleaming with blue light. Dark Gold, let's go. Big bro's taking you on a big job. Big bro, what's a big job? Stop talking and follow me. Bladed Mecha led the way, targeting a peak-level grade 5 mutant Biasta Thunder Crocodile. This beast had mastered extraordinary powers, with its dorsal fin capable of unleashing terrifying lightning. Bladed Mecha had witnessed it kill another grade 5 mutant beast in one strike and devour its flesh completely. He suspected that the Thunder Crocodile had awakened royal blood. Though he wasn't sure if this world's mutant beasts had such a concept, its aura during battle was similar to the Golden Armor Apia unique life level change distinct from other grade 5 beasts. However, after killing the other grade 5 beast, the Thunder Crocodile was also severely injured. Its dorsal fin's lightning power was largely depleted. Now was the perfect time to hunt it. The peak level tier 5 mutant king beast possesses combat power comparable to an ordinary tier 6 mutant beast. Normally, the blade mech wouldn't dare provoke such a formidable opponent, but the current circumstances are unique. The Thunder Crocodile is severely injured, and with the Dark Gold Mech assisting, the odds of success have significantly increased. Even in the event of failure, the heavily wounded crocodile would struggle to launch a pursuit. The Blade Mech weighed the pros and cons. Missing this opportunity might mean waiting until the crocodile evolves again. After breaking through the third realm, the Blade Mech's need for attribute points to cultivate the true martial secret codex has surged. Just the 4th level of the Deep Sea rune requires over 1,000 attribute points, and its current progress is only at 30. Without substantial credit support, it can only rely on its clone to gather attribute points. Additionally, the Blade Mech is just 1/3 away from its 4th evolution. If it can hunt the Thunder Crocodile, it could potentially have the time needed. As the blade mech pondered, the dark gold mech suddenly warned, "Boss, there's danger." The blade mech also sensed a powerful energy fluctuation. It explained that most mutant beasts don't know how to conceal their aura. Emitting strong energy is their inherent instinct. The dark gold mech suddenly remembered something and sheepishly said, "Boss, I thought you were an intruder back then, which is why I attacked you. Because you could speak, just like those invaders." The blade mech glanced at him. "You knew it was dangerous, so why did you attack me? Did you think I was easy to bully?" The dark gold mech suddenly realized that being able to speak is a sign of intelligence, which distinguishes it from mutant beasts. Excitedly, it asked, "Boss, am I smart?" "Yeah, you're a genius," the blade mech replied offhandedly, quickening its pace to track the thunder crocodile by following the energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. The 20-meter-long thunder crocodile, as massive as a heavy truck, emerged from the ruins. A fierce wind kicked up a cloud of dust, wreaking havoc. Two 3-meter mechs emerged from the dust. For them, the crocodile's imposing presence was the best guide. "Dark Gold, I'll take the lead. You assist from the side," the blade mech said, gripping the crimson training blade that appeared in its hand, its edge razor-sharp. After 3 evolutions, the crimson training blade was starting to show its limitations, with its primary advantage being its durability. Fortunately, its core module, Unyielding Edge, upgraded synchronously with evolution, now enhancing sharpness by 12 points, just enough to keep up with the blade mech's power. If a better weapon module couldn't be found, it would have to upgrade the crimson training blade with attribute points. The blade mech stomped the ground, launching forward like an arrow. The Tintin mech's every move caused a significant commotion, an unavoidable fact. Swinging the blade, a 10-meter-long energy slash tore through the air, slicing through steel beams and large stones. The thunder crocodile, sensing the attack, instantly flew into a rage, letting out an ear-splitting roar. Its ferocious aura surged like a mountain, flinging debris from its dorsal fin. The crocodile's steel-like tail swept across, shattering the energy slash with a thunderous force. It turned to face the blade mech, revealing a gruesome wound on its head, with one eye gouged out and blood gushing out. Despite its injuries, the thunder crocodile's presence remained terrifying. Its dorsal fin crackled with intense electrical discharges. In comparison, the blade mech seemed like a toy, yet its aura was equally formidable. In its destruction god form, the mech operated at super speed, its combat power skyrocketing to the limit. The blade mech's left arm transformed, and the Reaper Gatling gun spewed fire, energy bullets raining down like a storm. Most of the ammunition struck the crocodile's hard, armored skin, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. A few hit its wounds, causing blood to spurt, but to the massive creature, it was like being pricked by needles. The thunder crocodile roared in pain, its voice shaking the heavens. It charged forward, its massive claws slamming down. The air exploded instantly, the enormous claws blotting out the sky. The blade mech narrowly dodged, the ground within a 10-meter radius collapsing with a thunderous crash, sending debris flying like bullets and raising a cloud of dust. In the next moment, the blade mech darted to the top of the crocodile's head, swinging the crimson training blade down with the force of a mountain. Just then, the blade mech noticed a human-like sneer in the crocodile's single eye. Its dorsal fins suddenly glowed blue, unleashing countless electric currents to form a lightning storm within a several-meter radius. The destructive lightning created an absolute death zone. "Do you think you can kill me?" the thunder crocodile seemed to taunt. The blade mech didn't flinch, continuing to slash down. It knew that the crocodile had already expended a lot of its thunder power in the previous battle. The remaining power, though strong, wasn't fatal. With its life support system, as long as it wasn't killed outright, it could quickly repair and maintain peak combat power. If the thunder crocodile was struck, the bloodthirsty effect would trigger, causing its life force to drain rapidly. In its severely injured state, this would be the final straw. High-intensity currents interwove into chaotic, violent clusters, their terrifying destructive power turning the earth into scorched wasteland. Under the extreme heat, the ground formed a glass-like substance that shattered upon touch. Massive bolts of lightning rampaged, piercing the air with countless strikes, producing deafening explosions. The blade mech was covered in blinding electrical sparks, its outline blurred by the intense heat, as if it could melt at any moment. Suddenly, it swung its battle sword, slicing through the thunderstorm with a vacuum blade mark. The razor-sharp blade flashed by, seemingly cutting through thick armor, with a powerful feedback of resilience. With a swoosh, a massive 10-meter-long gash appeared across the thunder crocodile's dorsal fin. Blood gushed out like a geyser, drenching the blade mech and creating a hissing sound as it vaporized, forming clouds of mist around the machine. In the instant the thunderstorm dissipated, the dark gold mech entered its demon form. Its body turned jet black, reflecting an eerie sheen, with menacing spikes protruding from its frame. From a distance, it exuded a suffocating sense of pressure. With a thunderous boom, the ground cracked, and rocks were hurled into the air. The dark gold mech transformed into a black lightning bolt, tearing through the void and appearing before the thunder crocodile almost instantly. Its pitch-black spear thrust forward, the tip spinning at high speed, drawing in the surrounding black energy to form a terrifying storm of destruction. The immense force tore the ground apart, lifting sand and debris into the air, creating an astonishing sandstorm. The sky darkened, and the wind howled furiously. This spear strike, imbued with the might of the heavens and earth, pierced the thunder crocodile's single eye with unstoppable force. Its back had already been slashed open, and now its eyes were blinded, eliciting a savage roar of pain and impending death. The colossal beast thrashed violently, crushing everything around it like a dragon, overturning the earth. The blade mech and dark gold mech dodged swiftly. The thunder crocodile's rolling exacerbated the blood loss from its wounds, turning the dust and sand into thick, bloody mud. The rapid loss of life force left the thunder crocodile severely weakened. The blade mech's left arm quickly transformed into a massive energy cannon. "Let the hymn of life resound for you. Receive the blessing of holy light," it murmured. As its energy levels plummeted, an infinite amount of energy compressed and gathered at the cannon's muzzle. The intense light resembled a rising sun, distorting the air within a 10-meter radius and causing the ground to tremble violently. Sensing the impending catastrophic attack, the dark gold mech retreated to a safe distance. It knew that a direct hit from this strike would obliterate it. Boom! A colossal energy beam illuminated the sky, piercing through the thunder crocodile from head to tail. The creature's central flesh vaporized instantly, with beams of light seeping through its body before it detonated violently. Rumble! The ground shook as though hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake, creating rippling waves. The terrifying shockwave turned into a storm, hurling countless fragments skyward like a volcanic eruption. The violent impact formed black ripples, surging outward in waves, engulfing everything in their path. This devastating blow seemed to be capable of annihilating the world. The blade mech knelt on one knee, the ground around it collapsing and cracking like a spiderweb extending for tens of meters. This attack had drained all its energy, leaving it to await the replenishment of its power from the void. It was unclear how long the aftermath lasted, but the surroundings gradually returned to calm. The blade mech's numerous battle scars were rapidly repairing, though it paid them no mind. As a mech, it felt no pain no matter how severe the damage. After regaining some energy, the blade mech rose and walked toward the center of the battlefield, where the thunder crocodile's corpse lay. Such a massive body couldn't entirely disintegrate, but what it sought were the two items left behind by the dead thunder crocodile: a level 5 life crystal core and a mech accessory module. These two prizes glowed enticingly. Finally, some loot, the blade mech thought with joy. While life crystal cores were rare, powerful mutated beasts had a higher chance of containing them. Mech modules, however, were a matter of luck. Mutated beasts could absorb the core of a mech module to evolve, and if fully absorbed, the module would be useless. The blade mech had previously found several defunct modules in other mutated beasts. "Big bro, it's a module!" the dark gold mech exclaimed excitedly. The blade mech carefully examined the two items. The life crystal core had a golden streak, indicating that the thunder crocodile had indeed awakened royal blood. The mech module also brought a pleasant surprise. Electromagnetic oscillation. Grade, rare. Type, energy weapon module. Mounting position, spine. Effect 1 thunderstorm. Releases a massive amount of destructive lightning within a certain range centered on the mech. Effect 2 thunder shield. Automatically forms an energy shield to defend against incoming attacks. Description, destruction, rebirth. A rare grade mech module. The blade mech was ecstatic. It had finally obtained a slightly higher grade module. Previously, the highest grade was the Hymn of Life, which was only of excellent grade. The effects of electromagnetic oscillation certainly matched its rare grade. The thunderstorm effect was one thing, but the thunder shield could automatically defend against attacks, allowing the user to focus entirely on offense. Nemesis of sneak attacks? The blade mech thought. It inserted the electromagnetic oscillation module into the slot on its back, immediately feeling a current coursing through its body. Its back now had a breathing-like electromagnetic glow, flickering with a pale blue light. However, the current energy stored in the module was minimal, barely enough to create a small display. Dark Gold, attack me. The blade mech decided to test the thunder shield's defensive capabilities. "Big bro, you're not going to hit me, are you?" The dark gold mech hesitated, knowing it couldn't match its increasingly powerful brother. "Why would I hit you? Stop wasting time and attack." "All right." The dark gold mech thrust its spear, the black mechanical lance transforming into a black lightning bolt that tore through the air. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The highly condensed energy shield was like millennium-old ice, with the sharp spear tip penetrating only halfway. Impressive defense. The blade mech nodded, most satisfied with the energy shield's reaction speed. It had blocked the attack almost instantly, even though it had its back turned to the dark gold mech, relying solely on the thunder shield's automatic defense. Counting it up, I now have 5 mech accessory modules equipped. I still need one for the heart and the right leg, the blade mech calculated. A mech could equip modules in 7 positions, and it had now collected 5. Gu Yuan focused his mind on the dense true energy within his body, his eyes scanning the data on the panel. His 4-dimensional attributes had long surpassed the 100-point mark. Even without relying on true energy, techniques, or advanced weaponry, his sheer physical strength alone was enough to tear apart a Tier 3 mutated beast. At full power, he could even contend with a Tier 4 mutated beast. As for his limits, he had no clear answer. Hopefully, the continuous victory challenge at the martial arena this Saturday will let me properly test my current progress, Gu Yuan muttered to himself, then began converting the life crystal in his hand. This crystal, from a peak Tier 5 king beast, yielded 68 attribute points. Combined with the 62 points he already had, he now had a total of 130 attribute points to distribute. Gu Yuan planned to save these points for upgrading the modules of his blade mech, further enhancing his combat power. He knew his rapid increase in strength was closely tied to the feedback from his clone. The stronger his mech, the stronger he became. Compared to the perilous environment his clone was in, his own situation was much safer. The sky outside had already brightened, indicating another sleepless night had passed. Gu Yuan yawned and got ready for school. At the school's training grounds, Tuoba and his group were engaged in their daily sparring. Ever since Gu Yuan had single-handedly subdued them, he had been forced out of this group activity. Among his peers, perhaps only Lin Xiaoyu could match him. Gu Yuan glanced at the energetic girl not far away. She noticed his gaze and playfully made a peace sign. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the training grounds. Make way. Let these juniors have some space. Gu Yuan saw Jiang Chen confronting a group of people. After a trial, this quiet and wealthy classmate had come to him for advice on cultivating the true martial 7 secrets, and they had become quite familiar with each other. Jiang Chen, why waste words with them? I say just one word. Leave. Tuoba Hao strode forward, arms crossed, coldly eyeing the 5 people opposite him. These 5 individuals had the air of experienced warriors. Addressing them as juniors, it was clear they were recently returned third-year students. Although they had an advantage from an extra year of training, Tuoba Hao and his group were the top seeds of their year and weren't about to back down easily. The well-mannered leader of the group smiled and said, Juniors, we've just returned from the interdimensional battlefield and have made some breakthroughs. We want to spar here for a bit. It won't take long. Could you wait on the side, or use the sea area training grounds? It's just a few minutes walk. His tone was polite, but the underlying message was clear. We want this place. You'd better step aside. Brother Lin has reached the 3rd realm, and you wouldn't want to get caught in the crossfire. A tall guy behind him sneered, exuding a peak 2nd realm aura. The other 3 were also in the late 2nd realm. Qi Xinyue stepped forward, her face stern. So this is the ability of 3rd-year students, using seniority to boss us around? The other 2nd-year martial arts students were also displeased. Today, it was Tuoba Hao being targeted, but what about next time? As elite martial arts students, none of them were willing to back down. The atmosphere in the training grounds grew tense. The guy called Brother Lin remained calm, scanning the surroundings with a smile. No, I'm just giving you some advice from a senior. The outside world isn't as nice as school. When you're weak, you should step aside. Having sharp edges is impressive, but being smooth allows you to live longer. So, do you want to leave smoothly, or go out with sharp edges? A calm voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see a tall, handsome figure walking over. His fair face carried a hint of coldness. Gu Yuan's here. This should be interesting. These 3rd-year graduates are too arrogant. I hope Gu Yuan teaches them a lesson. I remember Gu Yuan is at the peak of the 2nd realm. There's a 3rd realm guy over there. He might not be able to save face. Is Gu Yuan being reckless? I think we should just give up the space. It's not a big deal. You're such a coward. Don't say I know you. People whispered among themselves. Tuoba Hao scratched his head, frantically signaling Gu Yuan to stay calm. But Gu Yuan ignored his signals. Unless he wasn't present, he couldn't pretend not to see this. Officially, Gu Yuan was the strongest student of his year. Others might not say it, but they definitely hoped he would stand up for them. This was human nature and a natural admiration for strength. If he wasn't capable, it would be one thing. But Gu Yuan believed he had some strength. At least, these guys weren't much of a threat. Are you Gu Yuan? Lin Jijia raised an eyebrow with interest. Judging by everyone's reactions, this Gu Yuan was probably the strongest student of his year. He wondered how strong he was, but likely, at best, mid-2nd realm. After all, he had only been training for less than 2 months. How strong could he be? Take one punch from me, and you can have the space, Gu Yuan said without wasting words. Ultimately, it came down to whose fist was stronger. Hearing this, Lin Jijia's eyes narrowed, and his smile faded. Gu Yuan, you're quite arrogant. Facing everyone's gaze, Gu Yuan smiled humbly and gently. The odds of our victory are 9-1. One punch from me, and you owe me 9 lives. Lin Jijia's face darkened as he spoke coldly. Are you saying I can't even take one punch from you? A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he continued. You seem to be so used to being unbeatable among your peers that you don't even know what senior means. Sure, Gu Yuan might be the top talent of his class, but you're no slouch either, and you've had an extra year of training. You're not on the same level at all. In Lin Jijia's eyes, Gu Yuan was just a rookie who had barely started his cultivation journey and was already getting cocky. His aura crashed like waves, filled with an oppressive force, and his tone carried a warning: overconfidence is arrogance. Today, your senior will bring you back to reality. Gu Yuan took a step forward, his voice calm. Are you done talking? If so, make your move. Also, you're really loud. As he moved, thick clouds drifted across the sky, blocking out the sun. Shadows seemed to spread with his steps, and a powerful aura emanated from him, stirring the air into a howling wind. The onlookers gasped. Three realms. Gu Yuan is also in the 3 realms. This is terrifying. His aura feels incredibly strong. Not like someone who just broke through. Someone analyzed. No. It feels like he's about to reach the mid-3 realms. The crowd swallowed nervously, astonished by Gu Yuan's rapid progress. Lin Jijia felt a powerful force locking onto him, making him feel like a rock in a storm or a boat in the waves. The oppressive aura battered him, making it hard to breathe. A monster. He's a monster. Facing Gu Yuan directly, a sliver of fear crept into his heart, unable to comprehend how such a terrifying figure could appear among the freshmen. Lin Jijia took a deep breath, trying to focus. One punch. I have to withstand one punch from him. All he hoped for now was to block Gu Yuan's punch. Otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated. Rune patterns flickered on both of them, but neither used their advanced armor, as this was just a sparring match, not a life-and-death battle. Gu Yuan threw a punch, the air around his fist compressing and exploding into a white shockwave. The surrounding air was pulled into a vortex, creating a fierce wind that whipped through the crowd's clothes. This punch had no fancy techniques, relying purely on his formidable physical strength. Lin Jijia roared, lightning coursing through his arm, his blue and white bones and intricate tendons visible like a sophisticated mechanical arm. This was his most skilled technique. Electric punch. A white and a blue fist collided midair. In an instant, it was like hundreds of kilograms of explosives had detonated, creating a shockwave strong enough to lift cars and tear the ground apart. Thankfully, the training ground was made of special materials that absorbed most of the impact, preventing greater destruction. Lin Jijia staggered back 10 steps, each one bearing immense pressure, blood seeping from his pores, and his right arm turning crimson. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. In contrast, Gu Yuan stood still, his arm like jade, his muscles sculpted like rivers and mountains, exuding strength and beauty. His expression remained calm, as if he had merely pushed over a stumbling toddler. Lin Jijia's companions cried out, "Brother Jia, are you okay?" Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. Is this really a freshman? What kind of freshman is that fierce? He must be a mutated beast in human skin. Lin Jijia bitterly admitted, I lost. At this point, he had nothing more to say. Losing was losing, and any further tough talk would only make him look worse. Tuoba Hao excitedly shouted, "Brother Yuan, you're my hero." Li Long sighed helplessly. "Brother, you've just isolated all of us with your strength." He analyzed that there were very few seniors who could break through to the 3 realms, and if Lin Jijia couldn't take one punch from Gu Yuan, probably no one in the entire senior class could. Lin Xiaoyu pulled out her phone, intending to interview Gu Yuan, but he snatched it away. Teasingly, he said, "Lin Xiaoyu, how does it feel to go from first to second place? Are you losing sleep, constantly thinking about Gu Yuan, and wanting to put him back in second place?" Lin Xiaoyu quickly grabbed her phone back, her ears turning red, and huffed. "There are unedited photos in there. You can't look at them?" Gu Yuan shrugged. "The camera never lies. You look exactly as you do. Facing your true self is real courage." Lin Xiaoyu retorted. "Then why do you ask me to use beauty filters when I take pictures of you?" Gu Yuan replied seriously. "I criticize, but that doesn't mean I accept." Lin Xiaoyu fumed. "Get lost." The group noisily made their way to a private room on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Fu Zifan generously announced that he would treat everyone to celebrate Gu Yuan's breakthrough to the 3 realms. During the meal, Tuoba Hao remembered something. "By the way, the Bull Demon King is fighting this Saturday." "That's you, right?" Gu Yuan nodded in confirmation. Tuoba Hao added, "I heard that this time in the martial arena, you might face returning senior graduates in the winning streak challenge." Among the seniors from the previous batch, there were a few exceptionally talented individuals, far beyond the reach of a newcomer like Lin Jijia, who had just broken through to the third realm. Tuoba Hao analyzed carefully and identified the top 3 standouts. Ranked first was Gu He, the acknowledged leader of the previous batch, who had reached the mid-third realm. Nicknamed Vajra Berserker, he excelled in a bold and domineering style, quite similar to Gu Yuan. Both were strength-based cultivators, and their super armor traits were also quite alike. The second was He Yunqi, who might have also reached the mid-third realm. Known as Cloud Hand, he mastered the art of using soft techniques to overcome hard ones. Tuoba Hao considered him more challenging to deal with than Gu He. The third was Qi Mingyue. Qi Xinyue, Qi Mingyue. Gu Yuan suddenly turned to Qi Xinyue beside him. Isn't that your sister? Qi Xinyue nodded lightly. Yes, she's my older sister. Gu Yuan was a bit surprised. Really? I never knew you had such an impressive sister. Li Long and Fu Zifan had just learned this news as well. Li Long's eyes sparkled as he blurted out, Xinyue, do you think I could be your brother-in-law? Get lost. Qi Xinyue glared at him fiercely, then explained, I never mentioned my sister before because I didn't want people to think I gotta be a key seed because of her. She reached the second realm entirely through her own efforts. She turned to Gu Yuan, speaking seriously, Gu Yuan, my sister is already in the mid-third realm. She's best at speed. So be careful if you encounter her. Lin Xiaoyu poked Qi Xinyue's shoulder and laughed. Xinyue, aren't you throwing your sister under the bus here? Qi Xinyue pouted. It's not a secret anyway. Even if I didn't say it, Haozi would tell Gu Yuan, right? She looked at Tuoba Hao. Tuoba Hao picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and grinned. That's right, Yuan and I are best buddies. We share everything. He extended his chopsticks towards Gu Yuan. Come on, Yuan. Open wide. Get lost. Gu Yuan dodged with a look of disgust. Despite the banter, Gu Yuan had gained a preliminary understanding of the top 3 from the previous batch. The mid-third realm was their basic cultivation level, but as geniuses, their actual combat strength was at least 1 level higher, equivalent to the late third realm. It made sense why they were chosen as consecutive challenge gatekeepers in the martial arena. When challengers reached 60 to 70 consecutive wins, the arena officials would invite some formidable third realm cultivators as roadblocks to increase the difficulty. Gu He and the others happened to be back at school during this period, meeting all the requirements, so it was perfectly normal for them to be invited. As night fell, Gu Yuan donned his secret armor, activated auto-cultivation, and immersed his mind into his inner landscape. Big brother, I'm leaving, said the dark gold mech, a hint of reluctance in its voice. Stop dawdling like a big man. If you're leaving, then go, the blade mech urged. Parting was an inevitable decision. First, there was the issue of distributing the spoils. After all, the dark gold mech wasn't his servant. Secondly, acting separately would provide another channel for collecting life crystals. For mechs, life crystals were merely an energy supplement, which was a waste for the dark gold mech that needed high-grade extraordinary materials to evolve. Therefore, the blade mech let the dark gold mech act independently and save any gains for him. What is a man? The dark gold mech was curious about the term. The blade mech was about to explain but realized that mechs didn't need to reproduce, so he changed the subject. You are a man. If you ever encounter a female mech, remember to bring her home. Let's part ways here. If you meet an enemy you can't handle, contact me. Okay, big brother, I'm leaving. This time, the dark gold mech turned and left decisively. For him, following his big brother was safe, but the lack of a sense of crisis would make him weaker. He longed to become stronger so that one day he could return to the second ring and hunt those invaders. As his big brother put, ethos not of our kind are sure to have different hearts. The intelligent mech race was the true master of this world. Watching the dark gold mech disappear over the horizon, the blade mech walked away with heavy steps, looking for a relatively intact collapsed building to hide in. Gu Yuan opened the mech clone panel and selected the red blade saber under the auxiliary mech module. Instead of continuing to try his luck looking for higher grade blade type cold weapon modules, it was better to directly use attribute points to upgrade and strengthen it. Enhancing combat power would yield more attribute points, creating a virtuous cycle. Every moment was precious, and everyone should strive to become the Greek god of time management. Panel. Add points. As Gu Yuan's thoughts moved, his attribute points decreased by 100. A virtual light screen appeared in front of the blade mech, with the red blade saber suspended within. Under the influence of a mysterious force, the saber disintegrated into countless light dots and then reassembled into a brand new weapon. Flame Sun Saber. Grade. Excellent. Type. Cold Weapon Module. Mounting Position. Upper Limbs. Effect 1 Scorching. The blade is scorching hot, capable of burning at 2000 degrees Celsius. Effect 2 Super Frequency Oscillation. The blade constantly maintains an undetectable high-frequency oscillation state, giving the blade extraordinary cutting power. Description. The blade is scorching and cuts through anything. The red blade saber evolved into the flame sun saber, its grade leaping from ordinary to excellent, with module effects far superior to before. The blade mech reached into the virtual light screen, grasping the saber and making it materialize. The newly born flame sun saber was over 3 meters long, with a blade as red as fire, distorting the surrounding air with its heat. Upon closer inspection, one could see the blade oscillating at an extremely high frequency and minute amplitude. It was this oscillation that endowed the flame sun saber with its terrifying cutting power. Coupled with the unyielding edge core module's additional 12 sharpness points, just looking at it caused a stinging sensation, the sharpness almost tangible. The blade mech checked the subsequent upgrade path for the flame sun saber. Upgrading from ordinary to excellent required 100 attribute points, while upgrading from excellent to rare would require 1,000 attribute points. He couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He could only hope to acquire higher grade mech modules in the future. Otherwise, just upgrading would drain his attribute points. After all, from the beginning until now, he had accumulated less than 1,000 attribute points in total. On Friday afternoon, as soon as the school bell rang, the scorching summer heat swept through the streets. Gu Yuan and Lin Xiaoyu walked side by side, slowing their pace every time they passed a store with its doors open, letting the cool air wash over them. Want to grab a bubble tea? Gu Yuan stopped at the entrance of a tea shop. Lin Xiaoyu squinted like a contented kitten, basking in the refreshing breeze from the store. Sure. Lin Xiaoyu nodded excitedly. You buy the bubble tea, and I'll treat you to some cupcakes later. She dragged Gu Yuan into the shop, afraid he might change his mind. Gu Yuan chose a mint Longjing lemon tea, while Lin Xiaoyu opted for a Sakura Machi bubble tea. Seeing her drink, packed with toppings and extra sugar, Gu Yuan couldn't help but ask, why do you love sweet things so much? Lin Xiaoyu smiled and explained, sweet things make people happy, like sunshine in winter or a cool breeze in summer. They lift your spirits. She held her cup up to Gu Yuan's face. See? Isn't this the feeling? The cold touch dispelled the summer heat. Gu Yuan took a sip of his lemon tea, wiped the moisture off his face, and said helplessly, it feels like someone just splashed water on my face. Refreshing but shocking. Gu Yuan, I seriously want to splash water on your face. Lin Xiaoyu pretended to be angry. Back home, the aroma of cilantro wafted from the kitchen, making Gu Yuan's mouth water. He happily went upstairs to his room, placing the strawberry cupcake Lin Xiaoyu gave him on the table, saving it for a late-night snack. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Gu Yuan excitedly answered a video call from his sister, Gu Jiyan. Sis, the missing person finally returns. Got any welcome back gifts? Gu Yuan teased. On the other end, Gu Jiyan was eating instant noodles. Though she looked tired, her spirits seemed high. Gu Yuan, you're asking for trouble. She swallowed and eyed the cupcake in his hand. After chatting for a bit, Gu Jiyan lowered her voice. Xiao Yuan, there's been an incident at the ruins. I've heard someone died there. But it should be reopened soon. I should be back in a few days. Gu Yuan frowned. I thought they said the cultural site wasn't dangerous? I don't know. It seems like trouble started when they discovered the monk's relics, Gu Jiyan explained. After a while, the video call abruptly ended. Gu Yuan sighed in relief, knowing his sister would be back soon. On Saturday, Gu Yuan advanced to the midstage of the third realm in the training room. He recalled the words of true martial king, those who learn from me survive, those who imitate me perish. His teacher wanted him to forge his own path. Reflecting on this, Gu Yuan thought perhaps he could try integrating his blade mech into his super armor, creating a unique form of mech piloting. It would be like reuniting fragmented souls into a cohesive whole. As night fell over Yunhai City, the martial arena was packed to the brim, buzzing with excitement. Tonight marked the much-anticipated return of Niu Moang after a half-month hiatus, and the extensive official promotion had made tickets nearly impossible to come by. Front row seats, a symbol of status and privilege, were completely out of reach for the average person. At the entrance of the arena, massive posters dominated the scene. Fan favorite Niu Moang returns to create a legend tonight. The king is back. Niu Moang sweeps the competition, unbeatable in his class, unparalleled strength, aiming for 100 consecutive wins. The audience was abuzz with chatter. Is Niu Moang really going to win 100 matches in one night? Impossible. Half a month ago, he was only at the first level. How could he manage that? Maybe he's had a breakthrough. His combat strength is incredible. Even if he has, he's only at the second level. No one in history has achieved 100 consecutive wins at that level, but the official betting odds are set on him achieving it. Tuoba Hao, overhearing the discussions, couldn't help but interject, can Yuan really pull this off? It's not his combat strength I doubt, but his endurance. 70 matches in one night, that's just insane. Li Long responded cautiously, if it were anyone else, I'd say it's just hype. But this is Gu Yuan we're talking about. I wouldn't dismiss it so easily. 12 key seeded fighters had gathered at the venue. A curious young woman asked Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you know Gu Yuan well. Does he have any trump cards? Can he really complete the 100-win challenge? Lin Xiaoyu calmly replied. I'm not sure about any trump cards, but I'm confident he can achieve 100 wins. The others were astonished. If even Xiaoyu says so, then it must be in the bag. By the way, Xiaoyu, why aren't you participating in the challenge? You're so strong. Lin Xiaoyu sighed. Well, I'm very gentle and ladylike. I don't like all this fighting, Qi Xinyue mercilessly pointed out. But aren't your trial credits second only to Gu Yuan's? How many mutant beasts and cultists did you have to kill for that? Xinyue, I'm going to tickle you. Suddenly, the host's enthusiastic voice boomed across the arena. Now, for tonight's main event, let's welcome the challenger, Nyuemo Wang. The lights dimmed, and a spotlight focused on the entrance. Amidst a cloud of dry ice, a tall figure slowly emerged. Dressed in black sportswear and wearing a bullhead mask, his eyes shone like stars. The crowd erupted, chanting, Nyomoang, Nyomoang, Nyomoang. The big screen displayed information about Nyomoang. Challenger, Nyomoang. Martial level, 3rd. Record, 30 consecutive wins. Personal note, Nyomoang never removes his mask unless he achieves ultimate victory. The audience was once again in an uproar. 3rd level? That can't be right. He was at the 1st level last time. How long has it been? Did I sleep for a year? The host continued the introduction, but Nyomoang abruptly cut him off. Skip it? What? The host was taken aback. Skip the boring preliminaries. I just want to get through the 100 wins as quickly as possible, Nyomoang said calmly. The audience erupted once more. Boring. I want to see bloodshed. I want to see Nyomoang slaughter everyone. Get a smarter host. The host awkwardly announced. The 31st consecutive win challenge begins now. From the opposite tunnel, a massive rumble was heard as a colossal figure slowly emerged. It was a 5-meter Black Bear Series mech, bulky yet imposing, each step causing the ground to tremble. Black Bear Series mech, known for its immense strength and defense, someone explained. If one day I suddenly stop writing, it means this book isn't even making enough to cover basic meals. I'm writing part-time, not just for fun, but also to earn a bit of extra money. I won't ask for much, but please consider sending a small free gift or giving a 5-star review. Thank you so much. The arena was enveloped in a white energy shield that quickly became transparent, allowing the audience an unobstructed view. The continuous victory challenge had reached its later stages, with both challengers and opponents reaching the 3rd realm of power. Practitioners at this level were akin to human bulldozers, capable of causing widespread destruction with their every move. Without the protective shield, the stands would be drenched in blood by the end of the fight. Boom. The ground trembled as high-strength composite cement cracked under the brute force of the Black Bear mech. Its stomping shattered the ground, sending shards of concrete flying like bullets in all directions. Bang! A loud explosion of air resounded as the Black Bear mech charged forward, raising a massive steel hammer the size of a car. The hammer, with blunt ends, smashed down with terrifying force, creating a fierce windstorm. Facing this formidable strike, Gu Yuan remained unmoved. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, he extended a single slender, fair finger, which contrasted sharply with the iron hammer like glass against steel. Just 5 meters from impact, crimson threads appeared in the air, forming a web that enveloped the hammer. These threads sapped the hammer's force, dissipating most of its power. As the hammer broke through the web, Gu Yuan's finger lightly tapped its head. In an instant, the dragon force erupted, a wave of scorching, violent energy spreading through the hammer to the entire Black Bear mech. The mech crumbled instantly, exposing its intricate internal components, with sparks flying everywhere. Boom! The Black Bear mech exploded like a meteorite crashing into a planet, creating a powerful visual impact. Amidst the fiery explosion, a figure clad in golden-red armor walked out calmly, his voice resonating through the arena. Next, on the high platform, Xia Mingwu and Wei Jing overlooked the fiery scene below, their expressions cold and stoic, like brothers. Wei Zheng's tone wavered slightly. Do you think Gu Yuan is aiming to achieve 100 consecutive victories tonight? Xia Mingwu replied. If he does, he's more confident than Yi Qingyao. The hardest part of the continuous victory challenge is the endurance test of the gauntlet matches. 70 consecutive fights without rest is unprecedented. At mid-3rd realm, he might actually pull it off. Xia Mingwu had discerned Gu Yuan's true level the moment he struck. In 3 or 4 days, he broke through from early to mid-3rd realm. If Yi Qingyao hadn't confirmed that Gu Yuan is a pure human, I'd suspect he's a reincarnated demon god. Wei Jing suddenly asked, Xia Mingwu, did you go easy on Gu Yuan? Xia Mingwu shot him a glance and remained silent, his face cold. In the stands, the audience was captivated. In 7 minutes and 46 seconds, Gu Yuan had swiftly conquered 29 rounds. From his 30th to his 59th victory, no opponent lasted more than a single round against him. They were all instantly defeated. Gu Yuan showed no signs of fatigue, his presence as formidable as ever. Gu Yuan's physical attributes far surpassed those of his peers, akin to comparing barrels to a vast reservoir. This enormous gap resulted in an overwhelming advantage, with his physical strength and internal energy far exceeding anyone's expectations. The 60th match, against the Infernal Demon, announced the host. From a dark tunnel, searing flames burst forth, the intense heat distorting the air. Finally, a chance to stretch my legs, came a voice accompanied by eerie cracking sounds. A figure emerged, a goat-head creature engulfed in flames, its bones creaking with every step. Standing at about 1.9 meters, it was extremely gaunt, its crimson skin clinging tightly to its bones. Without the flames, it would appear like a walking skeleton. Infernal Demon, a subject of the third-level Infernal Serum, originally a Hell Cult follower. It's an Infernal Serum subject, an informed spectator exclaimed. The Infernal Serum was a high-level extraordinary gene serum that granted flame-controlling abilities, akin to an awakened being. However, the serum had a high mortality rate, with 80 of subjects self-igniting to death. The few survivors, like the Infernal Demon, were perpetually aflame, the fire consuming their energy and life force until death. So, the Infernal Demon is close to dying? Looks like it. The Infernal Demon approached, its expression twisted, the flames on its body intensifying. The arena sent me out, meaning they don't want you to keep winning. If I consume you, maybe I can burn a bit longer. Gu Yuan responded nonchalantly. Stop burning already. Don't you think you look hideous? As he finished speaking, a black blade light sliced through the air, seemingly tearing space itself. The Infernal Demon's expression changed dramatically, but flames surged from its hands, forming a massive golden fireball that it hurled at Gu Yuan. The blindingly bright fireball streaked through the air, trailing a dazzling tail, like a falling sun. The extreme heat distorted the surrounding air. With a soft sound, the blade light extinguished the fireball. The golden-red armored figure flashed forward, his dark blade slicing through the air, creating visible shockwaves. What? The Infernal Demon's shrill scream was filled with disbelief. The fireball's temperature could melt steel instantly and cause a massive explosion, yet the opponent had nullified it with a single slash. Bang! The burning body fell to the ground in two pieces, devoid of blood. The golden-red armored figure glanced at it coldly, then struck with his right palm. Boom! The deafening explosion shook everyone's eardrums, like a high-powered bomb going off. The violent force erupted, sending high-pressure air and debris flying in all directions, each piece deadly as a bullet. When the dust settled, a massive, terrifying palm print remained on the ground, with only two piles of dark red ashes left within it. With lightning speed, Nyoamo Wang struck down the Netherfire Demon with a single palm, leaving everyone with their mouths agape. The extraordinary flames ignited by the Netherfire potion were no weaker than those of an innate awakener, as they were fueled by life force. However, Nyoamo Wang's body seemed to contain a special power that instantly extinguished the Netherfire Demon's attack. Keen-eyed spectators noticed faint crimson threads flickering around Nyoamo Wang, resembling a domain power. Besides Xia Mingwu and Wei Zhang, only Jiang Chen, who also practiced the seven secrets of true martial, understood what it was. The Yun Si force field, an advanced secret technique of the flowing form. These threads enveloped him like flowing clouds, forming an invisible force field that could kill without a trace and dissipate force. It was this Yun Si force field that neutralized the unstable power of the fireball. Jiang Chen was puzzled. The Yun Si force field should be invisible and intangible, so why did it appear as crimson threads when used by Gu Yuan? In fact, it was because Gu Yuan's physique was so formidable that when the force field was pushed to its limit, his blood energy seeped out, giving the Yun Si force field a crimson hue. After achieving 60 consecutive victories, the composition of his opponents changed. The number of mechs decreased, replaced by a large number of gene experiment subjects. These subjects included heinous criminal cultivators and followers of evil gods. They were originally strong in the three realms, and after genetic modification, their combat power became even more terrifying. The opponent in the 69th round was a gene mutant, covered in scales with sharp, hooked bone blades protruding from its elbow joints. It had lost consciousness and become a pure killing machine. Even so, it only lasted 3 rounds under Gu Yuan's hand before being dismembered on the ground. As the 70th round approached, Tuoba Hao exhaled nervously. Watching Gu Yuan's challenges was more heart-pounding than participating himself. This damned sense of immersion was truly captivating. He subconsciously touched his own handsome face, which resembled Gu Yuan's, and said gravely, "The 3 seniors are always placed in the most critical rounds, like the 70th and 80th rounds, where the pressure is the greatest and fatigue sets in. If you lose at this point, it's like all the previous rounds were for nothing." Before he could finish, the information for the 70th round opponent appeared on the big screen. Qi Mingyue, a genius student from Yunhai Martial High, midstage of the Three Realms. In the corridor, a tall girl with a cold demeanor stepped out. Her eyebrows bore a slight resemblance to Qi Xinyue, but her aura was unremarkable, lacking the imposing presence of her sister. Lin Xiaoyu subconsciously looked down at her own chest and pouted slightly. Qi Xinyue pondered, my sister excels in speed. Even if she can't match Gu Yuan in a direct fight, she can extend the battle with her speed, draining Gu Yuan's stamina and energy. This would make it harder for him to win subsequent battles. Li Long's eyes gleamed as he focused on Qi Mingyue's delicate face. Come on, Xinyue, don't underestimate your sister. Maybe she can end Ionis' winning streak this round. You traitor. Putting beauty before friendship? Huh? Fu Zifen put him in a chokehold and snorted. You used to say that a true warrior is free of women, and now you want to betray us? Look at Ayuan, then look at yourself. Haozi, help me. Li Long struggled. I was young and foolish back then. Now I understand that behind every successful man is an exceptional woman. I'm just missing that woman. Give it up. My sister won't be interested in you, Qi Xinyue said lightly, delivering a verbal jab. In the arena, Gu Yuan's blazing eyes were piercing. He didn't speak, but made a gesture, and the rift sky blade hovered at his side. No matter who the opponent was, there would be only one winner him. Qi Mingyue wore no mask, dressed in a tight battle suit. She looked at the dazzling figure and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Immediately, silver-white armor extended from the runes on her suit, its silvery glow like the light of the moon. She gripped a silver-white spear, resembling a valkyrie under the moonlight. Without a word exchanged, the battle erupted. Bang! With a soft sound, Qi Mingyue's figure transformed into a silver-white flash, thrusting her spear with unimaginable speed. The tearing airflow roared like thunder, and in an instant, 13 bright lights appeared in the sky, each like a falling star trailing a silver-white tail. Star Point Spear. Falling stars. Without hesitation, Qi Mingyue launched her killing move decisively. Before accepting the invitation to the martial arena, she knew Nyuemo Wang was Gu Yuan, a junior from her sister's cohort. She had watched Gu Yuan's previous battles, where he defeated opponents in seconds, showcasing terrifying combat power. Though they were in the same realm, she couldn't match him in direct combat. Perhaps only he could rival Gu Yuan. But now, after so many battles, Gu Yuan's stamina and energy were depleted, while she was at her peak, making a direct fight not entirely impossible. In martial arts, speed is invincible. The spear, driven by extraordinary movement and attack speed, exhibited unrivaled lethality. The 13 spear lights were solid, nearly sealing all of Gu Yuan's escape routes. Any move in any direction would meet a torrent of attacks. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as the rift sky blade turned into a black flash, slashing out. The star-slicing gravity erupted instantly, pulling in countless air currents to form a visible, violent vortex, sweeping in all directions. Under the powerful gravitational force, the trajectory of the spear lights became chaotic. Star-slicing phantom blade. A pitch-black night sky rose, dimming the stars. Clang, clang, clang. The rift sky blade's edge shattered the 13 spear lights with overwhelming force, its terrifying momentum continuing to tear through countless air currents, forming a vacuum trajectory. Outside the trajectory, white airwaves radiated in rings, producing thunderous explosions along the way. Qi Mingyue was momentarily pulled by the gravity, her vision darkening, and a roaring sound filled her ears. When she regained her sight, a strong gust brushed her face, and the cold, black blade was already at her snow-white neck. Black and white formed a stark contrast. The 70th round of challenges, and Nyuemo Wang claims victory. Congratulations on his 70 consecutive wins. The host's exuberant voice echoed throughout the arena, marking the end of the intense battle. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, chanting, Nyuemo Wang, Nyuemo Wang, Nyuemo Wang. The entire venue was in an uproar. Qi Mingyue stood in the center, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Her hands trembled slightly, her breathing rapid, clearly still reeling from the sudden defeat. She hadn't even used all her techniques, nor had she displayed her best speed, and yet she had lost? She underestimated him. Senior sister underestimated him, Tuoba Hao muttered softly in the audience, his tone tinged with regret. Qi Xinyue sighed. Sister was too confident in herself. Facing Gu Yuan Heiden like that was unwise. She analyzed. If she had leveraged her speed to wear down Gu Yuan's stamina and energy, his winning streak might have been broken. But perhaps this is the pride of a genius, Wei Zheng commented calmly. The gap between them and Gu Yuan is enormous. If Qi Mingyue is an above-average genius, then Gu Yuan is a prodigy of the highest order, like comparing a firefly to the brilliance of the moon. Wei Zheng suddenly turned to Xiao Mingwu and asked, in this era, Who do you think is the strongest genius? Xia Mingwu crossed his arms, his eyes reflecting a young figure. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, if this were an investment, I'd bet on Gu Yuan. Wei Zheng was surprised. I didn't expect you to favor Gu Yuan so much. You're a Xia, from the royal Xia family, and yet you don't support the ninth prince? He's hailed as the hidden dragon, a rising star among the royal youth. Xia Mingwu's scarred face twitched slightly as he said plainly, the ninth prince is the royal family's top genius. But that doesn't necessarily make him the best in Xia. Even if he is the best in Xia, the world is vast, with countless talents like the Azura with 8 arms from India, the Son of Heaven from the Yas Federation, and the Witch. There are so many geniuses beyond Xia. Who can guarantee being the strongest of this era? Wei Zheng smirked. And yet you still think Gu Yuan is the strongest? But indeed, the ninth prince lacks steadiness. Just a gut feeling, Xia Mingwu explained curtly. So, are you planning to become Gu Yuan's protector? Wei Zheng probed further. Xia Mingwu glanced at Wei Zheng. Yi Qingyao has already passed down his legacy to Gu Yuan. Do you think the true martial king wouldn't have made some arrangements? At that moment, the arena announced the start of the 80th round of challenges. He Yunqi, a talented student from Yunhai Martial High, walked out of the passage. He had a lean and slender build, almost delicate. With some makeup and a covered Adam's apple, he could easily pass for a petite beauty. Gu Yuan recalled He Yunqi's information, skilled in using softness to overcome hardness, leveraging minimal force to achieve maximum effect. Despite He Yunqi's frail appearance, Gu Yuan found him more troublesome than Qi Mingyue. Please, teach me, He Yunqi politely gestured. Hello. Gu Yuan responded awkwardly, not used to such a courteous opponent. Light bloomed as He Yunqi's body was enveloped in a white metallic armor adorned with delicate blue patterns, resembling flowing waves. This super martial armor was clearly inclined towards softness, but softness does not mean weakness. On the contrary, extreme softness often has terrifying destructive power. He Yunqi stepped forward silently, leaving deep imprints on the hardened composite cement ground, which turned to powder around him. The ancient zither in his hand emitted a clear, crisp note, and transparent ripples spread at a visible speed, cracking the ground wherever they passed. To other spectators, these sound waves were just melodious tunes. But to Gu Yuan's senses, it felt like an onslaught of thousands of soldiers, with weapons of every kind. Mental attack? Gu Yuan murmured, and within his mind, the Wuxiang golden core instantly formed an impenetrable mental barrier. The illusions vanished, leaving only the layers of terrifying sound waves. Gu Yuan squinted slightly, clenched his fist, and threw a punch. The air exploded under the immense force, creating a white shockwave several meters in diameter. Boom! The collision of two opposing forces produced continuous thunderous roars. The airflow within tens of meters went wild, creating a storm capable of shattering glass and tearing apart bodies. To Gu Yuan, the surrounding shockwaves were but a gentle breeze. Without pause, he stepped forward, the ground exploding beneath his feet. His body moved like lightning, and the splitting sky blade in his hand sliced through the air, its black gleam aiming to destroy everything in its path. He Yunqi raised his head slightly, the zither strings vibrating rapidly. Countless notes intertwined into a vast net, layer upon layer, like countless illusory spaces converging. This technique was similar to the cloud silk field but at a much higher level. Each advance of the blade was met with layers of entangling notes. The immense destructive power was gradually neutralized until it completely dissipated. Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. So this is using softness to overcome hardness. But if I truly unleash my blade, can you still withstand it? Countless zither strings surged like waves, the air becoming hazy and surreal as if a smudged abstract painting. Gu Yuan walked through it, slicing through the sound waves with each step, moving against the current. He Yunqi's expression grew serious. His opponent's attacks were too strong. Each strike was at supersonic speed, and under the special gravitational pull, it was like a storm. Strike after strike, layer upon layer, the blade's momentum reached its peak, like a 9-layered river cascading down, unstoppable. No, he was already struggling to hold on. Shocking string sound. He Yunqi's eyes sharpened, and beads of blood flicked from his fingers, merging with the vibrating strings to form a misty blood fog. The blood fog combined with the zither notes, forming a vast blood sea that enveloped Gu Yuan. The sky turned crimson, blood waves surged. Gu Yuan stood on the sea, feeling the tangible dampness beneath his feet. So real it didn't seem like an illusion. This is the power of will, Gu Yuan confirmed as the Wuxiang golden core formed a mental barrier to protect his mind. For He Yunqi to pull him into the blood sea, he must have used willpower similar to sword intent. The power of will can't be negated unless countered with stronger willpower or absolute strength. Everyone has their own willpower. This invisible force can manifest in astonishing ways in certain individuals. Lin Xiaoyu stood at the edge of the arena, her eyes fixed on the battle taking place. Excitement sparkled in her eyes, as this was the first time she had seen someone other than herself using willpower. Still quite immature, she thought to herself. They must have just recently grasped it. Suddenly, the battle came to an abrupt halt. Lin Xiaoyu frowned in confusion. Why did they stop? What are they doing? At that moment, a rough voice came from beside her. You don't get it, do you? You're supposed to be training, but you end up raising pigs. This move is called I wave attack. Whoever has the bigger eyes and glares harder wins. The crowd burst into laughter. Someone explained, don't mind him. That's our village butcher's first time at such a high-class venue. Just ignore him. However, Lin Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully. No, I think he has a point. The scene shifted abruptly. In a blood-red space unseen by others, Yunchi gently plucked the strings of a qin. Dressed in white battle armor, he stood in stark contrast to the roiling sea of blood beneath him. Zhang. A clear note reverberated through the blood sea. It was as if the sound had awakened a slumbering beast. Countless waves of blood surged up, coalescing into a massive blood-colored giant. The giant's indistinct face bore an expression of boundless rage, and its gaping mouth let out a deafening roar at Gu Yuan. The terrifying sound waves, like countless bombs exploding simultaneously, stirred up towering blood waves, and black ripples spread across the entire space. Gu Yuan, witnessing the exaggerated scene, couldn't help but quip, what a loudmouth. He took a deep breath, and his true energy surged. With a powerful stomp, blood droplets exploded around him. His figure shot up like an arrow released from a bow. A terrifying blade light tore through the sky, making even the space around it blur for an instant. In that case, shatter for me. Gu Yuan shouted. His battle armor radiated a dazzling light, shining like gold and jade. The pitch-black blade light dominated the entire sky, shattering all the ripples. Boom! The split-space blade cut through, severing the blood giant in two. The terrifying blade light cleaved the blood sea in half, revealing a deep black abyss in the middle. Crack! Crackle! The pitch-black blade light slashed across the ground, causing a violent tremor. A terrifying 10-meter-long blade scar appeared on the arena floor. The resulting shockwave created a strong wind, hurling chunks of stone into the air. From higher vantage points in the stands, it looked like a mushroom cloud rising. Yunchi, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, said with difficulty, I lost. The blood space being slashed open inflicted significant damage on him. Seeing his opponent showing no signs of fatigue, Yunchi knew that continuing to fight would be humiliating. The older generation has been left behind on the shore. This junior is terrifying, he thought to himself. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, using the time to recover his depleted true energy. Even for him, enduring 50 consecutive battles had consumed much of his energy. The final 20 battles would only be more intense. According to the order, the 90th round would be against last year's champion, Senior Gu He. Besides that, the 100th round, the ultimate battle, would be against an unknown opponent. If he could get through these two critical fights, he would complete the 100 victory challenge today. Although he didn't know what benefits came with achieving 100 consecutive victories and entering the Hall of Fame, he was determined to reach the pinnacle since he had entered the challenge. Just like his journey in martial arts, he aimed to become the strongest. With each breath, scorching energy spread from Gu Yuan's body. If someone got close, they could hear the sound of rivers flowing within him. This was the 4th level of the true martial secret tome, where the deep-sea runes were frantically absorbing extraordinary particles from the surroundings. Once these energies entered his body, they were quickly converted into true energy by the Chi form secret technique, replenishing his previous consumption. The 90th round begins. The host's voice echoed throughout the arena. Let's cheer for the mighty Bull Demon King and wish him victory in this crucial round. Bull Demon King, Bull Demon King, Bull Demon King. The crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch. Today, they might witness the creation of a legend. Only a few fighters in history had entered the Hall of Fame. It had been 30 years since the last Hall of Fame fighter emerged. The difficulty and prestige of the challenge were evident. Gu Yuan calmed his breath, his gaze fixed on the burly youth emerging from the tunnel. The youth had a buzz cut, a determined expression, and wore a gray tank top. His muscular physique resembled granite, exuding a sense of power. Gu He, genius student of Yunhai Martial Academy, late stage of the Three Realms, Gu Yuan silently assessed his opponent. Gu He crossed his arms, his gaze intense as he looked at Gu Yuan. You haven't been using your full strength, have you? He had been looking forward to facing this junior for a long time. Lord Xia had even specifically instructed him not to hold back. What a joke. How could he hold back against such a powerful junior? He might get killed if he did. Give it your all. This is the final battle. Gu He tore off his tank top, revealing his rock-solid muscles. In the stands, Tuobahao stroked his chin and marveled. I heard Senior Gu he has a habit of tearing his clothes off when things get heated, so he always wears tank tops. Seems like it's true. Li Long chuckled beside him. Don't you think Yuan has this habit too? It's different. Tuoba how suddenly turned, a mischievous smile on his face. One is voluntary, the other is involuntary. Long, you're the one whose shoes always rip. I suggest you wear slippers from now on. Shut up, Li Long retorted, embarrassed. That's because I train my legs. Besides, once I break through the 3 realms and get battle armor, I won't have to worry about shoes anymore. On the field, Gu Yuan's calm voice rang out. The final battle? The golden armor on his body, with its red blade patterns, seemed to glow more brilliantly, like magma flowing slowly. His domineering aura swept in all directions. Whether you can force me to use my full strength depends on your performance, Gu Yuan said indifferently. He indeed had not been using his full strength. In a series of battles, using all his power from the start would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a waste of energy. The key to winning consecutive challenges was to allocate his strength wisely and adjust based on his opponents. A flash of anger appeared in Gu He's eyes. So, you underestimate me. Let me show you what a diamond berserker is. As Gu He's runes began to glow, his black gold armor swiftly covered his body. An overwhelming aura, so powerful it distorted the air, rose from within him, as if it could overturn the entire arena. In the vast coliseum, 2 armored figures stood 20 meters apart, their auras clashing like a storm sweeping across the arena. Gu He's ultra-power armor released massive dark golden steel claws from its knuckles, slicing through the air with a sound like tearing fabric. Come on, defeat me. Gu He's voice echoed through his armor, brimming with excitement. Gu He swung his arm, sending the steel claws slashing through the air. 3 dark golden energy waves transformed into terrifying claw marks, crossing the 20-meter distance in an instant. The powerful attack tore up the ground, sending countless shards of rock flying towards Gu Yuan. With a thunderous explosion, the area where Gu Yuan stood was engulfed in a violent shockwave, dust and debris swirling everywhere. The audience clenched their fists in tension, murmuring amongst themselves. What incredible destructive power! This is on par with a 4-realm cultivator. Scary. Can the Bull Demon King withstand this? One has fought countless rounds and is exhausted, while the other is at his peak. This doesn't look good. Footsteps echoed from within the dust cloud, and Gu Yuan's figure gradually emerged. He waved away the smoke, his golden, ornate armor unscathed. Gu He's pupils contracted, but his fighting spirit only grew stronger. That's the kind of opponent I crave. Gu He roared, his form blurring as he charged towards Gu Yuan, dark golden steel claws tearing through the air. Gu Yuan remained motionless, a terrifying aura emanating from him. The edge of his rift-cutting blade gleamed as it pierced the air. He murmured, "Let me show you a glimpse of my true power." He drove the blade into the ground, and the patterns on his right arm's armor shone brightly. Combining the dragon force and rift force, he unleashed a punch that broke the sound barrier. White high-pressure air currents formed hurricanes on either side of his arm, releasing a terrifying power that created transparent shockwaves. The ground was instantly torn apart, chunks of stone flying into the air, and a black gash several meters wide extended towards Gu He. Despite his best efforts to resist, Gu He was sent flying, embedding heavily into the Colosseum wall. His ultra-power armor shattered into light particles. Gu He spat out blood, struggling to pull himself from the wall. Gu Yuan retrieved his blade, calmly stating, "This is my true strength." Wiping the blood from his mouth, Gu He staggered to his feet. "I've lost. With your strength, there's probably no one in the 3 realms who can match you. I wish you luck in achieving 100 consecutive victories. I'll challenge you again when I get the chance. Bull Demon King, 90 consecutive victories." The announcer's voice rang out passionately, and the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Backstage, Qi Mingyue and He Yunqi watched Gu He return, coughing up blood. Qi Mingyue teased, "Looks like you got the worst beating." He Yunqi laughed. "Seeing the top guy of our rank get taken down in one hit makes me feel a lot better." Gu He grumbled. "You two just like to rub it in? Huh? If you guys had worn Gu Yuan out a bit more, I wouldn't have ended up like this. One god carrying 2 deadweights, how am I supposed to soar?" He Yunqi sighed. "What's the point of saying all that? The reality is that we're no match for Gu Yuan. If he goes all out, we're no different from those mechs, getting shattered with one punch." Silence fell over the backstage area. In the audience, Li Long slapped his stunned face. "No way. How strong is Brother Yuan? He's been through 90 rounds and still has energy to spare. Senior Gu he is in the late stages of the 3 realms, and he still got one-shotted." Tuoba Hao sneered. "This isn't him going all out. This is his true strength. Just a bit of effort, and he can crush his opponent." Wei Zheng, noticing their expressions, remarked, "Don't they remind you of us back in the day, when all the spotlight was on Yi Qingyao? His brilliance overshadowed us all." breaking through 9 realms in 1 year. It was truly despairing. Xia Mingwu remained silent, his expression still stern. Let's open the battlefield earlier next semester, Xiaming suddenly suggested, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Wei Jing frowned, repeating in confusion, earlier? Xiaming calmly explained, yes, open it earlier and let those who want to participate sign up. This 4-province training can serve as a drill, preparing them for the battlefield. Anyway, third-year students at Wu Hai must undergo half a year of battlefield trials. We're just moving up the schedule. With Gu Yuan leading them, the high-pressure environment will only accelerate their growth. Wei Jing nodded slightly but still had concerns. But I can't make this decision alone. After all, Xia Wu Hai is a whole entity, affecting thousands of students. If Yunhai Wu Hai takes the lead, it means all Wu Hai schools will need to change. Xia Ming's eyes flashed with determination as he succinctly replied, don't worry, this proposal will be approved. He didn't elaborate further, but his words hinted at a deep understanding of the situation. As the front lines advance, the threat of the demon clan and the various layouts of the primordial world necessitate a constant influx of fresh blood. The fastest way to grow is through actual combat. Only blood and fire can cultivate the strongest seedlings. Meanwhile, the consecutive victory challenge in the arena was still in full swing. The 91st round, the 92nd round, the 93rd round, the host's voice echoed throughout the venue, full of enthusiasm. At this moment, Niu Moang had already broken the record for the fastest consecutive victories. In less than an hour, he had gone from 30 consecutive wins to 99, with each fight lasting less than a minute. He was crushing all his opponents, regardless of who they were. The 100th battle, the ultimate showdown, the final victory. The host's voice grew even more excited. Do you think Niu Moang can win? The audience erupted, with countless people waving their hands and shouting win. In the fervent atmosphere, some daring girls even took off their tops, revealing their fiery figures, waving their clothes like cheerleaders to catch Niu Moang's attention. Gu Yuan closed his eyes, isolating himself from the external noise. He could only hear his own heartbeat and the flow of his blood. A thrilling excitement surged through him, like the final shudder before reaching the limit, or the first time in life aiming for a goal, just a step away. He longed for this final battle, this ultimate showdown. Despite his near-exhausted stamina and dwindling true power, as long as his heart was still beating and his blood still flowing, he would fight to the end and stand to the last. Life is a battle that never ends. At this moment, Gu Yuan's resolve seemed purified, his eyes shining brighter. Sayers, Demon Clan Hunter, peak of the 3rd realm, Xia Mingwu announced. Wei Jing raised an eyebrow, asking, Xia Mingwu, you're even letting out a Demon Clan Hunter? Aren't you afraid Gu Yuan will fail the challenge? He recalled the incident 5 years ago when Sayers tried to hunt down a genius student from Yunhai Wu Hai but failed. At that time, Sayers was at the 6th realm, and now, having fallen to the peak of the 3rd realm, he must have undergone numerous inhuman experiments in Longxia technology. However, Demon Clan Hunters are exceptionally strong within their realm, and even at the peak of the 3rd realm, their combat power far exceeds that of ordinary 3rd realm cultivators due to their 6th realm experience. Xia Mingwu replied impassively, the ultimate battle is naturally the toughest in the arena's consecutive victory challenge. If I replace Sayers, it would be like going easy. If Gu Yuan loses, it only shows he's not strong enough, and it will prevent him from becoming overconfident and arrogant. In truth, Xia Mingwu had reservations about Gu Yuan insisting on achieving 100 consecutive wins in one night. With Gu Yuan's strength, if he spread the challenge over 3 days 60 rounds, 90 rounds, and then 100 rounds she could have steadily entered the Hall of Fame. But now, with 70 rounds in one go, Gu Yuan was already at his limit. Facing the final opponent now, the probability of failure was high. Although he could restart the challenge later, the first attempt always held more weight, and even if he succeeded in the end, the achievement would be less significant. At this point, it all depended on Gu Yuan's performance. In the dark passage, a figure slowly emerged. Sayers' features were no different from a human's, with no tail or horns. His skin was pale, eye sockets deep, and he had a Western continental look. The only difference was his eyes, entirely black, which looked eerie. Demon Clan Hunters are not pure demons but human-demon hybrids, designed to blend into human society better. However, they can only disguise as ordinary humans and cannot use their demonic powers. Once they reveal their demonic aura, they are immediately exposed, like ink in clear water. The audience murmured in discussion. Is that a demon? It's so ugly, like a pile of... Hey, don't insult someone alone. If you're going to attack, let's do it together. Demons are ugly, not even worth a hair of ours. Such lack of manners, it's absolutely wonderful. Sayers' black eyes swept over the jeering crowd. To him, these people were as lowly as pigs and dogs, yet these livestock were now arrogantly and unabashedly commenting on the noble demon clan. Shut up, Sayers growled angrily. His outburst only provoked more ridicule. Haha, look, he's mad. He's furious. Someone laughed. His angry roar is like a frantic monkey. Gu Yuan was in no hurry to make a move, recovering his true power while curiously observing Sayers. This was his first time seeing a demon clan hunter in person, reminding him of the list of genius students' deaths he'd seen in Teacher Yi's office, caused by these hunters. Noticing Gu Yuan's gaze, Sayers suddenly sneered, "Do you know, I actually owe you thanks. If not for you, I'd still be in the lab, undergoing all sorts of cruel experiments." At this, his body trembled slightly, but his expression soon twisted, his tone full of malice. "I will tear you apart bit by bit, then grind you into pulp." "Enough," Gu Yuan interrupted with a wave of his hand, chuckling. "I've heard enough of these lines in the past dozens of battles. Next, are you going to say you'll eat me, or scatter my ashes? Sorry, but now I'll show you what true cruelty means." "Cruel?" Sayers grinned, his smile stretching almost to his ears. A faint aura of malevolence emanated from him, like a swirling black mist. He locked his gaze on the bull demon king, slowly mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. His leg muscles swelled and contracted in an instant, like a bowstring pulled to its limit and then released. Boom! Sayers shot forward like lightning, tearing through the air with a violent gust. The demonic physique was naturally robust, their intelligence rivaling humans, and they possessed a unique cultivation system. Although Sayers was a half-blood, his activated demonic lineage still granted him immense strength comparable to that of a colossal beast. A powerful gust hit, and Sayers' leg whipped through the air like a steel lash, striking hard at Gu Yuan's temple. Thud! With a heavy thump, Gu Yuan's body trembled slightly, and fine cracks appeared on his armor. "Foolish creature, you're no match for me anymore. Run. Flee like a rat, and you might live a bit longer." Sayers' body was covered in bulging veins, black demonic energy swirling around him, his aura chilling to the bone. "Is that so?" Gu Yuan waved dismissively, his true energy flowing to repair the cracks in his armor. While Sayers' demonic energy could corrode defenses, Gu Yuan was no weakling. Boom! A violent aura erupted as the sky-splitting war blade sliced through the air towards Sayers. The blade's glow clashed with the demonic energy, creating rippling waves of light. The sharp blade cut through the demonic energy, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on Sayers' arm, blood streaming down. Sayers was knocked back over 10 meters, leaving shattered footprints on the ground. However, the wound on his arm quickly healed under the cover of demonic energy. In the next moment, Gu Yuan unleashed an immense force, appearing before Sayers in an instant. The warblade sliced through the air again, but Sayers didn't dodge. Instead, he grabbed the blade with both hands. "Ha ha, got you," he laughed maniacally, ready to crush Gu Yuan with his demonic-empowered body. But Gu Yuan was prepared. He released the blade's handle and formed a fist, striking Sayers' unguarded chest hard. Boom! An unparalleled force erupted, causing Sayers' bones to crackle and his strong muscles to ripple like waves, his internal organs suffering severe damage. Sayers flew back like a cannonball, carving a bloody trench on the ground. Gu Yuan retracted most of his armor, leaving only his arms covered to conserve his true energy. He calmly said, "Is this the demonic body you're so proud of?" "It doesn't seem that impressive." Sayers spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at the approaching Gu Yuan in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how a third-realm cultivator could possess such terrifying strength. Gu Yuan, dragging his blade, cast a shadow over Sayers, his calm gaze sending chills down Sayers' spine. In the distance, Qi Mingyue and Gu He watched the battle through a large screen. "In that fight, he went easy on you, didn't he?" Qi Mingyue glanced at Gu He. Gu He's mouth twitched, recalling how he was nearly beaten to a pulp. He Yunqi quietly remarked, "The outcome is decided." On the screen, Gu Yuan swung his blade, the light dimming for a moment before blood sprayed. The host was momentarily stunned, then shouted excitedly, "Congratulations to the Bull Demon King on achieving 100 consecutive victories and reaching the pinnacle." The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Gu Yuan exhaled deeply, waved to the audience, and returned backstage. Facing the senior's praises, he humbly said he just had a bit more strength. Gu He congratulated him on creating a new legend in 30 years and reminded him to prepare for the upcoming Hall of Fame announcement ceremony. After the competition ended, no one left because the moment to witness history was upon them. The atmosphere in the arena was tense, and all eyes were fixed on the center. Gu Yuan stood there, beside a smooth golden stone slab, a symbol of the glory reserved for those who achieve 100 consecutive victories. In the 150-year history of the arena, only 5 fighters had been inducted into the Hall of Fame. Except for one who died unexpectedly, the other 4 had all gone on to become kings of the 9th realm. Thus, the Hall of Fame was also known as the King's List, almost guaranteeing a future path to kingship. As the host, Xia Mingwu solemnly announced, "Leave your mark. This symbol will become a permanent emblem of the arena." Gu Yuan looked around, slowly removing his bullhead helmet to reveal his true face. Since his identity would eventually be exposed, he decided to face the crowd openly. He thought to himself, at least I won't have to wear this bandit-like helmet anymore. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuan made his decision. The sky-splitting battle blade extended in his hand, and with a swift slash, golden fragments scattered. A crescent-shaped mark appeared on the golden stone slab, its edges radiating a sharp aura. This blade mark is the trace I leave in the arena, Gu Yuan declared, his eyes shining brightly. The crowd erupted in excitement. Spectators marveled at the young and handsome bull demon king, speculating about his identity. Some recognized him as a student from Undying Martial Arts High School, others confessed their admiration on the spot, and many discussed the future of this newly crowned champion. Unsurprisingly, by tomorrow, Gu Yuan's name would be known throughout Yunhai City's martial community. Back in the office, Gu Yuan pondered out loud, Uncle Xia, do you think it'll attract the attention of demon hunters? Xia Mingwu reassured him, don't worry. Demon hunters who can pass through the spatial nodes to Blue Star are no stronger than the 7th realm. If they exceed the 7th realm, they will be detected the moment they arrive. At that level, if they dare to hunt you, they're courting death. He handed Gu Yuan a golden badge, explaining, this is the Hall of Fame's gold insignia, equivalent to the rank of a golden dragon commander. It allows you to mobilize personnel from martial management bureaus in various cities, but only those below the 8th realm. Remember, it's for important matters, not for personal errands. Gu Yuan accepted it solemnly, understanding the weight of this authority. As they left the arena, Ing Tuoba House suggested a celebratory gathering at a barbecue stall. Under the starry sky and bright moonlight, they enjoyed the festivities. After the celebration, Gu Yuan walked home with Lin Xiaoyu. She teased, Xiao Yuanzi, you've struck it rich tonight? They bantered back and forth, and when the topic of girlfriends came up, Gu Yuan firmly declined Lin Xiaoyu's offer to introduce him to fans, stating he didn't want any distractions from his training. Back home, after a shower, Gu Yuan stood by the window, reflecting on the evening's battle. He had a new understanding of the super martial armor, likening it to a damage amplifier. The stronger the base power, the more terrifying the amplified combat strength. Gu Yuan assessed his own strength, mid-3rd realm, with the power of the late 4th realm, surpassing an entire major realm and a minor one. He felt confident in his potential and eagerly anticipated future challenges. After opening the 7 consecutive victory reward chests in the arena, Gu Yuan was delighted to find that they all contained advanced martial materials, mostly ranging from level 2 to 4. He carefully examined these precious resources, feeling a surge of joy. These advanced materials were crucial for his daily cultivation, and the more he had, the better. Eagerly, he began to absorb materials like starfall iron and cloudburst stone one by one. As he continuously infused these materials, the energy indicator on his secret armor finally reached 100%. With a single thought, the scattered fragments of the secret armor adhered to his body as if they were alive, instantly merging into one. As the advanced martial runes combined, a strange power flowed through his entire body, and he involuntarily entered a state of cultivation. After activating auto-cultivation, Gu Yuan's mind relaxed temporarily, and his thoughts drifted to a fascinating topic: willpower. Lin Xiaoyu's sword intent and He Yunqi's blood sea space were different applications of willpower. Gu Yuan recalled Lin Xiaoyu's sharp and unparalleled sword intent, which not only significantly enhanced her destructive power but also imposed negative effects like freezing and slowing on her opponents. Meanwhile, He Yunqi's blood sea space was more sinister, resembling an illusionary realm where being killed meant brain death, completely ignoring physical defenses and directly destroying the spirit. Thinking about this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but frown. Although his Wuxiang golden elixir could resist spiritual attacks, it was powerless against this kind of willpower. This sense of helplessness made him extremely uneasy. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, realizing that the Wuxiang golden elixir could at least partially weaken the influence of willpower. Gu Yuan fell into deep thought. Willpower was a standard feature for strong practitioners of the 7th realm, but some exceptionally talented individuals could comprehend this power before reaching the 7th realm. With my unparalleled talent and exceptional aptitude, how could I not grasp willpower? He asked himself rhetorically. I just need to work harder. Determined, Gu Yuan planned to visit the school's advanced martial library the next day to research cultivation methods for willpower. As long as he could record them into his system, he could cultivate through diligent practice. In addition to tonight's 7 consecutive victory reward chests and the Hall of Fame gold badge, the arena also awarded an extra 1,000 academic credits. These credits were considered universal resources in the official system of Xia, known as merits in the military and contribution points in the Martial Management Bureau. Guests like Gu He received these credits as their payment for being invited. Naturally, Gu Yuan also received a substantial amount of credits for achieving 100 consecutive victories and reaching the top. 1,000 credits were almost equivalent to the total earnings from the entire trial, yet he earned them in just one night, making it far more cost-effective than the trial. Unfortunately, each person only had one chance to reach the top, and once they entered the Hall of Fame, they could no longer participate in the consecutive victory challenges. Having made his decision, Gu Yuan closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into his inner world. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a desolate wasteland. The blade mech clenched its steel-forged fist and strode into a dilapidated building before sitting cross-legged on the ground. Although he was in his mech form, his soul was still that of a modern person, making it uncomfortable to sit in the middle of the street. In fact, the blade mech preferred to stand atop a high building and overlook the city's ruins. However, with a height exceeding 3 meters and a weight of over 10 tons, climbing stairs was impractical. Unless he could climb like Spider-Man, he would have to resort to brute force, potentially demolishing the entire building. If only I could fly, the blade mech muttered to itself. He began to meticulously inspect his mech body with his mental power. The entire body was made of powerful advanced materials, with countless energy lines inside connecting to the core furnace like blood vessels, transporting energy much like blood vessels transport blood. Since he conceived the idea of merging his clone with his main body to pilot the mech, he had been pondering how to realize this plan. The concept was to transform the blade mech into the main body's advanced martial armor through rune patterns, then use the soul connection to achieve cross-space summoning and coverage. This way, the combined strength of the blade mech and the main body would far exceed simple addition. When needed, the main body and the clone could merge into one. When not needed, the clone could act independently simply perfect. However, problems arose. Summoning across space was easy, as the blade mech could already be summoned to the real world. But the coverage issue was challenging. Rune patterns formed another set of blood vessel-like structures in the body through advanced martial cultivation, meant to carry the advanced martial armor. The mech and human body structures were vastly different, making conventional cultivation impossible. As for modifying the cultivation method to suit the mech, that idea was purely fantastical. Having the main body directly enter the mech? That idea sounded crazy. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations from the core furnace inside the mech, it was enough to incinerate the main body instantly. It seemed he still had to rely on the power of runes. The blade mech's eyes glowed with an unusual blue light. Since the main body and the clone were connected on a soul level, if he could find a secret method related to spirit and condensed soul-related runes, leveraging the soul connection, he might be able to inscribe rune patterns on the mech, gradually transforming it into advanced martial armor. However, this was just a preliminary idea, and its feasibility would require extensive experimental verification. On Sunday, the martial arts building was still bustling with people. When Gu Yuan appeared, many faces showed expressions of surprise. Although Yunhai City was vast, the circle of cultivators was quite small. In just one night, the news of Gu Yuan completing the 100 consecutive victory challenge in the arena had spread throughout the circle, especially his feat of defeating last year's top genius, which left everyone in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that this was someone who, like them, had been cultivating for less than 2 months. To be precise, they were still fumbling their way through cultivation, while Gu Yuan seemed to be speedrunning with a guide. Accustomed to the surprised and envious gazes around him, Gu Yuan was long used to being the center of attention wherever he went due to his outstanding nature. The advanced martial library was located in the teacher's building. Standing before the alloy door, a beam of light scanned the martial emblem on Gu Yuan's chest, and the door slowly opened. Technically, he needed Elon to grant him access, but his current status and permissions had already surpassed hers. Wearing a helmet, Gu Yuan's consciousness instantly entered a boundless starry sky. Verification passed. Welcome to the Advanced Martial Library. Your access level is advanced. The system's voice echoed in his mind. The library's access levels were divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, and top, with the top level only available to kings. As a disciple of true martial king, although this information wasn't widely spread, the necessary permissions were granted. Gazing at the brilliant galaxy before him, Gu Yuan deeply felt the profound heritage of Xia. He selected the advanced area and first filtered out spiritual cultivation methods. So many. After filtering, hundreds of stars remained before him, each representing a spiritual secret method. After a moment of thought, Gu Yuan added another keyword soul. Instantly, the hundreds of stars vanished, leaving only 5 stars floating in the void. Each star holds a unique spiritual secret. After searching for the keyword soul in the knowledge repository, Gu Yuan filtered out 5 methods: the 5 thunder imprint soul technique, the heavenly cycle soul method, the soul rebirth technique, the one-mind unification technique, and the star refinement technique. He carefully studied the characteristics and effects of each method. The 5 thunder imprint soul technique uses void lightning to temper the spirit, giving birth to innate soul power. The heavenly cycle soul method focuses on strengthening the spirit and nurturing the soul. Although the soul rebirth technique claims to bring back the dead, Gu Yuan quickly realized it was a huge trap even at its peak. The success rate of resurrection was only 1 in 1,000, and the resurrected would be nothing more than a fool with faint memories of their past life. The one-mind unification technique allows practitioners to project their true self, enabling their spirit to wander beyond the heavens. Lastly, the star refinement technique involves sensing one's life star to unlock their destiny. Gu Yuan noticed that these soul-related spiritual methods were mostly not attack-oriented, but rather auxiliary techniques aimed at nurturing the spirit and soul. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the star refinement technique. Do you wish to spend 630 credits to exchange for the advanced method, star refinement technique? The mechanical voice of the repository asked. Yes, Gu Yuan answered without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, the starry light sphere transformed into countless light particles and merged into his body. A series of images and detailed explanations immediately appeared in his mind. After a quick browse, Gu Yuan continued to search for his next target methods for cultivating willpower. He entered the keyword, willpower, and once again, miniature stars appeared before his eyes. However, even in the advanced section, there were only a handful of methods related to willpower cultivation, totaling just over 10. This was mainly because willpower was not suitable for widespread practice and was considered the domain of geniuses. Although it was a standard for every 7th realm expert, those who could break through to the 7th realm were all exceptional talents. Faced with these methods, Gu Yuan found himself in a dilemma. The advanced willpower methods were too profound, suited for those who had already mastered willpower in the 7th realm, making them impossible for him to cultivate. The intermediate section had only some conceptual content, with hardly any practical cultivation methods. As for the beginner section, it didn't contain anything related to willpower at all. A bit of a ripoff, Gu Yuan sighed. Oh well, I'll go with this one. He finally chose an intermediate method called willpower tempering technique, spending 360 credits. Seeing his credit balance drained, Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, completely drained. The 1,000 credits he had earned last night were now gone. As he stepped out of the repository, sunlight bathed Gu Yuan. At that moment, teacher Elan saw him. Gu Yuan? It's good you're at school. No need to wait until Monday, Elan thought to herself. Initially, she had merely seen some potential in Gu Yuan, but who could have predicted he would continually surpass everyone's expectations? In just 2 months, he had reached the midstage of the 3rd realm, set a record of 100 consecutive victories in the martial arena, and even easily defeated the top 3 students from the previous year. Teacher E, what's up? Gu Yuan asked curiously. Come to my office. I have something for you. Soon, Gu Yuan was looking at a bracelet similar to the one used during trials. This is your personal tactical bracelet, Elan explained. It connects to the satellite network, allowing you to exchange resources and learn techniques. There's also our official forum where you can take on tasks and earn contributions. It has many functions. You can explore them yourself. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. He had been longing for this high-tech bracelet, finding it much more convenient than a phone. However, he decided to study it later and focus on practicing his newly acquired techniques first, recording them into his panel. In the training room, Gu Yuan immersed himself in the study of the star refinement technique. This method fused the soul and destiny and could be cultivated up to the 9th realm, with 6 stages in total. The first stage involved sensing one's life star. The creator of the method believed that the starry sky represented destiny, with each person corresponding to a star. The trajectory of the star represented a person's life. To cultivate the star refinement technique, one had to first find their life star, then judge their fate based on the star's trajectory, and alter their destiny at crucial moments to avoid disasters. In short, this method enhanced one's sixth sense while strengthening the spirit and soul. It lacked offensive capabilities, but was extremely difficult to cultivate, making it an unpopular choice. Hope this works. Gu Yuan took a deep breath. If the runes he cultivated couldn't be inscribed onto his mech avatar through the soul connection, he would have wasted those 630 credits. Sensing the life star didn't require nighttime or a starry sky. Following the cultivation method, Gu Yuan closed his eyes and quickly entered a meditative state. In the void of darkness, a star suddenly shone brightly. Gu Yuan was stunned. Wait, I just started, and I'm already seeing my life star? Isn't this supposed to be a step-by-step process? Could it be that I really have the potential of a great emperor? As his spirit gradually approached the star, Gu Yuan's expression grew increasingly astonished. Is my life star a mech avatar? It turned out that the life star didn't refer to an actual star, but rather a specific entity. Looking at the mech, Gu Yuan felt as if he was gazing through endless time and space, locking eyes with another version of himself. First stage. Life star. Cultivation complete. The panel displayed. Technique. Star refinement technique. Entry level. 80. I'm almost at minor achievement. Gu Yuan stroked his chin, surprised by the speed, but also relieved since he didn't have many attribute points left to allocate. With the first stage complete, the next step was the second stage. Once he mastered the second stage, he could attempt to condense runes. Gu Yuan felt that the second stage might not take long either. Life star, destiny. Fate, perhaps his destiny was intrinsically linked to the blade mech, leading to such smooth cultivation. After some contemplation, Gu Yuan temporarily halted his cultivation of the star refinement technique and turned his attention to the willpower tempering technique. This method taught practitioners how to condense willpower and comprehend its power, with 3 stages in total. The first stage was called lighting the lamp, using willpower to ignite the wick of a candle. It sounded difficult and indeed was not easy. Gu Yuan stared intently at the prepared wick. After half an hour, his eyes were sore, aching, and even bloodshot. Not only did he fail to ignite the wick, but the air remained unchanged. This task, defying the laws of physics, felt like reading an incomprehensible script. Blinking his sore eyes, Gu Yuan's face darkened. With my unparalleled talent, how could I possibly fail to light a wick? He decisively commanded, "Panel, allocate points." The remaining 30 attribute points quickly dwindled, but Gu Yuan could clearly feel changes within himself. His spirit, willpower, and soul, all intangible and elusive, seemed to solidify, yet still fell short. The willpower tempering technique was an intermediate method, and 30 attribute points were insufficient to master the first stage. The panel displayed, technique, willpower tempering technique, entry level, 50. However, Gu Yuan suddenly realized that what he lacked wasn't attribute points, but something more fundamental. It's the attribute of willpower. His eyes sparkled. Lin Xiaoyu's sword intent is freezing. Hence, it manifests as cold. Pure willpower needs a carrier to be materialized, be it freezing or burning. Without a carrier, no amount of attribute points can lead to successful cultivation. So, what is my willpower carrier? Gu Yuan pondered deeply. At that moment, he suddenly remembered another issue. By the way, does anyone have a good book title? I'm about to reach 200,000 words and need to prepare 5 names for the book launch. I can't think of any, and it's giving me a headache. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the path to mastering his willpower. The panel could help him refine his will, but breaking through to deeper levels required his own effort. He decided to ask Xiaoyu for guidance on comprehending sword intent tomorrow, and put this challenging issue aside for now. After all, there were many ways to enhance combat power without fixating on willpower alone. As his mind drifted into another world, Gu Yuan's consciousness merged with the Bladebreaker mecha. He meticulously examined the data on the panel. Mecha, Bladebreaker. Rank, Warrior. Strength, 376 defense, 334 agility, 328 spirit, 345. Energy, 100100 armor, 8080. Core modules, Indomitable Blade, Blood Rage, Life Force Chassis, Destroyer. Auxiliary modules, Sunfire Battle Blade right arm, Titan Strength right leg, Energy Focus head, Song of Life left arm, Electromagnetic Pulse spine. Evolution points, 560600. The Bladebreaker mecha's gaze lingered on the evolution points, just 40 points short of the maximum. He tapped the floor lightly and then slowly stood up. This gap wasn't much. With some luck, he could accumulate enough points today. However, the real challenge lay in the evolution materials. Each evolution required the integration of a transcendent material to acquire a special core module. Suitable materials had always been hard to find. Suddenly, a message came from the Dark Gold mecha. "Big brother, I found a female mecha." The Bladebreaker mecha was taken aback. He hadn't expected Dark Gold to encounter a female mecha after working alone for just a few days. He was curious about other mechas' sense of aesthetics. To him, mechas had no gender, only whether they looked cool or not. "Where are you? I'll come over." "No, you come and get me." Bladebreaker mecha momentarily forgot that this world had no concept of specific locations. Another message from Dark Gold mecha came. "Big brother, she won't let me leave. She wants me to help her guard the data repository. I don't even know what a data repository is. She seems smarter than me." Bladebreaker mecha grew wary and replied, "You're still young. Don't get deceived by bad women. Sneak out when she's not looking. I'll handle this troublesome situation for you." "Big brother, I don't understand." Dark Gold mecha looked confusedly at the slender red mecha beside him, becoming more alert. "I'm leaving," he said, heading toward the passageway. "Guard the data repository." A cold female voice rang out. "We must follow the orders of Lord Morningstar." Dark Gold mecha glanced back at her. "You're not an intruder. I don't want to fight you. Besides, I don't know who Lord Morningstar is." "So, you've been corrupted too." The cold voice cut through the air like a chill wind. A red beam slashed through the air, and the slender, red sword blade descended like a crescent moon. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed as the sword struck heavily against Dark Gold mecha's black spear, causing energy ripples to radiate like waves. Boom! The seemingly light strike sent the several-ton Dark Gold mecha flying into a silver-white metal wall with a thunderous crash. "You're crazy!" Dark Gold mecha shouted in shock and anger. not expecting her to attack so suddenly. The red mecha, gripping her delicate long sword, said, "Your will has been corrupted, and you've forgotten the glory of Lord Morningstar. Everything you have was bestowed by him, and I will reclaim it on his behalf." As light flickered in her eyes, the metal door of the basement slowly closed. Dark Gold Mecha wanted to escape but was locked in place by the overwhelming sharpness, unable to move. "Bad woman!" He glared at the red mecha, regretting coming down with her. "Big brother, help!" In the last moment before the door closed, Dark Gold Mecha sent out a distress signal to Bladebreaker. Bang! The door shut, and the basement shook. The silver-white walls glowed, forming a seamless enclosure around the two mechas. "Dark Gold, what's happening?" Bladebreaker Mecha urgently asked, but there was no response. A sense of foreboding rose within him. Despite his own misgivings, he decided to go rescue Dark Gold. After all, Dark Gold was his subordinate, and the mecha guarding the data repository piqued his curiosity as well. In the real world, Gu Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. Although Bladebreaker couldn't locate Dark Gold, he had other means. Stellar Soul Refinement Technique, Fate Star Sensing. Gu Yuan began to perform a secret technique. Bladebreaker was his fate star, intrinsically linked to his destiny. By sensing Bladebreaker's actions, he could foresee impending dangers or opportunities and respond accordingly. Though this secret technique might sound unreliable, it was particularly effective for Gu Yuan. His fate star was a tangible part of his soul, not an abstract concept, making his fate star sensing more accurate and dependable than that of others. "I hope this beginner-level star refining technique works," Gu Yuan sighed, silently chanting Dark Gold Mech in his mind. In the void of darkness, lines of two colors spread out from the life star and the blade mech at the center. The golden lines represented good fortune related to the Dark Gold Mech, while the red ones foretold disaster. The thickest deep red line pointed to a vine-covered building, the space node, leading to the second ring of Star City. The blade mech, sharing a soul connection with its main body, could also see this star-sensing map. It scanned its surroundings, its gaze landing on the towering vine-covered building in the distance. The golden lines were sparse and dim, while the red lines were densely packed. The blade mech frowned. Could the Dark Gold Mech really bring me so much trouble? After careful thought, the blade mech understood. Entering the second ring of Star City would inevitably be fraught with dangers, and collecting life crystal cores would involve skirmishes with mutated beasts. Every step could trigger countless variables, and these potential dangers were all connected to it, thus extending so many disaster lines. The varying shades of red lines needed further judgment to determine whether they indicated fortune or misfortune. For instance, the deep red line leading to the second ring suggested extreme danger, but danger and opportunity often coexist. While observing the sensing map, the blade mech moved slowly. Suddenly, it stopped, its gaze locking onto a specific direction. There, a particularly bright golden line indicated immense good fortune. The blade mech was astonished. Isn't the Dark Gold Mech in danger right now? How could it still bring such great fortune? Facing this dazzling golden line, the blade mech was caught in a dilemma. A wrong judgment could mean the fall of the Dark Gold Mech. It stared at the golden line, the ancient saying echoing in its mind. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Finally, the blade mech took a resolute step forward. "I won't abandon my comrade. Dark Gold, I'm coming to save you." With a thunderous roar, the ground shook and cracked. The massive figure of the blade mech surged forward like a rampaging beast, racing towards its determined direction. Meanwhile, the Dark Gold Mech was locked in a life-and-death duel. "I'm not some corruptor. I have my own name," the Dark Gold Mech declared, swinging its arm as the spear tip whistled through the air. Staring at the red mech opposite, it proclaimed, "I am Dark Gold, the Demon King Dark Gold." The red mech's gaze sharpened, its tone icy. "How dare you name yourself? Such insolence." White light flashed in its eyes as if extracting some information from the Dark Gold Mech. "Your mech model and serial number are Soldier Class Intermediate Dark Star 4156-5498. That is your true identity. In the Star Empire, only citizens are entitled to names. Low-level war machines, unless granted by Lord Morningstar, are in violation of Imperial law." The red mech continued, "Warrior Class Junior Swordflower 218250. I will judge you in the name of the law and sentence you to death." The sword in its hand, engraved with intricate patterns like a blood-red rose in bloom, slashed towards the Dark Gold Mech. Facing the cold, merciless gaze, the Dark Gold Mech felt confused but understood one thing. The opponent would not allow it to have a name. "I have no serial number. My name is Dark Gold. Demon King Dark Gold." It stared back defiantly at the sword flower mech. His elder brother once told him that having one's own name signifies true independence. From that day, his once vague and chaotic consciousness learned to think, no longer a mindless killing machine. This battle was to reclaim his identity. With a hiss, the pitch-black mechanical spear shot forward, the air howling. The 6-meter-long, heavy spear instantly reached the sword flower mech, its tip pulsating with storm-like black energy. Elsewhere, the blade mech was engaged in a fierce battle with a massive mutated beast. Roar! In the ruins, a mutated beast resembling a giant porcupine, over 10 meters long, let out a thunderous roar. Energy swirled around its back, and countless 3-meter-long, arm-thick bone spikes trembled violently. The spikes, barbed at the tips, gleamed with metallic luster. In the next moment, the bone spikes rained down like a storm, enveloping the blade mech. Courting death. The blade mech's gaze turned cold as it wielded its flame sun blade. The blade's surface gathered a layer of red high-pressure airflow due to its high-frequency vibrations, forming a unique, all-cutting blade aura. With a swoosh, the vibrating blade sliced through the air, creating a 10-meter-long blade light that slashed into the airborne bone spike storm. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sound of metal breaking echoed like firecrackers. Large numbers of bone spikes fell to the ground, and the airborne storm seemed to have a chunk carved out, revealing the dim red sky. The remaining bone spikes embedded deeply into the ground, nearly disappearing. The blade mech's eyes glowed blue, and 2 highly condensed energy beams swept through the air. The mutated porcupine, dozens of meters away, was instantly quartered, blood spraying. Deprived of its bone spikes, both an attack and defense mechanism, the mutated porcupine was like a lamb to the slaughter. Detecting no life crystal cores or mech modules, the blade mech didn't spare a glance, tearing through the air with violent gusts, disappearing from the area. Along the way, similar mutated beast attacks continued, but none posed any real threat. Where are you? With a thunderous crash, the blade mech landed atop a ruin, kicking up clouds of dust. The star refining technique could only provide a general direction. The rest was up to him. Despite the journey, he found no anomalies and sensed no energy from the dark gold mech. Could I have taken the wrong path? The golden line on the sensing map had dimmed considerably, indicating the fortune was fading. He felt a pang of frustration. Fate is so elusive. Opportunities seem within reach yet always slip away. No, I've been too impatient. The blade mech slowed its pace, carefully sensing its surroundings. His mind had been tense, whether for the dark gold mech's safety or the elusive fortune. Perhaps nearing an evolution point made him eager for more evolution points and better materials. He realized this might be a side effect of the star refining technique, amplifying his inner desires and indirectly affecting both sides. Cultivating a soul-related technique was not to be taken lightly. Forcing himself to calm down, the blade mech meticulously sensed everything around. Suddenly, he caught an extremely faint fluctuation underground, like a ripple before an earthquake. The mutated giant beast, enormous in size, moved like a heavy tank, causing the ground to tremble frequently. However, Blade Mecha keenly noticed that the tremors were not coming from the surface, but were waves emanating from deep within the earth. He knelt on one knee, placing his palm on the ground, carefully sensing the faint, elusive vibrations. After a moment, Blade Mecha stood up and began to walk in a specific direction, moving slowly while continuously monitoring the underground tremors. In this post-apocalyptic world dominated by giant beasts, surface structures could collapse at any moment due to the ongoing battles. Even if some buildings remained intact, their contents would inevitably deteriorate over time. To date, Blade Mecha had found no books or other cultural artifacts to provide any background or history of this world. He speculated that if the data repository mentioned by Dark Gold Mecha truly existed, it was likely hidden deep underground and guarded by mechas. As he proceeded, the vibrations beneath his feet grew stronger, causing even the loose gravel on the ground to jump slightly. Surveying his surroundings, Blade Mecha confirmed that the vibrations originated from the area beneath his feet. He noticed several shallow, human-shaped footprints on the ground, clearly left by a heavy mecha. These scattered footprints extended towards a dilapidated building that was only 2 stories high. After a careful search, Blade Mecha discovered an unusual spot on the ground. It was cleaner than the surrounding area and felt solid when tapped, with no hollow sound. Without hesitation, he plunged his battle blade into the ground. The blade pierced through normally at first, but then there was a sudden clang, as if it had struck a steel plate. When the blade was halfway in, a sudden sense of clarity spread through his hand. "Got you," he murmured, a blue light flashing in his eyes as he applied more force. Under the terrifying cutting power, a large slab of ground was sliced away. The massive stone slab fell with a crash, revealing a dark abyss below. Using his night vision, Blade Mecha saw the slab shatter into pieces as it hit the bottom, dozens of meters down. Below was a wide passageway, resembling an elevator shaft. Blade Mecha realized he might have acted too hastily, inadvertently cutting through what seemed to be an elevator. The proper approach should have been to find the mechanism and ride the elevator down, but now it was too late. The 5-meter-wide shaft was more than enough to accommodate his body, so he jumped down without hesitation. As he fell, the intense sensation of freefall gripped him, with the wind howling past. Just before hitting the ground, Blade Mecha thrust his battle blade into the wall, effectively slowing his descent. Upon landing, he found himself in a spacious corridor, at the end of which was an open alloy door leading into darkness. Meanwhile, in a silvery white world, violent explosions echoed continuously, with turbulent shockwaves battering the silver walls, creating ripples of transparent waves. With another deafening blast, Dark Gold Mecha's body slammed into the wall like a cannonball. The silver-white wall merely shimmered with a ripple of white light, remaining unscathed, but Dark Gold Mecha's body cracked under the powerful impact, resembling a shattered, abandoned toy. Sword Blossom Mecha stepped forward, brandishing her sword, unleashing a terrifying storm of energy. The air was torn and compressed, emitting a piercing screech. A massive burst of light bloomed like a lotus, with countless sword beams shooting towards Dark Gold Mecha like missiles. This was the power of the mecha module Scarlet Sword Blossom, compressing a vast amount of mecha energy into a sword blossom explosion, akin to a barrage of arrows, with an auto-targeting feature. Corruptor, this will be your final judgment. Despite several visible injuries, the most severe nearly piercing her abdomen, Sword Blossom Mecha was in much better shape compared to Dark Gold Mecha. Are you kidding me? You think this can kill me? In his Demon King form, Dark Gold Mecha's body was as black as ink, with menacing bone blades gleaming. His spear, like a dragon, tore through the turbulent air, its rapidly spinning tip surrounded by dark energy. Each strike seemed to detonate a bomb, shattering the incoming sword beams with lightning-fast spear movements. The air twisted, and thunderous explosions reverberated in all directions. The violent energy auras of black and red clashed distinctly, resembling colliding storms, with each stray airflow sharp enough to slice through steel. For mechas, surface damage was almost inconsequential. Unless their bodies fell apart or limbs were severed, their combat effectiveness remained at peak levels. Although Dark Gold Mecha appeared battered, he was not fundamentally compromised. Suddenly, a massive sword beam emerged from the depths of the Scarlet Sword Blossom, shooting out like a meteor, causing a series of explosions in its wake. White shockwaves rolled outward, sweeping through the area. Dark Gold Mecha quickly deployed an energy shield in front of him, while his pitch-black spear unleashed countless dark energies, forming a massive spiral abyss, as if to devour everything. The intense vibrations caused a large amount of dust to fall from the ceiling of the underground passage. With a wave of his hand, Blade Mecha generated a strong gust of wind to clear the dust. Looks like there's still hope, he thought with a slight sense of relief. The presence of combat vibrations indicated that Dark Gold Mecha was still in the fight. If there had been silence, he would likely have already been reduced to scrap metal. The underground passage was complex and had many branches, making it extremely time-consuming to navigate. Gripping his flaming sun battle blade, Blade Mecha unleashed a fierce slash, creating a massive gash in the alloy wall. With another slash, the entire wall was split in two. He stepped through and continued to use his blade to carve a path. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, Blade Mecha thought, ignoring the obstacles before him as he forcefully cut a shortcut with his battle blade. Boom! The fearsome blade cleaved through the air, slicing through one alloy wall after another. Finally, a dazzling silver light shone from behind the last wall. Without hesitation, Blade Mecha stepped through. In the expansive underground space, remnants of centuries-old technological defense weapons lay dormant, whispering tales of past glories. Blade Mech gave these antiquated constructs a cursory glance before focusing all his attention on the massive silver door ahead. The door shimmered with a piercing light, and violent tremors emanated from within, as if heralding the existence of something formidable. Locked in there? No wonder we couldn't make contact, Blade Mech mused, showing no hesitation as he stomped the ground forcefully. The metal floor exploded instantly, shards flying like bullets and striking the walls, igniting sparks. Using the powerful recoil, his heavy frame hurtled towards the giant door like a cannonball, generating shockwaves in his wake. Boom! The blazing sunblade slashed out, its terrifying edge sweeping forth like a flame. This strike not only possessed immense cutting power, but also carried a scorching high-temperature energy. As Blade Mech's attack landed heavily on the silver door, a violent force erupted. The light on the door was torn apart layer by layer, like dust wiped away by a damp cloth. The alloy door, deprived of its energy shield, twisted and shattered upon contact with the blade. The ensuing explosion transformed the terrifying force into a white shockwave, rippling outwards in successive waves. This astonishing scene immediately caught the attention of the Dark Gold Mech and the Swordflower Mech inside. They broke apart from their engagement, each casting a wary glance towards the shattered door. Who is it? Swordflower Mech was stunned. This door was energy-locked and incredibly sturdy. Even her full defensive efforts couldn't breach it. Mutant beasts couldn't have done this, they lack intelligence, and wouldn't randomly destroy the ground to enter the underground passage. Could it be another corruptor? The light in Dark Gold Mech's eyes dimmed slightly, but his heart surged with excitement. This energy signature, it's Big Brother. He's here. Thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from outside the door, and a mech adorned primarily in gold, with red markings pulsating across its frame, appeared before them. The mech's presence was like a storm, its ferocious aura sweeping through the room. Blade Mech cast a brief glance at the Dark Gold Mech, noting the extensive but non-lethal damage to his frame, then turned his focus to the red mech. So, this is a female mech? The lines are indeed more graceful, he thought. Feeling the oppressive gaze from Blade Mech, Swordflower Mech instinctively took a step back, her eyes flickering. No data available. What kind of mech is this? She demanded warily. Who are you? And why have you entered the Empire's restricted area without authorization? Empire's restricted area? Blade Mech's interest was piqued by these key words. What empire are you referring to? The energy around Swordflower Mech surged, her power levels climbing steadily. She glanced at the Dark Gold Mech, then back at Blade Mech, her voice filled with hostility. So, you're all corruptors. Before she could finish, a powerful gust of wind roared past. In a blur, a thick golden arm shattered the air, pulling with it white streams of high-pressure air, and grasped Swordflower Mech's neck with unstoppable force. Crack, crack. The sound of metal fracturing echoed as Swordflower Mech was lifted like a helpless chick. I ask, you answer. Blade Mech's icy gaze locked onto her, his voice as cold as frost. Traitors to the Empire. Swordflower Mech showed no fear, raising her blood-red sword. Crack. The sound of metal breaking resounded as Blade Mech's single hand crushed her neck, and with his other hand, he punched through her chest like a cannon, destroying the core reactor of her mech. Boom. A violent explosion of fire and countless mech fragments shot into the sky, resembling a small sun-going supernova. The intense heat wave distorted the air, spreading transparent ripples and creating waves of turbulent air. Actually, I didn't really need to ask you anything, Blade Mech remarked as he emerged from the warped flames, unscathed. Since there's a data repository here, I don't need to extract information from a stubborn opponent. Besides, I don't know how to interrogate a mech. Big Brother. Your power? Dark Gold Mech stumbled forward, amazed. The destruction of Swordflower Mech didn't faze him. He was awed by his brother's newfound strength. Even though Swordflower Mech had expended much of her energy earlier, she shouldn't have been so easily defeated. Blade Mech cast him a glance. What's surprising about my power? You, on the other hand, need to get stronger. The wreckage of that mech is yours. He looked at the shattered remains of Swordflower Mech. For some reason, her mech modules exploded, but the material of her frame was still usable despite being blown apart. Dark Gold Mech could evolve by reinforcing his frame with advanced materials, and the wreckage of Swordflower Mech would be highly beneficial to him. Blade Mech had no interest in these materials, they weren't suitable for his evolution or body training, but they could enhance Dark Gold Mech's strength. Big Brother. Dark Gold Mech felt embarrassed. His brother had come to rescue him and asked for nothing in return. Blade Mech ignored him and approached a doorway. The inscriptions on the door were unfamiliar, yet he could understand them naturally. Nearby was another door of the same design, but with a different name. Standing before the data room door, Blade Mech pressed against it, but it didn't budge. He didn't know the proper way to open it, but he believed there was always a universal key for doors. Shing! The battle blade pierced the door, the sturdy resistance transmitting through the hilt. After a few minutes, Blade Mech had sliced the door apart and stepped into the data repository with curiosity. Metal shelves were neatly divided into compartments, each holding something resembling a hard drive. All the data is stored in these. Blade Mech walked along the metal aisles, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Just as he was about to pick up a hard drive, he caught a glimpse of something gold. Inside a sealed glass case was a golden book. The cover was inscribed with several words. The Great Collapse of the Empire. Seeing the word Empire, Blade Mech felt a surge of excitement. The terms corruptors and empire mentioned by the female mech had intrigued him greatly. Now, he finally had a chance to learn about the history of this apocalyptic world. Controlling the energy beams from his eyes, the Blade Mech made a precise cut through the glass case, causing the top half to silently slide off. He deftly caught the falling glass and carefully extracted the golden book inside. As he opened the first page, ancient text leapt out at him. In the year 156896 of the star calendar, a mysterious meteor fell from the heavens, causing upheaval in the empire. The meteor transformed into a crater, emitting unknown energy. The citizens of the empire were cursed, their minds decaying and bodies breaking, with no cure in sight. Even the emperor could not escape this fate, with only the strongest barely holding on. The once glorious empire was on the brink of destruction. In the year 156978 of the star calendar, the curse spread, and the empire was besieged by a coalition of enemies. The opposing forces isolated and sealed off the contaminated area, banishing the crater, the meteor, and billions of citizens into the void. The empire was powerless to resist. In the year 157065 of the star calendar, hope emerged in the face of despair. With the help of the spirit of the sky base, the emperor developed memory crystals capable of preserving untainted consciousness, awaiting rebirth. In the year 157122 of the star calendar, the final consciousness was about to be uploaded. Signed, Kano Morningstar Palmer. The blade mech carefully checked to ensure nothing was missed, then turned his gaze to the surrounding metal shelves. Those hard drive-like objects were the memory crystals. He processed the information in his mind. The Star Empire was a vast civilization that emphasized technology, complemented by cultivation. The ruling star people were exceptionally gifted, capable of destroying planets upon reaching adulthood. They harnessed star cores within their bodies, giving them immense power. Despite this, they chose the path of technology, developing mecha weapons. The star people themselves served as energy sources for the mechs, exponentially amplifying their combat power. Such a mighty civilization had been reduced to ashes by an extraterrestrial meteor. The blade mech put down the crystal, shocked by the Empire's downfall. He sensed the other crystals and realized most were empty shells, their final traces already faded. As he pondered the identity of the invaders and the current state of the curse, a dark gold mech entered the archive. Blade asked him to examine the crystals, only to find that the memories were unfamiliar to dark gold. After some questioning, Blade speculated that dark gold might be a highly intelligent war machine of the Empire, having evolved autonomously over time, while the Swordflower mech retained its original AI, still loyal to the Empire. Confirming that Dark Gold had no recollection of Morningstar, Blade explained that Morningstar was a branch of the Star People, suggesting they all might belong to this legion. He guessed that he himself could be a Morningstar mech, but was uncertain about the whereabouts of the top-tier warrior's memory crystals. Turning to the other side, Blade opened another secret chamber. The sight before them made both gasp. Rows of mechs stood like terracotta warriors, surrounded by piles of materials and modules. Blade excitedly picked up a module, but his excitement quickly turned to disappointment. It was all scrap. The feeling was akin to breaking into a vault, only to find it filled with counterfeit money. Disappointment was palpable as the blade mech let out a sigh. Not only had the mech modules turned into scrap metal, but the towering piles of extraordinary materials beside them had also lost their properties, rendering them worthless. The once mighty mechs were now empty shells, their extraordinary traits completely gone. Blade's gaze swept over the wreckage, his eyes burning with anger. He quickly realized that the culprit was the Jianhua mech. Over the years, the Jianhua mech had greedily absorbed all the surrounding energy to maintain its combat power. It had drained the extraordinary power from these mechs, materials, and modules to replenish its own energy. When the resources here were exhausted, it had no choice but to venture out to hunt mutated beasts, searching for new extraordinary materials. This behavior led it to encounter the dark gold mech. As Blade was feeling disheartened, he noticed an unlocked door in the corner. He gently pushed it open, and the door creaked as it gave way. The room was small, containing only a silver mech over 7 meters tall. This mech emitted a soft glow, giving off an aura of immense power. Unlike the others, this mech had a cockpit. The cockpit was open and empty, with only a pile of glass-like shards inside. A scene flashed in Blade's mind. A Star Clan member cursed with the Sky Pit curse hiding in the mech, trying to stave off the curse's erosion. However, all efforts were in vain. In despair, he opened the cockpit, seeking another solution, but ultimately, it was hopeless. Blade tapped the mech lightly, sensing the energy contained within. This mech still retained its extraordinary properties, but had not developed self-awareness over the long years. He speculated that mechs with cockpits might be less likely to develop consciousness. The highest grade material in the mech was Star Soul Crystal, reaching a level 6 standard. Blade felt both thrilled and disappointed. Level 6 materials were the highest he'd seen so far, but for the powerful Star Clan, it seemed somewhat inadequate. On second thought, this could be a dedicated mech for a young Star Clan member, used to cultivate compatibility with mechs early on. Blade was relieved that the Jianhua mech had remained loyal enough not to tamper with the Star Clan's dedicated mech. He began to contemplate whether to extract the Star Soul Crystal for his 4th evolution. This decision was fraught with uncertainty and risk, like a high-stakes gamble. In the end, he decided to take the risk. While Blade was engrossed in the world of mechs, back in the classroom, Li Long loudly asked, "Gu Yuan, are you really not signing up for the 4 provinces training camp? Time is running out, don't regret it later." Gu Yuan smiled and replied, "I'm not going. I'll leave the spotlight to you guys." As he stood up to get some water, a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. After a night of hard work, he had finally disassembled the Star Clan's dedicated mech and successfully extracted the Star Soul Crystal. With just a bit more evolution value, Blade's mech could begin its 4th evolution. Qi Xinyue sighed. If you don't go, and Xiaoyu isn't going either, this training camp won't be as exciting. Lin Xiaoyu comforted. How could it not be? There are students from 16 martial arts schools. It's bound to be lively. She then asked, Xiaoyu, where are you going for your adventure livestream? I'll tune in. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her voice and said mysteriously, the City of Dawn. Gu Yuan felt a surge of joy. His strength had already surpassed his peers. As long as his physical attributes continued to improve, he could dominate with his 3rd stage cultivation. Power, speed, reflexes, these were the true measures of combat strength. After 100 consecutive victories in the martial arena, Gu Yuan knew he was on an extraordinary path. Sometimes Gu Yuan would think how wonderful it would be to become a full-time writer. With more time to refine the plot, perfect the details, and create better works, he could at least ensure stable updates. Unfortunately, reality didn't allow for that. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Oh, vast heavens! Why do you treat me so unfairly? The City of Dawn, originally named Donghai City, is located over 500 kilometers from Yunhai City, nestled along the coast of the East Sea. Before the Cataclysm, it was a bustling seaside metropolis, economically prosperous and densely populated. However, when the Cataclysm struck, triggering global biological mutations, cities near mountains, rivers, and coastlines became perilously dangerous zones overrun by mutated beasts. During the Cataclysm, Donghai City witnessed a monumental battle. Humanity's top warriors fought fiercely against a mutant beast king, a battle that raged throughout the night. At dawn, a blood-soaked human warrior emerged from the battlefield, dragging the beast's carcass, marking victory. This warrior, known as Immovable King, was one of the founding monarchs of Daxia and the first human to slay a level 9 beast king during the Cataclysm. This battle marked a pivotal moment for humanity during the Cataclysm, and the ruins of Donghai City were henceforth named the City of Dawn. The name symbolizes hope and a new beginning, much like the first light breaking through the darkness at dawn. Today, Daxia produces many strong warriors, and most regions within its borders are under control. However, human cities, except for those in strategically important locations, are generally far from the coastline. This is because the seas are teeming with mutated beasts that frequently venture onto land, including high-level ones, making coastal city maintenance prohibitively expensive. Additionally, battles between oceanic giants often trigger natural disasters like typhoons and tsunamis, putting ordinary people at constant risk. As a result, the City of Dawn has not been rebuilt. Instead, due to its historical significance, it has become a popular destination for adventurers. Most visitors are cultivators, though some ordinary people pay handsomely to hire cultivators for protection. Despite being relatively safer than other hazardous areas, it still poses a certain level of danger. After careful consideration, Lin Xiaoyu chose the City of Dawn as the destination for her livestream adventure, planning to visit this famous landmark. The City of Dawn? Qi Xinyue's eyes lit up, but then showed regret. If it weren't for my training camp, I'd go with you. It's a must-visit spot. Tuoba Hao suddenly cleared his throat with an ambiguous smile. It's okay. If you can't accompany Xiaoyu, someone else can. Right, Gu Yuan? He drew out the last syllable, giving Gu Yuan and Lin Xiaoyu a meaningful look. Li Long and Fu Zifan snickered nearby. Qi Xinyue then realized, laughing softly, oh, I'm so clueless, thinking of being a third wheel. Gu Yuan put down his water cup, looking a bit exasperated. What are you guys talking about? His gaze unintentionally met Lin Xiaoyu's bright, unblinking eyes. What he intended to say, I have no plans to go to the City of Dawn, was swallowed back, and instead, he said, I don't even know what's so funny. Xiaoyu is going to livestream, and I'm not her assistant. Why should it concern me? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up, her small tiger teeth flashing. How about you be my assistant? You have nothing to do during the summer anyway. I can even pay you. Who's got nothing to do? Gu Yuan muttered. He had plans to grind through his large-scale post-apocalyptic survival game this summer. To Gu Yuan, his mecha avatar was like playing a real-life game. Each evolution point and new mecha module enhanced the blade mecha. The thrill of exploration and upgrading was addictive. However, after the blade mecha's 4th evolution, significant improvements would be hard to come by in the short term. Maybe a break would be good. Gu Yuan thought to himself. Since awakening his avatar, his life had been like a perpetually spinning top, day and night without rest. Although his body wasn't tired, his mind was somewhat fatigued. With this in mind, he looked into Lin Xiaoyu's bright eyes. All right, I'll be your assistant. As for the pay, let's talk about it later. You owe me for now. Oh, you? Seems like you have quite an appetite, Lin Xiaoyu teased, rolling her eyes at Gu Yuan. When do we leave? I'll call you. Just as Gu Yuan was about to nod, he remembered something. Oh, my sister should be back in a few days. Let's wait until she's home before we go to the City of Dawn. Jian is finally coming back? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight. She'd known Jian almost as long as she'd known Gu Yuan but hadn't seen her in a while. Yeah, she's grown up but still makes us worry. When she returns, she deserves a good scolding, Gu Yuan said sternly, then smiled. How? Why don't you guys come over for dinner when she gets back? It could be our last gathering before the summer break. No problem. A chance to meet your sister and uncle and aunt. Tuoba Hao laughed heartily, and the others nodded in agreement with smiles. On a summer night filled with the sounds of crickets, Gu Yuan sat by the window, gazing at the twinkling stars, recalling Lin Xiaoyu's description of her sword in tint enlightenment. According to Lin Xiaoyu, she was practicing swordsmanship on a particularly hot day and whimsically thought, if only I could freeze the sun with one strike. And then she inexplicably grasped the concept of ice sword in tint. As for the fast and slow sword in tint, she simply understood it while walking home from school. She couldn't articulate the feeling precisely. It was as if divine inspiration had struck her. That explanation is as good as none. Gu Yuan scratched his head. Is this what they call extraordinary perception? Easily grasping the essence of things and understanding the way? Although he didn't fully comprehend it, he did gain some insight. Sword intent and willpower are essentially the same force with different carriers, manifesting in various ways. The ice sword intent's carrier is temperature, while the fast and slow sword intent essentially alters the flow of space-time. So, what is the carrier for his willpower? Gu Yuan pondered. Others might attain willpower through sudden realization, but he had forced his willpower into existence using attribute points, lacking a carrier for it to manifest. Willpower is like water in a lake. Some want an ice sword, so they prepare a mold for the sword, fill it with water, and freeze it to get an ice sword. This mold is the carrier. Following one's true desires, the so-called ambitions, means wanting something and finding a way to get it, during which the carrier naturally forms. But Gu Yuan was different. He didn't particularly want anything. He just wanted what others had. This wasn't ambition but vanity. Damn, that cursed vanity. Gu Yuan slammed his fist into his palm, a sudden clarity flashing in his eyes. He finally understood why he couldn't grasp the power of will. It was a lack of purity. Gu Yuan fell into deep thought, reflecting on his past ambitions. He had once tried to master all forms of willpower, only to end up with nothing. This realization hit him like a hammer, awakening his long-dormant conscience. Can't spread love thin. Must be devoted, Gu Yuan muttered to himself, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. That's easy for me. After all, I'm the god of pure love. Moonlight poured in like water, casting a soft glow on Gu Yuan's furrowed brow. He sat quietly by the window, resembling a Greek statue, delving deep into his innermost desires. Was it the basic elements of fire, ice, thunder, or something more advanced like space, time, or devouring? Time silently slipped away as the lights in thousands of homes gradually went out. On the long street, the streetlights stood like loyal sentinels, guarding the sleeping city. Suddenly, Gu Yuan moved. He slowly opened his right hand, revealing a simple symbol that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Blade Mecha, Gu Yuan whispered. Looking up at the bright moon, he exhaled deeply, his eyes shining with determination. I don't have any bizarre ambitions. I just want to become stronger. No mixed desires, just a pure drive to get stronger. To surpass myself, to become better every day. Gu Yuan felt a glow gathering behind him, gradually transforming into the phantom of the Blade Mecha. Though it appeared ethereal, like smoke and mist, it glowed with an otherworldly light under the moon. As Gu Yuan stood up, the eyes of the Mecha Phantom seemed to come to life. Is this the power of will? Gu Yuan murmured, feeling the immense strength the Mecha Phantom brought. His attributes had increased by at least 30. The system automatically recorded the new skill analysis. Will Phantom. When the Phantom is present, you are linked to a powerful existence in a distant time and space, gaining 5 of its strength. This link cannot be interrupted or dispelled and is permanent. Gu Yuan carefully felt this connection, realizing that the Blade Mecha was the dominant force. It was the mecha that had comprehended the power of will, but since they were one, he could share in this strength. With a thought, his super armor covered his body. The armor's design resembled the mecha behind him, the Phantom appearing as a massive embodiment of his aura, exuding a powerful deterrent force. Truly formidable. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. He felt his true power completely merge with his avatar, the Blade Mecha becoming his ultimate power source. More importantly, he could also utilize some of the mecha's functions. Gu Yuan looked forward to the day when he could gain 100 of the Blade Mecha's attributes. He also hoped to quickly inscribe runes onto the mecha, transforming it into his super armor and realizing his dream of piloting the mecha. No rush. I've only been training for 2 months. There's a long road ahead, Gu Yuan reassured himself, then dispersed his power. The will Phantom and armor dissolved into points of light. On the last day of June, a relaxed atmosphere filled the sports field of Yunhai Martial Arts High School. Tomorrow marked the first day of summer vacation. Though martial arts students only had a month off, they were still excited. Tuoba Hao stretched with a big yawn, exclaiming, "Vacation starts tomorrow, and I don't want to train for a single second. I'm going to sleep in, play games, and watch movies all day." "Ha, I thought you were excited about a date," Li Long scoffed. Fu Zifen sighed deeply. "What's there to be excited about? We start training camp on the 3rd. This is the miserable life of a martial arts student." He looked wistful. "Training camp has shattered my dreams of beach days, sunbathing, and bikini-clad girls. TSK, Fu Daxiao really lives the high life." Qi Xinyue teased, then turned to Lin Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, when are you and Gu Yuan heading to Dawn City? Remember to send some beautiful photos. I heard the sunrise over the sea there is stunning." "No problem, but the exact time depends on Gu Yuan," Lin Xiaoyu said, nodding towards her right. Gu Yuan smiled. "If all goes well, my sister will be back in Yunhai City tomorrow. Since everyone has the day off, let's have one last gathering at my place on the 2nd. Xiaoyu and I plan to leave for Dawn City on the 4th. He explained. "My sister's been away for so long. I need to spend a few days with her before we leave." Buzz. The wristband on Gu Yuan's arm suddenly displayed an incoming call from Gu Jiyan. He tapped to answer, and his sister's eager voice immediately came through. "Hey, little brother. I've arrived at the station. I'll be home tomorrow." Hearing the excitement in her voice, Gu Yuan knew that the recent relic lockdown had taken a toll on her. What was supposed to be a relaxing trip had turned into quite an ordeal. He responded gently, "That's good to hear. Stay safe on the way." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Gu Yuan lowered his arm, lost in thought. In this era, the skies were deemed high-risk zones, and civilian flights had long been grounded, leaving only military aircraft to take off and land. Thus, for long-distance travel, people relied on high-speed trains, which were generally considered very safe. However, an inexplicable sense of unease gnawed at Gu Yuan. As a practitioner of Wu Xiang Golden Core and the star refinement technique, his sixth sense was far sharper than that of ordinary people, allowing him to perceive more subtle information. What did this unease mean? Was his sister's journey in danger, or was there a threat looming over their trip to Dawn City? Frowning, Gu Yuan thought for a moment before closing his eyes and activating the star refinement technique. In his mental world, a brilliant star shone in the boundless void. He had already cultivated this secret technique to its second-level destiny path. By interpreting the trajectories of the stars, he could foresee potential future events. On the destiny path, countless nodes represented the people one would encounter in life, each node potentially triggering new branches and extending more unknown destiny tracks. Gu Yuan kept in mind the warning at the beginning of the star refinement technique. Destiny is unpredictable and full of infinite variables. He never blindly trusted that this secret method could fully control his fate, but his keen sixth sense allowed him to capture some important clues. Gu Yuan focused on two key nodes, Lin Xiaoyu and Gu Jiyan. He first examined Lin Xiaoyu's node, where countless threads spread out, weaving an endless web of destiny. This indicated that he and Lin Xiaoyu would have many interactions in the future. The closest destiny lines appeared in a plain white, symbolizing ordinary daily life. However, one line gradually turned from white to gold, deepening in color. This unusual depth of fortune surprised Gu Yuan. Upon closer inspection, Gu Yuan realized that this special destiny line was likely related to the upcoming trip to Dawn City. The journey seemed to hold significant opportunities, but he also reminded himself to be cautious. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. There are no free lunches in the world. With his mental energy rapidly depleting, Gu Yuan quickly shifted his attention to Gu Jiyan's node. Her destiny web had many gaps, a normal occurrence due to their long separation. However, a blood-red line of disaster had recently appeared, indicating that her return might bring some negative impact on Gu Yuan, possibly even bloodshed. Gu Yuan's expression turned serious. He pondered the potential causes of this disaster, but soon felt a sharp headache, forcing him to stop the star refinement technique. Just examining the destiny nodes of two people had drained his mental energy. Despite the forewarning signs, Gu Yuan didn't entirely trust these predictions. He understood that disaster is a relative concept. When one's strength is insufficient, it is a catastrophe. But if one's strength is adequate, the same event might be just a minor incident. Even if he couldn't handle it, he could seek external help. Gu Yuan wasn't overly worried about these possibilities. He believed that having foreseen a potential future, he had the chance to make corresponding changes. For instance, he could choose to move to a school with many experts, significantly reducing the risk of encountering disaster. To him, the true purpose of cultivating the star refinement technique was to change his destiny trajectory. Although he wasn't sure what kind of disaster his sister might bring, Gu Yuan decided to set aside these concerns for now and focus on his current training. He closed his eyes, immersing his mind in his inner world. Instantly, a desolate wasteland unfolded in his consciousness. Fierce winds whipped up sand and dust, and distant roars echoed ominously. The sky was a disturbing dark red, like a massive bruise pressing down on the heavens. Another nightfall had come. In this dim wasteland, a blade mech stood proudly. Its body emitted a faint glow, conspicuous in the darkness. This was an energy effect inherent to the mech, which the pilot could choose to turn off, but Gu Yuan saw no need to do so. Through his observations, Gu Yuan had determined that the strongest mutant beasts in this area were only at level 6. With his current strength, he could easily contend with an ordinary level 6 mutant beast, ensuring his safety. At nightfall, all mutant creatures became more frenzied, filled with a desire for destruction. But because of this, some rare high-level mutant beasts would also appear. The Blade Mech's target was these powerful foes. With his current capabilities, Gu Yuan no longer needed to hide as he once did. He decided to personally partake in the weekly blood-soaked frenzy. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The earth seemed to quake under the stampede of countless beasts, with sand and rocks leaping wildly. Yet, the blade mech remained as steady as a mountain, its blue, optical lenses fixed on the scene ahead. The source of this commotion was 6 massive mutant beasts. They resembled black heavy tanks, shaped like giant elephants but without trunks, each with a thick, sharp horn on its forehead. Each beast was about 6 meters long and over 3 meters tall, their sturdy limbs kicking up clouds of dust with every step. The 6 giant beasts advanced in unison, exuding an overwhelming and wild ferocity. Under the dim sky, the land was shrouded in swirling dust and smoke. The massive silhouette of a mutated unicorn beast loomed in the haze, its pairs of crimson eyes glowing like eerie lanterns, exuding an aura of greed and ferocity. In this world, the evolutionary path of mutated beasts transitions from flesh and blood to steel, evolving from biological beings into intelligent mechanical entities. The higher the level of the mutated beast, the less it craves flesh, and the more it desires to devour advanced extraordinary materials. Before 6 peak level, 4th-tier mutated unicorn beasts, the blade mech stood like a walking feast, exuding an irresistible allure. Thick, sticky drool dripped from their mouths, their hunger for a meal intensifying. As these beasts slowly closed in to encircle their prey, a flash of light appeared in the blade mech's eyes. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked open, and the blade mech transformed into a golden blur, charging towards one of the unicorn beasts like a thunderbolt. The speed was so extreme that the beast only felt the ground tremble before its vision was filled with a blazing red light. Swoosh! The air was split by the terrifying power of the sunblade, unleashing a violent shockwave. With a single slash, the fearsome blade tore through the beast's body, sending blood and entrails spraying. Rather than being frightened by their kin's violent death, the other unicorn beasts were driven into a frenzy by the thick scent of blood. Scarlet energy gathered on their horns, spinning rapidly like a drill, their dense fur taking on a metallic sheen. In an instant, the 5 remaining unicorn beasts charged at the blade mech with ferocious momentum. Boom! Lightning raged through the sky, greeting them with a grand thunderstorm. The blue energy bands on the blade mech's back flickered, crackling with electricity. The stored electromagnetic storm energy was unleashed, forming a thunderstorm zone spanning dozens of meters. The 5 unicorn beasts were struck by the sizzling bolts, their blood-tinged auras shattered, their flesh exploding, and their blood evaporating, releasing a charred stench. Moments later, the 5 beasts collapsed to the ground, resembling charred sweet potatoes, their skins split open. As the storm subsided, arcs of electricity still danced in the air. The ground was scorched and scarred. At that moment, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the sky. A giant bird, surrounded by a whirlwind, descended with steel talons gleaming. The blade mech glanced at the fierce bird and then surveyed the surroundings. Countless greedy and ferocious eyes turned towards him, the mutated beasts drawn by the storm abandoning their skirmishes to surround him. The sounds of their anticipation grew louder, and as their numbers swelled, the airborne mutants could no longer restrain themselves. Screech! A sharp cry echoed through the clouds as the green eagle spread its wings, shooting through the sky like a giant bolt, leaving white trails in its wake, nearly breaking the sound barrier. Yet, the blade mech sword was faster. The blazing warblade sliced through the air, its high-frequency vibrations unleashing a terrifying cutting force, severing the giant bird's head in an instant. Boom! The headless corpse crashed down like a cannonball, sending flesh flying and the ground shattering into a massive crater. Blood from the shattered body filled the pit, waves of air spreading the scent of blood far and wide. Today, I fight to my heart's content, the blade mech declared coldly, his wrist rotating as he dragged his sword, leaving dark gashes in the earth with each step. Roar! A mutated beast resembling a giant rat, dragging a 3-meter-long, steel-like tail, charged out with a roar as it saw its prey attempting to leave. Swish! A blue flash cut through the air, the death ray instantly severing the giant rat's body. This action triggered a chain reaction, with countless frenzied and brutal giant beasts charging like a level 12 tsunami, flattening everything in their path. Boom! An energy blast struck from behind, but a purple, prismatic energy shield intercepted it 3 meters away, the collision sparking an energy halo. The blade mech didn't need to turn around. The electromagnetic storm shield's self-sensing defense would block attacks from all directions, as long as there was enough energy. Crackling sounds filled the air as the blade mech's left arm transformed into its cleansing form under the hymn of life. The gun barrels spinning wildly, energy bullets whipping through the mutated beast horde like chains of light. Though less effective against fourth-tier beasts, the energy storm was devastating against second- and third-tier mutants, turning the area into a bloody mist. However, as a formidable, tiger-shaped fourth-tier mutant approached, this attack ceased. Roar! The giant tiger's roar transformed into tangible shockwaves. Boom! The blade mech stepped forward, the ground cracking as the sunblade erupted with blinding light, its massive blade slicing the charging tiger in two, blood spraying. Seizing the opportunity, the other giant beasts surged forward. Crackle! Like 1,000 birds chirping, blue and purple light burst from the blade mech, chaotic and violent high-intensity currents forming a thunderstorm field nearly 100 meters in diameter. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the ground shattered, flesh burst, and stones flew skyward. For a second time, the thunderstorm raged. Thunder roared as the mutated beasts fell like dominoes. Amidst the swirling dust, electric currents flickered, and the blue light on the back of the blade mech dimmed, its stored lightning energy fully discharged. The mech's heavy footsteps left deep imprints on the ravaged ground. The distant mutated beasts, agitated by the stench of burning and the paralyzing air, growled low but dared not approach. Although the night heightened the ferocity of the mutated beasts, the overwhelming sense of danger suppressed their bloodlust. The blade mech hesitated no longer, seeing these creatures as fodder for evolution. With a sudden burst of power, its legs propelled it forward, creating a 3-meter-deep crater. In an instant, its massive form vanished, and the next moment, a blazing blade light swept through like a tidal wave of molten lava. The gigantic beasts fell like fragile toys under the terrifying destructive force, flesh and blood flying. Amidst the slaughter, a blood-red shadow of a beast began to form, exuding a murderous aura. These were the spirits of the recently slain mutated beasts, silently howling like vengeful ghosts. The blade mech felt a sudden clarity, pausing as its will commanded the blood shadows to charge. Empowered by its will, the shadows were even stronger than they were in life. The mech realized that the creatures it personally slew would imprint its will, becoming controlled ghosts or puppets. Watching the ghostly battle, the blade mech thought of the phrase, to be a ghost under the tiger. These ghosts retained their former strength and could absorb the murderous aura of other mutated beasts to evolve. The mech noticed that the ghostly shadow of the giant tiger was becoming more solid, while some shattered ghosts turned into murderous aura and were absorbed. Opening the panel, the blade mech was surprised to find that the system did not record the power of its will. It decided to name this ability a Blood Fiend Reincarnation, a passive skill that could turn slain foes into controlled ghosts. With a thought, the ghosts on the battlefield turned into pure willpower and returned to its mind. With few mutated beasts remaining, the blade mech shattered the ground as it leaped hundreds of meters in an instant. Its war blade became a streak of light, and the mutated beasts fell one by one. Scarlet blood soaked the ground, forming a blood-colored mist. It summoned the strongest ghost, the giant tiger, to absorb the murderous aura, making its shadow even more solid. While observing the giant tiger ghost's evolution, a sudden loud noise erupted in the distance, and the ground trembled. A surge of powerful life energy spiked, and the blade mech deduced it was a level 6 mutated beast, feeling both excited and nervous. This foe was stronger than any it had faced before. Suddenly, a strange croak pierced the sky. Looking up, a massive creature resembling a toad descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground like a missile. Upon impact, the ground within 100 meters cracked and collapsed, with debris and air waves sweeping outward. The blade mech waved its hand to disperse the shockwave in front of it, carefully scrutinizing the true level 6 mutated beast. Its brown skin was covered in black protrusions, standing nearly 20 meters tall, imposing like a small mountain. Though it appeared slow, its astonishing leap of several hundred meters earlier made the blade mech wary, knowing it couldn't underestimate this foe. The two stood over 200 meters apart. The monstrous toad's eyes, larger than millstones, fixed intently on the blade mech, its mouth dripping viscous saliva that fell to the ground, creating bubbling green puddles of toxic liquid. The blade mech thought to itself, "This thing is really disgusting." With a single thought, the giant tiger ghost beside the blade mech transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, tearing through the air towards the toad beast. Following closely were lower-level ghosts, forming a fierce vanguard. This was the Blade Mech's first move to gauge the strength of the level 6 mutated beast. A human-like disdain flashed in the toad beast's eyes as it opened its massive maw wide. "Go away!" it roared, unleashing a terrifying suction force that stirred up a violent storm. The airflow surged into its mouth like a flood, sweeping up dirt, stones, and the corpses of other mutated beasts. All the ghosts except the giant tiger were instantly swallowed by the toad beast. The beast's belly rapidly swelled, like a colossal balloon, with visible currents of energy swirling inside. The blade mech was taken aback. Is it going all out from the start? It sensed the apocalyptic energy gathering in the toad beast's mouth, realizing it was too late to interrupt the attack. The blade mech immediately activated its destroyer mode, its intense aura distorting the surrounding air. At that moment, the toad beast let out an earth-shattering roar. Gwa! A torrent of energy and airflow erupted from its mouth, forming visible shockwaves that swept towards the blade mech. With a deafening boom, the energy storm surged forth. The giant tiger ghost was instantly obliterated, and the ground was torn up in thick layers. Rocks and dirt were blasted into the air, forming a massive dust storm that blocked out the sky, resembling a towering wave of despair. Standing over 3 meters tall, the blade mech looked minuscule in the face of this apocalyptic onslaught. But just then, the sound of mechanical gears turning broke the tension. The blade mech's left arm module, Life's Tribute, morphed into a massive energy cannon. The mech's energy levels plummeted as immense power gathered at the cannon's mouth, as if compressing a tiny sun. In the split second before the tidal wave engulfed everything, the blade mech fired the energy laser cannon. The roar of the blast tore the ground open, creating a black fissure dozens of meters long. A 5-meter-wide beam of energy shot out like a meteor from the heavens, colliding with the apocalyptic wave. For a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Then, with an explosive crash, the terrifying energy collision triggered a chain reaction, sending dazzling waves of light rippling outward. The overwhelming shockwave poured out like a relentless thunderstorm. From above, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and the earth rippled like water, with distorted waves radiating outward. The dark, apocalyptic storm swallowed everything, but at the very center, the toad beast's doomsday wave was pierced and shattered layer by layer. Finally, a beam of energy broke through. Gwa! A piercing scream echoed through the sky. The toad beast's neck was blasted open, a massive bloody hole with flesh hanging loose, blood gushing out like a fountain under the influence of the blood curse. The blade mech thought to itself, in a clash of beams, the left always loses. I'm on the superior right side. Despite the massive energy expenditure, its eyes dimmed blue, but its life system quickly recovered, and its energy levels began to rise again. The main reason for the blade mech's victory in this clash was its superior attack method. Although the toad beast's attack was grand in scale, its energy was too dispersed, unlike the highly concentrated energy beam from the laser cannon. This made sense, as mutated beasts' attacks were generally more crude, and not every beast could master breath attacks. This toad-like attack suited the toad beast, but was unfortunate to face the blade mech. With a heavy mechanical thud, the blade mech broke through the air, becoming a blurred shadow as it crossed 100 meters in an instant, stirring up a violent airwave along the way. Even before its blade reached, the toad beast sensed the imminent, deadly threat. It let out a feeble roar, dropping to the ground as the black, tumor-like lumps on its back exploded. In a series of rapid explosions, the lumps sprayed dozens of green jets, like high-pressure water guns. At the blade mech, I knew it had this move. The blade mech, experienced and wary of such tumor-laden mutated beasts, was prepared. With a burst of power from its feet, the massive mech vanished from its spot. The green jets hit the ground where it had stood, releasing thick smoke and leaving a deep, bottomless pit. The intense corrosiveness made the blade mech curse, preferring another toad attack over being hit by this. With each step, accompanied by explosive sounds, its speed was astonishing. Most green jets were dodged, and those with tricky angles were blocked by the thunder shield. Though the purple crystal shield could only hold for a second or two before corroding, it was enough for the blade mech to evade. As the water jet attack ended, the toad beast deflated like a leaking balloon, its aura weakening. Seizing the opportunity, the blade mech charged forward, its blazing blade slicing through the beast's head with terrifying force. The gushing blood dyed the mech red, while its evolution value soared, meeting the conditions for evolution. Under the dark red sky, the ground was a scene of bloodshed. The blade mech stood amidst the steaming blood, turning into red mist, exuding an oppressive aura like a demon lord from hell. The ground was riddled with craters and trenches, piled high with the corpses of mutated beasts. Blood mixed with soil to form a gruesome, muddy paste. The hellish scene was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Standing atop the massive carcass of a mutated toad, the blade mech gazed skyward. The dark crimson sky was gradually brightening, signaling the end of a 7-day night. Howling winds carried the heavy scent of blood far and wide. A few mutated beasts, drawn by the smell, growled lowly, their eyes gleaming with greed. Yet, upon noticing the blade mech, they fled in terror. Without the cover of night, their instinct when facing a formidable enemy was to escape. In this world where the strong prey on the weak are nothing but food for the strong. The blade mech paid no mind to the fleeing beasts. With a thought, a menacing aura of bloodlust coalesced into the form of a giant toad. This was the most powerful ghostly minion. He could currently manifest a level 6 mutated beast in strength. Even though he had managed to kill a level 8 beast, its power as a ghostly minion was capped at level 6. My will can't handle beasts much stronger than myself, the blade mech mused. But level 6 strength is still quite formidable. He was satisfied with the power of the toad ghost, far surpassing the weaker minions that were easily dispatched before. After setting the toad ghost on guard duty, the blade mech began to scour the battlefield. At least 50 mutated beast corpses lay strewn across the ground. Although most were low-level, every bit counted. There was always the chance of finding life crystals. His search proved fruitful: 2 level 2 life crystals, 2 level 3 life crystals, 1 level 4 life crystal, and 1 precious level 6 life crystal. Additionally, he found 2 damaged mech modules and some scattered mutated beast materials, like the horn of a unicorn beast, which could be used for his main body's daily cultivation. The blade mech skinned a beast hide to wrap his spoils, then opened a soul channel to send the items to his main body for safekeeping. Without spatial equipment on this side, it was safer to store things with his main body. With that done, the blade mech surveyed the area, choosing a suitable spot to begin his 4th evolution. He opened the core furnace in his chest, the intense energy heat distorting the surrounding air. Placing the level 6 materials and star soul crystal into the furnace, the evolution process began as the materials melted. Boom! The evolution value instantly dropped to 0, fueling the furnace like kindling. Boundless energy converged within the mech, akin to a star in motion. The mech's body began to compress, each part undergoing transformation as the properties of the star soul crystal integrated. The violent fluctuations caused stones and dust to float, slowly orbiting the mech. At that moment, the toad ghost sprang into action. Its long tongue shot out like an arrow, obliterating a flying mutated beast midair. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, the lingering bloodlust absorbed back into the toad ghost. As a ghostly minion, it no longer had its former consciousness and followed the blade mech's commands without question. In this world of perpetual crimson skies, time seemed to stand still. After an indeterminate period, an invisible wave radiated from the blade mech, disintegrating the floating stones into dust. The mech's eyes suddenly lit up, glowing blue. Post-evolution, the blade mech now stood 5 meters tall. Its body was a light blue, adorned with silver-white patterns like stars in the night sky. The mech was tall yet sleek, its contours perfect, exuding a crystalline sheen that made it resemble a work of art. Mech, Blade Starlight. Level, Commander Initial. Strength, 586. Defense, 544. Agility, 548. Spirit, 595. Energy, 280,280. Armor value, 200200. Core modules. Unyielding blade. Gains sharpness value when using blade weapons, with adaptive weapon traits, current sharpness 22. Bloodlust. Attacks cause bleeding, draining enemy energy and life. Life. Absorbs life energy from the void to replenish energy or repair the mech. Destroyer. Overload for a 1500 combat power boost. Immortal Star Soul. Binds the mech to the soul with an eternal star. Even if the mech is shattered, as long as the star soul remains, the mech can revive from destruction. Auxiliary modules. Crimson Warblade right arm. Titan Strength right leg. Energy Focus Lens head. Song of Life left hand. Electromagnetic Shock spine. Evolution value 03000. The blade mech raised a hand, touching the newly formed silver pentagram at the center of its forehead, the star soul. This resilient star soul was the product of the star soul crystal's integration. While it didn't directly boost combat power, it greatly enhanced the blade mech's satisfaction with this core module's abilities. Binding the mech to the soul meant achieving a 100 sync rate between pilot and mech, truly realizing man-machine unity. However, for the blade mech, who had already become a sentient machine, this binding seemed redundant. Yet, the innate max sync rate made his soul feel as if it had undergone a baptism, strengthening his connection with his main body. It was like clasping hands, feeling each other's warmth. Besides enhancing the link with his main body, the immortal star soul provided a powerful survival ability. Even if the mech were utterly destroyed, the star soul would carry his soul through the void, awaiting rebirth. Touching the star soul on his forehead, The blade mech sensed a miniature version of himself inside, like a second life. This mech nascent soul included both his soul and body. When it revived, it would reconstruct the shattered mech along with it, negating the need to start evolution from scratch. The only drawback was the long revival time, but for a second chance at life, the wait seemed a small price to pay. The effect of the immortal star soul not only saved the blade mech, but also spared Gu Yuan half his life. A look of surprise crossed his face. He knew that if something happened to the blade mech, even if he survived, he would lose half of his soul, making the rest of his life unbearable. This chance at rebirth was hard-won, but Gu Yuan remained vigilant. He recalled the downfall of the Star Empire, a powerful civilization that was obliterated by a single meteorite. In this world, true immortality does not exist. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan shifted his focus to his own condition. He meticulously examined his status panel. Entity, Gu Yuan. Strength, 289. Constitution, 275. Agility, 268. Spirit, 290. Techniques, True Martial Secret Manual, 4th level, Deep Sea Runes, 35. Star Slaying Blade Technique, Mastered, 80. Exclusive Weapon, Rift Skyblade. Attributes, Sharpness 12, Heaviness 8. Special, Wolf Phantom activated grants 8 strength boost to Blade Mech. Attribute points, 6. The evolution of the Blade Mech had increased various attributes by around 200 points, and Gu Yuan's stats had accordingly improved. The Star Soul Crystal's properties had caused his spirit to surpass his strength, and the Will Phantom's strength boost had increased from 5 to 8. Gu Yuan slowly clenched his fist, feeling the air flow between his fingers. The sensation was so vivid it was as if his hand were submerged in a stream, capable of easily creating waves. Just as he was about to test his newfound strength with a punch, he remembered he was at home and that the noise might earn a scolding from his mother late at night. Taking another deep breath, he felt the power surging within him like mighty rivers. As he spread his arms, his muscles moved in rhythm with his breathing, causing the air around him to ripple and emit a low hum, as if an invisible beast lurked in the room. This enhancement was significant for both the Blade Mech and Gu Yuan. He pondered silently, now feeling more prepared for any potential trouble his sister's return might bring. Reapplying the star refining technique, he noticed that the nodes from Gu Jian no longer had the disaster-indicating red lines, but were now golden, symbolizing fortune. Gu Yuan felt a surge of excitement, anticipating the surprises his sister might bring back. However, he quickly calmed himself, understanding that whether it was fortune or calamity, strength was needed to face it. He immediately began allocating the 156 new attribute points he had gained. First, he used 25 points to elevate the star-slaying blade technique to its perfect state. The system suggested spending 100 points to break through to the next level, but Gu Yuan declined. He allocated the remaining points to the True Martial Secret Manual, raising the progress of the 4th level Deep Sea Runes from 35 to 46. The liquid true energy in his dantian became more viscous, making Gu Yuan feel closer to breaking through to the late stage of the 3rd realm. Although the 4th realm was still a distance away, his cultivation speed was already beyond ordinary imagination. The night of cultivation passed quickly. As morning sunlight streamed through the window, Gu Yuan got up to wash. On the first day of summer vacation, he allowed himself a rare moment of relaxation, drawing the curtains, adjusting the air conditioning, and lying down for a restful sleep. At 2 p.m., his alarm went off. Groggy, Gu Yuan answered a call from Lin Xiaoyu. She excitedly reminded him to pick up Gu Jian, who was about to arrive. Gu Yuan explained that he was catching up on sleep due to insomnia, but Lin Xiaoyu misunderstood it as loneliness. Frustrated, he hung up the phone. After hanging up on Lin Xiaoyu, Gu Yuan changed his clothes and walked out of the room. He saw his mother tidying up his sister's bedroom. He spoke softly, "Mom, I'm going out to pick up Gu Jian." With that, he headed downstairs. Li Mei's voice came from the room. "There's food in the kitchen. Eat before you go." "I'm full. Got enough sleep?" Gu Yuan replied without looking back. "You, child, skipping lunch will give you a stomachache," Li Mei said, her tone filled with concern. Gu Yuan felt a bit helpless. His mother always treated him like a child. Maybe it was because he had only been cultivating for 2 months, and she couldn't imagine the drastic changes he had undergone. Stomachache? What a joke. With his current strength, he could go without food or drink for 10 days to half a month without any issues. For cultivators, eating was just to satisfy their taste buds. Otherwise, chewing on extraordinary materials every day would make one sick. It needed to be balanced. Turning a corner after leaving the house, Gu Yuan saw a military off-road vehicle parked on the street. The vehicle was made of high-hardness materials, offering excellent bulletproof capabilities and top-notch performance. This was the car he had requisitioned from the Martial Management Bureau to travel to Dawn City. As a Hall of Fame gold mark holder, Gu Yuan had the authority of a Golden Dragon commander, allowing him to mobilize experts below the 8th level from various martial management bureaus. Requisitioning a military off-road vehicle was naturally no problem. In Xia, Golden Dragon commanders were almost all 8th level experts, like Xia Mingwu. Below them were Silver Tiger commanders and Bronze Eagle commanders, with decreasing strength and authority. To attain a commander position, one needed not only strength but also sufficient contribution points. However, Gu Yuan was an exception. By achieving 100 consecutive victories in the martial arena, he earned the Hall of Fame Goldmark and became a Golden Dragon commander, on par with Xia Mingwu. In this imperial country, his status was nearly equivalent to a regional governor when he revealed his identity. Soon, Gu Yuan drove to Lin Xiaoyu's house. After getting in the car, Lin Xiaoyu patted the seat and cleared her throat. Ahem, Zirionzi, what level are you at now? As she spoke, she casually stretched, revealing a hint of 3rd level energy. Gu Yuan stepped on the gas and started the vehicle, replying calmly, martial strength, 3rd level. By the way, I had a minor breakthrough last night. It shouldn't take long to reach late 3rd level. Uh-oh. Lin Xiaoyu retracted her energy and looked out at the rapidly passing scenery, whispering, not bad, keep it up. In the rearview mirror, Lin Xiaoyu pouted, her left cheek puffing up like a small bun. Gu Yuan chuckled inwardly. Surpassing him now would be harder than ascending to the heavens. However, her quick breakthrough to the 3rd level was impressive enough that even Xia Mingwu once called her a prodigy. With exceptional talent and innate ability, she was a natural-born cultivation genius. If not for encountering him, she would have been the top of their generation. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the train station. Soon, the roaring iron beast came to a stop on the tracks, and the crowd flowed out of the train. Among them was a tall girl wearing a black outdoor jacket, hat, and sunglasses, pulling a suitcase. Her graceful steps and occasional hair flips made her look like a celebrity, attracting the eyes of passers-by. At this moment, they saw a tall, short-haired, and heroic-looking young man walking against the crowd with a sweet-looking girl with a slight baby face. Hey, superstar, can I get an autograph? Gu Yuan smiled as he approached Gu Jiyan. Despite her full disguise, he recognized her immediately. Though she was a travel blogger, she had the aura of a star. In Gu Jiyan's words, if I weren't so free-spirited and loved to roam, your sister would have been an international superstar by now. TSK, except for that mouth of yours, I hardly recognize you. I remember when you were little, I used to flick your. Gu Jiyan looked Gu Yuan up and down, clicking her tongue. Although they had video calls, seeing him in person was different. A few months ago, he was as skinny as a rail, but now he was muscular, even through his clothes. Come on, watch your language in public. Gu Yuan felt an urge to sew her mouth shut. What's uncivilized about it? Did I say what I flicked? Clearly, it's your mind that's dirty. Gu Jiyan smirked. Gu Yuan felt helpless, wondering what kind of man could handle his devilish sister. Jiyan, how did it feel? Lin Xiaoyu asked, her big eyes sparkling. If you're really that curious, come to my room tonight, and I'll show you what dragon rising means, Gu Yuan said, glaring at her. Jiyan, Gu Yuan's being a pervert. Lin Xiaoyu pouted, hugging Gu Jiyan's arm. Who started being perverted first? Don't gang up on me just because I'm a delicate little boy, Gu Yuan protested. All right, let's go home and rest. I've been on the train all day and I'm exhausted. Watching the two bicker, Gu Jiyan felt much of her frustration from the Tibetan relic disappear. She vowed never to explore relics again. Who would have thought a regular relic would be sealed for 2 months, with the wind on the snowy mountains almost driving her crazy? The 3 of them left the station. Seeing the off-road vehicle, Gu Jiyan's eyes widened in surprise. Xiaoyuan, is this your car? You can consider it mine. Gu Yuan smiled as he got into the driver's seat. Gu Jiyan gave him a meaningful look and said to Lin Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, tell me what happened after Gu Yuan joined the martial arts class? She had kept in touch with Gu Yuan, but due to poor signal in the relics, their communication was mostly to ensure safety. She was not fully aware of his rapid progress in cultivation. With that, Gu Yuan drove while Gu Jiyan and Lin Xiaoyu chatted in the back, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise. After dropping Gu Jiyan off at home, Gu Yuan then took Lin Xiaoyu back to her place. Lin Xiaoyu had come specifically to pick up Gu Jiyan, as the evening was reserved for the Gu family to reunite. By the time Gu Yuan returned home, his parents were already busy in the kitchen, preparing a lavish welcome dinner for Gu Jiyan. Gu Yuan gently knocked on Gu Jiyan's door. Sis, are you in there? What's up? Gu Jiyan's voice came from inside. Gu Yuan pushed the door open and saw his sister, who had taken off her hat and sunglasses. Her beautiful face showed signs of exhaustion. Sis, it must have been tough at the ruins, Gu Yuan said, carefully observing Gu Jiyan, his eyes deep and searching for any abnormalities. So far, he hadn't noticed anything unusual about her, which didn't match the prediction of his fate. Either the prediction was wrong, or it hadn't been triggered yet. Gu Jiyan sighed. It wasn't that tough, really. The main issue was that the ruins were suddenly sealed off, essentially putting us under control for 2 months. It was quite frustrating. She described the harsh living conditions in the snowy mountains: poor food, lack of sleep, no internet, and nothing to do but train. Gu Yuan asked curiously, sis, what exactly happened at the ruins? Gu Jian gathered her thoughts and began to explain. The ancient temple ruins in the snowy mountains were initially classified as a historical and cultural site, with very low risk. Everything went smoothly at first, but then a member of the Martial Management Bureau died at the site, reportedly after coming into contact with some relics. She paused. By the way, you know what relics are, right? They taught that in school, didn't they? He briefly summarized the origin and significance of relics, pointing out that it implied the ancient temple ruins might have been left by an ancient practitioner of at least the sixth realm. This also explained why the area was later sealed off. Professor Zhu, who was leading the team, took charge of the relics, and after that, there were no more deaths. I heard they sent some powerful individuals from the Bureau, possibly even a Golden Dragon-level commander, but I'm not sure if that's true. She described the strict control measures implemented after the incidents at the ruins. Suddenly, Gu Jian looked at Gu Yuan, pinched his cheek, and smiled brightly. Who would have thought, after all these years of training, you'd almost surpass me in just 2 months? Huh, esteemed Golden Dragon Commander? Her tone was filled with joy for her brother's achievements. Gu Jian recalled all the efforts she had made to help her frail brother grow up strong and healthy, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. Gu Yuan secretly felt grateful for his mecha clone. Otherwise, the pills his sister gave him might have been too much for him. He said sincerely, sis, don't worry. No matter how strong I become in the future, you all will always be my family. Gu Yuan stood up, ready to leave. Sis, take a rest for now. I'll call you when it's time to eat. He already had a rough idea about the prediction of his fate. The key might lie in the relics. Just as Gu Yuan was about to step out of the room, Gu Jian suddenly said, oh, Xiao Yuan, I almost forgot. I brought you a gift this time. She took out a round bronze ancient coin and handed it to Gu Yuan. The moment Gu Yuan took the coin, his pupils dilated sharply. The moment Gu Yuan touched the ancient bronze coin, he heard a notification sound in his mind. He stared at the archaic coin in his palm, blinking in disbelief. Oh, my dear brother, quite a surprise, isn't it? Gu Jian said with a smile, noticing Gu Yuan's astonished expression. She took out an exquisite small wooden box from her pocket. This coin was unearthed from a relic. Professor Zhu let me choose a souvenir, so I picked a string of ancient coins. There are 5 of them, 1 for each family member, and you can give the extra one to Xiao Yu. Gu Yuan suppressed his excitement and tried to stay calm. Sis, let me take a look at the other coins, he said, his eyes fixed on the wooden box in Gu Jian's hand. Here you go, Gu Jian said, handing him the box. Inside the box were 4 more ancient coins. Gu Yuan carefully examined each one, but none of them triggered a reaction from the panel. Sis, do you know the history behind these coins? Gu Yuan asked, his tone tinged with curiosity. Gu Jian thought for a moment and began to explain. The relic site dates back over 3,000 years. Based on the coin designs, it should be from the Damo dynasty. Historical records indicate that during the Damo dynasty, the land was plagued by disasters, and the people suffered greatly. There are even legends that say that era was filled with strange occurrences and rampant demons. What might have been dismissed as myths before the Great Cataclysm now seems likely to be true. The Damo dynasty's rule lasted less than a century before it was overthrown, largely because the ruler was tyrannical and colluded with demons to maintain power. Gu Yuan pondered this information. Sis, are you sure these coins are genuine? Of course, do you think I would give you fake coins? Gu Jian glared at him. These coins are worth at least tens of thousands each. Thanks, dear sister. You should rest. I'll call you when it's time to eat, Gu Yuan said with a smile before returning to his room. Once in his room, Gu Yuan's smile vanished. He compared the 2 coins in his hand, still puzzled. Then suddenly, attribute points converted, 1 point. Gu Yuan was stunned. The coin had just converted another attribute point. 10 minutes later, attribute points converted, 3 points. Another 10 minutes passed. Attribute points converted, 2 points. Gu Yuan stared at the coin, his eyes filled with a strange light. It was like a game where coins kept giving him attribute points periodically. Although the points were few, they were continuous. He quickly calculated. 1 conversion every 10 minutes, at least 1 point, at most 3 points, equating to at least 10 points per hour. That would be 240 points in a day, much more than the 80 points from converting a level 6 life crystal. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, using his internal energy to calm himself. This coin contained an unknown power that could continuously convert attribute points, but it must have a limit. This might be a blessing brought by his sister, but it could also be a disaster, indicating that the coin might bring significant danger. He strung the coin on a cord and wore it around his neck, ensuring it stayed in contact with his skin. Feeling the cold touch on his chest, Gu Yuan began to ponder the information Gu Jian had shared. The relic stones, the ancient coins, and the deceased security personnel? A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. The relic stones and the coins might share the same unknown power. Someone must have accidentally absorbed this power, leading to a fatal transformation. However, his panel could convert this power into attribute points, suggesting it wouldn't harm him. At that moment, Gu Yuan felt an intense desire to obtain those relic stones to see if they could convert more attribute points. He opened his wristband and logged into the official cultivator's platform called Daxia Dragon Sparrow. This platform was not only for taking on missions to earn contributions, but also served as a social network for cultivators. Although Gu Yuan had only registered a few days ago, he didn't hesitate and posted a query about the ancient temple relic. Most of the replies were irrelevant jokes. Frustrated, Gu Yuan set a restriction, allowing only leaders to comment. After all, whether they were bronze eagles, silver tigers, or golden dragons, they were all elites in their respective tiers and wouldn't waste time on trivial matters. As expected, once the restriction was in place, the thread quieted down. Gu Yuan waited patiently, hoping to gather some valuable information. Seeing that no high-level cultivators had left any messages in a short period of time, Gu Yuan closed the holographic screen of his wristband and put the matter aside for now. He took a deep breath and thought to himself. Regardless of how the mysterious power within the ancient coin was formed, or what entity left it behind, and whether it would affect him, its benefits to him were undeniable at this moment. Since this ancient coin has fallen into my hands, not even Jesus could take it away. Gu Yuan slowly closed his eyes, and the secret armor on his body silently assembled and covered him. He entered a deep cultivation state. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was July 3rd. Today was the day Tuoba Hao and his team were heading off for their training in the 4 provinces. Gu Yuan and Lin Xiaoyu had not signed up for the training, and at this moment, they were accompanying Gu Jiyan out of the school, under the envious and jealous gazes of their classmates. Tuoba Hao wore a heartbroken expression. Ever since he had dinner at Gu Yuan's house and met Gu Jiyan, he felt he had fallen in love. However, his heart was destined to be shattered, unable to be tied to just one woman. Jiyan, I want to stay in Yunhai City with you, but I can't give up the entire forest for one tree. Tuoba Hao exclaimed dramatically. Gu Jiyan glared back at Tuoba Hao. You're just a kid. Gu Yuan, you better not be as fickle as him. Kids these days fall in love with everyone they see. Sis, I'm a pure-hearted warrior. I'll cut down any playboy with a single strike. Gu Yuan declared righteously. I think your mouth is the real flirt, Gu Jiyan said, shaking her head with a smile. Xiaoyu, you have to keep an eye on him for me. Don't let him get involved with any dubious women. Lust is like a bone-scraping knife. It cuts down heroes. Don't worry, sis. I detest gambling and drugs. Gu Yuan quickly interjected before Xiaoyu could speak. Lin Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. Jiyan, you see, I can't control Gu Yuan. The three of them chatted and laughed along the way. Although they were supposed to be accompanying Gu Jiyan shopping, it felt more like she was accompanying them. As they walked, Gu Jiyan explained the things to note about Dawn City. When you go to Dawn City, you don't have to buy much, but you must get some golden beetle feed. It's the peak season, and there might be pearl dolphins coming ashore. If you sprinkle some of their favorite golden beetle feed, they might spit out a string of small pearls for you. I went to Dawn City once, but unfortunately, I wasn't lucky. I fed them all the feed I had, and none of the pearl dolphins spat out any pearls. Gu Jiyan continued. Not all mutated beasts are vicious and aggressive. Some are highly intelligent and even friendly towards humans. Pearl dolphins are one of them. They're about the size of small dogs, but don't be fooled by their size. They are incredibly powerful, at least level 3 mutated beasts. They are highly perceptive and will allow humans to approach as long as there's no malice. When they're happy, they might even spit out small pearls. These pearls, known as white jade pearls, are level 3 extraordinary materials. They can be used for cultivation or made into jewelry with skin-nourishing and spirit-guarding properties, fetching sky-high prices on the market. One of the main attractions of Dawn City, besides its historical significance, is the pearl dolphins. Really? Lin Xiaoyu said excitedly. I've seen pictures of pearl dolphins online. They're so cute. Let's buy more feed, so they can spit out more pearls. She picked up several bags of feed as she spoke. Gu Yuan's mouth twitched. You want to buy that much? Are you trying to overfeed them? Pearl dolphins spit out pearls based on their mood. Overfeeding them will just make them unhappy. Mind your own business. I'm paying for it myself, Lin Xiaoyu retorted, lifting her chin before running off to pay. Golden beetle feed is a low-grade extraordinary feed and isn't cheap. A bag the size of a fist costs nearly 5 figures. Lin Xiaoyu bought 10 bags without batting an eye. Her live streaming career was getting more popular, and she was earning money faster, which also contributed to her rapid cultivation progress. Talent sets a person's lower limit, but resources determine how high they can go. She's really starting to look like a rich woman, Gu Yuan muttered, standing at the entrance waiting for the two of them to come out. They were in the commercial center of Yunhai City, surrounded by skyscrapers, bustling streets, and a constant flow of people and cars. Suddenly, A man with an ordinary appearance in the crowd felt an intense excitement. A mark on his chest burned hot. The holy fetus. This person has the scent of the holy fetus, he exclaimed in his mind. Lord Baphomet's prophecy was right. The holy fetus has appeared. He was so excited that he almost let out a triumphant shout. If they hadn't found the holy fetus this time, they would all have been sacrificed to Lord Baphomet. They worship Lord Baphomet for power and pleasure, not to die. But once they chose this path, there was no turning back. This is what differentiates ordinary believers from fanatics. Fanatics follow the God's will without question. The ordinary believer quietly memorized Gu Yuan's face and quickly disappeared around the corner. Gu Yuan instinctively looked in a certain direction but found nothing unusual. However, his heart had suddenly started racing, and he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Calamity, fortune, Gu Yuan murmured to himself. If it weren't for the destiny foresight provided by the star refining technique, he might have thought it was just his imagination and been lost in the joy of acquiring the ancient coin, dismissing these feelings. But now, he remained vigilant against any anomalies. Let's see what happens next. A cold glint flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. He firmly believed that absolute power could crush all obstacles. In this world, only strength is eternal and can overcome everything. All calamities stem from a lack of power. Given enough time, he could shatter all malevolence. Let's go, Gu Yuan. Let's get some food supplies for the journey so you won't go hungry when traveling, Gu Jian said, leading the way with a seasoned air. What's wrong? You seem a bit off, Lin Xiaoyu asked softly, walking beside Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's eyelid twitched, thinking, what the heck? Why is she so perceptive? He forced a smile and said, nothing. I'm just getting more excited about the scenery in Dawn City. In the dark, oppressive basement, the flickering candlelight cast shadows on the walls, revealing splattered bloodstains. The floor was inscribed with dense and intricate patterns that made one dizzy. The air was thick with the suffocating scent of blood. At the center of the basement, a pool of blood lay still, and a man in a black robe knelt by its edge like a statue. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from outside the door. A respectful voice called out, Apostle, we have discovered traces of the sacred fetus in Yunhai City. The black-robed apostle remained kneeling, not lifting his head. Is the sacred fetus the top genius of Yunhai Martial Academy? The follower outside continued his report. Yes, Gu Yuan is not only the top genius of this year's Yunhai Martial Academy, but has also completed the 100 Victories Challenge in the martial arena, becoming the 6th person in history to enter the Hall of Fame. Many eyes in the Xia Kingdom are likely watching him from the shadows. Silence enveloped the basement. The follower outside grew visibly anxious. The black-robed apostle finally spoke. You may leave.
Yes.
The follower, relieved, slowly retreated. In the candlelight, the black-robed apostle lifted his head, revealing a cold and ruthless face, his eyes burning with fervor. He muttered to himself, the prophecy is true. The sacred fetus has indeed appeared in Yunhai City. Ling Shi, you were too hasty. Why couldn't you wait patiently? A smug smile tugged at his lips. But to die at the hands of the true martial king, it's a worthy end for you. Without your death, how would I have the chance to become the new Ling Shi? Once I bring back the sacred fetus, Lord Baphomet will surely reward me with divine blood, making me a true Ling Shi, a 9-realm Ling Shi. Haha. His low laugh echoed in the dim basement, filled with evil and darkness. At 10 p.m., an off-road vehicle loaded with supplies stopped by the roadside. Lin Xiaoyu and Gu Jian sat together, chatting energetically. Gu Yuan sighed helplessly, thinking, women and shopping, it's like they have infinite energy. You two wait here, I'll go get something, Gu Yuan said as he parked the car and walked into the Martial Administration Bureau. As soon as he entered, a staff member approached him. Gu Yuan asked to see Captain Lin. Shortly after, a woman in her 30s with a graceful appearance came out. Master Yuan, the items are in the office, Lin Qingmu said with a hint of respect. The surrounding staff, upon hearing this address, were stunned. It wasn't until Gu Yuan and Lin Qingmu entered the office that someone realized, that's Gu Yuan, the monstrous genius with 100 consecutive victories in the martial arena. Inside the office, Lin Qingmu took out a silver briefcase. Her eyes filled with complex emotions as she recalled Gu Yuan, who had killed an evil god's follower in a rainstorm a month ago. She hadn't expected to meet him again as Master Yuan. After checking the case, Gu Yuan inquired about the situation with the evil god's followers in Yunhai City. Learning that there were no anomalies, he arranged for protective measures for his family. As he left, feeling the respectful gazes of the staff, Gu Yuan couldn't help but reflect on the influence of power. Back in the car, Lin Xiaoyu and Gu Jian curiously asked, what's inside? Gu Yuan explained that it was a set of modified special reconnaissance equipment that could be used for live streaming. Considering safety factors, having a stable live feed would deter any potential attackers. Although the daily predictions from the star refining divine art indicated that Lin Xiaoyu had golden blessings, this was just a precaution. Daily divination. The goddess of fortune favors me. Just past midnight, Gu Yuan initiated the celestial refinement technique once more. This secret technique seemed tailor-made for him, progressing rapidly even without allocating attribute points. He focused intently, observing the golden aura of fortune surrounding Lin Xiaoyu, indicating that their journey to Dawn City would be fruitful. Yet, Gu Yuan remained vigilant, fully aware that fate is interconnected. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan checked his status panel. Attribute points, 582. Since obtaining the bronze ancient coin, his attribute points had nearly reached 600 in just 2.5 days. It was the first time he had accumulated so many points, and his heart raced as if he had struck it rich overnight. Unfortunately, the coin's power was waning. Though it appeared unchanged, Gu Yuan could clearly feel its energy dissipating like air leaking from a balloon. At that moment, a strange, elderly chuckle echoed abruptly. Hee hee, little one, can you hear me? Gu Yuan's expression shifted, his sharp gaze scanning the empty room. He sensed no presence. Stop looking around. I'm in your hand. Startled, Gu Yuan's eyes locked onto the bronze coin. After a few seconds of silence, he frowned and said, "You're in this coin. Are you a spirit?" Despite his words, Gu Yuan was skeptical. Could this be another Yao Lao situation? Although his current strength in martial arts was at the third realm, which was quite fantastical, the twist here was that he was absorbing the spirit's power, not the other way around. It felt completely backward. Absorbing the spirit's power, it was unlikely the spirit harbored no resentment. Old coin, let's see what you're up to. Gu Yuan feigned shock, contemplating internally. That's right, you can call me Mo Lao, the ancient voice replied. The coin began to glow, and a nearly transparent old man with a white beard appeared above it. Mo Lao scrutinized Gu Yuan with a kind expression, though inwardly seething. What secret did this boy hold that allowed him to continuously drain my essence? Shouldn't I be the one taking over his body? Considering the immense potential within this body, Mo Lao's greed surfaced. This was undoubtedly the most promising physique he had ever encountered, seemingly growing stronger by the moment, as if some mysterious force was constantly enhancing it. He couldn't miss this opportunity. With a benevolent smile, Mo Lao asked, "Little one, how do you rate your cultivation talent?" "Unmatched beneath the heavens." Gu Yuan responded without hesitation, exuding arrogance. "Damn, this kid is shameless." Mo Lao cursed inwardly but smiled and shook his head. "Not quite. Do you know that compared to the ancient people, humanity today is as weak as infants? The talent you're so proud of would be considered mediocre at best in our time." "What?" Gu Yuan's face changed dramatically, genuinely shocked this time. The bronze coin was from the Tamara dynasty, 3,000 years ago. Modern understanding of that era was limited to artifacts unearthed from ruins, with no in-depth knowledge about its cultivation practices. The strength of cultivators from that time was unfathomable. After all, only 500 years had passed since the spiritual energy resurgence and the Great Calamity, far too short compared to the previous era of spiritual energy. The gap between eras made it impossible to verify the old man's claims. Gu Yuan didn't fully believe that his talent would be considered mediocre in that era. It was likely the old coin was trying to deceive him. "Hard to believe, isn't it?" Mo Lao said with a mysterious smile. "Let me tell you, in that era, a 3-year-old could wield immense strength, and adults could tear apart ancient beasts with their bare hands, possessing the power to move mountains and seas." What nonsense, like I haven't read web novels. Gu Yuan thought, but outwardly, he appeared furious, clenching his fists in frustration. "Impossible, you must be lying. How could I be so weak?" He roared in a low voice, genuinely upset, like an ancient human realizing their insignificance for the first time. Seeing Gu Yuan's reaction, Mo Lao smirked internally. This kid had clearly had a smooth journey in cultivation, never facing a setback. Despite his talent, his mind was still immature. But that was understandable. At his age, possessing such terrifying strength, who could challenge him? "Little one, do you want to become stronger?" Mo Lao asked in a tempting tone. "Unmatched beneath the heavens." Gu Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes burning with determination, but his voice remained calm. "Mo Lao, why are you helping me?" "Hmm? Not so foolish after all," Mo Lao thought, surprised by the boy's discernment. "Look at my current state," Mo Lao explained. "After thousands of years, my life essence is almost depleted, and you've absorbed some of it. I'm on the verge of dissipating. I need your help to restore my body, and in return, I'll teach you an ancient cultivation technique to revive the glory of human prodigies." "An ancient cultivation technique?" Gu Yuan's breathing quickened, unable to hide his excitement. "Yes. But first, you need to control your body and stop absorbing my essence." Mo Lao smiled bitterly. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mo Lao, I didn't mean to." Gu Yuan apologized. My physique is a rare devouring demon body, constantly absorbing the world's energy to refine my body and spirit. I'll stop now. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yuan closed his eyes, his face contorting as if suppressing something. What is this old coin up to? Trying to possess me? Gu Yuan thought mockingly, willing his status panel to stop absorbing the coin's energy. Feeling the mysterious force finally cease, Mo Lao sighed in relief. Devouring demon body, what kind of physique is that? Why haven't I heard of it? He searched his memories, finding no record of such a physique. But from his observations, he was sure the boy had no mystical objects, just a naturally evolving body. The body's strength and the soul's fortitude made possession impossible. Instead, he was being used as nourishment. However, that didn't mean he was without options. A physique defying the heavens, truly a stroke of fortune. Mo Lao thought, plotting his next move. Mo Lao's face lit up with a broad smile as he said to Gu Yuan, "All right, since you're so sincere, I'll teach you a portion of the ancient cultivation method first. As for helping me restore my physical body, that can wait." Gu Yuan quickly responded, his face showing an earnest smile. "Mo Lao, I'm not in a hurry. Your health is more important." Despite his words, the eager glint in his eyes did not escape Mo Lao's sharp observation. Mo Lao chuckled inwardly but maintained a calm exterior. Heh, young people are always so eager. No rush. He paused for a moment and continued. What I'm going to teach you next is an ancient cultivation method created by the celestial venerable, called 9 Transformations of Heavenly Spirit. It's a soul cultivation technique. Although your current physique is only average, your potential is limitless. For now, don't focus too much on it. It's your soul that matters. True soul cultivation methods are extremely rare. Once you master the 9 transformations of heavenly spirit, you will become a peerless prodigy. Gu Yuan nodded enthusiastically, though questions swirled in his mind. What exactly is a true soul cultivation method? The star refining technique he practiced only touched upon soul cultivation, which was why he couldn't inscribe soul runes on his blade mecha. Mo Lao, please teach me the true soul cultivation method, Gu Yuan said expectantly, swallowing hard. Mo Lao's eyes became deep and penetrating, as if he was trying to see through Gu Yuan's soul. Gu Yuan felt a moment of panic, wondering if the old man had seen through him. After a brief pause, Mo Lao smiled slightly. Don't be nervous. Relax your mind and carefully comprehend what I'm about to say. Gu Yuan nodded again, maintaining a calm exterior. Meanwhile, in another world, the blade mecha had already opened its main interface, ready to absorb Mo Lao's essence at any moment. The main body and the avatar were interconnected, allowing each to access the other's interface. Just as Gu Yuan could use attribute points to upgrade the blade mecha's modules, the blade mecha could also control Gu Yuan's interface to convert attribute points, provided that Gu Yuan held the ancient coin. The blade mecha observed quietly. This old man's soul essence is so weak it's almost invisible. A few more draws, and he'll be completely dissipated. Mo Lao began to chant incantations, and an invisible wave resonated in Gu Yuan's mind, transforming into a profound and mysterious sound, like the voice of the Tao itself, filling him with an enlightened, transcendent feeling. Gu Yuan's heart grew heavy, realizing that this old man was definitely a terrifyingly powerful being. As Mo Lao continued chanting, his form nearly vanished, like a wisp of smoke ready to disperse at any moment. In a daze, Gu Yuan seemed to see a peerless figure walking among the heavens, each step ascending to a higher plane. Just as this figure was about to break through the sky, the vision abruptly ended. In the final moment, he seemed to glimpse a pair of enormous black horns emerging from the earth. At the same time, a vague inheritance of the 9 transformations of heavenly spirit appeared in Gu Yuan's mind. However, this inheritance was not as clear as the true martial king's, making it difficult to comprehend and impossible to record in his interface. Gu Yuan's thoughts were a jumble. Could I have been overthinking? Is this really a true inheritance? He looked at the nearly dissipated Mo Lao, knowing that a single breath could end the old man's life. Mo Lao, are you all right? Gu Yuan asked urgently, his face filled with concern. Mo Lao chuckled lightly. I'm fine, I won't die just yet. I've already passed the 9 transformations of heavenly spirit to you, but without my help, you won't be able to fully comprehend it. In the coming days, I'll guide you through it step by step. Seeing the expression on Gu Yuan's face, Mo Lao felt no emotion. Whether this kid truly believed him or had other motives, he was certain that Gu Yuan wouldn't give up on the 9 transformations of heavenly spirit. Remembering the origin of this secret method, Mo Lao felt a deep sense of dread. Kid, I need to rest now. Without waiting for a reply, Mo Lao turned into a wisp of smoke and returned to the ancient bronze coin. Gu Yuan's face remained calm, lost in thought. Eventually, he sighed softly. Indeed, he couldn't abandon this soul cultivation method. If he killed the old man, how would he continue his cultivation? Gu Yuan recalled that his sister, Gu Ziyan, had discovered 3 relics in the ruins. He wondered about the current situation and decided to log into the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow network to check for any information. He didn't try to hide anything, even if the old man in the ancient coin might be spying. Gu Yuan didn't care, and even planned to ask about the 3 relics once the old man woke up. As soon as he logged in, a notification popped up. It was a message from Commander Jiang Chen, sent under his real name. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up, understanding the reason immediately. Whenever a new Golden Dragon commander was promoted, there would be a comprehensive announcement. Recently, he was the only one promoted, and with his ID being simply Yuan, other commanders would quickly know his true identity. Zhang Xing's message read, Commander Gu Yuan, I took over the Snow Mountain ancient temple ruins. May I ask why you're interested in this particular site? Gu Yuan quickly composed a reply, explaining that his sister, Gu Ziyan, had entered the ruins and that he was concerned about the relics causing deaths, worrying about potential unknown risks to others. The message was sent, and a reply came almost immediately. Gu Yuan glanced at the time. It was nearly 2 a.m. It seemed cultivators were night owls. Zhang Xing's reply read, the relics have been sealed and sent to the Ultra-Ancient Research Institute in Tianhai City. You can rest assured, your family won't be affected. The 5 deceased had all come into contact with the relics and were killed by a mysterious force. The relics are now securely sealed and won't pose a threat to others. Gu Yuan responded with a simple thank you, then used his wristband to search for more information about the Ultra-Ancient Research Institute in Tianhai City. Soon, an entry appeared, Tianhai City, one of the 2 major coastal cities in Xia. The Ultra-Ancient Research Institute is a key official institution dedicated to deciphering the secrets of ancient ruins. Most artifacts unearthed from ruins are analyzed and decrypted here, including ancient extraordinary techniques and items. It is directly overseen by the Great Xia royal family, making it difficult even for Golden Dragon commanders to intervene. Ancient Research Institute. Staring out into the night, Gu Yuan furrowed his brows. The relic had been sent to such a place. It would be difficult to approach, let alone obtain it in a short time. He took a deep breath and consoled himself, forget it. The life core is just as good. No need to be fixated on the relic. Closing his eyes, Gu Yuan began to try and comprehend the 9 transformations of the heavenly spirit. He made a firm resolution that once he could record it into his panel, he would immediately refine the old man in the ancient coin. As night faded and the morning sun rose, Gu Yuan got up, washed, and hurriedly ate breakfast. Amid the reminders from his parents and sister, Gu Ziyan, he drove to Lin Xiaoyu's house. The trunk of his SUV was packed with supplies, mostly everyday food items. The truly important items were stored in his spatial ring. Lin Xiaoyu brushed her hair back and handed him a small luggage bag. Gu Yuan, put these clothes in your spatial ring. What kind of clothes are so precious? Gu Yuan muttered. With a flash of light, the luggage bag disappeared. He used his mental power to check the contents and found it was filled with intimate wear. Suddenly, he noticed there were also pads. Gu Yuan glanced at Lin Xiaoyu discreetly, noticing she seemed a bit fuller today. Why are there pads? Gu Yuan silently mocked Lin Xiaoyu for her little deception. Sensing something, Lin Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes slightly and revealed a dangerous little smile. What's wrong? You're not peeking into my luggage, are you? Gu Yuan immediately defended himself. What do you take me for? I never peek at other people's things. Lin Xiaoyu clearly didn't believe him, giving him a sidelong glance and a playful snort. Buckle up, the experienced driver is about to take off. Gu Yuan said no more and stepped on the gas pedal, driving the vehicle out of the city. In the crowd, an inconspicuous man smoked a cigarette, watching Gu Yuan's car drive away. The red communication paper in his hand turned to ashes inch by inch. Sir, the sacred fetus seems to be leaving the city. We can't determine where he's headed for now. Miles away, a strong, hawk-nosed Caucasian man exuded a powerful presence. Stop the sacred fetus. No, find out where he's going. I'll be in Yunhai City soon. Before he finished speaking, a terrified voice came through. Sir, we've been discovered by the Martial Management Bureau. Useless. The Caucasian's face turned cold, and the communication paper in his hand instantly disintegrated into ashes. They had only discovered the sacred fetus yesterday, and now he was leaving Yunhai City, disrupting their plans. Notify the shadow cult to have their followers around Yunhai City fully track the sacred fetus. Yes, sir. While driving, Gu Yuan received a message. Lin Qingmu had sent it. Master Yuan, the evil god followers monitoring you have all been captured, but their internal prohibitions activated, causing them to self-immolate immediately. We didn't get any useful information. No information is fine. A trace of coldness flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. Since last evening, he had noticed someone tailing him. Although the other party thought their methods were clever, his heightened senses allowed him to perceive the emotions of those watching him, such as nervousness and excitement, indicating ill intentions. Why are evil god followers targeting me? Gu Yuan was puzzled. Is it for revenge? But I wasn't the only one involved in the raid on Hunter's Town against the three major cults. He recalled that the main objective of the three cults was to find the sacred fetus. It seemed he needed to alert Uncle Xia. Lin Xiaoyu saw the message on the light screen and her face grew serious. Gu Yuan, evil god followers are tracking you? Maybe we shouldn't go to Dawn City. Gu Yuan smiled. It's fine. If their target is me, then it's a good chance to lure them out. As a Golden Dragon commander, it's my duty to combat criminals. These evil god followers disrupting social stability need a lesson. Lin Xiaoyu looked thoughtfully at his profile and nodded gently. The car drove into the outskirts of Yunhai City, where golden rice fields lined the road. Heavy rice ears swayed in the wind, resembling waves of gold. The air was filled with the fragrance of rice, and many farmers were working in the fields. In this era, farming was a high-income yet high-risk profession. Mutant beasts frequently roamed the outskirts, and when they invaded, farmers were the first to suffer. However, cultivators also guarded the area around the clock, promptly eliminating the roaming beasts. Beyond the farmlands, the scenery grew desolate. Gu Yuan looked back through the rearview mirror at the towering city made of countless buildings, feeling a strange sense of liberation. The city was a safe haven, but also a place that bound cultivators with numerous rules. Leaving the city felt like shedding a heavy shackle, making him feel much lighter. But without the constraints of rules, the beasts within people's hearts would stir. Driven by desire, people might do anything. Sinful wilderness. Lin Xiaoyu murmured the term from their textbooks, clearly sharing Gu Yuan's sentiments. The wilderness outside the city was a paradise for wrongdoers. Even the Daxia authorities couldn't fully control it. As to some, official cultivators were merely more dangerous prey. Who cares about sin? Anyone who dares mess with us will be dealt with. Gu Yuan rolled down the window and stepped on the gas. The wind roared past, and the SUV sped across the land like a steel beast, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. The satellite network is connecting. Destination: Dawn City. The satellite map is guiding Gu Yuan and Lin Xiaoyu. After leaving Yunhai City, the regular network became useless, but their military devices still connected to the satellite network. The map showed that Yunhai City was over 500 kilometers from Dawn City, which they could normally reach by nightfall. Gu Yuan focused on driving while Lin Xiaoyu started a live stream from the passenger seat. Gu Yuan honked the horn in annoyance and complained. Stop focusing on yourself and show me too. Lin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him. Hey, are you trying to rebel? I'm the streamer, you're the assistant. The live chat exploded with comments. Streamer, who is that next to you? Are you secretly going on a date without telling us? Xiaoyu, are you hiding a handsome guy from us? Let us see your assistant. Is the assistant good looking? His voice sounds so magnetic. Lin Xiaoyu pouted and said, you have a beautiful woman in front of you. But you all want to see the assistant, all right. Since I spoil my fans, I'll satisfy your curiosity. She turned the camera, revealing Gu Yuan's profile. He waved at the camera with a bright smile. Hello, everyone. The comments erupted. Wow, he's so handsome. Streamer, where did you find such a good-looking assistant? I'm so jealous. How much do you pay him? I'll offer double. Are you sure he's just your assistant and not your boyfriend? In just half a minute, the viewership skyrocketed, and gifts flooded the screen. Lin Xiaoyu was a bit stunned, feeling that Gu Yuan was more popular than she was. She explained, the assistant is my classmate, so don't get any ideas. The comments continued. If I had known Yunhai Martial Arts High had such handsome guys, I wouldn't have gone to Beijing Martial Arts High. A classmate? Huh? You said it. Don't regret it later. Streamer? Gu Yuan curiously asked. Xiaoyu, what are the viewers saying? Are they praising my looks? Lin Xiaoyu teased. No. They're saying you look like them after a shower, using facial cleanser, and looking in the mirror. Gu Yuan grinned at the camera. You know how to compliment me. Well done. Lin Xiaoyu quickly turned the camera back to herself. All right, everyone, stop looking at him. He's getting too full of himself. Gu Yuan continued driving, with Lin Xiaoyu chatting with the viewers about cultivation knowledge and her unique insights on sword intent. Outside the window, the desolate landscape sped by collapsed skyscrapers, shattered buildings, cracked earth and overgrown ruins, remnants of the great catastrophe forming the textbook Wasteland of Sin. Suddenly, a sharp breaking sound pierced the air. What happened, Gu Yuan? Lin Xiaoyu remained unfazed, unaffected by the inertia. Nothing, just some trash on the road. Gu Yuan got out of the car, with Lin Xiaoyu following closely behind. In front of the car, the ground was littered with rubble and dead leaves. Gu Yuan waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept the ground clean, revealing a hidden spike strip. He calmly looked in a particular direction. Littering is a capital offense. Meanwhile, in a nearby dilapidated building, a bald man sneered as he reported through an earpiece. Boss, we've got prey one guy and one girl. They look young, Probably martial arts high school students looking for thrills during summer break. But they have sharp eyes. A cold voice responded through the earpiece. Hold them there. I'll be right over. Lin Xiaoyu recognized the spike strip and warned, Gu Yuan, it's marauders. Before she finished speaking, dense gunfire erupted. Bullets rained towards Gu Yuan but bizarrely halted in front of him, as if the bullet heads were dulled. The bald man stared in disbelief at the scene. The bullets dropped to the ground with a clatter. Gu Yuan casually picked one up and flicked it back, hitting the bald man squarely in the forehead. The massive impact made his head explode like a watermelon, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The earpiece crackled with static. Panther. What's going on? A kilometer away, a burly tattooed man scowled, cursing his subordinates' lack of discipline. He stomped the ground, shattering it, and led over a dozen fierce-looking men towards Gu Yuan and Lin Xiaoyu. The live chat went wild again, with viewership soaring over 10,000. Whoa, the assistant seems pretty badass. That move was so cool. Just a wave and everything crumbled. I don't practice martial arts. Can someone tell me how powerful that move was? How powerful? Imagine a 10-story building. Although there were many videos of martial arts battles online, such an authentic, unscripted second-person perspective livestream was rare, drawing significant attention from the audience. Gu Yuan flicked the bullet without needing to look, already knowing the outcome. With a casual throw, he sent a few belts flying from the groove, then quickly returned to the car, ready to leave. Just then, a furious shout echoed from above. Kid, you think you can leave after stepping into my territory? Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a burly figure landed heavily on a nearby 7-story building, which had already collapsed by a third. As Bashi landed, he saw Gu Yuan attempting to flee while his subordinates were nowhere to be seen. Rage surged within him, and a cold, snake-like aura spread around him, enveloping the surroundings. Both Gu Yuan and Lin Xiaoyu sensed Bashi's level 8 stage of the 4th realm. However, neither of them showed any signs of panic. Gu Yuan was fearless due to his significant increase in strength, and Lin Xiaoyu knew she could always run if things went south. Bashi looked down at the two of them, suddenly feeling uncertain. He carefully sensed the area, catching a faint whiff of blood from a nearby window. It's Black Panther. Black Panther is dead. He was shocked. Although Black Panther wasn't extremely strong, he had 3rd realm cultivation and ranked among the top 5 of Bashi's subordinates. The information had just come in less than a minute ago, and now he was dead without any resistance. Even Bashi himself couldn't have done it so cleanly. Could someone be protecting these two? Bashi wondered. He didn't sense any danger from Gu Yuan or Lin Xiaoyu. Their attire suggested they were tourists, and one of them was even live streaming, hardly the look of experts. Recalling the talent ranking of Yunhai City from half a month ago, Bashi clearly remembered that these two weren't on it. The talent ranking, updated monthly, was a list maintained by hunters to record the city's young talents, mainly to avoid provoking them and facing retaliation. Bashi couldn't figure out these two, but letting them go without a fight would damage his reputation in front of his subordinates. After all, getting scared off by 2 kids would ruin his street cred. While Bashi hesitated between fighting or fleeing, Gu Yuan spoke up. You called Bashi. How long have you been in this line of work? None of your business. Bashi crossed his arms, the snake tattoos on them writhing like living creatures, exuding a chilling aura. I'm warning you, either get lost or die. He intended to leave the choice to them. If they ran, he'd swallow his pride. If not, they'd fight. Seems like a repeat offender. Today marks the end of your career, Gu Yuan said coldly, an invisible aura rising from him. Xiaoyu, I'll handle this guy. You take care of his lackeys. Got it. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. She loosened her grip, and the live streaming device, which looked like a phone, began to transform, floating into the air like a small satellite, blending almost perfectly with the surroundings. Gu Yuan glanced indifferently at Bashi, his muscles swelling, and a fiery energy burning within him. Golden red patterns flowed like magma on his skin. Super armor. Activate. Boom. The ground shattered, debris flying as Gu Yuan shot forward, creating a violent gust of wind. His body was now covered in a magnificent golden red armor, significantly enhancing all his attributes. Gu Yuan casually grabbed a burnt-out bus skeleton from the roadside, its heavy frame light as a feather in his hands, and hurled it fiercely at Bashi. Whoosh! The massive bus spun through the air, crossing over 100 meters in an instant, whistling as it approached Bashi. I'm going to kill you, brat. Gu Yuan's tone reminded Bashi of the cops he encountered before he started practicing martial arts. The smell from their uniforms brought back unpleasant memories. Fury surged within him, Bashi's eyes turning red, pupils contracting into slits, and everything around him seemed to slow down. Bang! With a powerful step, the already crumbling building disintegrated further, its walls collapsing as the entire structure began to fall apart. In midair, Bashi was now covered in black scale armor, resembling snake skin. His arms morphed into 2 serpent heads, emitting a terrifying hiss. Bashi's weapon, a pair of black snake gauntlets, had fused with his super armor, forming something akin to living creatures. Though not as dexterous as human fingers, their shape suited his combat techniques better. Hiss. The serpent's claws sliced through the air, creating a sharp wind as black energy flashed. The next moment, the bus was split in half like clay, the two halves crashing to the ground. Bashi emerged from the split bus, landing forcefully on the ground. Boom. The ground cracked, forming a spiderweb pattern several meters in diameter. At this moment, Bashi's black armor was coursing with snake-like energy, exuding a menacing pressure. Seeing their boss's imposing stance, Bashi's dozen subordinates grew excited. Boss will help you. Among the dozen, 3 were early 3rd realm, 1 was mid-3rd realm, and the rest were 2nd realm. Though they weren't as strong as Bashi, their collective momentum was impressive. Whoosh! A sword light streaked across, leaving a trail of ice crystals on the ground, drawing the group's attention. On the shattered street, Lin Xiaoyu was now clad in a dazzling ice-blue armor. The armor was thin, hugging her body, with some parts as light as silver gauze, giving it a sleek, streamlined look. Unlike Gu Yuan's power-focused armor, this light armor suited her skill-based combat style. Your opponent is me. Lin Xiaoyu, sword in hand, spoke in a cold voice from beneath her armor. Hiss, hiss. The air was filled with the sharp sound of a snake's hiss. Bash's hands moved in a crisscross pattern, fast as lightning, delivering a flurry of attacks that bewildered the eyes. Shadow snake style. 1,000 hands and 100 strikes, he muttered, and a giant shadow of a black snake enveloped him, its cold, cruel vertical pupils locking onto Gu Yuan. Before the fist landed, a strange phenomenon appeared. Countless black-scaled pythons materialized in the air, shooting towards Gu Yuan like a barrage of arrows. The friction in the air created an eerie, bone-chilling hiss. The sight was enough to make anyone with a fear of crowds faint on the spot. Even Gu Yuan felt the hair on his body stand on end, a primal reaction to a real threat. With a sudden stomp, Gu Yuan shot towards Bash like an arrow from a bow. Midway, a pitch-black blade, as dark as an abyss, appeared in his hand. The stark contrast between his blazing, ornate armor and the black blade created a powerful visual impact. Seeing this, Bash finally realized he had underestimated his opponent. Even though there was a significant gap in their realms, the opponent gave him a strong sense of danger. This was undoubtedly a terrifying genius. Gu Yuan swung his blade, and a black slash shot up to the sky, like a black hole capable of devouring everything, dimming the light around it. This sudden change caused a lapse in the concentration of the two opponents on Lin Xiaoyu's side, allowing her to take them down with a single strike. Star-cutting Phantom Blade. This was a perfected ultimate combat technique, not only affecting the enemy's spirit but also causing a sensory deprivation effect in reality, making it a powerful area attack. Bash squinted slightly, a cold smile on his lips. So what if you're a genius? Using a killing move to break my ordinary attack? Foolish. The black slash swept through, instantly clearing the sky of the black snakes. But Bash's real attack was just beginning. His two thick, snake-scaled arms blasted through the air, creating a dull explosion as they fiercely struck towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan had just swung his warblade, leaving him defensively vulnerable for a split second. Even though this gap was only 0.001 seconds, Bash's enhanced dynamic vision caught it immediately. Facing the lightning-fast attack, Gu Yuan remained expressionless, thrusting his left hand forward. The collision of fist and palm exploded like thunder. A violent shockwave swept the surroundings, kicking up dust and sand. The ground beneath them couldn't withstand the tremendous force and collapsed into a cracked pit. Although Gu Yuan blocked Bash's left fist, the right fist still landed heavily on his chest. Yet, Gu Yuan stood firm, reversing his grip on the blade. The massive, sharp blade plunged downwards, capable of skewering both of them. Bash reacted swiftly, retreating over 10 meters in an instant. Seeing the faint cracks on Gu Yuan's chest armor, his pupils contracted. The physical strength of this guy was terrifying. His punch carried the sinister force of the Shadow Snake Fist, meant to break defenses, and typically, a blow to someone of the same realm would severely damage their internal organs. But now, hitting a third-realm cultivator, it couldn't even fully break the defense. This was unbelievable. Bash quickly analyzed. The opponent had a special force that absorbed impact, with muscle density comparable to extraordinary materials. In just a breath, he realized Gu Yuan's strength far exceeded his imagination. A monster, he thought to himself. Gu Yuan glanced at the nearly invisible cracks on his chest armor and said calmly, "Is that all? Such a weak attack." He admitted he had overestimated his opponent. Despite no significant breakthrough in his realm, the feedback from his avatars had greatly enhanced his physical attributes. Now, even without true energy, he could easily tear through steel with his bare hands. Hearing these disdainful words, Bash's face turned dark. An extremely cold aura emanated from him, and a giant serpent seemed to appear behind him, its scarlet vertical pupils filled with ferocity. The snake heads formed from his arms coiled and hissed, their cold eyes locking onto Gu Yuan. Young man, arrogance comes at a price. Sensing this entirely different, powerful aura, Gu Yuan squinted slightly. He was certain the opponent was using some kind of amplification technique, but he had one too. Almost simultaneously, a gigantic mecha phantom appeared behind Gu Yuan. Its domineering aura swept across the area. He casually tossed the abyssal war blade into the air, where it seemed to embed itself in the atmosphere, releasing an immense gravitational pull. Under this terrifying gravitational force, a monstrous whirlwind erupted from the ground. Dust and debris swirled, all rushing towards Gu Yuan like a filthy black tide, engulfing both of them completely. The viewers in the live stream gasped. Wait, where are they? Why have they disappeared? Turns out the assistant is this strong. Maybe he's also a bodyguard? Double duty? The movements were so fast, I couldn't even see it. Just a flash and it's over. The assistant's opponent looks familiar, seems like Bash. I remember he's at the late 4th realm, pretty powerful. Didn't expect him to run into the assistant. Late 4th realm? So the assistant is also at the late 4th realm? Lin Xiaoyu's classmate is this strong? What a prodigy at Yunhai Martial High this year. Gu Yuan's figure vanished from the camera, leaving the viewers feeling a sense of loss. However, the camera soon switched to Lin Xiaoyu's battlefield.